Hey guys. You are watching your anime world, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry Potter was raised by goblins and returned as an unstoppable force. Here is short summary. Raised by goblins and trained from childhood, Harry arrives at Hogwarts with no scar, full knowledge of the prophecy, and power far beyond his years. Backed by the Goblin Nation, and even Hogwarts itself, he's no longer the boy they expected, but a force ready to reshape the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. It was an invisible Dumbledore who took his second stroll along Privet Drive. He wanted to ensure his instruments weren't malfunctioning before disturbing the Dursleys. His wand soon confirmed the information his sensors at Hogwarts were telling him: there were no wards whatsoever around this property. Albus decided to do some snooping. Watching through the window as Petunia played on the floor with her large son, all the while the husband sat in an enormous chair and never removed his head from the newspaper, Albus was puzzled why Harry wasn't part of this scene. It would appear the only way he would discover the information he required was by entering the house. He at least had the good manners to ring the doorbell and wait until it was answered. Petunia was stunned when she opened the door. She was just reminding herself that it was nearly Christmas, and not Halloween, when the 6.5-foot gaudy garden gnome spoke. "Good evening, Mrs. Dursley. My name is Albus Dumbledore. Could I have a few words with you regarding your nephew, Harry Potter?" The instant she heard the name Dumbledore, Petunia tried to slam the door in his face. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, the door refused to move from the open position. "Harry Potter doesn't live here, and we don't know where he is." This led to a rather loud "What?" from the wizard. Vernon had started moving the second he heard the name Dumbledore mentioned. He was now thundering down the hall to confront this wizard who caused him so much work. "My wife is correct, the freak doesn't live here. Did you honestly think you could just dump the brat on us, without as much as an explanation, and we would accept that? You must be used to dealing with the wrong kind of people. Decent, hardworking folk like us would never accept that situation." Albus was seriously struggling to accept the situation he was finding himself in. "But, I left you a letter." Vernon always had a quick and fiery temper, but this idiot just poured petrol all over it. "Do you honestly think that including a letter makes amends for dumping a baby on someone's doorstep? You sir need to go and get yourself a job somewhere as Father Christmas. The kids might accept the crap you hand out, but the Dursleys never will." Albus had his half-moon glasses in one hand, while the fingers of his other massaged the bridge of his nose. "Where is the boy? What have you done with him?" Vernon was quite proud of himself for the solution he'd devised. He didn't see the need to tell this freak though. "I negotiated a contract." Petunia signed it and then it turned golden before disappearing. "I was told this would only happen if it was legal and above board. We'll thankfully never have to see the brat again." As the Muggle was reliving that particular morning in his mind, Albus was watching it unfold using a mind probe. He couldn't help but be shocked at what he saw. "The goblins have control of Harry Potter. Do you realize what you've done?" Vernon wasn't about to stand here and have his elegant solution questioned. "Hey, you were the one who left him on a doorstep in the middle of the night. I at least put some effort into making sure he was raised by his own kind." Albus was now glad he had charmed the area around the door. The arguments were getting louder and there appeared to be no possibility of him being invited inside. How could you possibly think the goblins were his own kind? Didn't you read the part of the letter that told you Harry living here would offer this family protection? Vernon got even louder. "Screw the neighbors. Tall or short, you're all just freaks to me. And no, we didn't buy that protection shit you were trying to shovel." This infuriating Muggle had just given Albus a massive headache: how to get Harry Potter back. He decided to leave them with something painful to mull over. A young couple with a son, same age as yours, were recently tortured into insanity. They may be technically still alive, but that young mother will never hold her child in her arms again. The protection gained by Harry living here would have prevented that ever happening to you. He heard the gasp of terror coming from Petunia and thought the by.ch deserved it. How could anyone give away their only nephew? "I shall leave now and wish you a Merry Christmas. We can only hope you and your family enjoy many more." Dumbledore popped away, leaving Petunia clinging to her husband's arm. "Oh Vernon, perhaps we should have kept the freak. We could have stuck him in the cupboard under the stairs out of the way." Petunia, the old man was deliberately trying to scare us. He's just pissed off because he didn't get his own way. This was little comfort to the worried mother. But Dudley, listen, let's enjoy Christmas and, if you still feel the same way in the new year, we'll look at moving house. It wouldn't hurt for me to get a shotgun either, soon show these freaks we mean business. Vernon could see the worry literally drop off his wife. Petunia was probably planning how she would decorate their new home. The new house should also have a bigger lounge. This would be the excuse for him to buy that new giant TV he had his eye on. Albus walked up to the first available teller at Gringotts and asked to see the Potter accounts manager. The goblin in front of him though just added to his already bad day. Do you have an appointment? No, I thought. What do you want to see him for? That's personal, needless to say. Albus was interrupted again. Who shall I say wishes to see him? I am Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, surely you must have heard. Wulfric after Percival but before Brian. Albus could only sigh and nod his head in agreement, only to discover the goblin wasn't even looking at him, so he was forced to say, yes. Okay, and last name Dumbledore. I'll go and see if there is anyone available to deal with your request at the moment. Please remain here. It had been Dumbledore's experience that when the goblins were at their most obstructive, it meant you had upset them in some way. He was struggling to think what he'd done to merit this treatment but reckoned he would soon find out. He didn't have long to wait. 4 security guards with drawn weapons surrounded him and demanded he follow their lead. He was surprised but delighted to find himself in the director's office. Now at least he was getting somewhere. Or so he thought. Director Ragnarok, delighted to see you again. The director cut across him as abruptly as the teller had. Let's cut the dragon shit, Dumbledore. I have better things to do than stand here and listen to you talk nonsense. The reason you are in here is to give you this. Albus found a scroll being slapped into his hand. This is a notice of vault closure. You have 24 hours to take your belongings from the Dumbledore vault before we seal it. After that time, Gringotts will no longer do business with you. This was totally unexpected and an extremely serious development. Getting kicked out of Gringotts was a sanction used for only the very worst offenders. Perhaps there has been a mistake here. Oh yes, and it was you who made it. We now know that the Dark One is not gone, and we also know how this was achieved. This was information that could have seriously compromised Gringotts, yet you deliberately withheld it from us. Albus suddenly understood what was going on here. Did you find any in the vaults? You must tell me. Ragnarok's answer was scathing. Oh, so now you want a spirit of cooperation between us. I must tell you nothing. Get him out of here. Albus was being dragged out before he'd got what he came for. Wait, what about Harry Potter? The director's sneer was predatory. Send his Hogwarts letter to Gringotts, I'll make sure he gets it. Albus was rather unceremoniously herded into the main lobby of Gringotts by the guards. The old wizard then headed back to Hogwarts. He would need to make some quick arrangements on where to store the items from his vault. Albus decided to tell no one about this. Being barred from Gringotts was ammunition his enemies didn't need to have. His plan for Harry Potter was to ensure the boy wouldn't be seen again in the British magical community until the child's arrival at Hogwarts. That plan was still viable, though it would be a different Harry Potter who now stepped onto the Express. Just how different was something Albus was going to have to wait 10 years to discover. Hermione Granger was different, she'd always known that. It would be hard not to when the children that you attended school with went out of their way to point this fact out to you every single day. Having really bushy hair and rather large front teeth were obvious targets for her main antagonists. Being top of every class didn't help the situation any either. Her continual lack of friendship had led Hermione to seek her escape in the printed word. Always having a book in her hand though was just more ammunition for the various groups of Hermione haters. She may have heard variations of the terms buck-toothed bushy-haired bookworm hundreds of times. That didn't mean those words didn't hurt on each and every one of those occasions. Then, almost a year ago, an event happened that explained why she was different. Hermione Granger was a witch. While her mum and dad had taken some convincing of this fact, the instant Professor McGonagall had spoken those special words Hermione had known deep within herself this was indeed true. The preceding months had been some of the best of her young life. Schoolyard taunts no longer had the power to hurt. She was different and would be leaving for a special school where things would be so different. Hermione Granger was done with being an outsider. She was going to a place where everyone would be the same as her, a place where she could finally have friends. This had been her shield and armor against the taunts and jibes that had viciously escalated as the bullies attempted to get a reaction from their favorite target. It was perhaps somewhat understandable then that the young witch was near to tears, since those dreams were beginning to appear to be mere fantasy, and she wasn't even on the bloody train yet. The day had started so well too, up at the crack of dawn so she could be fully prepared for her new adventure. A breakfast where she never seemed to stop talking was followed by the car ride to King's Cross, bright and early of course. Saying goodbye to her parents at the barrier had been hard, but a new life awaited her, and she was quite prepared to run through a brick wall to get there. Hermione did just that, and then things started going downhill. On her first sight of platform 9 3/4, it wasn't the bright red Hogwarts Express that caught the young witch's attention. It was the group of 4 witches already in their green-trimmed Hogwarts robes that drew Hermione like a moth to a flame. Unfortunately, just like said moth, she got burned. Deciding to introduce herself, Hermione was met with looks of disgust and derision. It wasn't supposed to be this way. Confidence severely dented, she then discovered another problem. Her trunk, loaded of course with extra books, that her dad had easily lifted onto the trolley, was proving impossible for Hermione to physically place on the train. As she struggled with the trunk, sniggering laughter almost had her in tears. A kind voice cut through her frustration and mounting despair. "Can I help you, miss?" Hermione raised her head and had trouble believing the person standing there could possibly exist, far less be speaking to her. If Fitzwilliam Darcy and Elizabeth Bennet ever had a son, he was standing right in front of Hermione Granger and offering his assistance. The boy was even dressed as if he'd just stepped out of the pages of Pride and Prejudice, Hermione's favorite book. His black frock coat had silk lapels. It also had to be wide at the shoulders to accommodate the body it clothed. Being fitted to accentuate a slim waist was also an effect that the young witch appreciated. The gray waistcoat just visible under the coat matched his trousers, with button-up black boots being a nice touch. The ascot knotted cravat, with a diamond cravat pin being a fitting finish to this very nice ensemble. His jet black wavy hair hung down to his shoulders and framed what Hermione would consider a kind face, but those wonderfully expressive almond-shaped green eyes melted her heart. If it wouldn't be considered blasphemy, Hermione reckoned this boy was too gorgeous even for Jane Austen to do justice. She must have muttered some kind of answer to his question because he smiled and lifted her trunk clean into the compartment. With that smile, Hermione knew she was gone. Her mother had sat Hermione down for a talk about boys before she headed off to Hogwarts. The young witch had foolishly thought most of it would never apply to her. Hermione had never understood her classmates' devotion to the latest boy bands. Who cared what new kids on the block were doing off stage, or on stage for that matter? She had though her first crush would be on some handsome author or, heaven forbid, a teacher. In the space of a few seconds the boy in front of her had just shattered that illusion into a gazillion pieces. She had to say something. He couldn't leave here thinking she was some driveling drooling moronic fangirl. She didn't even know his name. "Thank you, that was very kind. You're welcome to share this compartment, if you want." The words were out before Hermione realized what she'd said. She was berating herself for once more providing an opportunity to be hurt when his wide smile surprised the hell out of her. "I'd like that, very much." Not believing her luck, she offered her hand for shaking. "I'm Hermione Granger." The boy didn't shake her hand. He took it by her fingertips and very gently turned her hand around before bending down and lightly brushing his lips over the back of her knuckles. There was no longer room for any doubt. Hermione Granger was well and truly smitten. "Very pleased to meet your acquaintance, Miss Granger. My name is Harry Crow." Hermione just started to babble as the words poured from her mouth. "Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased. Of course, I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is. I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart. Of course, I just hope it will be enough." The laughter coming from Harry certainly couldn't be classed as sarcastic. It seemed almost friendly in nature. "Relax, Hermione, and breathe occasionally. We've a long train journey ahead of us, plenty of time to get to know each other and become friends." Hermione couldn't believe what she was hearing. Friends? Oh, sorry if I'm being a bit presumptuous here. My main reason for attending Hogwarts is to hopefully make friends. Me too, and I would love to be your friend. Both then sat and began their journey, not only to Hogwarts but the much more important destination of friendship. Albus paced up and down his office, as jumpy as the proverbial cat on a hot tin roof. Harry Potter had been missing from the wizarding world for almost a decade. Today would see his return. The goblins had kept a very close eye on the boy, but this evening he would come back into Albus Dumbledore's domain. It only remained to see how much damage he would have to undo from the boy's unorthodox upbringing. Albus intended to permanently wrench the boy away from the goblins, and had a scheme in place to achieve this at the first available opportunity. Tonight the boy would learn who the real power in magical Britain was, and it wasn't any goblin. As the express sped them away from London, Harry was trying to make sure his new friend wasn't pulling his leg. So your parents are a type of healer, but they only heal inside their patient's mouth. Hermione could hardly contain her laughter at Harry's disbelieving look. Yes, that's what dentists do. I'll make a deal with you. You can ask me anything about muggles if I can do the same with you regarding purebloods. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I'm not a pureblood, Hermione. Oh, I just took it from the way you're dressed, that's what purebloods wore. Harry was looking wary at his new friend. He still wasn't sure whether this was some kind of wind-up. I'm supposed to be dressed as a muggle, are you telling me this isn't right? This time Hermione couldn't hold her laughter, that was until she saw Harry's crestfallen appearance. I'm sorry, Harry, I thought you were making a joke there. Muggles used to wear clothes like that, but not for the best part of a century. She was desperate for more information but didn't want to push anything. Harry seemed really upset at her revelation. This is great. Instead of blending in with one group of students, I'm going to stand out like a sore thumb. The tailors made exact copies of the styles in the Muggle Studies books, how could they be wrong? Hermione had an idea what had gone wrong but needed to make sure. Did they get those books from Diagon Alley? Harry's nod was all the confirmation she needed. My mother thought that would at least be one subject she could understand, so bought a few of the books. Mum said they were some of the funniest things she'd ever read. All of the information in them is about a century out of date, and even then some of it was wrong. She reckoned that the authors had never actually met someone without magic. Well, that's just great. Director Ragnarok named me Old Crow. He would probably have been better calling me Bertie Bott. He saw the questioning look on Hermione's face before remembering she knew a lot less about the magical community than he did. It was time to tell her the story. Bertie Bott's is a type of sweet that comes in every flavor. That describes me perfectly. My mum was like you, Muggle-born, while my dad was a pureblood. Both gave their lives to save mine when I was just a toddler. I can't remember anything about them, and now my adoptive father is a goblin. As I said, the goblin leader named me Old Crow, due to the way I ended up in Gringotts. My father calls me Harry Crow, but my mum and dad named their newborn baby Harry James Potter. He couldn't miss the gasp that came from Hermione at that revelation. So, as you can imagine, I have a foot in many camps but don't know which one I belong to. I had hoped to honor my mother's memory by dressing like this today, but it looks like that's gone now. Hermione couldn't help herself. Without even thinking about her actions, she had moved across the carriage to sit beside Harry and already had him in a hug. Oh Harry, you know I'll help you any way I can. He was as stiff as a board. Goblins didn't do hugs. As Hermione offered her assurance of assistance, Harry began to relax and think that the goblins had got at least one thing wrong. This was nice. For some reason he trusted this girl, his first real friend, and began to tell her more than he'd intended to reveal. When my parents were murdered, I was dumped on the doorstep of my mother's Muggle sister. They didn't want me, so did a deal with Gringotts where the goblins will look after me until I'm old enough to take up the responsibilities of heading House Potter. I have this weird mixed heritage and soon I'll be forced to make a decision. Just where does my future lie? Hermione was holding him close and thinking this was something she could get used to. She needed to help her first friend. I read accounts of Harry Potter in a few reference books. All of them speculated on what had happened to you after that Halloween. Looks like none of them were even close. This drew a slight laugh from Harry, and allowed Hermione to release her hug before it became embarrassing. She still continued to sit closely beside him though. You should have seen some of the Harry Potter books they tried to publish as true stories of my life. They would certainly have entertained your mum as much as those history books. My father soon put a stop to it, making it illegal for anyone to make a profit off my name. Hermione was puzzled about a million different things concerning Harry but didn't want to push. She hoped he would tell her in his own time. One thing in particular bothered her though, and she thought it wouldn't cause any major secrets to be revealed, so asked Harry about it. I started getting the Wizarding newspaper, to try and prepare myself for Hogwarts, and they have been promoting the boy who lives going to Hogwarts angle for months. The drawings they published of Harry Potter look nothing like you though, you've no scar or glasses. Apparently I had a scar when I first went to Gringotts but the healers dealt with it. As for the glasses, I can only assume they thought because my dad wore them that I would need them too. The books featured the same type of drawings, and also had my father asking where they got their information. None of them would say anything. Just then, they endured the first of many visits from people wanting to know if they'd seen Harry Potter. Boy Who Lived fever was breaking out all over the express, with search parties hunting along the train for a sight of their elusive prey. Hermione noticed Harry's personality would change anytime someone else entered the compartment, quickly reverting back as soon as they were alone again. She didn't want to ask him about it and ended up biting her bottom lip so as not to blurt something out. Harry must have seen the question in her expression though and answered her. The goblins claim to have 3 faces, the one the public sees, and then there is their true self. Their true self is reserved for family and friends. Harry smiled at her to ensure she knew he now counted her in this group. The final face is the last thing their enemies see just before they die. They may be bankers now but goblins are really warriors at heart. Hermione's curiosity got the better of her and another question slipped out before she could catch it. What was it like growing up with the goblins? Harry was enjoying talking about his life with someone else. This was not something usually available to him. I actually grew up as a goblin, though clearly I knew I was different. That goblins and wizards barely tolerate each other didn't help me any. I got into a lot of fights when I was younger. Hermione had her arms around him again, encouraging Harry to speak of things he never had before. Some of the adults weren't too pleased about the situation either. My dad is a powerful goblin who legally adopted me as his son. There were a couple of goblins who strongly objected. My father fought 2 duels to the death over me. Harry was drawing comfort from being held in his friend's arms. He found that once he began talking about this that he couldn't stop. He'd never had anyone to talk to about his life before. Had my father been defeated, I really don't know what would have happened to me. I needed to learn to stand on my own 2 feet as quickly as possible, and my father provided me with all the training I could handle. Being different actually worked in my favor for once. By the time I was 6, I towered over all of the children in my classes. Now I'm taller than my father, though he can still kick my ass when we duel. He sounds like a wonderful man. Sorry, goblin. That slip had Harry smiling again, allowing Hermione to reluctantly end their latest hug. I just call him father, and I'm sorry for unloading all this onto you. We've only just met today yet I feel I can trust you. Please don't ask me to explain why. Hermione understood the amount of trust Harry was placing in her, and decided to reciprocate with some revelations of her own. I understand about being different, Harry. I've been bullied since my first day of school because I was seen as different. I thought it was because I was a witch, only to discover today that I'm still different. Those witches that I spoke to wanted nothing to do with me. I'll be 12 in a few weeks and you are the first person who's ever wanted to be friends with me. Harry now had first-hand experience of how a hug could make you feel better. He decided his friend needed one, so that's what he did. Hermione couldn't believe it. In the space of a few hundred miles she'd traveled from despair to being hugged by the most famous boy in her new world. That this went via crushing on a stranger to now having a best friend made the entire trip really magical. She was also struggling to comprehend just what he'd had to endure. Her dad had called down to her primary school a few times when the bullying got really bad, but Harry's father had risked his life twice to protect his adopted son. Hermione didn't ever want to think about anything happening to her parents, yet Harry had already lost both of his and knew his adoptive father was fighting duels to the death to keep him safe. There and then Hermione decided that her new mission in life was to be the best friend she could to Harry, the first boy ever to hug her. They chatted for hours, growing closer and closer the further from home they got. As they finally approached their destination, the pair took turns at waiting outside the carriage while the other changed into their Hogwarts robes. Harry had one last word of warning for his new friend. Hermione, I'm half expecting trouble when I get to Hogwarts. Perhaps it would be better if. Hermione put an end to that avenue of thought in an instant. No, Harry, whatever you were going to say, there is no chance I'm going back to the way I was before getting on this train. You're my friend, and that's more important than any school. The wide smile he gave her after this declaration did funny things to her stomach. Harry, offering his arm, saw her sporting a matching wide smile of her own. Shall we, Miss Granger? It was time for the public face. Delighted Mr. Crow. Hogsmeade Station hardly deserved the name. It had a platform to allow people access to and from the train, and that was it. It also appeared to be in the middle of nowhere, with the few lit lamps fighting a losing battle against the rapidly encroaching darkness as evening fell. It was to be expected that the temperature in the Scottish Highlands would be considerably lower than that of London, a fact that saw most of the older students pull their robes tighter around them and head directly to the waiting carriages. Harry and Hermione were halted from following their example by the appearance of a hairy man mountain holding a lantern aloft. Furs years over here. The towering figure was soon surrounded by all the first years. He appeared to be looking for someone in particular. It was also obvious from his expression that he didn't find who he was looking for. Come on, follow me. Any more furs years? Mind your step, now. Furs years, follow me. They stumbled and slipped down a steep dark path that had Hermione mumbling a question to Harry. Have they never heard of health and safety? They soon found the ground leveling off as they approached the shore of a dark body of water. It was the magnificent castle that seemed to grow out the mountain on the other side that demanded all their attention, though. The castle was huge and had many turrets and towers, all sparkling with lights shining from the countless windows. Hogwarts was something straight out of the pages of a fairy tale. It was only the large man shouting that drew their attention to the fleet of little boats sitting on the shore. Hermione thought they were coracles. No more in 4 to a boat. Harry helped Hermione into the boat before also offering his assistance to the twin sisters who had approached with the hope of sharing. The large man obviously had an entire boat to himself. He quickly checked that everyone was sitting in a boat before an order of forward, saw the little craft slip fully onto the water and begin to make their way toward the castle. Parvati introduced both herself and her twin sister Padma Patil before proceeding to talk their ears off all the way across the lake. She appeared to have the annoying habit of asking a question and then providing her own answer. Her sister just sat quietly, probably immune to her twins' rantings by now. What house do you think you'll be in? I don't really mind since we're the first of our family to attend a British magical school. Have you any idea how we get sorted? I heard it was some sort of test, though one boy was claiming we had to wrestle a troll. Harry could see Hermione starting to slip into panic mode at this onslaught of questions, probably because she didn't have any answers. He literally couldn't move any closer, so placed a comforting hand on her knee. My father told me an ancient magical artifact will decide which house we belong in. No tests, and certainly no trolls. Parvati now appeared much more interested in Harry's hand resting on Hermione's knee. This resulted in a barrage of personal questions, questions that neither of the two had any intention of answering. Only the boats entering a dark tunnel appeared to halt the verbal onslaught, and soon they were disembarking onto a shingle beach. Harry was again a gentleman and helped all 3 girls out the boat. A long flight of stone steps ended at a massive oak door. Anything less than oak would surely have disintegrated when the enormous man pounded on it with his fist. The door was then opened by a black-haired witch in dark green robes. Her entire demeanor screamed, "Don't mess with me." The furs years, Professor McGonagall, and he ain't amongst 'em. The big man appeared ready to burst into tears before the stern professor pulled him aside. Everyone could still hear their conversation though. Pull yourself together, Hagrid, did you count them? The man they now knew was named Hagrid seemed affronted by this. "O' course I did, all presentin'," accounted fair Professor. It was only then that what McGonagall was implying hit Hagrid. They were all here, so the person he was looking for must be amongst them. We'll just let the sorting ceremony answer that question. Hagrid went away happy while McGonagall began giving them a brief introduction to the Hogwarts houses, and what they stood for. Harry and Hermione hardly heard a word. It was clear to both of them just who the staff were looking for. As McGonagall left them for a moment to check how things were progressing, Harry took the opportunity to whisper to Hermione. "Just remember, I can look after myself." He didn't get to say any more as the blonde boy, who'd been one of the students looking for Harry Potter on the train, decided to hold court. Harry Potter doesn't come to Hogwarts and they're all wetting themselves, pathetic. Do you know why he's not at Hogwarts? It's because he's dead. Do you really think a toddler could defeat the Dark Lord? Hermione saw this boy's words were making an impression and was desperate to intervene, especially as one or two of the girls appeared close to tears. This was not her secret to reveal though, so once more she bit her bottom lip. Hermione reckoned this was something she was going to have to get used to. You're nothing but a liar, Malfoy. Well, where is he, Bones? Your aunt is the head of the Aurors, has she ever seen him? No one has seen hide or hair of Harry Potter since that night. My father often has the Minister of Magic over for dinner, and even the head of our ministry has never seen Harry Potter. If it wasn't for that oaf Hagrid spouting stories in the pub every time he gets drunk, no one would know anything about that night. One of the redheads, who'd also been looking for Harry on the train, reacted rabidly to Malfoy's claims. Dumbledore has seen the boy who lived, he's kept him safe from evil creeps like your father. Malfoy was more than a match for this verbal attack, he immediately taunted right back. Perhaps the great Dumbledore dropped him off at your hovel, weasel. What's one more kid amongst your tribe? Does your mother even remember all your names? Harry Potter isn't here because he's dead, and dead people don't come to Hogwarts. This was met by screams, not against Malfoy but for the irrefutable proof he was wrong. A bunch of ghosts had just passed through the wall, and a few prospective first years. By the time the group had recovered from this shock, Professor McGonagall had returned to lead them into the Great Hall. Harry was now in full public face mode, so Hermione tried to match his confident poise. The trouble was she felt anything but confident. Another downside to this was that both now stood out amongst their ohing and awing peers. When the tattered old hat began its song, Hermione was left to wonder just how strange this new world was. A girl called Hannah Abbott was called forward first and sorted into Hufflepuff. It was soon clear the process was being carried out alphabetically by surname. When Vincent Crabbe headed off to join the green-trimmed robes of Hermione's earlier tormentors, both expected Harry to be next. When Tracy Davis' name was called, they knew something was up. Harry continually whispered reassurances that he could handle this but still had to practically push Hermione in the direction of the hat after her name was called. It didn't take long for the hat to place her in Ravenclaw. It was only after she was joined there by Padma Patil that the fun really started. McGonagall called for Harry Potter, and no one moved. You could feel the mood in the hall drop as none of the remaining students stepped forward. McGonagall, knowing that the number of students she started the sorting with corresponded to the total names on her list, called his name again, with the exact same lack of results. Hermione was gripping the wooden table hard enough to leave marks when Padma whispered a question to her. Why wasn't Harry's name called? She really could reply honestly. I don't know, Padma, he should have been sorted before both of us. I just hope he gets into Ravenclaw. Sorry you got separated from your sister. I'm not, was the last thing said before the deputy headmistress continued with the sorting. They were now down to just 2 boys left standing awaiting their turn under the hat. When McGonagall called on Blaise Zabini, there was finally only one. As Blaise headed off to Slytherin, all eyes were now focused on Harry. What is your name, son? Harry Crow, Professor. McGonagall checked her list again to confirm what she already knew. There was only one name there she hadn't yet ticked. I don't seem to have you down here, Harry. My father confirmed I would be attending, and the circumstances surrounding my attendance. This was Dumbledore's moment. He would force the boy to choose in front of the entire hall. Once that initial choice had been made, there would be no going back to this goblin nonsense. Dumbledore stood and waited until he had everyone's attention before speaking. Perhaps I can shed some light on the matter, Professor McGonagall. I did indeed receive Mr. Crow's letter, and read the special circumstances he's alluding to. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to comply with those circumstances. This is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We have no accord or charter to accept a goblin into our school. The headmaster was noted for his quirkiness, one might even go as far as to suggest he was a touch mad. His comments had certainly shed no light on this matter as the boy left standing there was clearly not a goblin. Dumbledore wasn't finished though. If young Harry here wants to attend Hogwarts, it will need to be under the name his birth parents gave him. Harry James Potter. The silence that followed that announcement lasted mere seconds as everyone then attempted to shout at once. Dumbledore stood there with a satisfied smirk on his face and watched as the hall descend into chaos for a few moments. The boy simply wouldn't be able to refuse in front of all these witches and wizards, and then Harry would be back under his control. Albus would have until the summer holidays to find a suitable family to place the boy with, so there was no rush for that. McGonagall finally restored order to the hall before rounding on Harry. "Is this true? Are you Harry Potter?" Harry and his father had prepared for his identity becoming publicly known. It was time to put those preparations to good use. "The headmaster is well aware that my adoptive father for the last 10 years has been Barchoke, senior accounts manager at Gringotts, and yes, I was once called Harry Potter." The mayhem this time kicked off instantly and took longer to get back under control. Harry Potter had been raised by a goblin. A goblin he even called father. It was a shocked McGonagall, who once more turned to Harry. "How is this possible? I was there the night we left you with your muggle relatives." Hermione was of course watching her friend intently and thought she might just have caught a glimpse of Harry's third face. At McGonagall's revelation, he stood that bit straighter and stared directly into her eyes. Dangerous was the only word Hermione had to describe this version of Harry. "And by what right did you participate in that atrocious event, Deputy Headmistress?" The professor actually needed to take a step back at the venom radiating from those green eyes, before gathering her wits once more. "I was a friend of your mother and father's." The rest of the school couldn't believe it when a student, who hadn't even been sorted yet, cut right across the Hebridean dragon that was Minerva McGonagall. "I think, is the operative word there. Don't expect any warm greetings should you ever meet them again. You did a great disservice to House Potter that night, as well as ignoring multiple laws set up to protect children. Are you sure you should be working in a school, Professor?" The sarcasm Harry loaded the word professor with couldn't be missed by even the thickest of Hogwarts students. In the silence that followed McGonagall's slap down, Padma grabbed Hermione's arm to get her attention. "You knew." She could only nod by way of a reply. Harry had turned his attention back to Dumbledore and Hermione didn't want to miss anything. "I thank you for providing me with this choice, Headmaster. It's rather an easy one to make. You see, I was very happy at my goblin school and never wanted to attend Hogwarts in the first place. It was my father who urged me to come here. I shall now be able to return home and tell him I tried my best but was neither welcome nor wanted." The Hermione Granger who'd left Crawley that morning would probably have placed being expelled from school marginally below being killed in her list of catastrophic things that could happen to her. This Hermione Granger though had traveled to a different country and a whole other world had opened up for her. This Hermione Granger now had a best friend and was not about to lose him. Ignoring Harry's repeated claims that he could handle himself, she shot out her seat and rushed to his side. "Hermione, if you're leaving, then I'm going too." Draco Malfoy was seething with anger. He'd made a big play to establish who was the kingpin amongst the first years and now looked like a complete fool. Harry Potter had kept his silence, standing there and deliberately letting him dig a deeper hole for himself. Draco had never been so humiliated in his life. His father's instructions were to befriend the boy and then attempt to convert him to their way of thinking. You didn't need to be a genius to see that would never work now. His anger led to him loudly opening his mouth when he probably shouldn't have, his voice clearly discernible over the hubbub Harry's proposed leaving was causing. "Goblins and another mudblood. Just when we thought the once proud Potter name couldn't sink any lower." Harry left Hermione standing there beside a still shocked McGonagall and purposefully walked toward Malfoy. The blonde Slytherin was supremely confident. He was amongst his own house with his godfather sitting at the staff table. He was also certain he could take whatever verbal mutterings Potter came up with and turn them back against him. Draco nonchalantly stood to meet the advancing Potter but was totally unprepared for what happened next. Harry walked right up to Malfoy and his hand was a blur as it powerfully backhanded him across the mouth, throwing Draco back onto the Slytherin table. "You are a disgusting example of what inbreeding can cause. I challenge you to an honor duel." Albus had been shocked at the boy's refusal to attend Hogwarts, nearly as much as his verbal assault on Minerva. He'd let this situation develop to see if it could be turned to his advantage. The headmaster seized the opportunity that presented itself here. "Just how do you intend to fight a duel, Harry, when you consider yourself a goblin and Mr. Malfoy is clearly a wizard? You are aware the law prohibits goblins from using wands. Had I been allowed to attend Hogwarts, you would have found I'm well versed in both wizard and goblin law. Perhaps if you had studied our laws more you would not have been barred from doing business with Gringotts for the last decade. Then again, you don't appear to pay too much attention to wizarding law either, they just allow you to get away with it. You could be forgiven for thinking that the occupants of the Great Hall were all shocked out, given what had happened before. This revelation though drew loud gasps of astonishment, almost exclusively amongst those old enough to understand what being barred from Gringotts entailed. They had no way of knowing that the night was still young and there was a lot more to come. I am quite prepared to duel Mr. Malfoy here while he uses his wand. I have my own weapon. Harry withdrew a custom-made blade from his sleeve. It had a beautifully carved Hungarian horntail fang as its handle with a razor-sharp stiletto-style goblin-forged blade protruding at least 6 inches from the grip. Even in the Great Hall's candlelit atmosphere, the blade seemed to capture whatever light was available and reflect back just how deadly a weapon this was. The knife's overall appearance greatly resembled that of a stylized wand. I'm afraid I can't let you do that, Harry. Harry now verbally cut across Dumbledore too. You actually left me no other option. The entire school faculty sat there and let this moron get away with publicly insulting me and my family. Severus Snape was acutely aware of his godson's abilities, or lack of. Draco being defeated in a duel his first evening in Hogwarts would destroy the boy's credibility. He was forced to take action. Mr. Malfoy, 10 points from Slytherin. Draco would have loved to rant against the injustice of that punishment. The silk hanky now held against his mouth in an attempt to halt the flow of blood prevented him from doing so. Harry gave a slight bow to the professor. My honor is satisfied, though my curiosity is not. Was the 10 points a punishment for the slight on my birth parents, my goblin father or Miss Granger's circumstances of birth? Harry didn't expect an answer and wasn't disappointed. As I suspected, a combined total for all three. Come on Hermione, time to get out of here. That piece of filth publicly calls you the foulest name imaginable and gets docked 3 points for it, and that only after I threatened to cut him to pieces. He offered Hermione his arm as the pair headed for the door. Phileas Flitwick suddenly found a lot of things becoming clearer for him. He'd felt slightly ostracized by the goblin community for years now and couldn't figure out what he'd done to deserve it. These occurrences were beginning to make sense since discovering Dumbledore was barred from Gringotts. Albus was his boss, therefore he was tainted with the headmaster's crime by simple association. It was time to make inroads into repairing his goblin relationships, starting with calling this young boy by his proper name. Harry Crow, son of Barchoke, can I inquire how you intend to travel home? Harry turned and this time his bow was much deeper, it also was done with genuine respect. Well met Master Flitwick, our director actually named me Old Crow but you weren't to know that. My father calls me Harry Crow so I won't forget my other roots. My father is a wise goblin who also provided me with a portkey home. I will activate it as soon as we clear the Hogwarts wards. I promise on my honor to see Miss Granger safely home. Well met Old Crow, child of James and Lily, son of Barchoke, prophesied one. Hermione had her hand on Harry's arm and felt him stiffen at that. He didn't give any other sign though. They both turned to see it was the Sorting Hat that had spoken those words, but the old hat was just getting started. Your father is indeed a wise goblin, Harry Crow. He knows you must come to Hogwarts to fulfill your destiny. Hogwarts is prepared to welcome you, and grant all that welcome entails. Dumbledore was not happy with that decision. I am the Hogwarts headmaster. Only as long as the castle allows. The hat's declaration was followed by a loud clang of a bell being struck, a bell that hadn't been heard inside the castle in living memory. Hogwarts had clearly spoken. Headmasters come and go but Hogwarts prevails. This school was devised and built by the 4 founders to teach magic to all those able to perform it, not so some supposed elite fraternity could lord it over everyone else. Hogwarts needs to unite in the face of the coming darkness lest all will be lost. Come and sit Harry Crow, let me sort you. Harry knew his father thought his future was tied to Hogwarts, the hat's actions had just confirmed that. He looked to Hermione for her opinion. What do you think? Well, we're already here, and you'll still be able to take us home if we change our minds. I'll go and keep you a seat at the Ravenclaw table. Her gaze for that last comment was aimed at the old hat, clearly indicating that any other result was unacceptable. Harry smiled at her before sitting on the stool and placing the hat on his head. Dumbledore was livid, he was left standing there looking like the court jester while the main action happens elsewhere. The Sorting Hat was correct though, one could only be headmaster if the castle allowed. Without Hogwarts cooperation, he wouldn't even be able to access his office. Albus would just have to console himself with the fact that Harry would be here, available to be influenced by his headmaster. The Sorting Hat was busily scanning the young boy whose head it was now sitting on. "Oh, I am glad to see you easily qualify for membership to Rowena's house. I feel you'll need the friendship of Miss Granger and leadership of Master Flitwick during your stay with us. Therefore it has to be Ravenclaw." Hermione was on her feet, leading the cheering from a surprised Ravenclaw house. They all had thought the boy who lived couldn't go anywhere but Gryffindor. The applause from the House of the Lions was at best muted. This boy had just stridden over to the Slytherin table and decked a snake. He then even forced Snape to take points from his own house. How the hell could he be sorted anywhere else but Gryffindor? A pair of red-headed twins summed up the feelings of the entire house by continually asking the question, "We didn't get Potter." As Harry stood to cheering from his new housemates, he felt a thud on top of his head just before he removed the hat. Reaching into the tattered ancient relic, he removed a bejeweled but definitely deadly goblin-forged sword. The blade was engraved with the name of Godric Gryffindor. The hat had more to say. "Your heritage allows you to draw that sword, and your training prepared you to wield it. That sword acknowledges you as Hogwarts champion." A scabbard appeared on the stool that Harry soon had expertly fastened around him. The shoulder sash proclaimed, "Ravenclaw," across his chest. He then sheathed his new blade before handed the Sorting Hat back to an astonished McGonagall. "Mr. Crow, I shall expect you in my office directly after the feast." "I will have to disappoint you, Headmaster, the law won't allow that. Since you are barred from Gringotts, you can't be alone with any goblin minor. My father must be present in any discussions we have." Harry respectfully bowed once more to Flitwick before handing over a scroll to his new head of house. "Here is a copy of the instructions the headmaster intended to ignore. Can I ask who Professor Snape is?" All eyes then turned toward the greasy-haired teacher he'd previously dealt with. Harry again gave the short version of his bow. "No offense to your person or your professionalism, sir, but you fall under the same laws of distrust as the headmaster. Since it was only his word that prevented you being sent to Azkaban as a Death Eater, and the goblins certainly have no faith in Dumbledore's word, I shall not be attending any of your classes. I, and any of my friends I ask to join me, will be receiving private potions tuition." Phileas intended to study the scroll at his leisure but simply had to speak to the boy, if only to end the unbelievably strained silence his last remark had caused in the hall. No one was quite sure how to react to how things were developing here. The tension in the air was so thick, you could cut the atmosphere with a knife. "You seem well acquainted with a blade, Mr. Crow. Can I assume you've had the proper training?" Harry's eyes twinkled as he answered his head of house. "Master Sharpshard asked me to pass on his regards. He spoke highly of you, sir." The diminutive professor thought there must be something wrong with his hearing. "You trained under Master Sharpshard?" Harry nodded. "I was honored to have him as one of my mentors." Harry strolled over to where Hermione was keeping him a seat, leaving a now totally bewildered staff table behind. Dumbledore was so shocked at the previous revelations, he forgot all about his pre-feast announcements and just waved his hand for the food to appear. Secrets that he'd kept hidden for years had just been broadcast to the entire school. Minerva eventually sat beside the headmaster and her expression was thunderous. "I'm calling a full staff meeting for tonight, and you better have some answers for me, Albus. I don't like being made a fool of in front of the entire school, especially by a first year. That acceptance letter should have come to me and I'll be wanting to know why it didn't. It must also have conveniently slipped your mind that Harry was no longer at Privet Drive when I frequently asked after his welfare over the last decade. Any appetite Albus had left disappeared with that. After the evening he'd just had, the last thing he needed was Minerva on the warpath." When he looked down the other side of the table, Severus appeared ready to render young Harry down into potion ingredients. This was not how he foresaw tonight's sorting proceeding. Phileas had also noted his fellow head of house's vicious demeanor, and where his poisoned glare was directed. He decided some intervention was in order. That was a smart move tonight, Severus. Young Malfoy's mouth invited trouble he was ill-equipped to handle. Knowing at least one of Mr. Crow's trainers, I can safely say he would have made mincemeat of Mr. Malfoy. Severus' answer was dripping with barely contained anger. I intend to confiscate those weapons of Potter's as soon as this feast is over. First years with knives and swords, this place is certainly going downhill. Phileas couldn't let that pass. I'm afraid you can't do that, Severus. Hogwarts has accepted Mr. Crow as a goblin student, with all the circumstances that acceptance entails. Mr. Crow is not allowed a wand, but does have permission to carry a blade. Asking a goblin to surrender his blade is an even worse faux pas than demanding a wizard hand over his wand. The boy is an arrogant little toe-rag, just like his father. Not even sorted and already making demands, he should have been allowed to leave the castle. I think you'll find that was the lad's intention, until Hogwarts herself intervened. I didn't know you'd met Barchoke, but I would recommend not insulting him, or his son. Phileas held up his hand to forestall Severus' objections that he knew would be coming. Obviously Mr. Crow is not a goblin, he is instead a wizard who has chosen to live his life by their customs and laws. What is the one thing all young witches and wizards are taught about goblins? Never mess with them. Potter is a first-year student at Hogwarts, nothing more. Calling him Potter in that derogatory manner could see you kicked out of Gringotts, or challenged to a duel by the lad's father. I would remind you that goblins fight duels to the death. Should you or your snakes deliberately provoke the lad, he will react as a goblin would. His honor will dictate his actions. We've already caught a glimpse of those actions tonight. Have you ever heard of someone being chosen as Hogwarts champion before? Harry Crow is no ordinary first year, and you would be foolish to think otherwise. Harry sat down beside Hermione and noticed the entire Ravenclaw table staring at him. Hi, I'm Harry. This proved too much for Hermione. She'd been wound tighter than any watch since stepping off the train. Her accumulated tension found its release as she burst out laughing. If ever there was an unnecessary introduction, that was it. With the food now appearing on the table, the ice was well and truly broken. Padma congratulating him for getting into Ravenclaw saw the floodgates open as questions poured in Harry's direction. He began eating and politely ignored most of the personal questions, though did admit he had no idea what a Hogwarts champion actually did. A pretty Chinese girl was already making cow eyes at Harry, which was in turn making Hermione's blood boil. Oh Harry, can I see your sword? Harry slowly finished what he was chewing before looking directly into the girl's eyes to give his answer. Why miss, that's a rather personal question, and we haven't even been introduced. He then turned to his friend with a question. Hermione, what is that? The entire table was now laughing at a floundering Cho Chang, while a beaming Hermione was explaining to Harry what pasta was. An older boy introduced himself as Roger Davies before trying to give Harry a heads up. You have no idea how popular you're going to be with the rest of the first years. The very thought of potions lessons without Snape will soon have them clamoring to be your friend. I just wish you were in third year to get me out the man's class. He's usually vile to anyone who's not a Slytherin, and that was before you announced to the entire hall he was a Death Eater. Harry glanced questioningly toward Hermione. Private tuition with Harry was always going to get a yes from her. He then turned his gaze to Padma. The girl was blushing furiously but quickly accepted. Some of the older students were telling us stories about his classes on the train. Losing points for breathing too loudly. Harry again thought a young lady was pulling his leg until older members of his new house started recalling experiences that were even worse than that one. This was a situation they had not foreseen, and he would need to speak with his father before inviting anyone else to private potions lessons. As the stories of Snape's abuses got worse, the other 6 first-year claws were now casting longing glances in Harry's direction. He was sure though that Dumbledore would have his father coming to Hogwarts before the week was out. Harry could ask him then. Dumbledore was left having to make his planned announcements after the feast had finished. The headmasters, avoid the third-floor corridor unless you want to die a most painful death, did not sit well on top of all that rich food. Hermione was looking along the Ravenclaw table for some guidance on how to react to that instruction. The shrugs of shoulders she received as answers had the young witch asking another question. He does know this is a school, right? The prefects led them out of the hall towards Ravenclaw Tower, their new home for the next 7 years. Penelope was busy explaining about the bronze door knocker, asking them to solve a riddle when the door unexpectedly opened. This particular puzzle was beyond the 2 Ravenclaw prefects until the knocker itself provided the answer. A Hogwarts champion can go anywhere inside the castle, all doors are open to him. Okay. So if you can't solve the riddle, you need to wait for someone who can, or just stick with Harry. Penelope may have intended that as a joke, but Hermione had already made her mind up that's what she was going to do, and not just so she could avoid answering riddles. They entered the Ravenclaw common room before being divided by gender, as the prefects also split to show each of them where they would be staying. Harry was pleased to see a single room with a good-sized 4-poster bed waiting on him. He removed his shrunken trunk from his pocket, placing it at the bottom of his bed before restoring it to normal size. There were places for their clothes and not much else though. The prefect explained this was to encourage the first years to study together, and there was a specific area of the common room set aside especially for them to do this. Harry headed back down the stairs to the common room, and was not surprised to find Hermione waiting there. Harry felt he had to say something about earlier tonight. "Thanks for standing by me down there, that meant a lot. I found it hard to believe you were ready to walk out of here, after being so excited about coming to Hogwarts in the first place. Well, I was hoping to use the journey home to convince you about me attending Goblin school." This drew a slight laugh from Harry. "A portkey would have had us to London in under a minute, not that I would have needed a lot of convincing, mind you. Thanks also for not asking loads of questions, I can see how hard that is for you sometimes." Hermione actually pouted at that. "You have no idea how hard I have to bite my lip, but I console myself by thinking that I already know more about you than anybody else. I hope one day we'll be close enough where you'll be able to tell me whatever's on your mind." "The Sorting Hat calling you," prophesied one, "seemed to shake you more than pulling that sword out the hat. There are some things I just can't talk about, Hermione, and that is one of them. You were right though, you do know more about me than I had intended to reveal. One day, I might even be able to tell you everything. I'm already looking forward to it." It was time for bed now, but neither was quite sure how friends said goodnight to each other. Hermione's insecurities began to resurface as she asked Harry one last question. "Will we go down to breakfast together?" Harry's answer of, "every morning," had Hermione hugging him again. Saying goodnight like this just felt so right that both of them went to their new rooms very happy with this part of their Hogwarts experience. Albus wasn't experiencing much happiness at the impromptu staff meeting. Minerva was demanding answers and he was loath to give any secrets away. After the boys' earlier revelations though, this had to be treated as a damage limitation exercise. He also decided to stick mostly to the truth, just not all of it. "If you can remember back, we were all exceedingly busy after that Halloween. The very first day of the Christmas holidays, I headed off to Privet Drive to check on young Harry's welfare. You can imagine my shock when I discovered Harry wasn't there." Albus saw no reason why he shouldn't embellish his tale to show a certain headmaster in the best possible light. "Dursley had totally ignored my clearly written instructions, he just didn't believe there could be any danger to him or his family. Not only did he refuse to raise Harry, he somehow managed to find his way to Gringotts. He deposited Harry there like some parcel. The Dursleys thought it was best that young Harry be raised by his own kind. This caused eruptions amongst the staff, up in arms at that last comment. You are not saying anything I didn't impress upon Dursley at my visit." His answer was that all magic users were the same to him. He and his wife apparently signed some magically binding banking agreement that tied young Harry to Gringotts until he reaches his majority. Tonight, I was hoping to see that agreement broken and have him attending Hogwarts as Harry Potter. We all saw how that went. Phileas was angry at the blatant bigotry being displayed here. That the charms master considered some of these people friends fueled his temper. That was a predictable, and also very foolish move, Albus. You almost lost us the very thing you were supposedly trying to save. All eyes had now moved to Phileas, but it was Minerva who asked her friend to explain his comments. The boy has spent the last 10 years living as a goblin, he's not about to renounce that upbringing at his first glimpse of an enchanted ceiling. Phileas was encouraged to say more, his own heritage making him the acknowledged expert here. If I'm reading this correctly, his father has sent the lad here to be amongst magical children his own age. For what purpose? To help his son make the impossible decision he'll be faced with in a few years. Whether to live his life as a wizard or a goblin. Snape blew his top at that. What a load of hippogriff shit. The boy is a wizard, end of story. Phileas though was equally as angry, and wasn't about to back down. Just like you are a Death Eater, yet are here teaching children. Life is all about choices, Severus, and you would be making a stupid one if you continue reaching for that wand. Dumbledore reiterated his head of Ravenclaw's warning. There will be no wands drawn here. Please continue, Phileas, you are highlighting things I hadn't even considered. We have to look at this from a goblin perspective. Old Crow living the rest of his life as a goblin, or Lord Potter taking his place in magical society, which would benefit the Goblin Nation most. That Lord Potter would be an influential member of that society goes without saying. Having someone who was goblin raised in the very top echelons of magical society would be an unbelievable coup for Gringotts. Minerva was struggling with what her friend was trying to explain here. Are you saying his goblin father sent Harry here so he would eventually accept being a wizard? Phileas was nodding. I can see no other reason that makes sense. They must want Harry to gradually accept his place in the British magical community. Why else would they send him to Hogwarts when they have such a severe grievance with Albus? They are certainly well aware that other magical schools are available. Can you see Beauxbatons rejecting Harry Potter, whatever conditions were attached to his attendance? Phileas never really expected an answer to his question. The entire room knew Harry Potter could turn up there calling himself Napoleon Bonaparte and still be welcomed with open arms. Goblins are barely tolerated by wizards inside Gringotts. Those same wizards won't even give them the time of day outside their bank. In the Muggle world, goblins stand out like clowns in a circus. Harry Potter singing the praises of goblins would go a long way to changing attitudes in our society, and perhaps even gain a toehold in the Muggle one too. We all know about Lily Evans' heritage, and it would appear young Harry has already befriended a Muggle-born witch. This was the best news Albus had heard all night. He was back in the game. Good, that will give me some bargaining tools when dealing with this goblin. I think we should meet Barchoke as soon as possible. Albus, you are already persona non grata with the goblins. Trying to make demands of Barchoke will get you nowhere, and could see you kicked out the castle. In any choice between you and Harry, Hogwarts has already made her decision clear. He is her champion, a position last held by Godric Gryffindor, I believe. Minerva ignored Dumbledore's crestfallen expression and raised a real concern she had with teaching the lad. How is he going to manage in my class without a wand? Mr. Crow may be able to cope in subjects where one isn't needed, but charms, transfiguration and defense all require one. I really don't know Minerva, but I will say this, he wouldn't have been sent here if he couldn't do it. Many years ago, I was faced with a similar choice to Harry. Everyone here knows I'm of mixed heritage. I chose to be a wizard and was therefore allowed a wand. If they have somehow circumvented his need for a wand to perform magic, convincing Harry to make the same choice I did just got a lot more difficult. Pomona Sprout had quickly recognized that Phileas was indeed the expert here. The head of Hufflepuff wanted to know just what effect having a goblin attend classes would have, and if she would need to give any special instructions to her puffs. Just treat Harry the same as any other first year. Phileas ignored Snape's sneering, finally some sense, and continued with his advice. Please inform me if you come across any specific problems. I will approach him in regard to not having a wand tomorrow morning. The meeting then broke up, but the four heads of house remained behind. Minerva soon got the ball rolling. I'm assuming you know what the Sorting Hat was talking about when it called the child prophesied one. I'm also assuming you have no intention of sharing that with us. Albus replied in that infuriatingly calm way of his. You are of course correct in both your assumptions, Minerva. That is something that should never have been mentioned in such a public place. She had expected no other answer. What about handling the school's finances would be good experience for you, Minerva, give you practice for when you're headmistress. In light of the fact we now know you were barred from doing business with Gringotts at the time, would you agree you are a manipulative, lying bastard? Minerva never gave Albus time to conjure more lies, she just kept right on after him. Every time you told me Harry Potter was fine was nothing but a bloody lie. You had no idea of the child's condition or welfare. He could have been locked in a cupboard for all you knew. What will you do when this story breaks, as you know it must? My great age has at least taught me at least one thing. Problems are like bridges, best crossed when you come to them. Quote. And the scar you wanted to leave young Harry with. It looks as if that was another of your decisions the goblins didn't agree with. It would appear so, Minerva. Since you've spent the last 10 years lying to me, you no longer have the right to use that name, headmaster. Oh, and get that thing out the third-floor corridor, otherwise I'll go over your head and see it's taken care of myself. It would be a shame to have a decade of experience running this place and not get the chance to be headmistress. It goes or you do. Minerva marched out of Dumbledore's office, her threat hung there though, as real as any of the paintings in the room. Pomona, could you please tell Minerva that there is really no point in heading for Little Whining? The Dursleys had moved by the time I went back to have more discussions with them that summer. Pomona left to check on her friend, but Phileas had a parting comment for the two who were going to remain. Mr. Crow is a Ravenclaw, and bound by law not to associate with both of you. If I should discover either of you attempting to break that law, I'm willing to see how much of Master Silvershard's teachings I remember. Phileas strode out of there, leaving two thoughtful figures behind. It was Snape who finally broke the painful silence. Do you think the brat knows about the prophecy? The boy knows far too much for my liking. Hermione was up early and hurrying down to the common room. She didn't want there to be the slightest chance she would miss Harry for breakfast. Not only did she not miss Harry, Hermione ran right into him as he raced through the Ravenclaw entrance. This collision had an unexpected effect on the young witch. It solidified Hermione's views on the three faces of her friend. His first was clearly Harry, the boy who had sat and chatted for hours with her on the train yesterday. His second face was the one he showed the public. Hermione considered this his Harry Crow personality, with a touch of pride and prejudice thrown in for good measure. The young witch now had his third persona clearly etched in her mind, and what a picture it was. Gone was any pretense of the suave Mr. Darcy. Hermione thought this Harry was more likely to be the son of Zeus and Hera. Here was a young Ares who was obviously in training, and he looked very good for it. His hair was tied back in a short ponytail and Harry now wore his new sword strapped on his back. It was the Roman-like tunic, made of some animal hide, that really held her attention though. That it fitted him like a second skin really emphasized his physique. Hermione couldn't help but think Harry was amazingly developed for someone his age. His tunic was as black as his hair and glistened nearly as much as a clearly sweating Harry. She also just happened to notice that the tunic stopped well above his knees. He offered his apology for running into her before mumbling something about needing a shower. Saying he would be back down shortly, Harry then headed up the stairs at speed. Unable to take her eyes off him, Hermione watched Harry every step of the way. Hermione giggled to herself, laughing at the thought of her mum and dad's reactions to the first letter she would be writing home. Her parents were in for quite a few shocks from their bookish daughter. Not only did she have a best friend at Hogwarts, Hermione needed her mum to send some exercise clothes as soon as possible. If morning exercises made Harry look that good, then Hermione Granger just had to give it a try. Hermione was sitting at breakfast, contemplating over her sausage, egg and bacon, how anyone's life could change as much as hers had in the space of just a few days. Of course, to say the boy sitting next to her played a part in that would be a massive understatement. The more she got to know Harry, the more of an enigma he became. Even his owl had to be different. Not only was it a beautiful snowy owl, Harry claimed Irgit was a free spirit that would never allow herself to be placed in a cage. She'd flown ahead to Hogwarts and just arrived on his shoulder whenever he wanted to send a letter to his father. The graceful bird of prey had also taken Hermione's first letter home to Crawley. That this beautiful bird was named after a goblin Harry had read about in a history book was something she approved of. That was until she discovered the goblin's full name was Irgit the Ugly, and the goblin was male. Harry shrugged it off as goblin humor, but Hermione felt an involuntary shudder travel down her spine. She suddenly had this image of Harry naming one of his children Albus Severus. That just wasn't funny no matter what culture you ran it through. Both men gave Hermione the creeps. For some reason, the headmaster seemed to embody everything her parents had continually warned their little girl about as she grew up. Don't talk to strangers, and never accept sweets from strangers, had been recurring themes from her mum and dad. Perhaps it was because Hermione couldn't think of anyone she'd ever met being stranger than the headmaster. He tried hard to portray himself as a jovial grandfather figure, but every time he looked at Harry, his eyes betrayed him. This put Albus Dumbledore near the top of Hermione's shit list. Top spot was already taken though. The school's resident potions professor was way out in front. When Dumbledore looked at Harry, it was more covetous. Like Harry had something the headmaster really wanted. With Snape, it was pure, unadulterated and undisguised hatred. She was very grateful that they wouldn't have to take any strolls down to his dungeon lair. Snape just screamed, "Black and white horror movie creep," to the young witch. Give him a mustache he could twirl the ends of and he would be the perfect archetypal villain. Suddenly she had this image of him as Dick Dastardly, with Malfoy starring as Muttley. Harry drew Hermione out of her daydreaming by offering a Canute for her thoughts. "Oh, I was just wondering about today's lessons. We've got Transfiguration this morning. You and Professor McGonagall didn't exactly hit it off at the sorting." Harry laughed at her last comment. "Well, that's certainly one way of putting it. Our lessons so far have been a really mixed bag. Herbology was great and Professor Sprout really knows her stuff. History of magic was a joke." "Harry, with your goblin sense of humor, that last remark could mean anything. We were learning about famous wizards and the impact they'd left on the world. How could anyone possibly make that sound boring? Even a goblin wouldn't think a class of children being taught by a ghost was something to laugh about." Speaking of laughable, that's really the only word I can think of to describe our defense professor. That loud red-headed Gryffindor broke wind as Quirrell walked past his desk, and our brave defense professor almost jumped 6 feet in the air with fright. Hermione was trying not to laugh at that memory. The defense professor appeared as nervous as a stray kitten in a dog pound. She agreed with Harry and added her own critique of the Hogwarts curriculum. "Charms looks really interesting, but I just wish we had gotten to try a few of them. Hopefully I'll get to use my wand in Transfiguration." They were interrupted by Irgit swooping down with a letter for Harry, and a parcel for Hermione. Harry's questioning raised eyebrow had Hermione blushing. "I asked my mum to send me some exercise clothes. I was hoping I could join you for a bit of training in the morning." This had Harry smiling. "Okay, but I think we should wait until Saturday morning before beginning. That will give you a couple of days to get used to the training without having to attend classes too." He then opened his own note. Nodding as the news was expected. "My father is coming to Hogwarts tomorrow. We have a meeting with Dumbledore. I wonder if Master Flitwick knows. Father can decide tomorrow if we want him in there with us. We better head off to class." Harry was either stuck in some chivalrous period, or that goblin sense of humor was having a laugh at her expense. Either way, wherever they went, Harry offered his arm and she gratefully took it. She didn't know if this increased the whispering that followed Harry wherever he went, and didn't really care. Last night she was on his arm under the stars. It may have only been their astronomy lesson, but that's not the way Hermione chose to remember it. It was easily the most romantic night of her young life. They began walking toward the Transfiguration class, with all the portraits making sure the Hogwarts champion knew exactly where he was going. Quite a number of the other first years had sussed this out, so they tended to have an entourage between classes. Padma usually stuck quite close to them and all three were fine with that. It was the rest that were now becoming ridiculous. Not all of them were content to just follow on to class. Parvati and that other Gryffindor girl were desperately trying to attach themselves like limpets to Harry. The Gryffindor boys though were becoming even more pushy, especially the red-headed one. "Hey Harry mate, you must get fed up hanging around with the bookworms. Anytime you want a break, the Gryffindor guys will make you more than welcome." Harry just looked at him. "And you are?" "Oh sorry, I'm Ron." Harry's stare never wavered. "And who are you?" He didn't appear to get what Harry was asking. "I'm Ron, this is Dean and Seamus and he's Neville." "Well, Mr. Ron, thanks for introducing you and your friends. Now, if you will excuse me." Harry pushed past him toward the boy hanging at the back. Since Hermione still had Harry's arm, she followed on. "Well met Neville Longbottom, I'm Harry Crow and, since you are practically family, please call me Harry. The young lady on my arm is Hermione Granger and this is our friend Padma Patil, her twin sister is in Gryffindor with you." Neville stared unbelievingly at Harry's offered hand before nervously shaking it. "Hi everybody, family. Did you know my mum was your godmother?" This was clearly news to Neville, but not as shocking as the next bit. "Your mother is also my godmother." The boy appeared ready to cry at that, but Harry now had his hand comfortingly on Neville's shoulder and Hermione had moved by his side. "Voldemort cost both of us Neville, but I think you got the worst of the deal. There is no way you should now have to put up with a Death Eater teaching you." I would like to offer you the opportunity to join us for separate potion lessons. Are you sure? The pleading nature of Neville's demeanor at Harry's offer was heartbreaking to watch. He clearly had no self-esteem and couldn't work out why anyone would make such an offer to him. Harry responded the only way he knew how, honestly. I'm very sure, Neville. Both the offers of private lessons and friendship are genuine, this is not some sick prank. Had things been different, we would have grown up together and I'm certain been best friends. We may have lost years, but I would like us both to start down that road now. The smile now on Neville's face was all the answer Harry needed, and the four resumed their journey to Transfiguration. Neville gave the impression of someone who'd just had the weight of the world lifted off his shoulders. He explained this as they walked. Snape terrifies me, and we've heard he saves his worst behavior for Gryffindors. Ron's been trying to catch your eye all week, we're all desperate to get out of Snape's class. I've had the people in my own house dropping subtle hints all week too. The problem is that, when my father arranged this, it was supposed to be for me and hopefully a few friends. I can't really turn up with 3/4 of first year without talking to my father again. He's coming to Hogwarts tomorrow, so I might be able to help a few more out then, but I think I should offer places to my own house first. I would appreciate it if you could let slip to Ron that I don't like pushy. Ah. It was plain to see that the penny had dropped for Neville, so he blushingly offered an explanation. Parvati was beeping about how you appeared friends with Padma but practically ignored her, she couldn't understand it. The musical laughter coming from Padma cut Neville off. Oh, pushy is a good description of Pav, there's a few other words I could use as well. So you're not identical then? Physically yes, but we're definitely two different witches. They chatted all the way to Transfiguration before doing their usual and sitting at the front of the class. Harry's bag was charmed weightless and bottomless, and he insisted that both girls put their book bags in there too. He handed Hermione hers and was about to do the same with Padma when the redhead Gryffindor stepped over the line. He'd just pushed Neville out the way so he could claim the seat on the other side of Harry. What are you playing at? Ron was unrepentant. The boy who lived needs proper Gryffindor friends, not to be hanging about with Ravenclaw girls and Neville. The way you took down Malfoy was bloody brilliant. What Quidditch team do you support? Harry's gaze would have had anyone else in the class moving seats. Ron was too stupid to know he was in any trouble. Harry had to quickly decide the best way to play this. I paid Malfoy the compliment of at least admitting he could be dangerous. You, on the other hand, are an idiot. Padma and Hermione were already on their feet, guiding Neville to their new seats. Harry then joined them, leaving behind a livid Ron who was now stuck sitting at the front of the class. The reason he was stuck there was that a certain cat had just watched the entire incident, transforming into Professor McGonagall before Ron could move or even reply to the insult. Minerva decided that no action needed to be taken. She was actually delighted to see 3 Ravenclaws standing up for one of her cubs. That the youngest Weasley possessed the social skills of a troll was something that other members of staff had actually commented on. McGonagall's transformation from her cat form led the professor neatly into her introductory remarks about how transfiguration was some of the hardest magic they would learn. Transfiguring her desk into a pig was always something that caught and held the new first year's attention. McGonagall was continuing her well-honed introduction before noticing she didn't have the entire class full attention. One of them actually appeared bored. This had never happened before, so she cut short her talk to discover what the problem was. Is there something you don't understand, Mr. Crow? Basically, all of it, Professor. McGonagall's lips tightened at this. Could you please be a trifle more specific, Mr. Crow? Ron couldn't resist a jibe. It's because he's an idiot. The sniggering this caused was all the invitation Harry needed to shut them up. Well, I understood changing your desk into a pig was purely a demonstration, though not very practical one since you couldn't actually eat it. McGonagall didn't seem too pleased with that analysis but could hardly refute the facts. She grudgingly nodded in acceptance, so Harry continued. It's all the different spell incantations and wand movements that confuse me. Since transfiguration is basically changing one thing into another, why do you need a different spell for every occasion? Transfiguration is one of the easiest branches of magic to master. You're just asking your magic to perform the same function over and over again. In all her years teaching, McGonagall had never came across this argument before. She could now see how someone who wasn't raised in their community could struggle with the concept. What you have failed to grasp, Mr. Crow, is the different types and complexities of transfiguration. We'll be starting off today attempting to turn matches into needles. Since they are approximately the same size, the spell has merely to tweak the shape and transfigure wood into metal. As we progress through the courses, we eventually move to configuring living material, which is much more complicated and taxing. That is where we are having the trouble, Professor. I've been taught the exact opposite. The only limitations governing the spell are the power and experience of the caster, and the mass of the initial object. Transforming your desk into a fly or an elephant is practically impossible because you are limited by the mass of material you start with. Whether that material is living or not is immaterial. I could probably transfigure my book into a pigeon but not a turkey, unless you know of a miniature variety. McGonagall was gobsmacked. If this boy was speaking the truth, then everything she'd been taught, and in turn had taught others, was wrong. Minerva didn't know how she would deal with that. If this was a prank, Mr. Crow was going to find himself in detention to at least third year. There was one easy way to find out. Minerva had taught the Marauders and now the Weasley twins. She had no intentions of being caught by any prank book. Mr. Crow, I'm going to give you one of my books. If you can transfigure it into a chicken, I will give you an, oh, not for today but the entire year. She placed a rather large tome in front of him and fixed her beady eyes on it. The boy removed his knife and began to wave it over the book. Minerva watched in astonishment as the leather binding started to grow feathers before a head and neck appeared as the chicken took shape. McGonagall was speechless as the chicken bobbed its head and strutted over the desk. It was left to Hermione to ask Harry the questions. You never said any incantations or performed a recognized wand movement. How is this possible? Hermione, I speak English, Spanish, French and a smattering of Italian. Do you think it makes a difference what you say, or what language you say it in, to your magic as it does what you want? Oh, I of course speak Goblin, though I refuse to use the derogatory terms wizards refer to that language as. Hermione had never heard about this before, so asked, what do wizards call it? It was Neville who answered her. Gobbledygook. Hermione's sense of injustice sprang to the fore. What? That means talking gibberish, and is very insulting. McGonagall had found her voice again and didn't want the issue sidetracked. Leaving goblin-wizard relations aside for the moment, I would like to hear a fuller answer to Miss Granger's initial question. Harry waved his knife over the chicken and it slowly transformed into a basket. Chicken in a basket. I suppose this is more of the fabled goblin humor. Harry couldn't help but smile at Hermione's friendly jibe. He once more performed the goblin equivalent of the transformation spell and the basket became the cutest ginger kitten he could visualize. A tiny meow and the kitten sauntered over to Hermione. It was soon on her knee and receiving the cuddles and petting it deserved. Hermione thought this was her idea of heaven. A kitten she could play with that would eventually turn back into a book. It didn't get any better than that. Harry, you have so got to teach me how to do that. Harry now gave McGonagall, and the rest of the class the answer they were waiting for. Once you master the basic transfiguration spell, it's then all about being able to visualize what you want the item to transform into and practice, lots and lots of practice. I can transfigure items up to about the size of a medium dog. The bigger the item though, the slower my transfiguration will be. It will get quicker with practice and larger items will come as I get older. Minerva had been a transfiguration prodigy and now held a mastery in the subject. An 11-year-old goblin-trained wizard had just totally destroyed everything she held to be true. She was a powerful witch but couldn't even contemplate repeating the feat this boy just achieved when she was the same age. It wasn't just that though. Harry Crow just threw the transfiguration rulebook out the window. Where the hell did they go from here? Your method makes no concessions to the initial item or the finished product. Oh, some things are definitely harder to transfigure, usually because of the visualization. A chicken is a lot more complicated an item than the book was. Again, it's down to practice and more practice. It's taken me a few years to get to this stage, and it will take a lot more to get where I want to go. I won't have to learn different spell incantations or wand movements for every change though. Draco was livid that once more Crow was the center of attention. He was a Slytherin though and had learned from his last experience. It was time to get someone else to fight the battle. Professor, I thought the law prevented goblins possessing wands. Crow is surely breaking that law. Harry passed the knife over his original book a few times and it transformed into a pumpkin. This was certainly a misshaped pumpkin. It was a fair likeness for the head of Draco Malfoy. A couple of slashes with his knife and Harry had cut himself a slice of pumpkin, right down the center of Draco's face. Anytime Mr. Malfoy wants a demonstration that this is a knife, I will be more than happy to oblige. It's obviously not made of wood and doesn't have a recognized wand core running through it, therefore, according to official ministry definition, it is not a wand. Before you quote the law, can I suggest that you at least look it up first? Minerva thought that might be all the prescribed first-year Transfiguration book was good for now, as a demonstration tool. She placed the spell incantation on the blackboard, along with diagrams of the wand movements needed, before handing out the matches. Minerva then sat at her desk to see how this played out. As she expected, Miss Granger and the Ravenclaw Pottle sister both looked to Harry, wanting to try his method. Minerva couldn't miss that the other Ravenclaws and Mr. Longbottom were also hanging on his every word, totally ignoring her instructions on the board. That 5 of this group, not including Mr. Crow, had successfully transformed their match before the lesson ended meant that she would have to take this to the headmaster. In her 35 years teaching, her previous best result was 3 students performing the transformation before the end of their first period. Usually, Minerva was lucky to get one. That none of the students who had stuck to the method on the board got anything like a needle just compounded the issue. She dismissed the excited class without moving from her desk. McGonagall had never lost control of a class before, but who would want to continue with the prescribed instructions when the goblin method had just been proven to be clearly superior? She would have to approach Phileas for access to Mr. Crow. Minerva desperately wanted to learn this different method of performing her craft. Her ears picked up at an altercation happening outside her class, and the professor was moving before she even realized it. Ron was raging. He'd been called an idiot in front of the entire class. If that wasn't bad enough, all he'd managed to do was set his match on fire while Neville produced a needle. Watching the boy who lived working with Neville had his jealously meter off the scale, especially after overhearing that Neville would be joining them for potions lessons tomorrow. He just had to say something. "Think you're pretty special now, showing the professors how to do magic." Hermione was on Harry's arm and tried to steer him away from another confrontation. "Ignore him, Harry. I wasn't talking to you, bookworm. You knew who he was on the train but kept quiet about it. It's probably your fault he got stuck in Ravenclaw. The boy who lived should be in Gryffindor, everybody knows that." Hermione couldn't believe the nerve of this clown. "You were right, Harry, he's an idiot." Ron wasn't about to take that from a girl. His wand was out and a curse fired before anyone realized what was going on. Harry jerked Hermione out of the curse's path, but that just saw it hit Padma. Harry then flew at Ron, slamming him into the wall and snapping his wand before he could fire off another curse. Harry was just about to start pounding on him when McGonagall's voice boomed out along the corridor. "Mr. Crow, stop this at once. What do you think you are doing?" "I think I'm stopping this idiot firing off any more curses in the corridor. Please check on Padma, Professor." He cast a curse at Hermione but hit Padma instead. Harry didn't release his grip on Ron, waiting to hear what the spell was first before deciding if beating him up was worth the detentions that were sure to follow if he did. Padma had trouble answering the inquiries after her health. Every time she opened her mouth, a large slug would slide over her lips and down her chin. She wasn't in any physical pain, but being disgusted and mortified at the same time was certainly painful enough. "Miss Granger, could you and her sister help the injured Miss Pottle to the infirmary? Weasley and Crow, my classroom now. The rest of you, get to lunch." Parvati and Hermione helped Padma off in the direction they'd been pointed while Harry practically threw Ron back into the classroom. The Gryffindor decided that he who got in first would be believed and didn't even wait to be questioned. "Professor, he just attacked me for no reason, broke my wand too. I tried to stop him but the curse hit that other girl. That was an accident." Harry sat calmly on the seat the professor had indicated, saying nothing before being asked a question. McGonagall duly obliged. "Well, Mr. Crow, can I hear your version of events?" Weasley here began shouting at us the instant we left the class, as this was what had alerted Minerva that something was going on. Harry was already being believed. He then made some ludicrous accusations against Miss Granger, who responded by pointing out he was an idiot. He took offense to the truth being spoken and fired a curse at her. "I only just got Hermione out of its path." I then grabbed the idiot and pushed him against the wall. This must be what broke his wand. I was just about to punch him when you yelled for me to stop, so I reluctantly did. He's lying, Professor. Ron stopped in mid-flow because Harry was now on his feet. It was his hand on the sword hilt that terrified him though. Calling me a liar is not something I will ever accept. Do you want to change your mind or do we need to take this further? Ron then proved he wasn't a complete idiot by changing his story to the truth. I'm sorry, Professor, it was all my fault. I lost my temper. You also just lost 50 points from Gryffindor and will begin 2 weeks of detentions tonight. Now get out of my sight. Ron shot out of there as McGonagall now turned her attention to Harry. Mr. Crow, while I applaud your actions in defending your friends, I can't condone your conduct in attacking another student. I would have been there within seconds and dealt with the problem. Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Your pardon, Professor, but my only other experience of Hogwarts discipline didn't fill me with confidence. You are correct though, and I will accept whatever punishment you wish. Minerva almost smiled at that answer. There will be no Ravenclaw points deducted, and I was thinking along the lines of a single detention. I will speak to your head of house before confirming this. Does that sound fair? Certainly fairer than 10 points from Slytherin, Professor. Good, then let us both head for lunch. Minerva found the boy to be polite, courteous and somewhat skillful at avoiding answering questions. What she did learn was certainly interesting. Harry had been working with tutors for years and his knife was one of a kind. That his knife had been commissioned and presented to him by the director of Gringotts clearly meant a great deal to the young lad. In terms of importance to him, Harry probably placed it above the sword that had never left his since the sorting. Their cozy chat ended as they entered the Great Hall. Interrupted would probably have been a better description, but both were too focused on the defense professor who just barged past them to worry about semantics. Troll. There's a troll loose in the dungeons, I just thought you should know. Quirrell promptly fainted, but Harry was already moving before the professor's body hit the ground. He didn't care about the mayhem left behind him, there was somewhere he needed to be. Harry shouted at the first portrait. I need the quickest way to the infirmary. Sound travels faster than Harry could run, so at every staircase or junction, there would be someone in the nearest portrait to guide the Hogwarts champion to his destination. Harry burst through the infirmary doors, and it was testament to his frequent training that he still had the breath to speak clearly. The 3 girls and the school nurse may have been surprised by his dramatic entrance. His revelations afterwards had them scared. There's a troll loose in the castle, we needed to get to somewhere safe. Poppy Pomfrey stared intently at the lad. Young man, I remember your father when he attended Hogwarts. If this is a prank. Goblins don't do pranks, ma'am. There is currently a 10-foot-high ton of muscle, with spell-resistant skin and a brain the size of a peanut, wandering about a school full of kids. We need to get behind a strong door that locks. At that, the doors of the infirmary crashed open once more, this time with considerably greater force than Harry had used. The troll actually took one of the doors right off its hinges as it entered the infirmary. Poppy immediately placed herself between the children and the troll. She was a healer though, not a fighter, and her spells were doing nothing more than enraging the beast further. Ma'am, stop, I'll try and let it back out of here. Harry pushed past her and raced to the side of the beast. Hey pea brain, over here. The smelly troll wielded a club that was as thick around as Harry's waist, and that club was soon whistling in his direction. Harry had expected nothing else and had ducked under the club, his knife cutting a gash in the troll's thigh as he dodged past and behind it. Harry now had the doors at his back and was trying to get the troll to chase him out them. The troll though had 4 easier targets already in the large room. As it once more made its way toward the girls, Harry slashed the back of its leg. Hey Smelly, don't turn your back on me. Didn't you know that was rude? Chase me, come on, try and catch me. The troll took a half-hearted swing at him before once more focusing on the girls. They were now huddled together against the back wall with the healer still standing in front of them. This was a much more attractive target than one who moved and fought back. Harry had one last slash across the base of its back, targeting the gap between its loincloth and vest. The troll let out a roar of anger while preparing to vent its rage on the target in front of it. Harry wasn't about to let that happen. He returned his knife to its wrist sheath and drew Godric's sword. The troll's next sound was a shriek of pain as it toppled to the floor. Harry's sword had sliced through the back of its right knee. It had still kept hold of its club though, and the troll was now within striking distance of its target. Lying on the ground, the enraged troll pulled its arm back to sideswipe the now screaming girls. The sword of Gryffindor in Harry's hands was so much faster, slicing clean through the troll's arm just below the wrist. It had never been Harry's intention to kill the creature, just lead it from here so it could be captured. In this confined corner of the infirmary, and it now being so close to the girls, Harry really didn't have any other option. He jumped on the prostrate troll's back as his sword flashed down and bit deeply into its neck, severing one of the main arteries to its brain as well as its spine. It was a killing blow as the troll's life blood spilled out and covered the infirmary floor. Harry now had time to look at the girls. What he saw there froze his insides. The healer was still in front of them, wand ready to defend as best she could. It was the girls though who Harry couldn't take his eyes off. They were all staring at him, but it was the emotions displayed on their faces that told the story. Their fear was understandable, but the revulsion and even loathing cut Harry as deeply as any blade. Before they got a chance to say anything, Dumbledore, McGonagall and Sprout rushed through the destroyed doors. Harry was wiping his sword on the troll's waistcoat, more to give him something to do until his mind caught up with what had just happened. While the two witches were looking around at the devastation wrought in Poppy's usually immaculate domain, Albus only had eyes for the boy. "What have you done, Harry?" Poppy jumped all over the headmaster. "This young man just saved 4 lives. How the hell did this thing get into the school, and what kept you?" Harry turned and gave a deep bow to the healer. "Thank you, ma'am. May I say your actions here were exemplary, and I would also like to hear an answer to those questions." Pomona was puzzled, so asked what may be considered a stupid question. "Mr. Crow, why did you immediately rush here? The troll was supposedly in the dungeons." "No offense, Professor, but I wouldn't believe Professor Quirrell if he told me today was Thursday, not without checking first anyway. I wanted to make sure my friends were safe." Albus was not for being distracted. "Was it necessary to kill the poor creature?" "I was trying to lead it back out the doors, but it had locked on a target and wasn't for being shifted from that course." "Hogwarts, your champion needs assistance." All eyes now watched Harry, wondering just what he was up to. They didn't have long to wait as the bloody Baron came up through the floor. "How can Hogwarts assist its champion? I need to know how this troll got into the school." Quirrell had observed how the headmaster got the other troll into the school and simply copied the procedure. Harry was glaring at Dumbledore while asking the next question. "Where is Quirrell now?" The bloody Baron was now joined by the fat friar who answered that question. "Quirrell is attempting to break into the 3rd floor corridor that is currently out of bounds. It would seem I owe Quirrell an apology." Harry's glare never left Dumbledore. Letting a troll into the castle, then sending the staff in the opposite direction is rather clever. Why did he need a diversion headmaster? Is this something the staff will deal with, or must I head up there too? McGonagall grabbed Dumbledore and practically threw him out the infirmary. "This is something the staff will deal with, Mr. Crow." Sprout quickly followed them out. In the moment of silence that followed their departure, Harry too started to leave the wrecked infirmary. "Mr. Crow, where are you going?" Harry didn't turn around, nor stop. "I am sorely in need of a shower, ma'am." He then walked out the infirmary, leaving more than a dead troll behind. Cleaning his knife and sword again wasn't strictly necessary, but the repetitive and familiar actions required for this task offered Harry some comfort. At this moment in time, that was as good a reason as any for Harry to be sitting doing nothing but that. After his shower, he didn't really feel like facing anyone else at the moment. He was currently holed up in his room, but was surprised when his self-enforced solitude was broken by the Ravenclaw house ghost. The Grey Lady passed through his closed door to speak with the young Ravenclaw. "The Quirrell problem has been dealt with by the senior staff." "Yeah, just a pity they weren't in time to deal with the troll problem in the infirmary." "You did very well today, young champion, your father will be proud of you." This was scant comfort to the hurting young lad. He might be the only one. "The headmaster certainly wasn't too happy with me." "You should come down to dinner, see your friends." Harry gave that idea a resounding no. "I think I'll just stay in my room. My father is coming to Hogwarts tomorrow, I can't wait to see him." Seeing the boy was struggling with the consequences of his actions today, his house ghost made a suggestion. "Hogwarts can ensure you're not disturbed, if you wish." He had a faint smile on his face at that suggestion. Yes, I would like that. As the ghost left, a tray of food appeared on the bed beside him. Hogwarts would look after her champion. The senior staff were all in Dumbledore's office. There was a half-empty bottle of fire whiskey on the headmaster's desk. The bottle would take even more of a hammering before their meeting was finished. Minerva repeated the question that had 3 heads of house hitting the fiery liquid. How can Voldemort not be dead? Even the death of poor Quirinus didn't finish him off. We all saw that spirit escape. Pomona though was looking at the incident from an entirely different angle. I find it very hard to believe that Albus just happened to mention he was going to be removing the item from the 3rd floor this weekend, and we were all fighting a possessed professor the very next day. Was that why the stone was brought here in the first place, as a trap for the Dark Lord? Phileas didn't like the further implications behind Pomona's conjecture. I have trouble believing it could be mere coincidence that this all happened the year Mr. Crow came to Hogwarts. You could practically see the wheels turning inside the little professor's head as he replayed the other disturbing information that had recently been revealed. The conclusions he was coming to were scaring the head of Ravenclaw. He rounded on Dumbledore. You knew Voldemort wasn't gone and decided not to tell anyone, didn't you? I'm willing to bet the goblins discovered this, and that's why you were barred from Gringotts. These assumptions also led Pomona to draw her own terrible conclusions. Child of prophecy, Hogwarts champion and now slayer of trolls. I'm also willing to bet the prophecy concerns that child and Voldemort, and Albus Dumbledore knows all about it. Minerva had no problem following her 2 friends' train of thought. She also didn't like where that train was heading, nor was the head of Gryffindor shy about taking her complaints to the conductor. If I discover you were in any way responsible for that troll incident today, I will take my findings straight to the Board of Governors. Children's lives were put at severe risk with that creature loose in the castle. Phileas had more to say. In light of our suspicions, I demand to be at that meeting with Barchoke tomorrow. I am Mr. Crow's head of house and intend to see his best interests protected while Harry's at Hogwarts. This was one bandwagon Minerva definitely wanted to join. I demand to be there too. If Voldemort returns and young Harry is involved, it will undoubtedly affect the entire school. You have lost the trust of your heads of house. We no longer believe that you can be relied upon to fulfill your obligations as a headmaster should. Pomona was in wholehearted agreement with those sentiments. This doesn't just affect a specific house. Those pupils in the infirmary could have been from any of the 4. Poppy is a renowned healer but would be the first to admit she was out of her depth today. Young Mr. Crow literally saved their lives, and all you could do was attempt to reprimand the lad. The head of Hufflepuff's disgust at Dumbledore was there for all to hear, her inbred sense of loyalty well and truly offended. I saw Hogwarts respond instantly to his call for assistance. I feel she will also take action against any attempts made to circumvent her champion. I can't help but think Harry being there today, clearly possessing the appropriate training and tools, has further endeared Hogwarts to her chosen champion. You could find yourself out a job, headmaster. She gave this a few seconds to sink in before making her own demands. I also intend to be at this meeting. I want to hear what the lad's father has to say about this. Minerva remembered what had taken place during her lesson earlier. There may be more of us looking for a job than you think, Pomona. Mr. Crow claimed that transfiguration was the easiest form of magic to master, requiring only 1 spell, and then proceeded to prove it. He turned a book into a chicken with no recognized wand movement or spell incantation. Snape had been quiet the entire meeting but couldn't hold back at this. His reply was dripping with contempt. You've obviously been pranked. No first year could do that. The book would have been pre-spelled to transfigure on command. The Hogwarts deputy was in no mood to mollycoddle anyone's feelings and ripped right into the potions professor. I am well aware of how that prank works, Severus, which is why I gave him a book that belonged to me and determined the item I wanted the lad to transfigure it into. He also further transfigured the chicken into a woven basket and finally a kitten, all by the same method. Albus seized at this opportunity to turn the subject away from his relentless verbal castigation. And just how did Mr. Crow accomplish this feat? Surely not by wandless magic. He used his knife. Minerva had to hold her hand up to prevent the interruptions that she could see coming from Albus and Severus. The lad knew the ministry interpretation of what constituted a wand verbatim. Is there anyone here who doesn't believe Mr. Crow's knife will not break any of the ministry's guidelines of just what they define a wand as? When you take into account that his knife was a personal gift from Ragnarok, then you can guarantee it will fall outside ministerial law. Snape couldn't stand the son of his former schooldays enemy receiving praise. If he's so bloody good at magic, why did he have to kill a troll with a sword? I would have expected him to tie it up in pink ribbons and bows, just waiting on us coming to collect it. And just how many 11-year-olds do you know who could take down a fully grown mountain troll? Phileas wasn't for letting Snape or Dumbledore off with anything. Can I assume from your attitude that you don't want to be part of this meeting tomorrow? The brat has made it perfectly clear that he wants nothing to do with me. Well, the feeling is mutual. No, I will not be at that meeting. Excuse me, but the thought of listening to more talk about that boy is making me quite nauseous. I shall retire for the night. As Snape was leaving, Phileas had a parting comment for the potions professor. I think the problem is young Harry made it publicly clear he wanted nothing to do with you. Just remember that, Severus. Harry has already proven my earlier statement correct, never mess with a goblin. As Snape left, Minerva once more turned the argument back to Dumbledore. So headmaster, are you going to tell us this prophecy, or are we going to have to ask a goblin about it tomorrow? Albus could only stall his senior staff, and hope the goblin would tell them nothing tomorrow. He was beginning to regret arranging that meeting, the timing of it just couldn't be worse. Harry came down the stairs with the intention of carrying out his normal morning exercise routine. He found an unexpected sight waiting on him. Hermione had fallen asleep on a chair turned to face his staircase, obviously intent on not letting him get past her. It should also have been obvious from her attire what the young witch's intentions were, but Harry had never seen clothing like this. The shorts came down to just above her knees and clung to Hermione like a blue and pink second skin. The short-sleeved top was of the same colorful design and material, clinging to her every curve while exposing part of her midriff. Chunky footwear completed the ensemble, all made of something called Nike, and she had even attempted to tie her hair back into a ponytail. Hermione's mane could never be tamed by a mere hair tie and was already escaping to cover her face. Harry gently moved the escaped locks away from her eyes, only for those expressive hazel orbs to shoot open. Harry would later swear he didn't see Hermione move, but she must have. How else could she now be standing and wrapped all around him? Oh Harry, you've no idea how happy I am to see you're all right. You walked out the infirmary covered in blood and I was sure some of it must be yours. Madame Pomfrey had to practically force-feed me a calming draft to stop me chasing after you. She said we were all suffering from shock and kept us in her apartment while the infirmary was being repaired and fumigated. She let us out at dinner time and then I couldn't find you anywhere. No one could. Where were you? Harry had thought he had lost his friends, but if the way Hermione was clinging to him was any indication, that was clearly not the case. I was in my room. I thought you wouldn't want to be my friend after what I did yesterday. Hermione took his face in her hands, ensuring he could look into her eyes as she answered that question. What you did yesterday was the bravest thing I've ever seen. We were all terrified, yet you took command of the situation. I saw and heard you try to get the troll away from us. It didn't leave you any other option. You looked as if you would never want to see me again, as if I frightened you. You scared the bloody life out of me. I thought that troll was sure to kill you. The smell in the infirmary was atrocious. There was blood splattered everywhere and Padma was actually shooting slugs from her mouth as she screamed. Not one of life's better experiences. A shiver ran down Hermione just thinking about it. Harry must have felt it because he held her tighter, giving the young witch the courage to say the next bit. I actually couldn't believe we all survived and just stood there in shock. It wasn't until Madame Pomfrey began to treat us I realized you had left. I'm sorry if you thought that, Harry. I can assure you nothing could be further from the truth. So Padma and her sister don't hate me. This had Hermione blushing and really piqued Harry's curiosity. He held the silence until she eventually answered his question. The twins seem to think they now owe you a life debt. Parvati saw both of them marrying you as the perfect way to repay this debt. Harry struggled to hold his laughter as he pushed for more. I saved you as well. What does Hermione Granger think of this idea? Oh, Parvati had thought of that as well. I was to marry you too, and become part of your harem. Harry couldn't hold his laughter any longer, much to the consternation of Miss Granger. I hardly see how that is funny, Harry. Oh, you would, if you knew more about goblins. Harry regained control of his laughter before giving Hermione the information she was missing. Goblins have one mate, and that mate is for life. No goblin would ever take part in a multiple relationship like she's suggesting. I would really appreciate it if my best friend made sure certain others got to hear about that fact. For some reason this put a wide smile on Hermione's face. Harry reckoned that now would be a good time to ask what was on his mind. Hermione, what are you wearing? The pink tinge had once more returned to her features. Oh, this is my mother's idea of exercise clothes. I had hoped for jogging bottoms and a hoodie, a tracksuit even. Mother has to go and buy spandex, so it was this or robes. Shall I go and change? No, those are great. They won't restrict your movement in the slightest. What Harry didn't say was holding her dressed like that felt really different, but in a good way. This gave Hermione the opening she was looking for. Okay, so we know I'm wearing spandex, but I've never seen anything like you've got on. What is it? You never want to see this either. My tunic is made from the hide of a Hebridean black, one of the few species of dragon native to Britain. Hermione was running her hands over his chest without realizing quite what she was doing. This is dragon skin. It feels soft yet tough at the same time. Yes, well, it provides protection against spells or blades. Harry was almost stuttering before pulling himself together. Do you want to do some training? I think we should just start with a light run this morning. This was quickly agreed upon and they left the common room, Hermione once more on Harry's arm. Padma found Hermione sitting on the stairs and had to help the clearly exhausted witch reach her room. What happened to you? Oh, I went training with Harry. His idea of a light workout was a 3-mile run. My legs gave out halfway up the stairs. I really need to shower and get ready, but I don't think I can. Padma had an idea how to get her friend moving. That's too bad. Parvati will have the story of what happened yesterday all over the castle by now. My sister is quite taken with your best friend. She'll probably be sitting on Harry's lap before breakfast is over. The exhausted witch suddenly found reserves she didn't know she possessed. Hermione didn't see Padma's smile as she hurried past her smirking friend for a quick shower. Hermione entered the great hall on Harry's arm as usual, but that was where usual ended. Padma hadn't been joking about her twin sister. Harry's exploits from yesterday were now known by everyone, which probably explained why everyone was now staring at them. Harry had just sat down between Hermione and Padma when they were approached by the other Potter sister. Mr. Crow, I would like to formally acknowledge that I owe you a life debt. The rest of the Great Hall didn't even bother pretending that they weren't listening to every word. They easily heard Harry's reply. I'm sorry, Miss Potter, but I can't accept that. Parvati was rocked on her heels at Harry's answer. It was certainly not what she expected. Why not? There's no question that you saved my life. Actually, I rushed to the infirmary to make sure my friends were okay. You just happened to be there too. Goblins always look out for their friends and family. There can be no debts between Hermione, Padma or I for doing so. It was a downtrodden Parvati that headed back to the Gryffindor table, fighting to hold back the tears. Harry wasn't exactly sure what he'd done and asked Padma if she could explain it to him. You basically told Parvati that if we weren't in the infirmary, you wouldn't have come racing to the rescue. Harry nodded at that. If you and Hermione had been in the hall yesterday, I wouldn't have gone anywhere. I didn't go looking for the troll, I went looking for the both of you. The troll just happened to find us, and Parvati just happened to be there too. I can't accept a life debt for that. I certainly didn't mean to offend your sister though, and I'm still not sure how I did. Hermione attempted to help him understand. Harry, you have no idea just what a heroic figure you appeared yesterday. You were decisive, calm, and the way you protected us was terrifying to watch. That troll was enormous, yet you felled it like a tree the instant it got too close. Parvati is just upset that you didn't perform your heroics to rescue her. I think I see. Padma, please tell your sister that I may have raced there to ensure you and Hermione were safe, but I would have protected anyone from that troll. Well, perhaps I would have let it beat up Malfoy or Weasley for a while before I stopped it. Padma knew it was more a case of her sister had never had to play second fiddle to her before. Hearing that Harry had raced to the infirmary to see that she was safe, after publicly clobbering the Weasley boy for hitting her with a spell in the first place, would be a shock to Parvati's system. When she put it all together like that, it was a shock to Padma's too. Seeing that the morning entertainment appeared to be over, Roger asked Harry a question that everyone wanted to know the answer to. Harry, why did you use Gryffindor's sword on that troll? Oh, my knife wasn't quite big enough to bring it down. Pass those sausages over please, Hermione. That ended all questions on the subject. No Ravenclaw could fault logic like that. As the noise level in the hall returned to what passed for normal at mealtimes, Harry had a question to ask both his friends. My father is coming to Hogwarts today, would you like to meet him? Hermione and Padma both said yes at once, putting a wide smile on Harry's face. That smile just got wider as Professor Flitwick entered the Great Hall, accompanied by a goblin Harry clearly knew. No one in the hall was quite sure what to make of the boy who lived getting to his feet before respectfully bowing to a goblin. Well met, Master Pitsley, it really is a pleasure to see you again. I had no idea who my father had arranged to tutor potions and am delighted you have made the journey here. Well met, Harry Crow. Yes, your father asked me to use that name while you were inside Hogwarts. I was hardly likely to let some wizard ruin all the hard work I had expended on your potions tuition. Master Flitwick has kindly arranged a classroom that should meet our needs, though I understand we have a few more students wishing to learn potions properly. Yes, Master Pitsley, 3 of my friends. Will that be acceptable? That will be fine. If they prove adequate, we might add a few more as the weeks progress. This proved too much for Snape, who stormed out the Great Hall. Hogwarts students being taught potions by a goblin. He would have to take some action about that. Minerva McGonagall felt she needed to take some action too. She approached the group and Phileas introduced her. After the pleasantries, Minerva got right down to business. A trait that would endear her to anyone of goblin descent. Master Pitsley, as deputy headmistress, I would like to observe you teaching our students this morning. Please understand, I mean no slight on your capabilities. Certain others might cast aspersions on you teaching at Hogwarts. I will be able to deal with them in my official capacity if I have witnessed your lesson firsthand. The goblin bowed slightly to McGonagall. I look forward to your company, Professor, and thank you for your honesty and forethought. Neither Hermione, Padma or Neville had a problem cutting their breakfast short so Professor Flitwick could lead them all to the classroom set aside for their potions lessons. After watching the way Snape had stormed out of the hall, missing lunch and dinner too would have been a small price to pay. If the longing looks they received from 3/4 of the other first years were any indication, they clearly thought so too. Minerva sat at the back of the class, not sure what to expect. If Harry's transfiguration tuition was any indicator, then she needed to be ready for anything. What she didn't expect was the children being told to put their books away before being handed a different one from their new professor. Pitsley was kind enough to hand her a copy too. Now I feel we must lay a few ground rules down here before we start, give you some idea of what to expect from me as your teacher. First of all, I intend to be finished the first year course before your next holiday. Pitsley let that statement sink in before continuing. I intend to achieve this by not wasting both our times continually brewing different potions just so you learn one specific procedure or technique. When I teach you something, I expect you to remember it first time. Harry had heard all of this before but enjoyed watching his friends nod in agreement with that last statement. Secondly, I won't be issuing what would properly be called homework. I don't care if you can write me a 3-foot essay on how you would brew something, I would much rather we spent our time ensuring you can actually brew that specific potion. That, boys and girls, is what I class as homework. Each week I will tell you the potion that you are going to be brewing the next time you see me. Your task then is to research all the steps, procedures and ingredients to the stage where you can brew it perfectly. The books I've just given you should be extremely helpful with each task. Minerva thought the goblin teacher's expectations were too high, until she opened the book Pitsley had given her. That the potion formula and brewing procedure were clearly laid out was to be expected. What she'd never seen before was the wealth of additional information provided in a reference section that was easily 2/3 of the entire book. Pitsley took them through just what he expected, clearly showing each student how to glean the information on every ingredient and why they must follow the steps exactly. The goblin demonstrated each step of the procedure, actually brewing the potion himself. He encouraged them to ask questions but, instead of answering them, preferred to lead them whenever possible through the book so they could discover the correct answer for themselves. Hermione though had a question that required a direct answer. Sir, why is Harry's book so much thicker than ours? Mr. Crow already has a few years of my tuition under his belt, hence we'll be working on a different potion next week. Pages are added to your books as your skills increase. If things progress as I hope, your books should all be updated before December ends. There is a high probability that our numbers will increase. At that time, you three will be working on whatever potion I have assigned you, while Harry works on another. Any newcomers will of course start at the beginning. It is perfectly normal in a goblin classroom to have students working at different levels. Once you have brewed a few potions, I shall see where we go from there. The lunch bell surprised everyone, including Minerva. She hadn't intended to spend the entire lesson here, only enough time to ensure the students were being taught to the same standard as the rest of their yearmates. She found the handout to be one of the best educational textbooks she'd ever seen and the teaching method fascinating. Minerva could see the positive implications of this. Severus was always complaining about expensive ingredients being reduced to sludge or cauldrons melted by dunderheaded students. It would be very interesting to compare the two methods. She really only had one question. Master Pitsley, what do you do when a student arrives at class clearly not having carried out the preparation work you set them? The little goblin seemed affronted at that question. No student of mine would ever dare. Harry quickly covered for McGonagall's unintentional gaffe. Master Pitsley is the foremost potion brewer in Goblin society. It is such an honor to be tutored by him that his statement is of course correct. There is no way a student of his would arrive for class unprepared. Their tutoring would come to a swift end, and the disgrace of that would follow them for the rest of their lives. Hermione, Padma and Neville certainly had no intention of ever arriving unprepared. Not only would that mean letting Harry down, their only other alternative was Snape. They may not have done any brewing here today, but all now felt confident they could make the required potion next week. For Neville, that was really saying something. As they walked back to the Great Hall, McGonagall spotted another goblin standing there waiting with Phileas. The deputy headmistress also spotted something that warmed her heart. Just for a few seconds, Harry had let his mask slip and Minerva was delighted at what she saw displayed there. Here was a young boy, away from home for the first time in his life, laying eyes on a loved parent. Having observed the Dursleys all those years ago, she really couldn't imagine Harry ever having the same kind of reaction to seeing his aunt and uncle. This was her first indication that Harry growing up with the goblins was a good solution to that young orphan's problem. Hermione was on Harry's arm and could literally feel the excitement course through him as he spotted the goblin who must be his father. She was practically dragged in that direction. "Well met, father, how are you today?" "All the better for seeing you, my son." Barchoke was smiling inside at the young girl on his son's arm, though of course none of it showed on his face. "Will you introduce me to your friends? This is Hermione Granger, Padma Patil and Neville Longbottom. This is my father, Senior Accounts Manager, Barchoke." Hermione paid no notice Barchoke's classic pinstriped suit, that he was slightly shorter than his son or had pointy ears. Harry called him father and that was more than good enough for her. The young Ravenclaw immediately offered her hand in greeting, saying, "Pleased to meet you, sir." Padma and Neville took their lead from Hermione and offered the same greeting. Barchoke couldn't remember the last time he'd shaken a witch or wizard's hand. His son had chosen his friends well. "Master Flitwick has arranged for us to lunch together before our meeting with the headmaster. The meeting will now be joined by some of the senior staff too." Harry was well aware it wasn't considered polite to switch to the goblin language in the company of those who didn't understand it. He was also aware certain situations called for it. He considered this one of those situations. "Father, can my friends join us for lunch? I feel they really need to know important information about me." This caught Barchoke on the hop. His son hadn't been gone a week yet, wanted to tell these friends his secret. He was delighted his son had a best friend. That she was Muggle-born was in many ways a bonus. That was a side of the world that he was ill-equipped to teach his son anything about, but this was moving way too fast. "Are you sure about this, Harry? Once told, you can't take it back." Harry nodded determinedly. "The girls were almost killed yesterday. I was forced to slay a troll that was trying to bludgeon them to death." Barchoke's mask slipped at that. He practically growled at Harry's head of house. "You shall be explaining that to me later, and why I was not contacted immediately." Hermione had been surprised when Harry started speaking what she could only guess was the goblin language. That was nothing though to watching his father's public face slip for a second. She remembered Harry telling her his father had fought 2 duels to the death to protect him. She now had no problem believing that. Public face back fully in place, he then switched effortlessly to English. Harry has asked that his friends join us for lunch. I would be delighted with that. I certainly want to know more about his friends, and especially what happened yesterday. The Goblin's last phrase was said in a harder tone, and specifically aimed at McGonagall. Minerva quickly responded, "Sir, I'll be more than happy to answer any and all questions you may have at the meeting. I'm hoping you may answer some of mine." The concerned father gave a slight nod at that. "I hope we can cooperate, but please be assured, the safety of my son will always be paramount in any discussions we have. I was not aware that fighting trolls was actually part of the Hogwarts curriculum. If this is the best your school has to offer, it will be a short meeting and my son will be returning home with me." Harry felt Hermione's fingers dig into his arm at that. He placed his hand over hers to offer some reassurance. He was pretty sure his father was bluffing. He was also pretty sure he was the only one there who thought so. Harry was certain his father's words would get back to the headmaster before the meeting, which was his father's entire reason for speaking them here. They were led into a room set up for lunch and Harry invited Master Flitwick to join them, alerting his father that their head of house should be considered an ally in what was to come. Barchoke responded in kind by offering some comfort to the young girl who was clearly building herself up into a state of distress. "Please don't trouble yourself, Miss Granger. Should Harry leave Hogwarts, arrangement would be made to ensure he stayed in contact with his best friend." "Oh, thank you, sir, but Harry already knows my feelings. Hermione, before you say any more, there is something I need to tell you. I need to tell all of you." Harry had just sat at the table with Hermione and Padma either side of him. His father now sat opposite and nodded his acceptance of the situation. "What I'm about to say may make a difference to where we go from here. You all heard the Sorting Hat call me Prophesied One. Well, the prophecy in question concerns me and Voldemort. He's not dead, and will be coming after me." It was Flitwick who broke the silence that followed Harry's revelation. Having just had the worst fears of the senior staff confirmed, it was time to declare whose side he was on. "This is not for repeating outside this room. Voldemort was in the castle yesterday. He possessed Professor Quirrell and let the troll into the castle." Harry shared a glance with his father before continuing. "We didn't think he would be able to stage a return for a few years yet. This is why I just had to tell you. Being around me could be dangerous." Harry found himself confronted by a witch determined to get her point across. Hermione was so determined, she was sitting on his lap with her face mere inches from his. "You listen to me, Crow, it's taken me nearly 12 years to find a best friend. If you think for 1 second that I'm going to give that up, then the hat was wrong to put you in Ravenclaw." Barchoke now thought his son had made the right decision as he watched Harry's arms snake around the young witch. It was heartwarming to watch as these two drew comfort from each other while the rest of his friends quickly supported him. Padma was in Ravenclaw for all the right reasons, and used that claw reasoning to convey to Harry she wasn't going anywhere. "You say I may be in danger if I stay your friend. I say I would be dead if I wasn't. You said it yourself, Harry, you only raced to the infirmary because your friends were there. We all know the professors would have gotten to the infirmary too late to do anything but clean up the mess. I'll take the danger because I think I'm far safer, and certainly happier as your friend." Neville was blushing but determined to prove the same hat had put him in Gryffindor for a reason. "My reason is more like Hermione's, though without the hugs. It's taken me a long time to make any friends, and that's a lot to give up. Besides, you told me we're practically family. I wouldn't be much of a family if I ran away now." Hermione had such a tight hold of Harry she could feel the tension leave his body as they all declared they were going nowhere. She sat back, still on his knee, to ask the next question. "Okay, that explains all the training and tutors. Now, have you anything else to let slip or can we eat our lunch? I never knew running in the morning could give you such an appetite and we cut breakfast short." As Miss Granger slipped into her own seat and began eating her lunch, Barchoke lost it. Both Harry's letters home had been full of this young witch, and he had a good idea of just how apprehensive his son was about telling her the prophecy. Seeing her reaction to the news caused Barchoke to burst out laughing. "Son, I heartily approve of your friends. Miss Granger, no matter what happens here today, you can rest assured you will be in Harry's life as long as you both want that to be so. The relief amongst the young people was palpable. Now all Barchok needed was the meeting with the headmaster to go as well. First though, he wanted to hear how his son had taken out a troll. Albus glanced down at his now unwanted lunch and reckoned losing weight was the least of his troubles. Minerva's news had once more robbed him of his appetite. Are you certain Barchok was serious about removing Harry from Hogwarts? Phileas said the boy was sent here to mingle with his peers. His deputy attempted to get across the seriousness of the situation. When Barchok heard about yesterday, he appeared ready to behead Phileas in the entrance hall. Barchok may have sent Harry here to mingle with his peers. Having his son forced to kill a troll to save his friends was never part of the deal. The headmaster was a shrewd enough negotiator to know that going into any meeting where the other party held all the cards was not conducive to getting the result you wanted. Albus couldn't think of one single thing he had to bargain with. There was more than that disturbing him though. Harry had terrified him yesterday. I just can't get past the image of that young boy casually wiping the blood off his sword, using the vest of the troll he just killed. He's certainly not what I expected. Pomona just had to comment on that. The first-year timetable sees me teaching Harry more than anyone else. A miniature James Potter is not. The lad is polite, courteous and shows no sign of the arrogance that plagued his father at the same age. He is also physically taller and certainly broader than the skinny boy an 11-year-old James was. He's already attracting the attention of witches a few years older than him. Minerva had to chip in her 2 nuts worth into the pot too. I saw the pair greet one another before heading off to lunch. Don't doubt for a second that there is not a very close father-son relationship present between Harry and Barchok. I'm starting to think that Dursley did the right thing by taking the child to Gringotts. This drew some looks of disbelief from her colleagues. Minerva though was not for changing her opinion. I watched those muggles for a full day and protested against Harry being left there in the first place. The fact that they gave the child away proves I was right. It would seem to be pure luck that Harry appears to have been raised in a nourishing environment. An upset potions professor put his knife and fork down. You seem determined to deny me the same nourishment. All this talk about that brat is ruining my appetite again. Severus' sarcasm valve was stuck on fully open. He was not having a good Friday. I intend to complain to the Board of Governors about the alternative potions class that took place this morning. He wasn't given time to properly get into his rant as Minerva cut him off with a question. On what grounds do you intend to complain? Severus was staring at the deputy as if she had just asked the stupidest question he'd ever heard. Are you serious, Minerva? Potions being taught inside Hogwarts by a goblin, the board will never allow that. It's degrading to the rest of the staff. Again Minerva jumped all over him. I am reliably informed that Master Pitsley is the premier potions master of the Goblin Nation. After observing him teach a class this morning, I am confident the students he teaches will be at the very least on par with the best that your class produces. From the pained expression on his face, you could be forgiven for thinking Severus had a fish bone lodged in his throat. His mouth was open and moving but no decipherable sound was coming out. You also need to take into account that Augusta Longbottom is a very influential member of that board, and her grandson is one of Pitsley's students. Did I mention Hogwarts' latest tutor hopes to be finished the first-year curriculum before Christmas? To Severus, here was proof that this goblin had no idea what he was taking on. Good luck with that. Weasley just managed to melt the first cauldron of the year. I fear it won't be his last as following simple instructions appears beyond him. The only reason he's not spending the evening in detention with me is because he apparently has a prior detention with you. Since Severus decided to bring up one of her cubs at lunch, Minerva thought some retaliation should be on the menu. The head of Gryffindor knew just how to tweak his large nose some more. Mr. Crow has obviously been having private potions tuition for a while now. Pitsley has him brewing the wit sharpening potion next week. If I'm not mistaken, that's usually done near the end of 4th year. That was all it took to see the potion master's napkin hit the table. The very thought of James Potter's offspring as a potions protege was enough to see Severus heading back to his dungeon. Dumbledore was only partially paying attention to what was happening between 3 of his heads of house. Most of the headmaster's attention was still on what to do at the meeting after lunch. This had the potential to be bad. Harry, whatever he wanted to call himself, leaving Hogwarts would be a disaster. Phileas led the father and son to the headmaster's office and handled all the introductions. Barchoke sat with Harry beside him, waiting to see what happened here. Dumbledore had requested this meeting, before the troll incident took place, so the first move was his. Albus was left really with only one choice. When your opponent held the stronger hand, your options were either bluff or fold. Folding was not an option here, so bluff it was. On behalf of the witches and wizards of Britain, I would like to offer our sincere thanks for doing such a superb job of raising young Harry here. I feel it's time though that Harry Potter returned to the Magical Society and asked you here today to discuss if we can reach some sort of agreement on how this could be achieved. I'm sorry, Headmaster, that's just not possible. Oh come now, Barchoke, of course it's possible. I've been holding back the press and the ministry from interfering, but I don't know for how much longer I'll be able to manage that. The answer Albus got was as unexpected as the source it came from. The anger and venom in the voice of one so young was certainly disturbing, but the information given out was what really startled the headmaster. Bring it on, Dumbledore. I'm sure the press and the ministry would like to know how I was dumped on a Muggle doorstep. A letter tucked in my blanket and Voldemort's Horcrux in my head. A really stellar decision from the leader of the Light that night, a decision he had no legal right to make. Pomona couldn't miss that her three shocked colleagues were turning shades of gray or green. She needed more information. Just what is a Horcrux? Harry's voice was once more respectful as he answered the head of Hufflepuff's question. It's some of the darkest magic known, Professor. To split your soul and store part of it in a separate container requires you to commit murder as part of the ritual. After he killed James and Lily Potter, something strange happened and I ended up with a bit of Voldemort's soul attached to me. This is something Voldemort's obviously deliberately done more than once too, and he can't be truly killed while a part of his soul still survives. My father took me straight to a goblin healer to have the piece in me removed and then destroyed. Why didn't you do that, Headmaster? Minerva was remembering that night as if it was yesterday because Dumbledore's words had struck a chord with her. She had instinctively known something wasn't right but had accepted his assurances at face value. Minerva shouted his own words back at Albus. Even if I could, I wouldn't. Scars can come in handy. That's what you said, though you never did say what it would be handy for. You knew there was a Horcrux inside that bairn and yet you did nothing about it. I had but a mere suspicion, and I was not aware that a procedure existed to successfully remove a Horcrux from a living host. Usually they would be embedded in an inanimate object that would need to be destroyed. Dumbledore attempted to redirect the anger in the room at a different target than him. What I'm more concerned about here is that an 11-year-old knows about the foulest dark magic imaginable. What kind of a parent are you that would teach a child that? Harry was on his feet, ready to defend his father against all comers, when he felt a familiar hand on his shoulder. Remember your training, son, this is why you work so hard. Everyone could see Harry take a deep breath and regain control of his emotions. He sat back down and apologized. Sorry, father. Losing your temper loses your focus. Losing your focus can cost you the battle. It's hard to sit here though and listen to this old fraud berate you when his crimes should have seen him in Azkaban. Barchoke turned his attention to the rest of the company. My son is of course correct. An infant had been hit with the killing curse, yet you didn't even arrange for a healer to check his health. Instead of being cared for, the savior of magical Britain gets taken to the Dursleys by the Hogwarts groundkeeper. I trust Hagrid with my life. From a man with no honor, I'll treat that statement with the contempt it deserves. It also hasn't escaped my notice that you refused to offer a defense as to the illegality of your actions that night. Could that be because they are indefensible? My son is well aware of his past, and what the future holds for him. It's clear to me this is information that you also hold but have chosen not to reveal to even your closest comrades. Dumbledore couldn't believe this was all coming out today. His words to Severus were proving to be true. This boy knew far too much. This information should not be known by mere children. Barchoke growled his question at Dumbledore. Even though a child managed to do what you could not. My son is prophesied to be the only one who can defeat Voldemort, yet you would have him raised by Muggles until he was 11. We have to ask the question why. That was one question he had no intention of ever answering. Albus once more attempted to turn the argument back onto the goblin. You are training a human child to be a warrior for the Goblin Nation. I've heard of nothing but training and lessons. I wanted him to have a normal childhood. Harry just had to butt in at that. How is a normal childhood going to enable me to defeat a dark wizard that's already had the country on its knees once before? The prophecy states you will have a power the Dark Lord knows not. I believe that power to be love. Albus now had everyone in the room staring at him in disbelief. It was left to Harry to come up with a reply. No wonder he was so upset when I killed the troll. The headmaster probably wanted me to give it a hug and make everything all better. Is that what you had planned for my confrontation with Voldemort, key him to death? Sorry, but no chance. I intend my first key to be with a girl. Now you're just being silly, Mr. Crow. What? And you were serious with that love dragon crap? I think we've heard all we need to, don't you, father? There is nothing for us here. Barchoke nodded with pride at his son. Just to address your earlier point, headmaster, you and I can't do a deal on my son returning to the wizarding community. The reason for my refusal is that the entire issue will be purely Harry's decision. That decision will not be influenced by me, and certainly not by you. Know this though, whatever decision he makes, Harry will have my full support and always be my son. A son I'm very proud of. The proud father now had their undivided attention. He'd just announced his son was the only person who could defeat Voldemort, and they were waiting to see if Harry would be staying at Hogwarts. I came here today, at your request, to discuss my son's future. A normal childhood sounds idyllic, until that is it equates to my son being dead before he's out of his teens. Without his lessons and training, neither Harry nor his friends would have made their teens. They would have perished under the club of a troll in the Hogwarts infirmary, all while supposedly in your care. I had hoped we could reach an agreement here today, not on what's best for me or you, Dumbledore, but for Harry. Clearly that is not something you are prepared to do, headmaster, therefore I will have to look elsewhere. Minerva couldn't decide whether she was going to tear Dumbledore a new one or throw up her lunch and make his robes even more colorful. The deputy headmistress was also having trouble deciding if today's meeting could have went any worse. She desperately wanted to get out of that office but had something that needed to be said first. I shall show you out, sir. The air in here is suddenly tasting rather foul. I feel I must offer my apologies for the small part one played in your son being deposited with the Dursleys. In my defense I will say I objected strongly to him being left there at all, and the headmaster also waved aside my concerns over young Harry's scar. This was better than Barchoke had hoped for. Here was an opening the goblin intended to exploit. Hogwarts making Harry her champion had really just confirmed what they at Gringotts had already suspected. Harry's future was in some way tied to Hogwarts. Here was his chance to deal with the deputy, and exclude the headmaster entirely from those discussions. Now Barchoke could keep Harry in the castle and stick it to Dumbledore's pride at the same time. That was all good to the goblin. I accept your apology and would appreciate the chance to talk with you, Professor. It will give me the opportunity to make arrangements for my son and his friends to also receive private defense lessons. As I just stated, I have no faith in the headmaster or his decisions. I doubt if he will be able to find a competent replacement for the one that was possessed by Voldemort. Albus wanted to demand to know how they had obtained that information but was too relieved at learning that Harry obviously wasn't leaving the school to complain. Barchoke though had a parting comment for the headmaster. With regard to your threat of the press or ministry, my son was 100% correct. Bring it on, Dumbledore. It should be obvious by now that we, unlike you, have nothing to hide. I will agree that Voldemort making Horcruxes is not something we want on the front page of the Prophet, or banded about the ministry. The goblin didn't want Dumbledore to think he agreed with anything else the old wizard was up to. His last comment ensured that message came across. On the other hand, you are no longer a young wizard. What would happen if you should pass away and no one else had access to the information you fanatically hold to yourself? Do you even have a contingency plan in place, or are you so conceited as to think only you could possibly achieve what needs to be done? This was all Barchoke intended to say on the matter. McGonagall then left with the father and son, both she and Barchoke now turning their attention to arranging a defense tutor for the Mondays and Thursdays that the first-year Ravenclaws were timetabled for that subject. Phileas could hardly contain himself long enough to let Minerva lead them out. They could barely have made the bottom of the staircase before he rounded on Dumbledore. After all my warnings, you tried to bully Barchoke into relinquishing his son. There was disbelief in Phileas' tone, but anger was easily the dominant emotion detectable in his voice. If that didn't convince me you were at the very least delusional, your power of love comment certainly did. I believe Barchok when he said he came to Hogwarts today to see if there was any way he could work with you to help his son, both just left here knowing that to be impossible. That boy has, by any standard, already led an extraordinary life, he's not yours to do with as you please. Dumbledore was getting fed up with people thinking they could speak to him whatever way they wanted. Don't overstep the mark here, Phileas. Remember, you work for me. Actually, I work for Hogwarts. Please let me know by the end of the day if you want to take any action that changes that status. I've just heard of a defense tuition position becoming available that greatly interests me. I can also guarantee the lessons would not be held in Hogwarts. Barchok would have Harry following me right out the door. Phileas left behind a clearly angry Dumbledore as he stormed from the office. Pomona attempted to make Albus see sense regarding this matter. The lad will now be receiving private tuition for 2 of his subjects, potions and defense. Add to that, Minerva will need to figure out exactly how he performs his transfiguration before she can be of any help, and you've just pissed off the lad's head of house and charms professor. Albus, you're hanging on to Mr. Crow by the skin of your teeth. She had a wry smile at her next observation. I doubt I could get anyone to bet against what will happen the first time Binns mentions Goblin Rebellion. Can you even doubt there will be a private history tutor on their way to Hogwarts too? That class might just have all 4 houses clamoring to join. Albus knew all this. It was also only a matter of time before the press and the ministry were crawling all over this situation as well. Pomona then tried a different tact. I've known you for over 2 decades, Albus, so my position on this matter should not be a surprise to you. On the one hand, I have a wizard who clearly doesn't trust me yet expects instant obedience to his somewhat questionable actions. Of all the staff in Hogwarts, the only person you have shown a modicum of trust in is the most sour, spiteful and petty man it has ever been my displeasure to teach alongside. Do I need a dark mark on my arm and claim repentance before you decide I might be allowed to know anything of importance? She could see her barbs were hitting their target, so Pomona continued. On the other hand, a goblin I've just met trusted me with information that could rock our world. He did this clearly in an attempt to gain my support for his son. Since that same boy is the one prophesied to fight Voldemort, then you must know he already has mine. I could never support a Dark Lord, so my position on this is crystal clear. I will do everything in my power to help Mr. Crow achieve the result we all want. Minerva and Phileas will certainly reach the same conclusion that I have. We just can't understand why you are not standing squarely beside us. His half-moon glasses were currently lying on his desk while Albus tiredly rubbed his eyes. Of course I want to see the end of Voldemort, but the issue is not as black and white as it's being painted. Prophecies are at best vague, being fully understood only after their completion. The actual prophecy doesn't say who will win, only that one must kill the other. Watching that young boy so casually taking a life terrifies me more than I can say. The last thing we need is for one Dark Lord to be defeated, only to be replaced by another, this one with full Gringotts backing and a goblin agenda. Pomona wasn't standing for that analogy. If my choice is between Voldemort or a young man who calls a goblin father and has a muggle-born witch for a best friend, again not a difficult decision for me. Sometimes you just have to trust your instincts, Albus, and mine are all screaming at me to help that boy any way I can. 10 years ago we miraculously escaped the dark alternative. I never want to go back down that road again. Do you honestly think that child can defeat Voldemort? He did it before, Albus, and that was without a sword. Hogwarts obviously knew about the prophecy and still made Harry her champion. If you can't trust Hogwarts, then I'm afraid there really is no hope for you. That's not to say the boy won't need all the help he can get, and you could probably help him more than most. Take a long look in the mirror, Albus, and then decide if you can live with yourself if you don't support Harry. Pomona left the old wizard to his thoughts. Albus was sitting at his desk with his head in his hands. Ron Weasley had a scrubbing brush in his hands, cleaning out a boy's toilet. The brush was certainly a more effective tool than his now held together with spellotape wand. Long before he boarded the Hogwarts Express, the youngest Weasley male was well aware that the boy who lived would be in the same Hogwarts year as him. Ron had been certain they would both be in Gryffindor together, and surely best friends before Halloween. The strong smell of disinfectant seemed to emphasize that, like everything else in his life, even his dreams turned to shit. His only meager crumb of comfort was that this detention got him out of one with Snape. Potions today had been a nightmare, and Ron couldn't see that improving anytime soon. Having to listen during dinner while Neville prattled to Parvati about just how good his potions lesson had been almost gave Ron indigestion. The part about no homework was the clincher though, something had to be done. He'd tried to charm his way into the boy who lived's good graces. Ron had been very firmly and publicly rejected. It was time to try more devious methods, namely his twin brothers. With a broken wand, 2 weeks' worth of detention and losing Gryffindor 50 points, family honor needed to be defended here. Ron was positive he could spin the story to get his brothers unleashing a prank war against a certain first year. That should see Ron getting what he wanted before he called off the twins. An invitation to join the very exclusive club that was Potions Nirvana, no homework and no Snape. Hermione had actually enjoyed her run this morning, especially after getting confirmation Harry wasn't leaving Hogwarts just yet. They were heading down to breakfast and Padma was teasing her that she may join them for morning exercises. It was actually quite cute to see just how clueless Harry was as he mistook Padma's teasing about Hermione being alone with him for genuine interest in their morning exercises. Their friend had quietly confided in Hermione last night that no pureblood witch or wizard would ever run for pleasure. Apparently the concepts of keeping fit or jogging hadn't quite taken off in the magical community. All three were looking forward to doing some exploring after breakfast since this was the start of their first weekend inside Hogwarts. The trio had just taken what was quickly becoming their normal seats when a ghostly head came through the wooden table. "Good morning to you, young champion. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, the Gryffindor house ghost. I'm afraid some of my students arranged for your breakfast to be tainted, so I wouldn't recommend eating anything at the moment." All three quickly pushed the food away from them as Harry questioned the ghost. "Sir Nicholas, can you tell me who did this?" "Oh, the Weasley twins are notorious pranksters, beginning to rival even your father and his friends." Their conversation was interrupted there by loud laughter emanating from the Gryffindor table. One glance was all Harry needed before the three of them headed straight over there. Neville was currently sporting a large pair of donkey ears and was braying every time he attempted to speak. Ron Weasley was laughing the loudest, certainly not an attractive sight since his mouth was full of food at the time. "Hey Neville, someone made an out of you." He then proceeded to laugh even louder at his own joke. Harry wasn't laughing, he was furious. As Hermione and Padma took Neville with them to sit at the Ravenclaw table, he headed straight for the headmaster. "Sir, what action are you going to take against this bullying of a first year?" Albus was beginning to think the fates hated him. Why couldn't he be allowed to eat a meal in peace? "Bullying Mr. Crow. I think you are mistaken. This was merely a simple prank, something I can assure you that your father was very fond of." "You must be mistaken, sir. Goblins don't believe in pranks. They would look on that as an attack on their person, and react accordingly. Since it was only receiving a warning that stopped me also being a victim, I would still like to know what action you are going to take over this unprovoked attack." Severus couldn't take any more of this arrogant boy. "Go back to your table and mind your manners. This is the way young witches and wizards behave inside Hogwarts. If you are so determined to be a goblin, go back to Gringotts where you obviously belong." Snape's mention of Gringotts reminded Harry of yesterday, and of his training. Now would not be a good time to lose his temper, a different approach was needed here. Harry gave a mocking bow before replying. "Thank you for explaining that to me, sir. There is no mention of this pranking phenomenon in either Hogwarts A History or the Student's Handbook. I do not need nor want special treatment and shall just have to do my best to fit in." Harry walked back to his place at the Ravenclaw table and picked up his knife and fork. "Harry, what are you doing? Eating that will see you turn the same as Neville." Harry made sure everyone could hear his answer. "You heard the Professor, Hermione. This is the way we're supposed to behave. Just because we think this is nothing but juvenile bullying doesn't matter. Why should we be treated any different from everyone else?" She wasn't sure what he was up to until spotting Harry's slight wink. Even though he was nuts, Hermione began eating her breakfast too. As this had now gotten everyone's attention, they all saw Padma join them in breaking their fast. When there were 4 pranked students sitting at the Ravenclaw table, Ron Weasley's laughter reverberated around the hall. "Told you he was an idiot. Imagine eating food you knew was pranked." Ron was interrupted by the head of Hufflepuff. 10 points each to Mr. Crow, Miss Granger and Miss Padma Patil for displaying not only courage, but loyalty to a friend. Minerva was right behind Pomona, though she was reprimanding one of her cubs. Mr. Weasley, stop braying like a donkey. This isn't a farmyard, so please learn some table manners, otherwise you may find yourself with a trough instead of a plate. These announcements brought widespread applause and saw Harry stand and bow toward both professors, his long ears well worth the price of what he now saw. His head of house must have erected some kind of privacy shield because Master Flitwick was clearly shouting at an angry Snape, yet there was no sound. It was a big-eared but satisfied Ravenclaw who now sat back down to finish his breakfast. The four friends went for a walk outside the castle while waiting on the prank wearing off. Their ears were only just beginning their journey back to normal when they were approached by a pair of identical redheads. Really well done this morning, people, you managed to reverse the prank back on us. Yeah, everyone knew who was to blame, so we've been getting sniggered at since. Clever way to get most of the hall on your side, that's never happened to us before. Harry was pleased to discover that his voice was now back to normal. You know, of course, that was only the beginning. Goblin honor dictates that I retaliate against you and your brother. We've never met before, so it must have been him that put you up to this. Big mistake, guys. What do you make of this, George? Yeah, little Firsty kills one troll to save a few lives and suddenly thinks he's ready to take on the infamous Weasley twins. Don't know what things are coming to. Youngsters today, no respect for their elders. The one apparently called George became serious for a moment. Why the hostility toward Ron? If you had to sit beside him at mealtimes, we could perhaps understand. Harry found himself liking these two, even if they were related to Ron. They both oozed the personality and charm that was sadly lacking in their younger sibling. Your brother tried to barge his way into our group. When that didn't work, he reached for his wand and fired a curse at Hermione. He couldn't even do that right though and hit Padma instead. That's why the girls were in the infirmary when that troll attacked. The twins shared a nervous glance. That's not exactly the story he told us. Hermione huffed at that news. Why am I not surprised? Your brother is a jackass, yet we all end up with the matching mule ears at breakfast. I'm with Harry for a little payback. Both twins laugh at this. Looks like we've got some competition in the pranking stakes. We'll have to watch our food from now on. Oh, slipping someone a potion is so old school. We four intend to be a little more imaginative than that. This had the twins laughing again at the audacity of these first years. Young Harrykins, you've got some nerve. Yes, George and I look forward to seeing just what you and your mini marauders can do. Just remember the prankster's motto, don't get caught. They walked away, leaving the other three all staring at Harry. Padma was first to crack. You have a plan, right? Even the older Ravenclaws don't mess with the Weasley twins, and apparently for very good reason. Relax, Padma, we'll just have to unleash our secret weapons on them. Ron, his twin brothers, and not forgetting Snape. This made Neville even more nervous. Harry, I'm actually in favor of forgetting all about Snape. If I never have to see him again, it will still be too soon. Padma quickly agreed with Neville, but something Harry had said got Hermione thinking. Wait until we hear what these secret weapons of Harry's are first before we all start panicking. This earned the witch a smile from her best friend, before he then let them into his ideas. Well, our first secret weapon is Neville. He's our inside man for Gryffindor House, and Weasley payback. Next, I happen to have some recipes for goblin potions that will see Snape sneering out the other side of his face. Neville was shocked at his friends depending on him. This had never happened before. What do you need me to do? Harry could see Neville was practically shaking with fright but determined to do his best. He quickly reassured the Gryffindor. All we need is information, Neville. Until we know more about them, we won't be able to figure out the best way to get back at the Weasleys. If we were to slip the twins a potion, the entire thing would just escalate. I want to put a stop to this, not make it worse. They sat beside the Black Lake in the weak September sunshine, throwing ideas in and out of their grand plan. Scheming revenge against those who have wronged you was certainly a pastime worthy of any goblin. It was only when Harry announced what his other secret weapon was though that his friends started to believe they could actually pull this off. Something was certainly off with Fred and George as they entered the Gryffindor common room through the portrait hole later that evening. Detention with Filch, I can't believe we got caught. That's the least of our worries, Fred. The map stopped working and none of the secret passages would open for us. How are we going to cope without access to the kitchens? The only portrait working for us is the fat lady. Yeah, and even she didn't seem too happy to be opening for us. What is going on? George nudged his twin, drawing his attention to the first year sitting holding a book up to hide his face. It was hard to miss that this first year was struggling to hold his laughter, and that was more than enough to raise the twins' suspicions. Good book there, Neville. Or were you finding something else funny? That was too much for the young wizard. The laughter he'd been holding back burst forth. Are you getting a bad feeling about this, George? Oh yes, brother of mine. Could it be that the mini marauders have struck back? It was a clearly thoughtful Fred Weasley who answered his twin's question. The timing would suggest that, but I have no idea how they could be involved. Between his bouts of laughter, Neville was able to give them a clue. Hogwarts doesn't like that you decided to prank her champion. The castle is now closed to you. The horrified look on the twins' faces set Neville's laughter off again. Little Harrykins wouldn't do that to us. We have stuff hidden all through the castle, and now we can't get at any of it. Both sank onto a sofa as the reality of what Hogwarts working against them meant. The ghosts told Filch what we were up to. And the portraits led him straight to us. We're going to get away with nothing. Neville was still chuckling to himself as he made his way up to the dorm. He couldn't wait to tell his friends what had just happened, and to see the next part unfold at breakfast tomorrow. Breakfast was Ron's favorite part of the day, closely followed by lunch and dinner. He was unaware that was all about to change. He was just contemplating what to grab for his first course of second helpings when his plate disappeared. Hey, I wasn't finished with that. This though was only the tip of the iceberg. As Ron reached for more food, the serving platters would disappear before he could get his hands on them, only to reappear once he'd moved back out of range. The guile, effort and determination shown by the boy as he continually attempted to stock more food was light years away from his lackadaisical performances in all of his classes. Unfortunately, all he had to show for his sterling efforts during the rest of breakfast was providing entertainment value to the other diners. Most of the hall was now laughing at him. It was left to Neville to deliver the coup de grace. It would seem that Hogwarts has taken Professor McGonagall's advice to heart. You eat like a pig, so your plate vanished when the castle thought you had eaten enough. It was slowly beginning to dawn on Ron he'd been pranked, though the rest of the hall had reached that conclusion ages ago. Severus Snape certainly had, and thought this was just more evidence that the Potter boy was his father's son. He had stood there yesterday and said goblins didn't do pranks, yet pulled one the very next day. The potions professor was certainly not going to miss this opportunity to point out that he was correct to the rest of the senior staff, and that's where the trouble really started. You could have heard a pin drop in the Great Hall as people stopped breathing while they attempted to understand what they'd just heard. All eyes were now glued to the head of Slytherin, who was currently standing at the staff table with both his hands covering his mouth. It didn't help though, the deep, raucous laughter escaped between his fingers. That the sarcastic and sneering form of Severus Snape actually knew how to laugh was a surprise to all. That he was currently standing performing that feat in the Great Hall was shocking enough to freeze staff and students alike. As Snape's laughter became more uncontrollable, his eyes held no humor in them whatsoever. Those black orbs were focused on the one person in the entire hall who was nonchalantly eating their breakfast. Harry Crow may have the titles of Boy Who Lived, Hogwarts champion and slayer of trolls, but his prank on Snape just elevated him to superstar status amongst his peers. Severus paced up and down the headmaster's office like a caged tiger waiting on feeding time. Since neither he nor Albus were able to directly approach the boy, Phileas and Minerva were having to deal with the aftermath of breakfast. Pomona had also invited herself along to Dumbledore's office, not wanting to miss a moment of this. Things had been far too serious lately and they had all needed a good laugh, especially that perpetual sourpuss Severus. The other two heads of house had barely made it through the doors when the sourpuss was demanding answers. Did he admit to being behind it? What was his punishment? Phileas was enjoying himself and made them wait until both he and Minerva were seated comfortably before answering. Mr. Crow did indeed have a hand in what happened this morning. See, I told you. Just like his father, but no one here wants to hear a word against him. What was his punishment? I know Albus won't let the precious little brat be expelled. Minerva didn't know if it was wrong to enjoy this so much, and didn't really care. Mr. Crow pointed out, and we all have to agree with him, that both the headmaster and a head of house told the lad that this was normal Hogwarts student behavior. The entire hall heard you both say that to Mr. Crow at breakfast yesterday. Severus was incensed at this, more so because he couldn't refute that it was true. I never told him it was normal to feed potions to a professor. Phileas couldn't contain his smile as he answered the angry potions master. You never said it wasn't. Pomona as usual attempted to be the voice of reason. Both pranks that we saw this morning were rather harmless. The youngest Weasley was merely stopped from eating to excess, and there are far worse things he could have done to a professor than making them laugh out loud. Albus knew he had to intervene here or words would be said that could not be retracted. I agree with Pomona, the pranks were not only well thought out but relatively harmless. They could easily have taken a more vindictive path. Severus, would you rather have been wearing donkey ears and braying? Minerva had more information for them though, and could hardly wait to pass it on. There weren't just two people pranked inside Hogwarts today, Harry and his friends have taken on the Weasley twins. This silenced everyone. Fred and George Weasley had earned their reputation as the best, or worst, depending on your point of view, pranksters in Hogwarts. Their head of house didn't keep the senior staff waiting any longer. The Gryffindor Guardian was quite put out that she's the only portrait in the castle currently allowing the twins entry. The rest not only deny them access, they and the Hogwarts ghosts report any wrongdoing to the staff. Both Fred and George already have detention with Argus tonight. Albus was flabbergasted at that news. The castle is giving Harry that much control over what it does. It was a smiling head of Hufflepuff who answered the headmaster. I told you Albus, the castle chose Harry as her champion. To work against him could see you ejected from Hogwarts. Severus so wanted to rant and rave some more but was forced to concede the point. With that amount of backing, the brat could have really humiliated him this morning. He still had the occasional nightmare about dangling upside down by his ankle while everyone laughed at his underwear. The very thought of what the brat's father and his friends would have done with such power sent a shiver of dread up and down his spine. Severus recognized a warning being delivered when he saw one. Perhaps it was time to back off this boy. He couldn't help but think perhaps Phileas was right, you should never mess with a goblin. By dinner time, Ron was trying a different approach. Sitting at the Hufflepuff table at lunchtime had made no difference, second helpings were still denied him. His new master plan should solve that problem. Sitting once more at his own table, it was time to put that plan into action. Ron began grabbing food as normal but not putting it on his plate. Instead, the roast potatoes found their way into his pocket. Slices of roast beef soon followed, though he did give the gravy a miss. No one was laughing at this. The mere thought of having to eat food that came out of Ron Weasley's pocket was spoiling many an appetite. When the food on the table began to once more start disappearing, it was a disconsolate young Gryffindor who sat there almost in tears, munching on the food he'd managed to fill his pockets with. The twins sought out Harry and company directly after dinner. Okay guys, we know when we're outmatched. What will it take to return things to normal? Harry was pleased to see that at least some of this family had sense. Two things guys, the first being a public apology to Neville for the prank. This confused the twins so George asked for some clarification. Just Neville. What about the rest of you guys? Hermione had an answer for them. Well, technically you didn't prank us. We all knew what would happen if we ate the food. Both twins were happy to comply with that condition and were now waiting on the hammer to fall with condition number 2. Padma didn't keep them waiting, but the blow was unexpectedly light. The second condition is that we four are excluded from your pranks for the rest of your time at Hogwarts. Fred and George had a quick confab before replying. If we can have a proviso in there about pranks that affect the entire school, then we have a deal. It would be too difficult to leave you four out, but we're more than happy never to target you lot again. They could hear the admiration in Fred's voice as he complimented the group. Your prank on Snape was beyond brilliant. No one in their right mind would want to mess with the mini Marauders. As they shook hands on it, Hermione had a question. Why did you call us the mini Marauders? I've never heard that name before. The Marauders were a group of 4 friends that were the greatest pranksters Hogwarts has ever seen. With you being 4 firsties trying to pull pranks, I thought it was funny. Yeah George, shows what we know, they outpranked us. Neville's parents had both attended Hogwarts. It was more in hope than any expectation that he asked the next question. Do you know who the Marauders were? Sorry Neville, all we know of Messrs Padfoot, Prongs, Mooney and Wormtail is their wonderful pranking legacy. We've not been able to find out anything else about them. Well, that ends my interest in the mini Marauders. The last thing I need is another name. Padma was finding she loved teasing her friends, and couldn't resist this opportunity. I don't know Harry, the thought of a nickname is quite appealing. Hermione seamlessly joined right in. Yes, we could call you something like Budgie. Padma immediately caught where Hermione was coming from and played right along. Oh, that would work. He's so colorful and chirpy, Harry really couldn't be called anything else. You could even claim it's your goblin sense of humor. Hermione then emulated Padma in giggling at Harry's pretend pout. Neville was enjoying the teasing amongst his friends but let out a sigh at his perceived fate. If we're going with a bird theme, I suppose that means I'm a tit then. Padma was first to spring to his defense. Oh no Neville, I see you more as a robin. Proudly displaying your Gryffindor red and ready to defend your territory. Neville was blushing at that but had a suggestion of his own to make. Well, I think Padma should be called Dove. We have them at the manor and they have such a sweet and gentle nature. Hermione was smiling at her two now blushing friends. She had a question of her own though. That sounds great, but what about me? Harry, Padma and Neville all spoke as one. Owl. It was left to Harry to offer up an explanation. Owls are birds associated with wisdom, certainly fitting for you. In goblin mythology, the owl is revered as the goddess of all birds. You really couldn't be anything else. Hermione's blushes now clearly outshone her friends as the twins had a good laugh at their expense. Okay, scrap the mini Marauders. Messrs Budgie, Owl, Robin and Dove shall henceforth be known as the Order of the Avs. That had everyone chuckling before Fred got serious. Guys, what has Ron got to do to lift the prank? It's getting embarrassing watching him. Harry suddenly wasn't so forgiving. He deliberately fired that disgusting curse at Hermione. That's going to take at least an apology. Both twins were nodding in agreement with that condition, thinking it more than fair. Harry though wasn't finished. My friend Padma is a beautiful young witch. Our entire year group watched as slugs popped out her mouth and ran down her chin. I think nothing less than a public apology is going to do for that. Again Fred and George thought this was a fitting and fair resolution to the problem. They also knew that their younger brother would never carry it out. Ron could probably be persuaded that mumbling sorry to Hermione in private was the right thing to do, but there was no chance of him doing the whole public thing. Harry, I'm so glad you don't do pranks. Yeah, you would put me and Fred out of business. As I said guys, goblins don't do pranks. That doesn't mean I won't help Owl, Robin and Dove with any little projects they might have. Both twins groaned before George replied. Harry, only you could class pranking Snape as a little project. Quote, Monday morning brought the now usual spectacle of Ron Weasley playing, searching for seconds. He'd arrived this morning armed with a 4-foot pole with a hook-like appendage fashioned onto the end of it, only to discover that once more Hogwarts was smarter than he was. Yet again the food began disappearing from his extended reach when the magical castle thought he'd eaten enough. Fred and George at least managed to deflect some of the attention away from their younger brother by making a very public apology to Neville. That they performed this task in their own inimitable style was a given. Both were on their knees in front of the younger Gryffindor, seamlessly switching between bowing and apologizing. Forgive us, O great prankster. We knew nothing of your prowess when committing our diabolical deed. Had we but known we were in the presence of pranking royalty, we would never knowingly prank a member of the Order of Avs. Forgive us, O mighty one. The twins had timed it to perfection. These were the last legible words to leave either of their mouths before they began braying and grew donkey ears. It took Neville 3 attempts to accept their apology because he was laughing so hard. This was greeted with a round of applause before everyone returned to their breakfast. The hall was in a buoyant mood for a Monday morning. The arrival of the Daily Prophet changed that. The story had finally broken. Boy Who Lives rejects wizarding heritage. If ever a front-page newspaper headline was designed to cause outrage amongst its readers, Harry thought this was it. The article then went on to proclaim its horror, on behalf of their readers of course, that the savior of their world no longer even called himself Harry Potter. Their young hero now answered to the name of Crow. The newspaper then explained how this travesty had occurred. The boy who lived had been raised since that fateful Halloween inside Gringotts by the goblins. The prophet had no answers to offer its readers as to how these unprecedented circumstances had evolved, just question after question they were demanding answers to. Why had the Ministry of Magic stood back and allowed this abnormality to happen to their favored son? Albus Dumbledore had claimed for 10 years that Harry Potter was safe and well. Did he know the child was living with the goblins, and what part did he play in that despicable decision? The story then descended into hearsay about Harry's first week inside Hogwarts, a few facts stitched together to push whatever agenda the paper wanted. They correctly identified that Harry had been sorted into Ravenclaw, though glossed over the whole Hogwarts champion thing. Their preference was clearly to concentrate on how he had, apparently, deliberately spurned advances from children of prominent wizarding families. The troll incident was certainly covered, though again only the fact that Harry killed it with a goblin blade was considered worth the mentioning. The paper certainly generated the reaction they wanted from Harry's best friend, but Hermione's outrage wasn't focused where the prophet would expect. This is utter rubbish. Can they get away with printing this? Padma was also shaking her head. Oh, you obviously haven't read the best bit yet, Hermione. The paragraph near the end where it calls on all the young witches of Hogwarts to show Harry the benefits of rejoining Wizarding Society. As an extra incentive, it points out that the lucky young witch who lands the famous wizard would one day be incredibly wealthy, and Lady Potter. Hermione could hardly breathe as she turned to Harry for some sort of confirmation. The young witch wasn't sure just what she wanted him to say. Harry could only go with the truth. The head of the Potter family will become Lord Potter, and be wealthy enough to make the Malfoys appear paupers. Not that they would ever flaunt their wealth, things like that are only done by people trying to impress. Hermione sat there with her mouth open. The best friend, who she'd been crushing on since laying eyes on him, was some multi-millionaire lord, and one that every girl in the school would now be chasing after. Harry could see what was happening and decided to put a stop to it at once. He stood and offered Hermione his hand. "My lady." Hermione's eyes nearly popped out of her head at the double meaning now contained in those words. She took his hand to stand and was soon in her usual position, on Harry's arm. "You said yourself, Hermione, the whole thing is utter rubbish. I'm still Harry, and still your best friend." Hermione held onto his arm with both hands and rested her head on Harry's shoulder in relief as they made their way out the hall. Hermione was so overcome with relief, she didn't care that every pair of female eyes were now on them, far less what kind of statement they were making. She was on Harry's arm and the world was once more fantastic in Hermione Granger's opinion. Padma and Neville soon joined them, as did the rest of the first years who were all heading for the greenhouses. Draco was also smiling, though for a far different reason. His father had cautioned him to sit back and observe, sending home any information he discovered. The head of the Malfoy family had decided he would wait until the story publicly broke before making his move, figuring that he would have more opportunities of manipulating things the way he wanted then. After seeing today's prophet, Draco knew his father would shortly be bound for Hogwarts. Albus was also expecting visitors after reading how the prophet chose to break the news. Cornelius would soon be making his way to the castle and the headmaster didn't really know how he was going to deal with the problem. Nothing in all his years had prepared him for a situation like the one he now found himself in. Albus was going to have to play the entire thing on the fly. He couldn't remember when he'd last had to do that either. Ron Weasley was the only first year not heading to herbology, rather the Gryffindor set off toward the Ollery. Ron thought his mealtime problems were far more important than any class about stupid plants. His twin brothers had told Ron what was expected of him to end this torture. He knew within himself that was never going to happen, so it was time to call for reinforcements. Ron decided this time there would be no messing about, he was going straight to the top. It was time his mother found out just how much torture her youngest son was being forced to endure inside Hogwarts. Professor Sprout soon had them all working, so there was no time for any comments about today's prophet. Harry was quite happy with that. After the lesson, he overheard the other 3 Ravenclaw first-year boys discussing what they thought was going to happen after lunch. It was now common knowledge that Professor Quirrell had left Hogwarts. Harry thought this might be good opportunity to start working on those snubbing rumors. "Guys, my father is arranging a private defense tutor for me. If you want, I can ask them if it's okay to up the numbers a bit. Michael, Anthony and Terry were all keen, but Malfoy had overheard. It was with a superior sneer he addressed Harry, loud enough though to ensure everyone else heard. If you think any proper, pureblood witch or wizard would ever stand for a goblin teaching them, you really are as big an idiot as Weasley claims Crow. Padma was quick to jump all over Malfoy at his implied insult. My family were recognized as pureblood witches and wizards while your ancestors were still herding goats in the French mountains. We apparently have different opinions about what constitutes a proper pureblood. Daddy having plenty of money doesn't change the fact it was only a few generations ago that the British branch of the Malfoys were chased out of France with their tails between their legs. Draco was livid and moved threateningly toward Padma, only to find his way blocked by both Neville and Harry. This was Hogwarts' first glimpse of Neville standing up for himself, and it took everyone, including Malfoy, by surprise. Like Padma says, we have a different definition of what a proper pureblood is. While your ancestors were herding those goats, the Longbottoms and Potters were already magical lords in this country. By any definition you care to make, my blood is classed as purer than yours. Padma was standing beside Hermione and couldn't help but whisper to her, "Told you Robin was a good name for Neville." Neville though wasn't quite finished yet. If the defense teacher Harry's father provides is half as good as Master Pitsley, then I'll be first in line for that class too. Goblin or not, it's whether they can teach that counts, and even a house elf would have to be better at teaching defense than Quirrell. Neville had effectively cut the legs from under Malfoy, and the blonde Slytherin was let to storm away as the Ravenclaws, Gryffindors, minus a missing Ron Weasley, and the Hufflepuffs all quickly confirmed to Harry they would be delighted if he could arrange for them to join his defense lessons. Malfoy's posse, and the rest of the snakes, accompanied him as he stormed off. The other Slytherins had been deliberately non-committal though, preferring to take the Slytherin approach and see who could be teaching them first. Tracy, Daphne and Millicent had barely poked their collective heads into the Great Hall when they were doing an about-turn and heading back to ask Harry if they could join the lessons too. Harry was pleasantly surprised and said he intended to include them when he asked the new tutor. When the group of friends reached the Great Hall, the mystery of the girl's sudden change of heart was there for all to see. The wizard standing beside McGonagall was clearly on good terms with the professor as they stood and chatted, while every witch in the castle suddenly wished they were in the deputy headmistress' shoes and talking to the handsome wizard. He was rugged, tanned and appeared to be in his early 20s. With dark red hair that was shoulder-length and held in a ponytail, the wizard was at least 6 feet tall, and his dragon hide jacket really emphasized those broad shoulders. As McGonagall led him over toward Harry, they caught a glimpse of a dragon tooth earring too. Hermione suddenly had a warm and fuzzy feeling deep in her bones. Apart from the color of his hair, this was probably a close approximation of what Harry would mature into at the same age. This had the young witch smiling to herself and holding her best friend's arm even tighter. "Mr. Crow, I would like to introduce you to the last Gryffindor who held the position of Hogwarts head boy, William Weasley." "Hi Harry, hope you don't mind if I call you that. I'm a curse breaker for Gringotts, and Ragnot himself pulled me back from Egypt to tutor you in defense. Once he made me aware of the actual situation here, well, I couldn't really refuse." What Bill wasn't saying was he'd fought this assignment tooth and nail, until told the prophecy. Any complaints about teaching some snot-nosed kid went right out the window after that. His entire argument that raiding tombs was a better use of his hard-won skills just didn't hold water when compared to training the boy prophesied to fight Voldemort. Harry though got the message that this person had been trusted with the prophecy. "Pleased to meet you, sir. Harry's fine and thanks for doing this. I don't know what Hogwarts has arranged as cover for Professor Quirrell, but I said to my classmates I would ask if they could join the class too." Bill's smile had most of the witches in the Great Hall swooning. "Harry, for what I'm being paid for this, you call the shots. If you want me to take all the first years, that's fine with me." Harry was just about to ask Professor McGonagall if this would be okay when they were rudely interrupted by the youngest Weasley currently attending Hogwarts rushing into the Great Hall. "Bill, this is fantastic. I just wrote to Mum this morning and now you're here. I don't know what the curse on me is, but I'm sure you'll break it. I'm starving to death in Hogwarts." The elder Weasley was embarrassed at this loud and rude interruption during what was effectively his work. "Sorry Ron, I've no idea what you're talking about. I'm at Hogwarts to teach Harry here defense. Ron's expression of betrayal was soon replaced by one of utter rage. That's just not fair, he gets everything. Not this time, Crow, eat slugs. His actions had been so unexpected that there was no time for anyone to react, and Harry so close that Ron knew he couldn't miss this time. Unfortunately, his spellotaped wand had other ideas. The spell backfired from his damaged wand, blowing Ron onto his ass. McGonagall was outraged, and didn't care who knew it. Mr. Weasley, never in all my years at Hogwarts have I encountered someone as single-mindedly stupid as you. It would seem you didn't learn your lesson the last time you used that curse, so something different will have to be tried. The first slug escaping Ron's mouth halted his head of house's tirade, for the moment. Percy, take your brother to the infirmary. Inform Madame Pomfrey that under no condition is he to leave there before I have another word with him. As Ron was led away, McGonagall had a moment to get her temper back under control. Gryffindors attacking anyone unprovoked was always going to get her ire up. Doing it twice, with the second time being right in front of her, was going to see Minerva heading for the burrow later. First though, she had a situation to deal with. Mr. Crow, I really appreciate your suggestion about allowing the rest of first year to attend. It has my blessing since the alternative at the moment is a study period in the library. I can also assure you that the youngest Weasley brother will learn to keep his wand in his pocket, or he will not be in Hogwarts much longer. William, can I suggest you have lunch with the twins and discover what's really going on here? The twins sheepishly approached their eldest brother and head of house, having never seen McGonagall so angry before, not even at them. Sorry Harry, Ron's always had a wicked temper. We'll bring Bill up to speed on what the problem is here. Neville headed off with them to the Gryffindor table while the Ravenclaw trio sat at their normal spots. It was a smirking Roger who once more dispelled any lingering awkwardness. I'll say this for you Harry, things are never dull when you're around. There was real sincerity in Harry's voice as he answered. Roger, you have no idea how much I'm wishing for a couple of dull months. You know the kind of thing, no one firing curses at you, no trolls needing slain and my name not plastered all over the papers. Is that really too much to ask? The older Ravenclaw was now laughing at that. For you Harry, probably. Cho was still getting teased by her friends over her first attempt to talk to Harry. There was something she really needed to know though, so risked it again. Harry, do you think your tutor will be teaching any of the other year groups? Harry thought for a moment before replying. I doubt it Cho, Gringotts curse breakers are some of the most highly trained and specialized workers they have. The bank will certainly have tasks for him the rest of the week. For Mr. Weasley to even gain entry to that program makes him pretty special. I can't believe my father managed to get a curse breaker as a defense tutor. Cho couldn't hide her disappointment. I can't believe he's a Weasley, none of the rest of them look like that. One of the 7th year girls soon put Cho straight. His younger brother Charlie was Gryffindor Quidditch captain. A brilliant seeker and the hottest thing I've ever seen sitting on a broom. Her flushed cheeks left no one in any doubt exactly what she meant by hot. With a comedic sense of timing that had half the Ravenclaw table doing spit takes, Padma couldn't resist commenting. I wonder if Ronald was dropped on his head as a baby. As everyone was laughing, Hermione had a thought. I wonder if the Pratt will be so quick to use that foul curse again after experiencing it firsthand. Padma agreed but also thought this was a golden opportunity to tease her friend some more. I couldn't help noticing you looked pretty pleased to see our new defense tutor too. Oh absolutely Padma. Did you see the way the rest of the witches in here reacted? If they're all drooling over Professor Weasley, perhaps they'll leave Harry alone. Hermione's answer may have somewhat shocked Padma, but it brought the first genuine smile to Harry's face since the prophet had been delivered this morning. The same issue of the Wizarding newspaper was lying on Ragnarok's desk, both goblins present having already read it. Well Barchoke, the game is now afoot. We will soon discover if your son is as profitable an option as we hoped. I have every confidence in him Director, he will do us proud. He'll need to, otherwise Gringotts could soon find itself embroiled in a war. With respect Director, we both know without my son's intervention that outcome is inevitable. Should the Dark One return, the ministry would soon fall to him. His gaze would then turn in our direction, and our kin have fought wars rather than bow to better wizards than that self-proclaimed Lord, Voldemort. A war against we goblins would be used to cement his hold on the magical community, they wouldn't dare oppose him with a goblin rebellion, then in progress. I am well aware of this, Barchok. It was my main reason for accepting your plan for the prophesied child. Unlike you, I can't afford to show any sentiment on Crow's behalf. Despite his tender age, he is a goblin warrior on a mission, and we have to remember that. Goblins are barred by treaty from directly interfering in the affairs of wizards. If the ministry should take the view that we have broken that treaty, then there could be a war. Barchok attempted to sound more confident than he was. That outcome would require the ministry acknowledging Harry Potter as now a goblin, something they will never do. They are far more likely to attempt to wrestle control of your son away from you. Are you certain that all the loopholes in that scenario are covered? Yes, Director. If things start proceeding in that direction, Harry has the power to close that avenue of attack off permanently. That will be an unfortunate occurrence, but not the disaster the ministry gaining control of him would be. We've effectively shut Dumbledore out, but then the old wizard's actions were easy to predict. That is exactly my point, Barchok. It's very difficult to predict what that idiot Fudge will do because it depends on who has the minister's ear at the time. This was what had the father so worried. We hope to take away the minister's biggest influence next, and release the fox amongst the chickens to add more confusion. It sounded good when we planned it. Sitting here while everything is out with my control is not easy. Ragnarok could see the apprehension in the senior accounts manager, torment about the child he had raised as his own. You can be proud of your son, Barchok. We both know he will do his best. Curse Breaker Wesley's presence is also a welcome boost. There is genuine animosity there between the Weasleys and one of the main antagonists. He should be another asset on site for us. Barchok knew all this and agreed with everything the director said. He also knew that both of them were left hoping that Harry's best was good enough. He was after all only 11. Albus was finding it hard to believe that an 11-year-old wizard was causing him so much trouble. He currently had the Minister of Magic, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and Lucius Malfoy, a member of the Hogwarts Board of Governors, asking questions that he really had no answers for. Well, no answers that they wanted to hear. The minister demanded to know when Hogwarts began accepting goblins as students. I was denying the boy access to Hogwarts as Harry Crow, but the castle overruled me, making him a Hogwarts champion before passing over the sword of Gryffindor. Cornelius was not impressed with that answer. I find it hard to believe that a stone building could possibly do something like that. The sorting hat was on its usual shelf in the Hogwarts headmaster's office. It wouldn't normally speak between sorting ceremonies, but was quick to spring to the defense of the Hogwarts champion. And I find it hard to believe the boy who used to wet himself every time one of his professors asked him a question ended up Minister of Magic. Tell me, young Cornelius, have you recovered from your little problem? The hat's intervention brought everyone up sharply, though Amelia Bones had a few follow-up questions for Dumbledore. Would the sword of Gryffindor be the goblin blade in question that brought down a troll? While we're on the subject, where did this incident take place? Her niece Susan had written home with some fanciful story that Amelia had dismissed as the infamous Hogwarts rumor mill working overtime. Cornelius was not renowned as a patient wizard and had recovered from the hat's jibe. His patience was especially stretched due to being bombarded with owls demanding answers the Minister of Magic fully intended to get here today. Enough of this, Dumbledore, I'm a busy man. Let's get the lad up here and see what he's got to say for himself. Albus was loath to admit he couldn't do something, particularly inside Hogwarts. He didn't have any other options though but to speak the truth. I'm sorry, Cornelius, I can't do that. For Harry to be in this office, his father must be present too. This is goblin law and there's nothing we can do about it. So, the rumors are true. Albus Dumbledore is barred from Gringotts and persona non grata amongst the goblins. Lucius couldn't quite hide his delight at the humbling of the headmaster. The minister though hadn't traveled to Hogwarts only to be denied by a technicality. Can I assume that you can be in a classroom with the boy, with present company of course? Again Albus didn't have any other answers or alternatives, so they all ended trooping off down to the defense classroom. Bill had been shocked at the twins' tale of Ron's behavior. Percy's non-intervention was also a source of puzzlement for the eldest Weasley son. Even taking away the fact that Ron was Percy's younger brother, he was still a Gryffindor prefect. A prefect with specific duties to watch over the first years. That Fred and George had even begun the process of becoming friends with Harry made Ron's actions all the harder to explain, never mind defend. Bill also thought that a public apology to the young girl Ron hid with that curse was not only a fair thing to ask, it was the least he could do. He actually thought an apology should have been offered immediately, without Ron needing to be forced into it. One thing his youngest brother did mention that generated a specific cause for Bill's concern was his letter home to their mother. Knowing her as he did, Bill would not be surprised if this resulted in a howler heading in Harry Crow's direction. He would need to visit the burrow after class to head off the disaster that could quickly descend into. Their mother in a temper wasn't known as someone who would choose their words carefully, rather just loudly yelling the first thing that entered her head. Bill was having to choose his words carefully in front of the class too, as it would appear he'd just made an error. Curse Breaker Weasley, I think you misinterpreted my answer, sir. I know there are curses which no magical shields can block. I was referring to a goblin shield when I answered your question. I'm sorry, Mr. Crow, but those are spells I'm not familiar with. Perhaps you could show us. A smiling Harry stood and removed a metallic disc from his pocket. It easily fitted into the palm of his hand. Until that was he twisted the disc a certain way. Seconds later, Harry had slipped a gleaming metallic shield onto his left forearm. It was oval in shape and went from slightly beyond his fingertips to just past his elbow, being about 18 inches across at its widest point. A self-adjusting strap on his forearm and a grip for his left hand saw it securely anchored without in any way restricting his movement. The rest of the class were suitably impressed. Here was a practical defense method they didn't need to know any spells to use. Draco was already in a foul mood after having to eat his words and attend the defense class. Potter once more in the limelight was not something he was prepared to tolerate. Do you honestly expect us to believe you can stop curses with that bit of tin? It looks like something our house elf would serve sandwiches off. Harry ignored the sniggering being aimed in his direction. This shield is not designed to actually stop curses, rather deflect them away from you. That takes a lot less power and really lengthens the life of the shield. A powerful dark curse would probably shatter it, but the same curse would pass right through a magical shield. This also frees up your other arm, allowing you to fight back at the same time. The wannabe leader of the first years was dismissive of all this, and made no attempt to hide his disbelief. Prove it. Harry raised his eyebrow questioningly at their teacher and got a nod of acceptance in return. Stinging hexes, okay, Mr. Crow. After agreeing, Harry made his way to the front of the class. He withdrew his knife and took up a defensive stance, awaiting the first hex. Bill deliberately aimed his hex at Harry's chest, just above where the lad had positioned his shield. The boy though was incredibly fast, moving and deflecting the curse away from him. The high-pitched yell alerted the teacher that the stinging hex had actually hit someone else in the class. Draco now wore a rather pained expression and was currently rubbing his shoulder. Harry glared at him. Was that enough proof, Malfoy, or do we need to go again? Draco knew he couldn't back down. This had now become a challenge. Nothing but a fluke. He aimed right at the shield. Ah. Bill had fired 3 hexes at Harry in quick succession, all at different body parts. Harry had deflected the first one at Malfoy again, dodged the second, but the third one connected with his thigh. Harry though didn't cry out, merely bowed in acknowledgement to his teacher's skill. I think Mr. Crow ably demonstrated the effectiveness of a physical shield, and some of its restrictions. Bill was sure the lad could have dealt with all 3 hexes he'd fired. Harry though appeared willing to take a hit to ensure the first one was deflected back at the Malfoy boy. He decided not to mention this, instead used the hit as a teaching point. A good magical shield would easily have protected Mr. Crow from all 3 curses. Using a combination of both shielding methods should see him better protected in the future. Bill was also thinking the lad would need more extensive lessons in defense than taking the timetabled class with the rest of his year mates on a Monday and Thursday could provide. He'd obviously had some previous training, and Bill would be making inquiries about all of this on his return to Gringotts. Hogwarts' newest professor was just getting the class back on track about the best methods of defending yourself when their visitors arrived. Albus thought that this would at least be better than having the lad put on the spot in the Great Hall. He well remembered how his own attempt at that had gone. Excuse us, Professor Weasley, sorry to disrupt your first class, but we require a few words with Mr. Crow. Cornelius spotted the black-haired bespectacled boy sitting at the front of the class and waded right in. He was after all the Minister of Magic and used to getting his own way. Harry, my boy, you have no idea how distressed I was to discover just how you'd been raised. I'm here today to put a stop to this goblin nonsense, and also see you being cared for by a proper wizarding family. I'm sure we can soon clear up this momentous misunderstanding. The giggling had turned to full-blown laughter at his last comment, causing a puzzled look to replace the minister's confident expression. Sir, my name's Michael, not Harry. This saw the volume of laughter increase, as did the minister's confusion. Well, if you're not Harry, who is? Harry stood to face this fool in the green bowler hat. My name is Harry, though probably not the Harry you're looking for. You see, I have no need of a new family and am certainly not your boy. Lucius was always amazed that, no matter how stupid he thought Fudge was, the man still retained the ability to prove he was even stupider than Lucius believed. Appearances though had to be maintained. Do not speak to the Minister of Magic in that tone, boy, show some respect for your betters. My betters would know it is extremely ill-mannered to address someone without introducing yourself first, something I noticed you didn't bother with either. I would also like to point out that divination isn't an optional subject until 3rd year. How was I supposed to know this was the Minister of Magic? If that ridiculous green hat is some sort of badge of office, then you really need to rethink that image. A sword is way cooler. I am Harry Crow, son of Barchoke, Gringotts senior accounts manager. Hermione was of course sitting in her usual seat, right beside Harry. In the defense classroom, this placed her between Harry and the door. Hermione was left sitting just in front of where Harry was now standing, and the young witch was already twirling her hair due to her mounting anxiety. Her best friend had basically just told off the magical equivalent of the country's prime minister. Both wizards who'd entered with the headmaster appeared flabbergasted, though the lady's eyes were practically twinkling with amusement. Mr. Crow, my name is Amelia Bones and I'm head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry bowed to the woman and answered her respectfully. Well met, Madam Bones, I sincerely hope you're not here to arrest me. Amelia actually broke into a smile at this. Not at the moment, Mr. Crow. This is Minister Fudge and the other wizard is Lucius Malfoy. There was an instant change in Harry at this news. He immediately addressed Draco's father. My apologies, sir. At my goblin school, we were taught classes on Lucius Malfoy. Again though, only your deeds were examined in great detail, which is why I didn't recognize you. Hermione thought she had seen all of Harry's faces, but here was one the young witch didn't recognize. Harry was practically fawning over Lucius Malfoy, something that went against everything she knew about her best friend. The only explanation that made any sense to Hermione was if Harry was up to something. As the senior Malfoy was lapping up Harry's praise like Pooh Bear slurps honey, she didn't think it would take too long to discover if there was a sting in the tail. You attended classes about me. Certainly, sir, you were required reading for 9-year-old goblins in their economics classes. Dumbledore didn't know Harry near as well as Hermione did, but even he suspected the lad was up to something. Decades of dealing with students playing pranks had given the headmaster almost a sixth sense about these things. Albus decided he wanted to know more, and, at this particular time, anything that diverted attention away from him was a good thing in his book. What did these lessons consist of, Mr. Crow? Oh, it's a well-known fact that the Malfoy family donates generously to lots of charities and good causes. It's also well known that those donations generally go to organizations where either Mr. Malfoy or his wife are in some way connected with the charity or cause, which is why they are on so many committees and boards. This was not something Lucius tended to broadcast, but wasn't too bothered about those facts being revealed here. The boy was certainly correct. Those in the know recognized the benefits of having a Malfoy on their decision-making panel. Harry though wasn't finished. In fact, he was just getting started. This is where the real genius of this economic scheme begins. You see, either Mr. Malfoy or his wife then insist their charitable donation is handled by a specific consultancy firm, Scorpius Enterprises. A responsible thing to do, you might say, until you discover just who owns and runs Scorpius Enterprises, Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy. Lucius' voice had dropped to a dangerous whisper now. How did you know that, boy? Harry though was unperturbed. Hermione now recognized this face. It was a face that told Hermione her best friend considered Lucius Malfoy an enemy. It was also a face she hoped was never directed at her. Now scooping a good portion of that charitable donation back into your own vault could be forgiven, if that was all the Malfoys were up to. Fraudulently refilling their vaults is not even the tip of the iceberg. They also recommend the people to carry out whatever work gets done or to provide materials needed with what's left of their donation. That these recommendations just happen to be the Malfoys' friends would suggest to me there are switchbacks involved too. A switchback is when money is paid illegally to win a contract to do work. This usually sees a contract awarded to a firm who are never the most economical option, and rarely the best at what they do. Lucius Malfoy was now clearly livid, but it was Amelia who asked Harry the question he was expecting. "Mr. Crow, isn't that privileged information the goblins are handing out?" Harry was quick to answer. "Oh no, Madam Bones, all this information is already available inside the ministry. It just involves different departments, and there is a real lack of communication between them. I really have no idea whether Mr. Malfoy uses his influence to ensure that lack of communication continues, but that is neither here nor there. You see, we were all laughing at how easily Mr. Malfoy could publicly make a large donation to charity, and then privately ensure a large proportion of it ended back in his own vault when our tutor pointed out what was really going on. I think we've heard quite enough of this fantasy." Lucius' growl intimidated no one. Even in full Death Eater regalia, he wouldn't have been able to intimidate Harry into stopping speaking. That both Amelia and Dumbledore clearly wanted to hear more certainly didn't harm Harry's case. Hermione recognized this Harry as the one that took down the troll. He appeared calm on the surface, but she was aware just how quickly he could spring into action. That he was subtly moving so she was no longer directly between him and Malfoy was another clue. She had her wand in her pocket, but, for all the training she had, that's where it was going to have to stay. If a fight started, she was grabbing Padma and dragging both of them under the desk. Harry continued as if Lucius hadn't spoken. "You see, every single contract of work Scorpius Enterprises awards goes only to those organizations that are owned and run by former Death Eaters. Mr. Malfoy is secretly funding the Death Eater movement in readiness for his master's return." The minister exploded at this. "These allegations are preposterous, boy. Lucius Malfoy is an upstanding member of the British magical community, and you know who is dead." Harry cut right across the minister, and almost started a riot in the class. Just speaking the name out loud got a reaction. That was until people began to understand what Harry was actually saying. "Voldemort is not dead and was here inside Hogwarts last week. The senior staff fought him in the corridor. The headmaster had warned us all not to go near. At least you were right about the most painful death bit awaiting anyone who went there, headmaster. Why do you think Quirrell isn't teaching this class? He was possessed by Voldemort and let that troll into the castle as a diversion. Professor Quirrell died when the headmaster cast Voldemort out of the castle." Hermione was watching the adults' reactions to these revelations since Harry's eyes never left Lucius Malfoy. At the mention of Voldemort, Lucius was quite green about the gills. The Minister of Magic actually looked like someone who'd just wet themselves, while Madame Bones appeared extremely angry, thankfully not at Harry. It was Dumbledore's reaction that drew her attention though. He was focused on Harry as if attempting to see right through her best friend. It was also clear to Hermione that the headmaster wasn't seeing what he wanted. "Harry, how could you possibly know all that? Hogwarts chose me as her champion headmaster. That means she keeps me informed of things the castle thinks I need to know." The Grey Lady passed through the wall to float at Harry's side. "Our champion speaks the truth. My mother helped build Hogwarts to teach all of this country's magical children, not as a plaything for the current headmaster. I give you notice, Albus Dumbledore, the castle will no longer support you dragging her children into danger. But for our champion's swift action, 3 of our youngest would be no more. This is your final warning. Albus Dumbledore. Why am I finding out Voldemort is back from an 11-year-old boy?" Hermione quickly changed her opinion. Madame Bones wasn't extremely angry. The witch in question was right royally pissed off. Hermione was even more grateful that anger wasn't directed in Harry's direction. Cornelius was finally stung into action. "That's quite enough, Amelia. All this talk about you-know-who being back stops now. He's not back, he can't be back. You saying that minister doesn't make it true, just like Malfoy here saying he's not a Death Eater doesn't make it true either. I'm warning you for the last time, boy." Harry moved closer to Malfoy. I'm sure Professor Snape will have some Veritaserum in his department. A few drops would end this argument once and for all. How about a magical oath that you were never willingly a Death Eater? Personally, rolling up your left sleeve would be enough proof for me. Malfoy's control finally snapped and he went for his wand, but, since Harry had deliberately provoked the Death Eater, he expected nothing else. Harry's custom-made knife had its point digging into Lucius' chest, directly in line with his beating heart, before the Death Eater could even think about getting a curse off. If you intended to use your wand for a magical oath, go right ahead. Otherwise, try anything and I'm pushing this blade home. We'll all get a chance to see just how pure Malfoy blood is when it's pumping out your chest. There was a short kerfuffle behind which ended with a slap and a yelp Harry was coming to recognize. It's only Draco trying to interfere. I slapped him one and now Neville's got him covered. Harry's eyes never left the senior Malfoy, but he was sorry he missed Hermione slapping Draco. Thanks Hermione, nice to know someone has my back. Amelia's wand had Malfoy covered the instant he reached for his. She was delighted to see the young lad had the drop on the arrogant ass. Like Harry, Amelia was certain Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater but was powerless to intervene because of his ministerial contacts. She didn't believe a young boy should have to solve their Death Eater problem but wouldn't lose any sleep if he skewered Malfoy today. Cornelius didn't know whether to shit or swear, but Albus couldn't stand there and see a young man become a murderer, even to rid the world of Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Crow, I can't allow you to kill him. Had he drawn a wand on me inside Gringotts, Malfoy would already be dead, headmaster. His blonde hair would be streaked with red as his head rolled along the bank's floor. Lucius was frozen to the spot. Draco had written home that this boy had slaughtered a troll with a blade. One glance into those blazing green eyes told him this boy wouldn't hesitate to carry out his threat. The wicked-looking knife currently pressing between his ribs certainly lent credence to his fears. Lucius felt closer to death than at any other time in his life. Dumbledore also recognized Harry was ready and prepared to carry out his threat. That may be so, but we're not in Gringotts at the moment. Very true, sir, so please answer me this. What is the punishment for an adult drawing a wand on a student inside Hogwarts? Considering we have the Minister of Magic, Chief Mugwump and head of the DMLE as witnesses, I don't think even Malfoy here could get away with his, I was under the Imperious Curse, lie again. Albus felt every pair of eyes, except Harry's, on him and hated saying what he had to. I'm sorry Mr. Crow, the best I can do is have him escorted out of Hogwarts. Hogwarts shall ensure he never sets foot in the castle again, young champion. Thank you Helena, do you have any other options for me, Madam Bones? Amelia also hated having to give her answer but would never shirk her duty. I'm sorry Mr. Crow, technically Malfoy has committed no crime, yet. So the Ministry has left me with the same option his master came up with, letting his curse bounce of me and kill the piece of shit. Now Minister, perhaps you will understand why I have no intention of ending this goblin nonsense. Tell me sir, was Malfoy here one of these proper wizarding families you were so desperate to have me raised by? Cornelius appeared to recover some of his bluster after being addressed by the boy who lived. Put that weapon down at once, boy, the only one breaking the law here is you. Harry then heard a welcome voice behind him. I've got your back Harry. Malfoy moves a muscle and I'll take his head off. This seemed to make up Harry's mind. Thank you Curse Breaker Weasley. Nice to know there's one adult in this room I can rely on to protect me. Harry's knife flashed as Lucius let out a yell. He was cut from his left shoulder to wrist. The cut wasn't deep. Having the sleeve of his robe sliced open was probably more painful to Lucius. You should get Madame Pomfrey to look at that. She won't be able to do anything about your dark mark though, otherwise Snape would have had his removed years ago. Even with the blood leaking out the wound Harry had just caused, and Lucius dropping his wand to cover the dark mark with his right hand, couldn't totally disguise that disgusting tattoo. Everyone in the room clearly saw it. As they were mesmerized with Malfoy's left forearm, Harry had sheathed his knife and now had Godric's sword in his hand. Goblins value honor and justice above all. No amount of gold can make up for losing either one. The man whose sword this once was epitomized both of those traits, which is why the goblins forged him this magnificent blade. These are values the wizarding community appears to have forgotten. Harry turned his attention back to Malfoy. When your master comes back, tell him I'll be waiting to finish the job. This time that coward and all of his followers will be dealt with. Anyone else, apart from Albus Dumbledore, saying something like that would either be laughed at, or rushed to a specialized ward in St. Mungo's. Harry standing there wielding his magical blade appeared to radiate an inner power, a power everyone in that classroom could see and even feel. Suddenly the castle naming him as her champion made perfect sense. The Hogwarts champion then addressed the Minister of Magic. My father has already confirmed to Dumbledore that the decision on whether my future lies as a goblin or a wizard is mine, and mine alone to make. I'll tell you something for free, Minister, from where I'm standing at the moment that's not a hard decision for me to make. The ministry has no legal or moral grounds to remove me from my father, the person who raised an abandoned toddler when every adult in this room failed me. If you attempt to destroy my life, I will respond as any goblin would, by fighting back with everything that I have. Fudge was about to start shouting when Harry silenced him by the simple act of pointing his sword in the minister's direction. Tell me this, Minister. Should the fabled boy who lived leave Hogwarts and return to Gringotts, citing Minister Fudge's interference as my main reason for rejecting Wizarding Society to live the rest of his life as a goblin, what would be the public's reaction? Cornelius Fudge now had a complexion that exactly matched his lime green bowler hat. Thanks to this blonde bastard and his masked buddies, my father is all the family I have left in the world. He's fought 2 duels to the death against goblins who believed a wizard had no place in Goblin Society. Please don't doubt for a second I wouldn't do the same for my father. I am my father's son, Minister, and proud to be so. Harry returned his sword to its scabbard while bowing to Bill. Cursebreaker Weasley, I thank you for your support and please don't think I counted you as one of those adults who failed an orphan toddler. Bill returned the bow without taking his eyes or wand off Malfoy. Harry, I think I was 10 at the time, so no harm done. Please know though that this time around I'm old enough and would be honored to stand by your side. Weasleys always stand on the side the light, so you can count on my wand in the fight against Voldemort. Harry then bowed to Amelia. Madam, a pleasure meeting you. I know that in any fight against Voldemort, Amelia Bones would be at the heart of that battle. Should you wish to speak again, please arrange it through Professor McGonagall or my head of house. Your honesty and regard for the law are well known within Gringotts, as are the restrictions you are required to work under. I hope what has been learned here today may help with those restrictions. With that, Harry marched out the classroom. Harry's parting words were like an explosion of understanding for a few of the adults in the classroom. Albus and Amelia got it at once, with Bill only a few moments behind. The goblins were barred by treaty from interfering in wizarding affairs, yet were currently sitting on an active volcano, one that was soon due to erupt. They knew Voldemort wasn't dead, and also that his vile organization was sitting ready for his return, yet couldn't do anything with that information. Harry Crow had just laid it out for them on a silver salver. Leaving behind a bleeding Malfoy, standing there with his dark mark clearly visible, and a minister who was almost catatonic with the thought of his precious public approval rating plunging into minus numbers. Amelia was so impressed, she wanted to run after that boy and key him for this gift. If the young witch who almost bowled her over following Harry out the door was any indicator, he would soon be getting keyed by someone a lot nearer his own age. Hermione had learned her lesson from the troll debacle. She had no intention of letting Harry have time to formulate any wrong ideas about this. She quickly grabbed both of their defense stuff and chucked it into his bag before tearing out of there after him. She thought Dumbledore was going to say something about her leaving too, but then the headmaster seemed to change his mind. He would need to have taken his wand out and restrained the determined young witch. Harry needed her, and this time she intended to be there for him. Hogwarts had also learned from the troll incident. Leaving her champion alone for the entire evening was not a mistake the castle intended to make again. The portraits and the fat friar quickly led Hermione straight to him. She didn't even hesitate when seeing it was a boy's toilet. She burst in and heard retching noises coming from one of the cubicles. Harry was throwing up into one of the toilets when he suddenly felt someone slowly rubbing his back. "It's okay, Harry, I'm here for you." Those words, combined with Hermione's soothing actions, were better than any potion from Madame Pomfrey for settling his nerves and stomach. It still took a couple of minutes for him to be able to answer her though. "Won't you get into trouble for leaving the class, and being in a boy's toilet? I just watched my best friend rip the Minister of Magic a new one, so figured, what the hell? You only live once, so why not throw a little danger in there?" And anyway, the fat friar was going to get beeping Myrtle to stand guard for us. Trust me, no boys will enter this toilet with her there. How did I come across back there? I was hoping for someone who was in control and desperately trying to avoid being considered some psychotic nutter. I thought you were wonderful, but can I ask you something? Just how long have you been planning that? Harry couldn't help but smile, not surprised that Hermione would see through him and pick up on their scheme. So much for spontaneity, it's overrated anyway. Father and I actually had about 6 plans depending on the circumstances. I couldn't believe my luck at how it played out. Cursebreaker Weasley and Madame Bones were unbelievable bonuses. We needed Malfoy's deeds and Dark Mark made public. He's the linchpin in the Death Eater organization. One of the plans had me slapping Malfoy Sr. and challenging him to a duel. Hermione couldn't hide her horror at that outcome. Harry, could you beat him in a duel? Hermione, I'm 11, he would kick my ass. He let me get close today, which was a big mistake. With a blade, I could carve my initials on his forehead before he could say ouch. For a wand duel, I had intended to beeper him into accepting and then nominate our head of house to fight for my honor. Master Flitwick was a dueling champion on the European circuit, and Dumbledore is probably the only person within a 100-mile radius who could hope to match him. So you had no intention of killing him, that was all a bluff. Harry looked straight into Hermione's eyes and answered her as honestly as he could. That was never part of the plan, Hermione, but if he'd tried anything stupid, thanks for taking care of Draco for me. Hermione understood what Harry was saying and accepted it. She'd seen the same thing with the troll. He'd done everything he could to avoid killing the creature, but when that didn't work, Harry thankfully hadn't hesitated. As to Draco, I don't know what came over me. I just saw him rushing at your back and reacted. He doesn't respond too well to getting walloped in the face. Neville then sat on him and promised more of the same if he didn't behave. Bill ignored the ghosts flirting and headed straight into the toilet indicated by the portraits. Declaring himself for Harry meant the castle was willing to help Bill aid its champion. The sight that greeted Bill warmed the eldest Weasley's heart. The curse breaker was slowly getting used to the reaction of adrenaline leaving your system after being in a life-threatening situation, an occupational hazard in his job. The first few times though, his actions had mirrored Harry's. He'd never had someone rubbing his back and offering comfort while he threw up. Gringotts curse breakers didn't go in for much of that touchy-feely stuff. He conjured a glass and then filled it with water. Here, Harry, drink this. As Harry was drinking, Hermione asked the question they both wanted the answer to. Sir, what happened after we left? Oh, Malfoy demanded I lower my wand or he would see me sacked from Hogwarts. When I explained that I worked for Gringotts, and was only in Hogwarts as a tutor for you since Voldemort killed Quirrell, well, you can imagine the uproar that caused. I did advise him to complain to my superiors at the bank. He would probably get me a raise. This got a giggle from Hermione and even Harry smiled. Dumbledore then took the minister up to his office for a pick-me-up. I don't think he was talking about a drop. You really kicked Fudge where it hurts, his public approval rating. I also think Dumbledore was desperate to get away from Amelia Bones before she could ask any more questions. She had her sights on someone else though. As soon as the minister left, Lucius was invited to accompany her to the ministry. Bill was smiling at the next bit. Apparently some new evidence has just been revealed that casts doubt on his claims not to be a Death Eater. She did promise to return. I got the impression she wanted to speak with you and then ripped Dumbledore's head off. This had both Harry and Hermione smiling too, but Bill had more to say. Harry, what you did in there today was brave, bold and bloody brilliant. I left Hogwarts and went straight to work for Gringotts, so I have more than a fair idea of what really went on in that classroom. I take it from Miss Granger's expression that she is aware of the situation too. My friends needed to know what they were getting into. I told them when we all had lunch with my father last week. The senior staff are also aware of the situation, though Dumbledore and Snape are not trusted by Gringotts. Bill was nodding, having already been made aware of some of that. What I was going to say was that your current defense lessons are fine for getting to know your classmates, but you need more. Hermione couldn't believe she actually interrupted a teacher, but this needed to be said. Sir, I sat there today and felt useless. I didn't like it. Harry warned us it might be dangerous to be around him and we all accepted that. What I'm trying to say here is, if there are any extra lessons on how to defend yourself, I so want to be included. I'll bet Padma and Neville will say the same. 4 is a small enough number to work with, so I have no problem with that. Should I take this suggestion to your father? This certainly got a smile from Harry. Yes, please. Could you also tell him what happened today? I know he's been really worried about it. Okay, providing you and your friends get down to dinner. What you did today was brilliant, but now you need to follow through. There's no point of making such an impression only to go and waste it by hiding out in a toilet. Your other 2 friends are waiting outside. Miss Pottle won't enter a boys' toilet, and Mr. Longbottom's not yet got the confidence to deal with Myrtle. Hermione helped Harry to his feet and then gave him the hug she couldn't because of his previous position. He needfully hugged her back before straightening out his clothes and offering Hermione his arm. Harry didn't know if he would be able to eat anything but respected the advice he'd been given. It was time to go down to dinner. Molly Weasley was not having a good day. It started with the Daily Prophet being delivered and went rapidly downhill from there. Her, Harry Potter, obsessed daughter had been crying for most of the day, and Molly didn't know what to do to help her little girl. The concerned mother had objected when Arthur first brought the confiscated book home from the ministry, claiming they must have been banned for a reason. Arthur assured her it was merely a children's story book, withdrawn for copyright purposes, and began to use the banned book for Ginny's bedtime stories. Well, compared to the boy who lived battling dragons to save the day, Babbity Rabbity and the ilk never had a look in from then on with little Ginny Weasley. She'd accompanied her 4 Hogwarts-bound brothers to King's Cross on the 1st of September, hoping for a glimpse of her hero. Ginny had been disappointed but consoled herself with the fact that she would be in Gryffindor next year, along with Harry Potter. Today's prophet had shattered those youthful fantasies and broken her little heart. As if that wasn't bad enough, Molly had just received a disturbing letter from Ron. Her first instinct was to rush to Hogwarts and start using her wand, but her youngest son's ramblings just didn't make sense to his mother. For a start, he had 3 older brothers in the same house. Molly couldn't believe they would stand back and let their youngest brother be mistreated. Then there was Minerva and Albus to consider. The head of Gryffindor was very protective of her charges, and Molly couldn't even consider anything happening to one of her children while Albus Dumbledore was at Hogwarts. She had decided to wait and discuss the matter with her husband before taking any action. Molly was surprised when she heard the family clock chime that someone was traveling, seconds before she heard the flow activate. She headed for the kitchen thinking Arthur must have finished early today when her squeal of delight rattled every window in the burrow. Bill, his mother's hug, and relentless questions were sharply cut off by the flow activating again and Ron stepping out. Her attention instantly switched to her youngest son. Ronald Weasley, what are you doing home? When the flow activated for the 3rd time, discharging Minerva McGonagall, Molly's eyes narrowed as her gaze zeroed in on a red-faced Ron. Just what is going on here? Ron never said a word, just stood there with his head bowed. It was left to his head of house to break the awkward silence. Molly, I need to speak to you regarding Ronald's behavior while at Hogwarts. Molly grabbed Ron by the ear and dragged him over to the table. Sit there and don't move, I'll be back when I find out just how much trouble you're in. Minerva, will you come through to the sitting room? As they headed out the kitchen, Bill suddenly had another red-headed female Weasley in his arms. Ginny had clearly heard her mother's yell and now launched herself at her favorite brother from the bottom of the stairs. He twirled her around the kitchen before sitting his sister down on the table. Hey Gin, you've done some growing since the last time I was home. Let me get a look at you. Bill noticed at once that his sister had been crying and was immediately concerned. She was normally such a happy-go-lucky child. What's the matter with my favorite sister? You and Mum had a fight. Oh no Bill, it was just reading about Harry Potter in the Prophet that got me upset. Ron may have been told to sit there, but that didn't mean he had to listen this without saying something. Why is everyone so obsessed with that prat? He's nothing special. Is that why you decided to curse him in the Great Hall today, because you were so jealous of a nothing special prat? What the hell were you thinking? The twins told me that was the 2nd time you've used that curse, and you didn't even apologize to the girl you hit with it. I didn't mean to hit her with it, I was aiming at Crow's girlfriend. Ginny let a shriek out at this revelation. Harry's got a girlfriend. Yeah, bint by the name of Granger. She walks around the castle all day on his arm, it's enough to make you sick. Ginny burst into tears at this news and raced back to her room while Bill grabbed Ron by the front of his robes and hauled him over the table. What the hell is your problem? Things not going perfect in little Ronnie's world, so he decides to throw a tantrum and make everyone else miserable too. Making a fool of yourself seems to be the only thing you're excelling at, not looking good for that first Hogwarts report card, Ronnie boy. Anyone hurting his sister was always going to receive a hard time from Bill, but for one of her brothers to deliberately do so was just too much. Ron needed some facts of life explained here. Had that curse hit Harry today, he would have made mincemeat of you. He's a goblin warrior who would have treated that curse, quite rightly, as an attack. Spitting up a few slugs wouldn't even slow him down, and he could have legally done you some serious harm. I saw him outsmart and take down an adult wizard in my class today. You wouldn't have stood a chance against. Nothing special, Crow. Molly and Minerva re-entered the kitchen and his mother didn't hang about. Bill, put him down. You're a whining little git who is an embarrassment to this family. It's time to grow up, Ronnie. You're no longer 7 years old, so stop acting like someone who is. Bill let his youngest brother slide back into his seat while addressing Ron's head of house. Minerva, I don't care whether Harry allows it, I will not have him in my class. I refuse to teach Ron any magic he could use on someone else next time he has a temper tantrum. Excuse me ladies, I have a sister this prat upset, she needs a big brother who will actually comfort her. Molly knew Bill was Ginny's favorite brother for a reason, he was very protective of her. That Ron had managed to cause so much trouble in so little time was another subject they would be discussing when Arthur got home. Ron, you have been suspended from Hogwarts for the rest of the week. You will be allowed to return on Sunday but will be on probation for the rest of first year. Should you be in serious trouble again during your probation, you will be expelled from Hogwarts. You have carried out magical attacks on 2 people in the space of a week, just what are you playing at? Oh right, blame me for everything. Don't bother about what's happening to me. I even got my wand broken. Minerva was in no mood to make any concessions here. Mr. Weasley, in both cases you were the aggressor. Your wand was indeed damaged in a tussle with Mr. Crow, but only after you had cursed one of his friends in the corridor. You seem to think Ronald Weasley should be immune to retaliation, or punishment. If you return to Hogwarts with this attitude, I guarantee you will not be in the castle for long. Excuse me Molly, but I must return to Hogwarts. I hope you and Arthur can talk some sense into him. I would hate to see a Weasley being the first student expelled from Hogwarts in 50 years. Molly was battling her temper as Minerva took the flow back to Hogwarts. She didn't want to start anything without Arthur's presence to rein her temper in if she was going too far. Ron, go to your room. We will be speaking when your father gets home. Ron tried his best pleading voice. Mum, I didn't have any lunch. I was in the infirmary. Ronald Bilious Weasley, get to your room before I take my wand to you. You bring shame to this family and all you can think of is food. Get out of my sight. Ron might be thick but even he wasn't stupid enough to argue with his mum when she was in this mood. He shot out of there and went straight to his room. Bill entered Ginny's room to find his sister lying crying on her bed, clutching something to her chest. Gin, please tell me what the problem is. I hate to see you like this, and I need to head to Gringotts shortly. Oh Bill, it's all falling to pieces. Harry's not a Potter, he's not even a Gryffindor and already has a girlfriend. As Ginny continued to sob, Bill slid the book out her grasp. The image of a bespectacled, skinny young boy with the lightning bolt scar on his forehead jumped off the cover, and gave Bill a huge clue to what he was dealing with here. You know Harry looks nothing like this. He doesn't wear glasses and there's no scar, he's also a far handsomer young man than this. Bill had instantly grabbed Ginny's attention, and saw his sister's tears dwindle at the same time. You've met him. I was brought back from Egypt to be his defense tutor at Hogwarts. I left him less than an hour ago. Ginny's tears had all but disappeared now, her curiosity easily kicking self-pity's ass. What's he like? Tell me everything. Does he really have a girlfriend? He's like you, Gin, much too young to be thinking about girlfriends and boyfriends. His best friends are Hermione and Padma, both of whom were trapped in the Hogwarts infirmary by a troll. Harry raced to their rescue and killed that troll with his sword. The real Harry is much better than any story, Gin. He also hates all that boy who lives rubbish. Bill could see his sister was hanging on his every word, so tried to steer her away from this unhealthy obsession she appeared to have. The twins are already becoming friends of his, purely because they treat him as Harry Crow. He'll still be there when you go to Hogwarts next year, Ginny. Just remember, he's real and this book is just stories the author made up. Oh, and you'll need to be at least 26 before I will even consider letting you have a boyfriend." At that, Ginny jumped into his arms. Bill thought at least he'd managed to cheer his sister up. He did think that she was much too young to be thinking about boyfriends, and what he said about Harry was also true. He didn't have the heart to tell Ginny that when Harry was old enough to start thinking about such things, it was already obvious who his thoughts would be turning to. Bill found his mother in the kitchen, nursing a strong cup of tea. "Minerva tells me you're tutoring at Hogwarts." "Yeah, the director himself asked me to return to Britain and do this. I actually need to head off to the bank now, there are some meetings I really must attend. Once my schedule settles down a bit, I hope to have more time to spend at home." "You're not staying here." Bill was shaking his head. "Tutoring Harry is only part of my work, they have other stuff for me to do that I've still to hear about. They badly wanted me to take this job, so included a flat for me to use as well. I still intend to be home for dinner as often as I can though." This had Molly smiling for the first time today. Having her family around the dinner table was her favorite thing. "She also told me you witnessed what Ron did today. I have no idea what to make of this." After watching the prat upset Ginny, Bill wasn't for pulling any punches. "Ron sees me as a curse breaker. He ignores all the hard work I put in to get where I am. Charlie works just as hard at his profession, and we've all seen the hours Percy puts into his studies. Oh, the twins tell me he has a very pretty distraction at Hogwarts. The fifth-year Ravenclaw girls prefect apparently said yes when Percy asked her to be his girlfriend. Our Ron has always been a shirker, expecting everything to drop into his lap. If he doesn't grow out of that habit real soon, he's in for a rude awakening." Molly was nodding in agreement. "I don't know where he picked the habit up from, none of the rest of you are like that. Even Fred and George work hard at being the biggest pair of scamps they can be. I hope your father has some ideas because I don't know what to do with him. His education is hanging by a thread and all he was concerned about was missing lunch." Albus was pouring a second fire whiskey for the minister, while wondering if he should employ Abe. All these shocking revelations were quickly turning his office into a bar, and his younger brother was the recognized Dumbledore family expert on those. "He can't be back, Albus, this has to be some horrible mistake." Minerva's reaction was pretty much the same as yours, Cornelius, and she saw him with her own eyes. "As much as we don't want it to be true, it doesn't change the fact that it is. If this gets out, it will make today's headlines appear like a picnic." "Not if we're ready, Cornelius. The good news is I think we have time to prepare." Fudge was now sipping his second drink, after having gulped the first one down. Albus took this as a good sign, so attempted to steer the Minister of Magic in the direction he wanted the ministry to go. "We need to quietly beef up the Auror department, in both training and manpower. When the story eventually reaches the public, as we both know it must, you can rightfully say that the ministry are not only prepared but ready to respond to the threat. I will give you all the backing I can within the Wizengamot." The minister liked the sound of that. Dumbledore's idea made him appear like a man of action. That he would actually have a plan in place beforehand to deal with a problem would also make a welcome change. "What can we do about the Potter situation? I need to have some answers for the press or I won't be able to do anything. The public will have me out on the street. I suggest we tell them the truth." This confused the minister until Albus told him the truth. Well, this version of the truth might be slanted in Albus Dumbledore's favor, but the old wizard never told any lies. "After the Potters were murdered, I left baby Harry with his aunt, Lily's sister. I thought he'd be safer growing up in the Muggle world, away from all the madness that's become attached to being the boy who lived. What I hadn't counted on was them not wanting the boy. I just couldn't believe they would give their own flesh and blood away." Cornelius was having trouble believing that himself. They actually gave him away. They didn't want the boy but thankfully also wanted to avoid a Muggle orphanage. The very thought of Harry Potter having the same upbringing as Tom Riddle sent a shudder through Albus. His uncle managed to take Harry to Diagon Alley where he wandered into Gringotts. The Muggle wanted to just dump the baby on a counter and leave him there, but the goblins weren't having that. They should have contacted the ministry at once. Think back, Cornelius, what state was the ministry in? That's why I left Harry at his Muggle aunt's in the first place. If we didn't know who we could trust, how were the goblins supposed to choose a safer option than keeping Harry themselves? They clearly knew how important the child was. When did you discover this and why didn't you do something about it? It wasn't until the Christmas holidays later that year that I had an opportunity to return and check on the child, only to discover that he was no longer there. They had signed something called an escrow agreement that legally handed responsibility for Harry over to the goblins. Surely there must have been something you could do. Of course I headed straight to Gringotts, only to be informed the contract was unbreakable. Needless to say I wasn't happy with that. I ended up being barred from Gringotts the same day. If the minister left Hogwarts with the impression that Albus had fought for Harry's freedom until the goblins kicked him out, that was okay with the headmaster. I still think the goblins should have informed us of what was happening. Cornelius, I have met the goblin Harry calls father. They are as close as any father-son I've seen. In any fight against the Dark Lord, Harry is going to be our best weapon. Attacking that goblin, or even Gringotts, in public or the prophet could see us lose that weapon forever. This now had the minister's entire focus. What should we do then? We thank the goblins for looking after young Harry, and helping the lad become the outstanding young man he is. This had Fudge totally confused until Albus explained his reasoning. The escrow agreement ends when the head of the Potter family decrees it to be so, or when Harry finally comes of age. That is all the time we have to ensure that Harry makes the decision we both want, and then takes his rightful place in our society. We have both now seen how Harry responds to a heavy-handed approach. We have to change tactics or risk losing him forever. The prophet reported that he rejected approaches from respected families. How are we to influence his decision if he continues to ignore us? The boy is very friendly with a muggle-born which he met on the train, and has since grown closer to Miss Pottle and Mr. Longbottom. The only approaches I know he's rebuffed were from the Weasley and Malfoy boys. Both were rather heavy-handed. He's mixing quite well with his peers, but when anyone pushes him, he pushes right back. This brought up the prickly issue of what to do about the senior Malfoy. If we put Lucius on public trial, it might start the very thing we're trying to avoid, mass panic over you-know-who's return. It also went unsaid between the two wizards just how close Cornelius was to Lucius Malfoy. A public trial could also see the minister out on the street. Albus was perfectly happy for Cornelius to retain the Minister of Magic position, provided he was doing what Albus Dumbledore wanted the minister to do. Lucius is not a particularly powerful wizard. His main threats are his influence and money. You can seriously damage that influence Cornelius. After all, you are the Minister of Magic. I know this Albus, but that doesn't affect his finances. He's more than spiteful enough to place his great wealth behind someone else, a rival ministerial candidate inside the ministry. Ah, Cornelius, you're forgetting what else happened inside that classroom. Lucius Malfoy drew his wand on a young goblin, a particularly well-connected young goblin, who also has a powerful father. I feel sure the goblins could be persuaded to attack Lucius where it will really hurt him, financially. The sly old wizard could see Cornelius liked this idea. It would get him out from under Malfoy's influence without the threat of Lucius mounting a challenge on his position as minister. Do you really think the goblins would assist us in this? If Albus was right, and he was sure he was, the goblins had planned today's entire performance in the hope of achieving an opening to do that very thing. He would quite happily take the credit in the minister's eyes because that gave Albus another lever to manipulate Cornelius in the direction he needed him to go. I'm certain I can convince them to aid us in this matter. It was a puzzled minister who asked the glaringly obvious question. How can you do that, Albus, when you're currently banned from Gringotts? Albus was now really regretting how he'd handled that interview with Barchoke. Filius' assessment of the situation had been uncannily accurate. Barchoke had obviously known what was about to happen and had traveled to Hogwarts in the hope of working with its headmaster. Albus had grossly underestimated the quality of the players he'd sat down with and, as a result, found himself kicked from the game. He had no idea how much of their plans had been revealed today, though a motivated and trained Harry was certainly making a lot more sense to the headmaster than his original option. Had a Dursley-raised Harry Potter arrived at Hogwarts, Albus was sure they would have found dead bodies that day in the infirmary. With three of the heads of houses clearly in Harry's corner, Albus badly needed some way of getting back to the game table. Surprisingly, Cornelius' question gave Albus the answer he was looking for. I have known the Weasleys for generations, and William since he was a baby. I'm positive I can convince him to aid us in this endeavor. He works for Gringotts Albus. The goblins don't take kindly to their employees working for someone else. You could destroy that lad's career. Sometimes, for the greater good, sacrifices have to be made. Albus could see this didn't sit too well with Cornelius. Somewhat skewed morals, he decided to make the deal more palatable for the minister. William is a highly skilled former Hogwarts head boy. Should he need a career change, there will always be a position available for him in the castle. The headmaster was now thinking there could be a hidden bonus for him here. Should William lose his job at Gringotts, Hogwarts would acquire a ready-made defense professor while Albus Dumbledore would have the young wizard's gratitude. Those were the kind of schemes Albus favored. Where everybody appears to win but he comes out on top, with information he badly needed, a new defense professor and another person left thinking they were in his debt. With Hermione on his arm and both his friends beside him, Harry was able to walk into dinner as normal. It was already obvious that the story had spread but they decided to ignore it. Harry was filling his plate when Roger attempted to break the awkward silence that had grown around the trio. So Harry, did you have a nice boring defense lesson? Oh, same old Roger. I had a few discussions on defense and I think I managed to get my point across. This had Roger laughing. Harry, you're too much. Take down Lucius Malfoy, in front of the Minister of Magic. Hogwarts certainly knew what it was doing when she made you her champion. This statement was met with general approval at the Ravenclaw table. They'd all heard the rumors concerning Quirrell and Voldemort but considered themselves safe inside Hogwarts. After all, hadn't Dumbledore chased him out the castle? Roger then turned his attention to Hermione. Nice handprint on Malfoy Jr. Hermione, you and Harry here seem determined to put some color into his cheeks. Well, now he knows I've got Harry's back. Hermione's statement said a lot more than that. Every witch in Ravenclaw recognized exactly what she was saying. Hermione was not for being parted from Harry without a fight. Padma was chuckling to herself at her friend's antics. If these two got any closer, you would soon need crowbars to separate them. The play on Harry's name kept Padma amused for the rest of dinner time. Her friends were happy so Death Eaters and Dark Wizards could be forgotten about for now. She would need to write home though, her parents needed to know that information. The Pottles would not be welcome in a Britain run by people like the Malfoys. When Parvati asked for a quiet word, she thought nothing of it. That opinion soon changed when she heard what her sister had to say. There's a group of girls who don't like how close Hermione is to Harry. They intend to have a talk with her about it. What? Are they out of their tiny minds? Harry will go nuts if they as much as upset Hermione. Merlin helped them if anyone goes for a wand. Who's involved in this? As far as we know, it started in Slytherin. They took to heart what the prophet said this morning. They want to see Harry becoming a Potter, but with a pureblood witch at his side. Gryffindor was approached by Hufflepuff to see if we were interested. Padma wanted an answer immediately. And what was Gryffindor's reply? Do I want to get closer to him? Absolutely, but not like this Padma. We watched Harry against that troll, and then again today in defense. Harry Crow is not someone you want as your enemy. You're his friend. We've both seen firsthand how protective Harry is of those. Hermione is his best friend and I pity anyone who lays as much as a finger on her. We both know they won't get any pity or mercy from Harry. Gryffindor House wanted nothing to do with this, and gave the Puffs something to think about. Do you know if Ravenclaw House was approached? I think they were looking at the older year groups. I'm pretty sure most of the first years would give them the same answer Gryffindor did. You guys are too well liked for anyone to go against. That and Harry can be rather scary at times. Were the first year Slytherins involved? We heard it was the second years, with even a couple of third years interested. I don't think they got anywhere near the response they expected. I just wanted to pass this on to you. If they go ahead, they'll try and get Hermione alone. Keep an eye on her, Padma. The sisters hugged before heading off to their respective houses. Padma wasn't sure if she should say anything. Why worry Hermione? When the whole thing might fall flat before it got off the ground. She decided to stick even closer to Hermione for the rest of the week and see what happened from there. Bill was shown directly into Barchoki's office and, after the courtesy of greeting was over, proceeded to tell the goblin exactly what happened in his son's defense class today. He also tagged on the bit in the toilet though left out the confrontation with Ron before the class started. Goblins were normally very good at hiding their emotions, but Bill detected a mixture of pride and relief from this important figure inside Gringotts. Curse Breaker Weasley, you are an astute young man. By this time you will have figured the increased pay and supplied accommodation is not just for teaching some 11-year-old's defense. I am really pleased that you have already offered Harry and his 3 closest friends extra lessons, saves me having to make the suggestion. Where we go from here depends entirely on how much I and Gringotts can trust you. Bill was now sweating. For a goblin to bring up the issue of trust was either very good, or incredibly bad, there was no middle ground. Master Barchoke, I have always given of my best in my work for Gringotts, I have no intention of changing that. If the issue of trust regards your son, I feel there are some questions I would like answers to before offering further commitment. Today was a plan well executed for aims I totally support. I think before I can honestly commit myself further, I would need to know what the ultimate aims of Gringotts are here. This worryingly drew a smile from the goblin. You were not our only candidate for the position you now find yourself in, but you were my choice. Even asking those questions confirms my high opinion of you as justified. Our first goal is the total destruction of the creature who calls himself Voldemort, taking as many of his followers with him as we can. Master Barchoke, that is a goal that will have my full support. Anything I can do to bring this about, Gringotts can trust me to perform with every fiber of my being. Well said, Curse Breaker, we will go into what else is required of you in a moment. The only other goal that Gringotts has here is a long-term objective to promote goblin-wizard relations. We have no wish to rule over anyone, just not be treated as nothing more than a financial version of a house elf. Those poor creatures may have a need to serve wizards, goblins do not. Again, a goal and views that have my total support. My only concern in this matter is your son. Harry is after all only 11, this is a mighty big responsibility to place on anyone's shoulders, far less one so young. That is a concern for more than just the 2 of us in this room. Harry needs someone he can talk to, discuss things with while in the castle. You have no idea how pleased I was to see he had made some close friends, especially Miss Granger. You will have observed from your time working with us that goblins are not a race that outwardly display their affections. Seeing my son accepting, and reveling in, being wrapped in Miss Granger's arms was a welcome sight for these old eyes. Harry though needs something else too, he badly needs an adult in that castle he can trust. We are hoping that can be you. Whether your relationship becomes that of a mentor or an older brother figure would be left up to you and Harry. Bill now understood why the issue of trust was mentioned, this was huge. I am honored you would even consider me for this role. Can I ask more about Harry? What training has he already had, how did he respond to that training? Those types of thing. Barchoke had to think for a moment, more so he could sort his own thoughts on the matter. My son is a very driven individual who doesn't understand the meaning of defeat. When he was younger, he obviously noticed he was different from everyone else around him. As you can imagine, this caused a few difficulties at our school. When he got into fights though, Harry would never stay down. He always struggled to his feet and fought back as best he was able. This earned him respect and soon, he was the one doing the knocking down. Having observed him taking a curse to ensure Malfoy got hit, Bill had no trouble believing that. I have never believed in keeping things from my son, he knows Voldemort targeted him because of the prophecy, and his parents gave their lives protecting him. Learning that his only living relatives totally rejected him deeply affected my son. This drew a loud, "What?" from Bill before Barchoke continued. It was clear that even the memory of this angered the goblin. That fat illegitimate son of an forest troll sat right where you are now and dumped Harry on my desk like so much soiled laundry. Not gutting him where he sat remains one of the greatest regrets of my life. This knowledge has haunted Harry though as he appears to fear rejection above all else, that was why I was so delighted to see him as attached to Miss Granger. He needlessly worries that one day I will reject him too, that day will never come. Whatever decision Harry makes about his future, he will always be my son. Nothing in this world is more important to me than him. This was what Bill needed to hear. The thought of that young boy being used as a goblin weapon was not something that sat well with the eldest Weasley boy. Training young Harry to survive a prophesied fight against a Dark Lord was an entirely different matter. He then listened intently as the proud father told of how his son's skill with a blade and lightning reflexes had eventually won him much respect in a nation of warriors. That Master Pitsley considered Harry his prodigy, even traveling to Hogwarts to continue his potions tuition was another proud boast. You will never have to motivate Harry, rather try and not let my son push himself too hard. His teachings in defense have mostly been of the physical type. We didn't have too many options when it came to someone who could fire curses at him with a wand, not without putting the secret that Harry was living in Gringotts at risk. Bill was now looking forward to teaching Harry and his friends, but Barchoke wasn't finished yet. In order to survive death, Voldemort undertook the vilest of magic and split his soul. A Horcrux had attached itself to my son, something that Dumbledore ignored. It was quickly removed and destroyed after Harry arrived at Gringotts. Another was discovered in a convicted Death Eater's vault. It too had his soul portion removed and then banished forever. Our nation then went quietly hunting for more, uncovering another at his grandparents' hovel. Since then, nothing. As part of his curse breaker training, Bill had learned about Horcruxes. He shared the Goblin view that an individual who could make one was abhorrent. This was a crime against Mother Nature herself. It hadn't been considered possible for an individual to make more than one, so this was a shocking revelation. Have we any idea how many he made? No, though him surviving the death of Quirrell last week confirms there is at least one more still out there. Apart from that one fact, all we have is speculation and guesswork. That same speculation and guesswork places a high probability that there might be another one hidden inside Hogwarts. Harry's status as a Hogwarts champion will surely help us there. I can't imagine the castle will want to have a piece of the darkest magic imaginable within her walls. Does Dumbledore know about this? Doing anything under his nose just bumps up the degree of difficulty by a large margin. The director and I both think it's only a matter of time before Dumbledore approaches you, with an appeal to keep him informed about Harry and Gringotts. Master Barchoke, I can assure you and the director that Albus Dumbledore will learn nothing from me. Actually, Curse Breaker, the director and I would prefer if Albus Dumbledore learned quite a bit from you. Of course, we will tightly control exactly what the meddling headmaster learns. Bill's jaw nearly dropped to the floor as the full implications of what it would take to earn his new salary and accommodation hit home. It was becoming painfully obvious that tutoring Harry was only going to be a small part of his new duties. Amelia Bones wasn't happy that she had been blocked from administering Veritaserum to Lucius Malfoy, and had been neither slow nor quiet when voicing this displeasure to the minister. Her rage was somewhat sated on discovering Cornelius, reasoning, or should that be Dumbledore's? That the minister actually had a contingency plan was a shock. This initial shock though was nowhere near the intensity of the one she received when being informed that her department was basically going to be brought up to a war footing. There would be a heavy recruitment program that would see Auror numbers swell by over 50% in the next 3 years. Amelia was prepared to trade off delaying justice to a thoroughly defanged Malfoy for an Auror department that had some real teeth. She didn't tell the blonde Ponce this. Amelia didn't tell Malfoy anything, rather just left him in a cell to sweat. She could legally hold him for one more day, but Thursday was the deadline. Amelia was taking great pleasure in keeping him locked up for every available minute she could. Today saw her back at Hogwarts. She was interviewing Harry Crow in the presence of his head of house. Amelia was determined to get as much information as possible from the young man before her meeting with Dumbledore. The more the head of the DMLE wrote down, the angrier she was becoming. It was obvious Dumbledore had known Voldemort wasn't gone for good. Why else would he set a trap for the Dark Lord? That he had used Hogwarts as a location for this trap had Amelia wanting to slap the old fool silly. Was it any wonder the Hogwarts ghosts were telling him he was on his last warning? Harry was just explaining what happened in the infirmary when the Bloody Baron passed through the wall. Young champion, your friends require aid. Amelia watched amazed as the ghost hadn't even finished speaking yet Harry was heading out the door. She and Phileas shot out after him, but the younger and much fitter Harry was already opening up a gap. Both followed as quickly as they could while the castle's portraits and ghosts led their champion where he needed to go. Padma was beside Hermione as both girls were rinsing their hands in the washbasins. She noticed in the mirror that the large toilet was now filling up behind them and her heart sank. Neville had gone ahead to the Great Hall and Harry was at a meeting with Madame Bones. This group had judged their approach perfectly. She counted 9 of them, all older than her and Hermione, before the group's leader decided to speak. Granger, we want a word with you. Hermione turned around and was confronted with 9 older girls glaring at her. They were mostly Slytherins, but she was sorry to see a couple of Hufflepuffs mixed in there too. The sole Ravenclaw was particularly painful. The entire situation brought up some particularly unpleasant memories of her primary school, memories that Hermione thought she was finished with. "Yes, what can I do for you? You can stay well away from Potter, that bloodline doesn't need another mudblood in it." Hermione's insides were like jelly, but she wasn't about to let that show. She'd learned this just from being around Harry. "Well, that shouldn't be a problem, since I don't know anyone called Potter." "Don't get smart with us, Granger, you know fine well who we're talking about. It took us nearly 3 days to catch you more than 6 inches away from him. That's going to change, if you know what's good for you." Hermione may have been shaking inside, yet the young witch was determined she wouldn't let them see any tears. She certainly took their threat seriously, but there was no way Hermione could comply with their demands. She was already sure not being Harry's best friend would be far more painful than anything they could do to her. "Oh, I know what's good for me, that's why I have no intention of moving from Harry's side." Padma tried to butt in, knowing Hermione wouldn't back down on this. "Have you any idea what Harry will do when he hears about this? You lot have just bought yourselves more trouble than you can possibly imagine." "Shut it, Pottle, no one will be saying anything to Potter." "Yeah, we haven't forgotten your sister's blatant attempt to get off with him either. Batting those eyelashes while offering up a life debt, the Potter bloodline doesn't need tainted with your lot either." Hermione couldn't just stand there and ignore the racist comment against both her friends. Wouldn't that be Harry's decision? The lone Ravenclaw in the group then decided to make herself heard. "Listen, Granger, once you break up with him, a proper pureblood witch will step in and console the boy who lived." The very thought of having to sit back and watch Harry with another girl hardened Hermione's conviction. "Never going to happen. I will be at Harry's side for as long as he wants me to be. Looks like we'll have to do this the hard way, girls. Let's make sure our Harry never wants to go near the by.ch ever again." Hermione felt herself being hit by 2 curses to her face before Padma moved to offer some protection. This resulted in her friend getting cursed too. There was then a loud animalistic roar before everything went to hell in a handbasket. Harry burst straight into the girls' toilet and quickly took action. There was no, "What's going on here?" His training had taught him you didn't waste time on such niceties. There were 9 enemies crowded around Padma and Hermione, all appeared older than his friends and had their wands out. Both his friends had already taken some hits and Padma had clearly jumped in front of Hermione to offer some protection. Harry let out a roar as his knife went to work. The 9 girls thought they couldn't lose, they were only up against 2 firsties. Suddenly there was a devil amongst them, a devil that punched, kicked and sliced his way through them in seconds. Screams of pain and shock were heard as wands and bodies hit the floor. By the time Phileas and Amelia got there, 8 of the girls were on the floor. Most had been physically struck on some part of their body, but all had either the back of their hand slashed open or their wand cut right through. Harry currently had the large Slytherin girl who'd been at the front of the confrontation pinned against the wall, with his blade poised at her left eyeball. The girl had blood dripping from her wounded hand, and liquid of a different color pooling between her feet. The Slytherin had somewhat understandably wet herself from fright. "Tell me why and make it good. Otherwise, I'm taking this eye in payment." The girl was now sobbing in terror and clearly incapable of speech. Amelia had her wand out and was about to intervene when the 2 victims beat her to it. Hermione was incapable of speech at the moment, but her gentle hand on Harry's shoulder grabbed his attention. The sheer ferocity behind the stinging hex had left Hermione practically unrecognizable, while her 2 front teeth were now about 6 inches long, and still growing. Padma's face was covered in painful-looking boils, but she was left to do the talking. "They wanted Hermione to stop being friends with you, Harry. When she said that was never going to happen, they started firing curses. Apparently, Hermione and I are not the right sort of friends you should have." Harry's temper seemed to spike at this news, and the Slytherin girl's eyes rolled back in her head as her legs gave way. He let her slump to the wet toilet floor in a dead faint, now far more concerned with the condition of his friends. Amelia and Phileas watched on as the anger dissipate from the young Ravenclaw. That Harry's anger was replaced by tenderness and compassion was so at odds with the carnage he'd just wreaked. That the evidence of said carnage was scattered all about them just made the gentle emotions now on display all the more pronounced. You told 9 of them never. Hermione could barely nod her head, but she managed to get her point across. Harry sheathed his knife and offered her his arm. My lady. She wasn't physically able to smile at the moment, but inside Hermione was extremely happy as she took Harry's arm. To her mind, this was easily worth all the pain she was currently suffering. He offered his other arm to Padma before facing the 2 adults who had stopped at the doorway. Master Flitwick, I'm taking my friends to the infirmary. I will be there if anyone requires to speak with me. I give everyone fair warning though, should anything like this ever be repeated, I will not be so lenient again. The girls on the floor quickly crawled out their way to create a clear path for the trio to leave. They were all desperate to see the back of Harry Crow. Phileas sent a Patronus message to the Great Hall. He wanted the other heads of house and the headmaster to see this. The sight of the third-year Ravenclaw on the floor was particularly distasteful for her head of house. Phileas was left to wonder if it was coincidence Miss Chambers appeared to have been hit the worst. The girl had a bruise forming on her cheek with a black eye sure to follow. She was nursing her bleeding right hand while staring at a severed wand on the floor. Amelia was staring at the devastation wrought here, knowing Harry could have arrived at the very most half a minute before they did. He didn't care that they were girls, Crow just went right trough them. When someone holds a weapon on you, Madam Bones, it makes no difference if they are male or female. For Master Sharpshard to even consider teaching the lad, he must be exceptional with a blade. To be honest, I would have struggled to accomplish this in the time he had available. There is not an injury here that Poppy won't be able to fix within 10 minutes, the memory of what Mr. Crow was able to do will last a lot longer than the pain. The senior staff were soon on site with Pomona's keen eyes quickly picking out the 2 Hufflepuffs involved. Only Mr. Crow could cause this amount of damage. Let me guess, these girls took the Prophet article to heart and confronted Miss Granger. I'd heard whispers of something like this was being discussed, but thought Hufflepuff had wisely decided to take Gryffindor's approach and give such nonsense a miss. What did they do to Miss Granger? Phileas was impressed at Pomona's reasoning. He supplied the answers for the rest of the group. Miss Granger took a stinging hex to the face as well as a Densagio. It would appear disfigurement was their main objective here. Miss Pottle also suffered furnunculus. Whether she was deliberately targeted or trying to protect Miss Granger remains to be uncovered. Both young ladies left on Mr. Crow's arm. Minerva and Severus were casting a pisky on the girl's hands to heal the cuts and stop the bleeding. The potion's master was not a happy head of house. This is what happens when you let a child carry a knife. Phileas wasn't standing for that. Yes, 6 Slytherin bullies with drawn wands get their asses kicked. Before you start raving about punishing Mr. Crow, you should know it was the bloody Baron himself that warned Harry his friends were under attack. Hogwarts then led him directly to this location. The castle appears to have taken a stand on this matter. To go against Hogwarts in this is not wise, Severus. Phileas now settled his gaze on the lone Ravenclaw present. I can assure everyone here Miss Chambers will pay dearly for her part in this cowardly attack. As will my 2 Hufflepuffs. I can't express how ashamed I am of them. Severus couldn't let it go though. And what of Crow? Is he to once more escape any form of punishment? She wasn't strictly speaking involved in this discussion, but Amelia offered her opinion. There were 9 older girls here, all with the intention of doing Miss Granger harm. I would say Mr. Crow's response was a measured one. None of these girls will require to spend the night in the infirmary. Miss Granger certainly would have needed to if Mr. Crow hadn't acted so quickly. Amelia and I were less than a minute behind the lad, but he'd already dealt with the situation by the time we got here. He did promise not to be so lenient if there was ever a repeat of this incident. But he sliced right through my wand. What am I going to tell my parents? Don't worry about that, Miss Chambers. You can be assured I'll be informing your parents of exactly what happened here today. For a Ravenclaw to be involved in bullying a younger member of our house is something I will never stand for. This incident will be used to remind all of Ravenclaw of that fact. Headmaster, surely you can see this boy needs to be reined in before the next thing he kills isn't a troll, but another student. Albus was well aware his tenure as headmaster was hanging by a thread. He had no intention of going against Hogwarts to soothe his potion master's sense of injustice. I'm inclined to agree that Mr. Crow's response was measured and appropriate. A wizard would have been casting stunners or body binds. Mr. Crow's methods may be different but certainly no less effective. I watched him use that blade on Lucius Malfoy. His speed and control is astonishing. He's attending Hogwarts as a goblin. I assume this is a goblin response to what was undeniably an attack on his friends. His question was aimed at Phileas and the charms master didn't disappoint. Actually, headmaster, his reaction was a lot more measured than I feared. The goblin response would have been to ensure this could never happen again. I expected to see limbs on the floor. The girls had been quietly crying, but this comment introduced an element of wailing to their accumulated outpouring of self-pity. None of the adults present thought this group would ever be going near Miss Granger again. They also thought that was Mr. Crow's intention. Word of this would spread throughout the castle before curfew. Who would dare attack Miss Granger when her protector had taken down 9 older enemies to keep the young witch safe? When you factored in his killing of that troll to achieve the same result, and that the castle had not only warned but aided him today, Miss Granger should be one of the safest witches in the castle. Minerva though was determined to have her way on this matter. That there were no Gryffindors amongst the attackers pleased her more than she could say, but the deputy was determined to enforce discipline here. Severus was more inclined to punish Slytherin students for getting caught. That wouldn't be happening this time. Hogwarts already has a student under a week's suspension, and placed on probation for the rest of the school year. If I discover this attack was because of Miss Granger's blood status, and I'm almost sure that was the case, all of these girls will be receiving the same punishment. Albus, could you cover my classes for the rest of today? I will probably need to arrange 9 home visits. Severus appeared ready to have a fit, but Pomona cut him off. That seems fair. Phileas had more to add though. Miss Chambers will also see her Hogsmeade privileges revoked and she can forget about trying out for the Quidditch team this year. I find her bullying of 2 Ravenclaw first years despicable. I hope you will convey that to her parents, Professor McGonagall. The girls were now sobbing inconsolably as they were herded up and shepherded toward the infirmary so Poppy could check the 9 of them. Minerva wanted a word with the other 3 involved in this debacle, so she headed there too. Albus tagged along, content he now had a genuine excuse to put his meeting with Amelia off again. The headmaster intended to avoid said meeting for as long as possible. Severus didn't think he would be able to attend the infirmary without getting into an argument with Crow. Having heard what he did to Lucius, the potions professor rather wisely decided to head back down to his dungeon. The only thing that travels faster than news inside the castle is speculation. Speculation was currently rife amongst the students, especially after seeing the senior staff rush from the Great Hall. So it was hardly surprising that Neville and Parvati arrived at the infirmary only moments after the Ravenclaw trio got there. Both Gryffindors had quickly noticed who was missing, and thought this was the best location to discover if anything had happened to their friend's family. Parvati was in tears seeing her twin's beautiful face in that condition. I warned you they were after Hermione. How did this happen? This instantly got Harry's attention. Hermione was currently behind a privacy screen receiving treatment. Padma had her head down as she answered her twin. We didn't know who, where or when, so I decided not to worry Hermione, just stick close to her. Harry reached for his friend's hand in an effort to get Padma to look at him. That is the 2nd time you've taken a curse meant for Hermione, though with this one you deliberately protected her. She can't say thank you at the moment, so I'll say it for both of us. Am I going to have to get used to visiting my sister here if she hangs about with you, Harry? Hearing the anger in her sister's voice, Padma cut in before Harry could answer. That's why I'm getting extra lessons in defense from Professor Weasley, and you should see what Harry did to the girls who attacked us. Parvati's eyes nearly bulged out at this. Her sister was spending her time with the 2 hottest wizards in Hogwarts. She didn't get a chance to comment further on this though, as both Parvati and Neville got an opportunity to see firsthand what Harry had done to the attacking girls. The senior staff were leading the girls into the infirmary. It was hard to miss that every single one of them shied away from Harry. Neville was amazed at the number of attackers his friends had faced. They just seemed to keep coming through the doors. Professor McGonagall entered along with the headmaster. Her attention soon shifted from Dumbledore the instant she spotted Harry. Mr. Crow, a moment of your time. Please. All in the room knew this was not a request as the deputy headmistress led Harry back out the door. She stopped in the empty corridor for a quiet word. We find ourselves once more in this situation, Mr. Crow. Only because people keep attacking my friend's professor. I understand your concern and please trust me that every single one of those girls will be severely punished. She could see this had calmed Harry somewhat, so Minerva continued with the discussion she'd pulled the lad out here for. I have nothing but admiration for your willingness to protect your friends, but do you remember the discussion we had the last time this happened? In this instance, you were sitting in a room with your head of house and the head of the DMLE. Do you doubt that either of them would have acted swiftly to protect your friends? Harry hadn't even thought about it. On discovering they needed help, he'd just blindly raced from the room. Even his training told him this was the wrong option to take, jumping into an unknown situation when he had very capable help right beside him. No, Professor, I trust both of them. Then you see why I once more must assign you detentions. Not for saving your friends, but because you had trusted adults on hand to take care of the situation for you. I understand, Professor, you can't hammer the attackers and not punish me for breaking school rules too. It would leave you open to the charge of favoritism. I'm impressed you can see that, Mr. Crow. A certain other first-year thought I was picking on him when handing out punishment. I feel in this case though, 2 nights with me working on transfiguration should be punishment enough. Harry accepted this decision, knowing it was more a case of extra tuition rather than any form of punishment. Professor McGonagall confirmed this as she walked back into the infirmary with him. I understand you might not want to leave your friends alone for a few days. They are of course welcome to accompany you on your detentions. I will arrange the times once I have dealt with these girls. They are going to keep me busy for now. Phileas was over in a flash. Am I to understand Mr. Crow has detention for his actions today? It was Harry who answered his head of house. Sir, I earned my detentions. I should have let you deal with the problem, and for that I apologize. I'm sure Professor McGonagall is also aware I would probably do exactly the same thing again, which is another reason I deserve my detentions. Poppy was still dealing with Miss Granger, so Minerva spoke with the injured Miss Pottle to discover exactly what happened in that toilet. When the screen came back, Hermione gave Harry a nervous smile and he instantly spotted the difference. You had your front teeth made smaller than they were before. Madame Pomfrey managed to cancel the stinging hex, then shrank my front teeth. She gave me a mirror and asked me to say when to stop. I've always been teased about my teeth being too large. Well, I think those doing the teasing were either blind or stupid. Thank you for remaining my friend, Hermione. That couldn't have been easy. Harry, easiest decision I ever made. I intend to be your best friend for as long as you'll let me. Harry had her in a tight hug before she could say any more. Thanks, Hermione, I'm so glad to hear you say that, and to see you're okay. Padma jumped in front of me and then you arrived, otherwise it would have been a lot worse. Do these morons actually think attacking you is going to see us stop being best friends? That's just stupid. So is them thinking they're better than Hermione because her parents are muggles. They can't pick on my blood status, so the fact that the Pottle family comes from India gets thrown in my face. Again, did they think I don't look into the mirror every morning? They are just bullies, using whatever words they need to justify their behavior to themselves. Hermione hugged a treated and once more boil-free Padma. Thanks for sticking by me today. I never had friends who would do that before. I know you would do the same for me. Professor McGonagall has already heard what went on in that toilet, and Madame Pomfrey said we can leave. Shall we take Professor Weasley's advice and head for the Great Hall? Harry led the way with Hermione on his arm, Neville and the twins right behind them. All 3 Ravenclaws were wondering just what Roger would have to say about this. Lucius had plenty to say when he finally got home, his 4 days in a ministry holding cell responsible for his rant. I knew Fudge was a effing idiot, but I thought he was at least our effing idiot, bought and paid for. Cornelius won't get a job cleaning up all shit at the post office by the time I've finished with him. As for that by.ch Bones, her days are numbered. She'll be top of our master's list. Lucius then noticed his wife appeared distraught, far more than his few days in a cell warranted. This worried her husband, as Narcissa was normally so aloof. Emotions were for lesser beings. She nervously handed him a scroll. The Gringotts seal on the scroll alerted the head of the Malfoy family this was serious, but reading what it contained terrified Lucius more than that blade against his chest. Those bastards are closing down our vaults because of that little shit. I better get right over there. It's going to take most of the 24 hours they've given us to get everything out. His wife though had some really bad news for him. Lucius, that was delivered on Tuesday. The 24 hours has long since passed. What? Didn't you tell them I couldn't come to the bank? They said that was not their problem. What about our contacts at the ministry? Didn't you get in touch with any of them? I tried everyone we know. I even went to Bones and begged her to let you out for a few hours. All I got were excuses, apologies, or doors slammed in my face. Lucius now found himself holding on to the nearest wall to keep him standing upright. Did you manage to get anything out? Narcissa tried not to let her anger show, but didn't quite manage it. You put a cap on how much I could withdraw from the Malfoy vaults, 100,000. He was now leaning on the wall. That won't last us very long. It won't last at all, since I don't have it. I offered it to Fudge to get you out. I'm facing charges of attempting to bribe the Minister of Magic, and the money was confiscated as evidence. Lucius had now slid down the wall and was sitting on the floor as the blows kept coming. I managed to transfer money to Hogwarts and pay for all 7 years of Draco's education, but, apart from taking my jewels, I was blocked from doing anything else. All we have left is the manor and its contents. Just as he was thinking they had reached rock bottom, Lucius discovered there was more to come. We also have a basket full of scrolls, every single one of them thanking us for our efforts, but they no longer require us for their committee or board. Someone has really put the word out. Just what the hell happened in Hogwarts on Monday? It was only now beginning to dawn on Lucius exactly what had happened in that classroom. He'd been trussed up and then stuffed better than any Christmas turkey. He swore vengeance on everyone involved in this conspiracy, especially Potter, Crow, or whatever the little bastard called himself. Lucius of course had contingency funds stashed where no one else could find them. Their lifestyle may take a downturn, but they were a long way from being Weasley poor. The Malfoys' change in circumstances would certainly put a swift end to funding anyone else. Those associates who had become reliant on what was basically a handout were now going to have to look elsewhere. The Ravenclaw trio were at breakfast and looking forward to their extra defense lessons over the next 2 days. Bill had discussed suitable times with Harry's father, and both had thought the weekends would be best. Harry had received word from his father to say that the curse breaker was now fully involved in their plans and could be totally trusted. With Bill now timetabled to be in the castle Monday, Thursday, Saturday and Sunday, not forgetting Master Pitsley on a Friday, Harry felt a lot better about the Hogwarts situation. That one of their own had been involved in attacking Padma and Hermione had put a strain on mealtimes at the Ravenclaw table. Most of the house knew Chambers was ambitious, but all considered her actions to be a step too far. Hearing that there were advanced lessons on any subject available was always going to break through any awkward barriers amongst Ravenclaws. Harry had been politely deflecting requests to join them in these lessons all morning. No one was getting too upset at being told these lessons were restricted to just the 4 of them. Padma's twin sister couldn't even bag a place, though most thought this was because her motives for wanting to attend clearly weren't purely academic ones. Harry was already sharing his defense tutor with the rest of first year. The remainder of the school were stuck with study periods while the headmaster searched for a replacement. There were also another 6 first-year claws sitting at the table with wide grins on their faces. Harry's potions tutor had allowed him to invite more of his friends to take his class. Every single person in 3 houses of Hogwarts understood those smiles, and wished they were wearing one just like it. Getting out of classes with Snape was certainly a good enough reason to smile. Harry was unconsciously feeding Irgit a bit of his breakfast while reading the letter his beautiful snowy owl had just delivered. His father was passing on a warning that the prophet had finally picked up on the very large hints that had been getting dropped on them for the last few days. Gringotts had even taken the most unusual stance of affording the newspaper a statement. Harry was chuckling to himself when Hermione asked him what was so funny. As he noticed the prophet being delivered, Harry told his best friend that the entire hall would find out in the next few minutes. The ministry had been conducting what amounted to a charm offensive on Harry and the goblins, passing on little details to the press like how the boy who lived was not only healthy from his years at Gringotts, but incredibly fit. The prophet left no young witches in any doubt what they meant by Harry being incredibly fit. They were currently running a competition, where they would pay handsomely for a picture of their young savior. No mention of any returning Dark Lord was even hinted at. Hermione had teased Harry that a photograph of him in his training gear would be worth a fortune, and how she wished her camera wasn't sitting in her bedroom back home. Harry had gotten his own back by offering to let her take said photograph, in exchange for a picture of Hermione in her Nike training clothes. It didn't take that long for a screaming Malfoy to rush toward the Ravenclaw table and throw his copy of the Prophet at Harry. "You thieving goblin bastard, you stole my inheritance." Harry calmly stood to face the enraged boy as, for once, the staff moved quickly to intervene. Both their heads of house were on the scene to ensure this conflict didn't escalate beyond words. "Mr. Malfoy, the only part of your statement I agree with is that I am a goblin. Now, will you retract and apologize, or must we take this further? It clearly says in the Prophet that the goblins have seized the Malfoy vaults. How is that not stealing?" Harry didn't let the Slytherin's rage affect him. He'd been expecting this confrontation since reading the letter from his father. The Prophet must have made a slight error. Those vaults belong to Gringotts, and are rented by the Malfoy family. As with any rental agreement, there are always conditions attached. An adult witch or wizard attempting to attack a young goblin with their wand certainly breaks those conditions and will see them kicked out of Gringotts. When my father heard what the head of the Malfoy family had attempted, he went straight to the director. It should also be noted that, as per the conditions of rental, your father was given 24 hours to retrieve anything he wanted from those vaults, before they were sealed. My father couldn't get there on time. Again, the conditions of the rental contract allow for this. Had your father been too ill to get to the bank, the 24 hours would have been suspended until he was able to attend. In accordance with the conditions of the rental contract, being locked in a ministry cell is not an agreed and acceptable condition for suspension, so the 24 hours lapsed. It's standard Gringotts banking practice that's taught to every young goblin, and perfectly legal. Phileas then asked a question he already knew the answer to, but wanted everyone else to hear. What happens to the contents of those sealed vaults? Harry almost smiled at his head of house, but that would ruin what he was trying to achieve here. Because the vaults were not emptied in the allotted time, the bank will continue to take its small, annual rental fee for their continued use. The rest of the contents will remain untouched until someone is able to claim it. Realization began to sink in for some, but Harry wanted no misunderstandings here. In the case of the Malfoy vaults, that would be Draco when he came of age. This is of course assuming that he himself hasn't already broken those same banking conditions. Just to be clear, Mr. Malfoy, publicly calling me a thieving goblin bastard over this matter shatters those conditions. Harry gave Draco a moment to allow that information to sink in before speaking again. Once more, Mr. Malfoy, will you retract and apologize, or must we take this further? Draco was many things, but he wasn't a complete moron. The goblins had the Malfoys by the short and curlies, and he'd just given them a perfect excuse to yank those hairs out by the root. It was time to grovel, no matter how distasteful. Being poor was a far worse fate than eating some humble pie. I apologize unreservedly, Mr. Crow, both for my lack of manners and the ill-informed comments I made. I now clearly see my statement was in error and retract every word spoken. I was not aware of what was involved in closing those vaults and acted in haste and anger. Perfectly understandable, Mr. Malfoy, even if it was regrettable. I'm quite prepared to accept your apology and forget the entire incident, this time. Draco bowed in thanks, before turning to leave the Great Hall. The entire castle now knew Crow owned his ass. The very thought of that same ass dressed in second-hand robes for the rest of his life was more than enough for Draco to keep his head up and defend his decision to anyone. He'd taken the only option available to him, and would continue to do so until he reached 17. Then he would be moving the entire Malfoy fortune elsewhere before seeking his revenge. This required an urgent letter home to his father. Both heads of house returned to the staff table. The matter had been resolved without breaking any school rules, while Harry sat back down to his interrupted breakfast. Hermione was reading Malfoy's discarded paper but had a question that the Prophet didn't answer. Gringotts actually have an official statement on the matter printed in the Prophet. It covers in detail everything you just said, including listing the conditions that are considered a breach of contract. Malfoy could have saved himself the embarrassment if he'd only finished reading. I suppose the Malfoy loses vaults headline was as far as he got. It doesn't mention though why his mother couldn't just move their valuables. Padma supplied the answer to her Muggle-born friend. No head of a pureblood family would give his wife access to everything, probably too frightened they would be robbed blind. Harry didn't know this, and it went against the information he did have. My mum did. Dad had her assigned full access to the Potter vaults. There were obviously things only the head of the Potter family could do, but those apart, everything was equal. This intrigued both his friends, though it was Padma who asked how he knew this. My father is the senior accounts manager at Gringotts. The Potter family account is the most senior at the bank. My father knew both my mum and dad, and liked them very much. He says I've got my mother's eyes. Your mum must have been beautiful. The words were out before it dawned on Hermione what she was saying. Padma was sitting watching both of them turn shades of pink and decided to help out, though she would tease Hermione mercilessly when she got her alone later. Hey Harry, I think you could get Malfoy to clean our shoes for us. I think you could get Malfoy to do just about anything you wanted. That is not the goblin way, Padma. Maybe not, but you have to admit it would be funny. This cracked the three of them up. Bill entered the Great Hall to see three of his students laughing together. He couldn't help but compare them to his two youngest siblings. Ginny now sat enthralled as Bill told tales of the real Harry after dinner. He didn't want his sister simply switching her fantasy but was indulging Ginny at the moment. Watching Ron's face as he described what Harry had done to the 9 older students was worth it. His mother and father had been on Ron's case all week, and his youngest brother now couldn't wait to return to Hogwarts. Taking the carrot and stick approach, Bill was using some of his extra salary to buy Ron a new wand later today. He also promised new robes if he finished all the homework Bill had gotten from Minerva for him. He wasn't entirely happy with having to coerce Ron into doing something, but there weren't too many other options available at the moment. The youngest Weasley brother was in the last chance saloon as far as his Hogwarts education was concerned. Bill and Percy were taking on the task of ensuring Ron didn't blow it. He could practically feel Dumbledore's eyes boring into his back while the Gringotts employee walked toward his students. Bill was certain the approach would be coming soon. The classroom door opened, though most of the room's current occupants didn't notice they now had a visitor. Padma and Neville were practically dead on their feet, exhaustion clearly visible in their features. Hermione was certainly flushed and tired, but Harry hardly looked out of breath. Bill was finishing their first lesson by hammering his point home. The fitter you are, the longer you can last in a fight. It just may be the difference between getting away or being seriously hurt. That is why we will practice, practice, and practice again. Hermione was breathing heavily, knackered from dodging spells and her repeated attempts to cast a strong shield, and she hadn't yet learned one spell to fight back with. She was flustered, sweaty, and certainly not a happy young witch. Professor Weasley, what if I just take out a gun and shoot the bad guy? It was Hermione's idea of a joke, thinking of her favorite scene from Raiders of the Lost Ark, but the person who'd just entered didn't take it as such. Dumbledore didn't think it was funny at all. Miss Granger, firearms are abhorrent to the magical community. Anyone using one against a witch or wizard would see themselves shunned by magical society. They should never be used. Hermione couldn't believe what she was hearing, so asked the headmaster for clarification. My father is a member of a shooting club. He could put a couple of bullets into you from 100 yards away in the time it takes to cast a shield. Are you saying this is wrong? I do not doubt your facts. Dumbledore said this in such a condescending manner that it was clear he didn't believe this feat was possible. All I am saying is what would happen if you, a witch, were to use this abomination on someone else. And just who makes up these rules? Hermione didn't wait for an answer but turned to Harry, wanting to hear the only opinion that mattered to her. Harry's answer showed his inexperience with relationships, best friends or any other kind. Goblins like to look their opponents in the eye before they kill them. Hermione could actually feel the smugness radiating from Dumbledore, even though the headmaster was currently behind her. Her lip was trembling at what she perceived as Harry's betrayal. I'll tell you what, Harry, while you're looking into Voldemort's eyes, I'll shoot the mad bastard in the head. I don't care if no one ever speaks to me again, at least you will be alive. If you let others set the rules, you'll be dead, because Voldemort certainly won't let any stupid rules stop him getting what he wants. With that, Hermione ran out the door in tears. Harry looked to Neville for some clue as to what had just happened. His friend shrugged his shoulders as he had no help to offer. Harry, I don't even know what a gun is. Padma just about managed to find enough breath to huff at Harry. It doesn't matter what a gun is, she was right and you were wrong. Now get after Hermione and tell your best friend that, you moron. It was a worried Harry who shot out the room after Hermione. Albus as usual was able to turn any situation to his advantage. As it would appear your lesson is now over, could I have a private word with your professor? It might be a polite dismissal, but Padma and Neville still knew they were being dismissed. Bill had already decided he wouldn't make any of this easy for the old man. He'd talked over with Barchoke the best way to handle this approach and they both agreed Dumbledore would expect to have to wear the Gringotts employee down, so that's what Albus was going to have to do. He decided to make it as awkward as possible right from the start. It will have to be a quick word, Albus. I have places to be and things to do this afternoon. Albus hated having to rush these kind of discussions. Where was the room for finesse in that? As William was currently putting on his cloak and getting ready to leave, he really had no other option. You seem to enjoy teaching and I was wondering just how attached you were to working for the Goblins. Bill just laughed. Yes, I enjoy tutoring, but it is such a small part of my new position, not something I fancy doing full time. I would miss my other duties too much. Just what are these other duties? Perhaps we could find something similar to interest you within the castle. Albus Dumbledore, you know I can't talk about that. Even more so with someone who's currently barred from Gringotts. Bill thought that was enough for a first encounter, so bade a disappointed Dumbledore good day. Hermione may have been training for just over a week now, but Harry had been doing exercise routines for years. He quickly caught up with the upset young witch. Hermione, you were right and I was wrong. At that, Hermione turned to face him. What was I right about, Harry? Panic flashed through him for a second before he fought it down. Panic led to mistakes and he couldn't afford to make one now. He gently took her hand and keyed the back of it while his mind worked out just what he was going to say. I don't know anything about guns, and not much more about offensive spells, but you were right. I cannot let outside forces determine the rules of a fight, because there are no rules in a fight. Hermione almost managed a smile. That's all I was trying to say, Harry. Guns might not be the answer, but we shouldn't just dismiss anything out of hand. You have been trained to use a blade, and appear expert with it. I don't think I could use that method on someone. If it was to save my parents or my friends though, I think I could use a gun. I'm pretty sure I could have pulled a trigger to shoot that troll in the infirmary. It's a cultural difference, Harry, something to be worked out, not dismissed as irrelevant. He was beginning to understand what his best friend was meaning. The Muggle way would be guns, the Goblins would use a blade up close while wizards would stand and fire curses at each other. What you're saying is that I should rule nothing out. Hermione now flung her arms around him and held Harry close. You said you've got to fight him, but I don't want you to. I just want the bastard dead and you alive. No chivalry, no duels at dawn. You can look him in the eyes after you've killed him, sneak up behind and cut his head off. You gave that troll every chance before being forced to kill it. Don't give Voldemort a chance, because he won't give you one. She was crying while holding him tight. Harry's arms around Hermione gave her the courage to say what was on her mind. I've never had a best friend before, Harry, so I don't know if what we have is normal or not. What I do know is that I never want to lose this, ever. Between deranged Dark Lords and every witch under the age of 25 wanting a piece of you, I feel I'm going to get left behind. Hermione was suddenly experiencing blood flow issues as Harry's arms held her even tighter. That wizard didn't know his own strength. His words though pumped joy to every part of her body. I will never abandon you, Hermione. As far as I am concerned, we will be best friends forever. He then buried his head in her bushy hair as she whispered, best friends forever, in his ear. Hermione was giddy, whether from happiness or lack of oxygen to the brain. She didn't really care at this point. A droll voice she had come to know so well spoilt this perfect moment. Harry, judging by the color of her face, Hermione really needs to take a deep breath about now. I also think you should let her feet touch the floor again. It wasn't until Harry's grip slackened that Hermione realized he'd lifted her off the ground. Harry really didn't know his own strength. I'm sorry, Hermione, I guess I got carried away. She gave him a grade 1 new improved version smile. It's fine, Harry, I'm sorry too for causing this. Padma's droll voice once more interrupted. Are you sorry for swearing in front of the headmaster? Certainly impressed the hell out of me. What? Oh my, do you think I'll get detention? Should I apologize? This had been a major clue too. Harry that his best friend was really upset, he'd never heard Hermione swear before. I think you should get house points for saying you wanted that mad bastard Voldemort dead. Neville glanced nervously at his two friends. So are you two okay again? Nod saw him continuing, sorry I wasn't much help Harry. That's okay Neville, two clueless males here. Just as well we've got Padma and Hermione to keep us right. Quote. And don't you forget it Crow. See Hermione, I knew the hat put him in Ravenclaw for a reason. I don't know why it put me in Gryffindor. I was rubbish at defense today. You'll get it Neville, Hermione and I have been training in the morning, it definitely helps. I don't care how much it helps, I am not getting up at ridiculous hours to go running, and certainly not wearing anything like Hermione dresses in to do so. My father would cast me out the family for even mentioning clothes like that. The pink tinges both her friends managed was another victory for Padma, and helped with taking their minds of why they were fighting in the first place. Everyone though decided it would be a good idea to have a shower before heading down to lunch. At breakfast on Monday, the headmaster introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor. Professor Keegan was a small, mousy man with receding gray hair and a developing paunch. He stood and nervously acknowledged the students as Dumbledore introduced him. The wizard appeared terrified of his own shadow but at least wasn't wearing a turban. Penelope had told the first years that Hogwarts defense teachers had gotten progressively worse every year she'd been here. Professor Keegan didn't seem capable of bucking that trend. The Ravenclaw first years were now all looking toward Harry, and he didn't disappoint. Curse Breaker Weasley will still be tutoring me at our normal time for defense. The rest of first year are welcome to join those lessons. He didn't say any more, too engrossed in the letter Irgit had delivered. Hermione noticed the amount of concentration Harry was affording the parchment in his hands and asked the obvious. Anything wrong Harry? Oh I think father is being sneaky, I'll know more after speaking with Cursebreaker Weasley. He could see Hermione already beginning to fret that something was wrong so decided to tell her now. Every Halloween, while the wizarding community celebrate, my father and I have a little family ritual that we do. The reason I loathe being referred to as the boy who lived is because that stupid title only tells half the story. People tend to forget what else happened that night. My mum and dad were murdered. Hermione instinctively reached for her best friend's hand, offering comfort for Harry while wondering just what this ritual was. She soon found out. My father takes me to the cemetery where my mum and dad are buried and we spend a few hours there. I sit and tell them everything that's happened to me since the last time we talked. Father has asked me if I want to invite you along this year. Hermione was overwhelmed at this development but needed to be sure Harry wanted her there. She couldn't think of anything more personal than this. What do you think Harry? You said it had become a family ritual, do you want someone else there? Hermione, I would love you to be there beside me. I want to introduce my mum and dad to my best friend. I just think my father is being sneaky about it. This must be some goblin thing I don't understand Harry, so you're going to have to explain that. Harry squeezed her hand and told her part of the truth. To get out of the castle for the day, you need a parental permission slip. I think my father will be contacting your mum and dad the minute I say yes. I also have a sneaky suspicion that the subject of guns will find its way into whatever conversation they have. Oh Harry, that's brilliant. I wrote to my father expressing your opinion that this shouldn't be a fight, it would seem he agrees with you. I just hope he doesn't frighten your parents off. Again Hermione was confused, she was getting used to it though from hanging around with Harry. You lost me again Harry. Have you told your parents that your best friend has a powerful psychotic nutter trying to kill him? If they are as smart as you, they'll grab their daughter and head for the hills. Getting you as far away from danger as possible would definitely be the smart move. I certainly wouldn't blame them if they did. Well I bloody would. This was said loud enough to attract attention, causing Padma to run interference for them. She started chatting to Terry about their herbology homework and soon had dragged another two first years into the discussion. Hermione lowered her voice so anyone other than Harry would have trouble hearing what she was saying. My parents know I was in the infirmary when that troll paid a visit, they also know who saved me. I've described in great detail how you and Padma stood up for their daughter when those girls ganged up on me. We both know Neville would have been beside us too if he'd known. My mum is over the moon that I have friends now who would do that for me. That I'm exercising and taking extra lessons on how to defend myself has my dad pretty chuffed too. Hermione hung her head as she said the next part. That was not the first time I had been faced with a group of bullies, it was the first time I had friends rushing to help me. My parents knew my main hope for Hogwarts was to make some friends, and that I've managed to do that. I've never been happier, and they will certainly not drag me out the castle because your father speaks to them about guns. Harry had to hope Hermione would be a decent judge of her parents' reactions. What really worried him was just how much his father would reveal. They had plans for after their visit to the graveyard this Halloween, one of which Hermione certainly couldn't accompany them on. Just what was his father up to? Their trip down to herbology allowed the rest of first year to hear the news that they could continue the defense lessons with Professor Weasley. Malfoy immediately but politely declined the offer, being quickly followed by Crabbe, Goyle and Parkinson. Ron didn't need to withdraw, he was never included in the first place. Ron had returned to the castle with his new wand tucked away in the pocket of his new robes. His mum and dad had badgered and harried their youngest son every chance they could while he'd been home. With Ginny not talking to him because he tried to attack her hero, it had been a pretty dismal time for the youngest male Weasley at the Burrow. That his mother also forbade him any second helpings, and stopped all his snacks, left the young Gryffindor desperate to get back to Hogwarts. Breakfast was enough to tell him his problem still existed though, namely no seconds. His father had been so angry and had actually went mental at him for the first time in Ron's short life. His dad's temper appeared to be driven not only by the fact his son had fired those curses, but also that Ron hadn't apologized afterwards. His father had laid down the law, apologize by Saturday or he would be getting dragged back to the Burrow by Bill on Sunday. He would have to choose his moment carefully. There were all different definitions of public, and Ron intended to do the deed with as few people there as possible. After talking to his defense tutor, Harry was ready to kick himself. Only his need to conceal the package he'd just been slipped stopped him. Of course his father would have to contact the Grangers over Harry's immediate plans, the rest had just followed from there. Cursebreaker Weasley had already contacted Hermione's parents, and Harry was delighted they had said yes to his idea. Bill was contacting them again on Thursday and would now arrange a meeting between the Grangers and his father to discuss Hermione's participation in their plans for Halloween. Now all Harry had to do was keep a secret from Hermione for a few days, easier said than done. Hermione had noticed a change in her best friend over the last few days. It may be subtle but it was there. There was nothing subtle about tonight though. All through their astronomy lesson Harry had been like a little kid on Christmas Eve. Professor Sinistra had barely dismissed them when Hermione dragged Harry over to a quiet spot of the astronomy tower to demand some answers. "Okay Crow, spill it. I want to know what's going on." Harry's wide smile at this may have been confusing but his next action just blew her socks off. He leaned in and keyed her. It was only on the cheek but it was from Harry, it was her first key and they were under the moonlight. It was only when he spoke that she got a grip and realized just what had been going on. "Happy birthday Hermione." Realizing that it was now well past midnight, it hit Hermione that she had just turned 12. "How did you know?" "It's my duty as a best friend to know when your birthday is, I'll bet you know mine." "Harry, the entire castle knows when yours is, I'm surprised it isn't a public holiday." Hermione was stopped from saying any more when Harry pressed the present Bill had slipped him into Hermione's hands. It was an exquisite inlaid and lacquered wooden box that measured about 8 inches by 2, though wasn't even an inch thick. She opened what she guessed was a jewelry case, only to snap the lid closed after barely a glance. "Harry, oh shit Harry, this is way too much. It's only my birthday. This is birthday, Christmas, Easter and anything else you can think of for the next decade." Harry's smile never wavered as he opened the box and took out what was inside. "What we have here is a cultural difference Hermione. Goblins don't celebrate Christmas, Easter or any other wizarding holidays, so nothing is more important to us than someone's birthday." This news rocked Hermione back on her heels. "You don't celebrate Christmas Harry." Padma and Neville had hung back to give their friends a moment, having been in on Harry's plan. Both had gifts for Hermione that they would give her tomorrow. Padma knew how excited Harry had been about this and didn't want her friend getting sidetracked and disappoint him. "Hermione, the Potter family doesn't celebrate Christmas either. As Harry said, it's a cultural thing. Now stop going off at a tangent and show me what Harry got you. He wouldn't even give us a clue. While this had been going on, Harry had used the time to fasten the bracelet around Hermione's wrist. Her first glance at it in the box had told the birthday witch Harry's gift was beautiful. Seeing it on her wrist changed that opinion. Beautiful just didn't do this work of art justice. The bracelet was made from gold, yet of a design she'd never seen before. There were 5 gold discs that had tiny sapphires around their edges. These discs were encased in a filigree design that would have all other goldsmiths weeping with envy before taking up lumberjacking. Compared to this, they might as well have been practicing their trade using axes. 2 of the discs had engravings on them that Hermione didn't recognize, the other 3 though had her heart doing backflips in her chest. The one on the left, proclaimed Harry, while the right one was engraved with her own name. It was the one in the middle of these 2 that had tears of joy slowly running down her cheeks. It announced to anyone glancing at her wrist that they would be best friends forever. Padma's hands shot to her face the instant she laid eyes on Harry's gift. Oh, Merlin's Harry left. Hermione, that's goblin-made jewelry. Hermione thought that would be obvious, since it was a gift from Harry. She didn't understand the emphasis Padma was placing on its manufacturers. Neville was happy that for once he could supply his friends with some answers. Hermione, the goblins are world-renowned metalsmiths. They not only make fantastic blades, they have no equal when it comes to making jewelry. What makes it even more sought after is that they hardly ever let any of it fall into wizards' or witches' hands. The Longbottom family has one item that has been passed down the family for hundreds of years. Padma was nodding like a lunatic, unable to take her eyes off the bracelet her friend had on her wrist. Hermione, you'll start a riot when you walk into the Great Hall wearing that tomorrow. Please make sure that by.ch Chambers gets a good eyeful of it. This is too fine to wear every day. Harry interrupted the birthday witch. Hermione, I want you to promise you'll never take that off. It contains protective runes carved into 2 of the discs. Just by being in contact with your skin, the bracelet generates enough protective power that it would easily have deflected both the curses you were hit with last week. Oh shit, enchanted goblin jewelry. Hermione, when anyone asks, just say it was a gift from Harry and act dumb about everything else. Trust me on this, your bracelet is worth its own front-page headline in the Prophet. Neville agreed with Padma. Goblin jewelry is extremely rare. Your bracelet though might be the only piece of enchanted goblin jewelry not owned by a goblin. All eyes were now on Harry. He chose Hermione's arm that he had placed the bracelet and brought the back of her hand to his lips. It says right there that we will be best friends forever. That to me is priceless. Happy birthday, Hermione. Harry then keyed the back of Hermione's hand and had the birthday witch practically swooning. Now I hate to ruin this moment, but if we don't get a move on we could be spending your birthday in detention. Everyone else has left. Professor Sinistra emerged from the darkness, loath to break up the cutest thing she'd ever seen. She could hardly wait to tell Minerva in the morning. Aurora agreed with Miss Pottledoe, and would not be mentioning that Miss Granger's bracelet was enchanted. Not quite everyone has left Mr. Crow. Happy birthday, Miss Granger. Now I will escort you 4 to your houses, just to ensure no one gets detention on such a special day. Harry held out his arm for Hermione and all 4 followed the astronomy professor. Hermione though took a moment to key Harry on the cheek. Thank you, Harry, it's absolutely gorgeous and I love it. Both may have been blushing as they made their way along the corridor, but their wide smiles could practically light their way back to Ravenclaw Tower. Padma gave Hermione her present before they went down to get Harry for breakfast. It was fun to watch her friend's face change colors as she read the title of the book, 12 Fail-Safe Ways to Woo Your Wizard. When Hermione started displaying purple tints in her color scheme, Padma lost her battle with laughter and handed over her friend's real present. It was still a book, though Hermione appeared to appreciate, a score of offensive spells to even the score, far better than her first offering. Padma was behind her friends as they walked into the Great Hall and was pleased to see her prediction was coming true. Hermione's hand was, as usual, through Harry's arm. This appeared to be the perfect angle for the sapphires of her bracelet to catch the light and sparkle. Padma thought young witches possessed skills for sniffing out shiny, sparkly things that would rival any niffler. When those shiny, sparkly things were worn by another young witch, the poor little niffler might as well stay in its burrow because it became a no contest. There were students in the Great Hall who couldn't read instructions off the blackboards in classrooms yet could tell you what Hermione Granger's bracelet said. When Neville approached the Ravenclaw table with a gift for Hermione, the Canute dropped that it was her birthday. She was delighted with her new book on noble houses and their customs. A red-faced Neville was eventually persuaded to sit beside the trio, but not before Hermione had hugged him and kissed her friend on the cheek in thanks. As usual, Roger had watched the by-play between the friends. He also couldn't help but notice every witch at the table staring at Hermione's birthday present. "Hell Crow, you're making the rest of us guys look bad here. Just how are we meant to match that?" Harry really liked Roger's joking nature, and answered right back in the same vein. "Well Davies, I don't see what's wrong with letting everyone know I have a great best friend." The entire table heard the humor in his voice, they also understood there was steel underlying that humor. A newly returned Chambers sat at the other end of the table, head down and not looking or talking to anyone. Her parents had been livid when they heard what happened. Her father was all for contacting the parents of the other girls involved to arrange some collective action against this upstart who'd harmed their children. The prophet had changed everyone's views, or rather their report on what happened to the Malfoys did. The purebloods were learning a variation on the golden rule: those that have your gold make the rules. Few, if any, felt secure enough in their own wards to trust having their fortunes stored at home. There was also the added problem of those witches and wizards with access to their home. Gringotts protected fortunes not only from robbers but those family members who would think a share of said fortune should rightly be theirs. It was easy for the Gringotts account holder to define exactly who could do what to their vault. Telling your brother, mother, greedy in-laws, obnoxious cousins that they weren't welcome in your house had far more significant ramifications. All sniggering at Draco's respectful behavior soon stopped as pureblood after pureblood received the same message from home: do not antagonize Harry Crow. Minerva sat at the staff table and watched over her charges. Her eyes usually focused mostly on her lion cubs, but she found her gaze more and more being drawn to the Ravenclaw trio. Mr. Longbottom's acceptance into this group was also very pleasing. Augusta tended to wrap young Neville in cotton wool. Making good friends was exactly what the young lad needed. The deputy headmistress couldn't help but think young Harry was surrounding himself with good people. She approved wholeheartedly of his close friends, and Master Pitsley had impressed the hell out of her. William Weasley was, in her unbiased opinion, one of the finest young wizards to have come through Hogwarts in a long time. Her correspondence with Barchoke was also refreshing. His entire aims were centered around what was best for his son, and he was more than prepared to back that up with gold when needed. She'd listened with great interest to the tale of what had happened after their astronomy class last night and was finding her opinion of Harry matching Pomona's. He may be the son of James Potter, but he had none of the faults his biological father had at the same age. Now if only Severus could get his head out his ass and see the boy was far more like Lily than James, they may be able to avert a confrontation that couldn't end well. When Professor Weasley asked them both to wait behind, Hermione started to run through the entire lesson in her mind to discover what she'd done wrong. Bill played along with her fears at the start. "Miss Granger, you can thank your best friend for your current predicament." His wide smile would have half the witches in the castle dropping at his feet. Hermione was just pleased this meant she wasn't in trouble with a professor. "Your mum and dad wanted me to wish you a happy birthday, oh, and give you this." Hermione was so touched by this, she didn't notice Harry moving behind the professor's desk. "How was Harry responsible for you seeing my parents?" It was Harry who answered her. "Well, it was actually my father. When he discovered what I wanted to get you for your birthday, he realized I needed your parents' permission first." Hermione was beginning to wonder if this was a goblin thing again. Did giving someone a bracelet signify something more in their culture? That was until she saw what Harry had in his hands. "Happy birthday, Hermione. I didn't name him yet, figuring I would leave that up to you." Harry gently placed a fluffy black kitten into her hands. Hermione fell in love with her new pet instantly. "Oh Harry, he's simply gorgeous. With that goblin sense of humor of yours, the poor thing would probably be saddled with a name like Snowball." Harry couldn't help but smile at his best friend's reaction to his gift. "Actually, I was thinking more along the terms of moonlight. Without that light, he would be practically invisible." Hermione had a different memory to associate with Harry's suggestion. It reminded the young witch that her first key had been under moonlight on her birthday. She also had to admit that his suggestion was so much better than Blackie, which was the first thing that came into her head. Okay, so moonlight it is. Harry, you're spoiling me. Hermione, you only turned 12 once in your life, why shouldn't that be celebrated? Harry picked up her present from home and offered his arm. He'd heard something outside that had him wanting to leave now. If that prat attempted to spoil Hermione's birthday, there would be hell to pay. Hermione had moonlight cradled in one arm, while her other was linked with Harry. She had been fretting about spending her first birthday away from home, but this year she had friends to share it with. Hermione thought this was already her best birthday ever. Ron was walking back from his defense lesson when he spotted the Pottlebint standing outside a classroom with Neville. He didn't think there could be a better opportunity for a public apology than this. Miss Pottle, I would like to apologize for hitting you with that curse. It was purely accidental as you were never my intended target. Padma's gaze hardened as she stared Ron down, the Ravenclaw witch well remembered the taste of slugs, and what getting cursed had led to in the infirmary. Padma had no intention of giving this Weasley an easy out. What about Hermione, the girl you intended the curse to hit? Ron's temper momentarily flared but he managed to get control of it. Why couldn't this bint just say she accepts and get this over with? I intend to apologize to Miss Granger too. She nodded at that. If Hermione accepts your apology, I will too. Neville couldn't help but prod the prat. This is your lucky day, Ron. Hermione will be coming right out that door any minute. Before Ron had time to bolt, he was suddenly faced with Crow and Granger. With retreat no longer an option, he was forced to behave like a Gryffindor. Miss Granger, I would like to apologize for firing a curse at you. Hermione didn't think this day could hold any more surprises but had just been proved wrong. Padma's slight nod gave her the information she was looking for. She hadn't actually been hit with the curse but at least the idiot had apologized to Padma. There was still one thing missing though. What about Harry, isn't he due an apology too? This was a step too far for Ron. What for? It was me who ended up in the infirmary. The growl stopped Ron's rant in its tracks. A furious Bill was standing behind Crow and Granger, glaring right at him. Ron needed no further prompting. Mr. Crow, I would like to apologize for attempting to curse you. Harry genuinely liked 3 of the Weasley brothers, and it was Hermione's birthday. Apology accepted. The 2 girls quickly followed Harry's lead as Bill handed Neville the cat basket and supplies Harry had forgotten about in his haste to leave the room. As the 4 friends made their way along the corridor, Bill dragged his youngest brother into the classroom by his new robes. I want a word with you, Ronnie. There were 6 first-year Ravenclaws whose emotions were flying high as kites. Lunch sat forgotten as they described their first potions lesson in great detail, while showing anyone who was even remotely interested their new book. Since this was the Ravenclaw table, anyone who was even remotely interested, meant the entire house, and they all wanted to know where they could get their hands on a potions book like that. Not quite the entire house though. 3 first years, and a Gryffindor interloper, were quietly studying books of a different sort. They were drawn out of their intensive studying by a pair of voices. Quidditch through the ages. The noble sport of warlocks. He flew like a madman. Do our eyes deceive us, George, or are these 4 swatting up for their flying lesson today? Oh, I think it's worse than that, Fred. The Order of the Avs appear to be afraid of flying. Perhaps we should have named this one Penguin. What do you think, Robin? Robin was swift to kick this pair of jokers' assumptions right back at them. The only time my gran would let me out of her sight was when I was in the greenhouses. She wouldn't even allow a broom in the manor. Hermione quickly rallied to support her friend against the red-headed dynamic duo, citing her own circumstances. I didn't know magic was real until I got my letter. How was I supposed to practice flying on a broom? Harry was right behind them in defending the group's right to be nervous. Goblins live underground, not much scope for flying there unless you're a bat. We tend to use brooms for sweeping. An entirely different outlook on the matter was provided by Padma. I was raised with flying carpets. I imagine brooms will be sore on your bum. Given the choice, I'll take a bit of Persian rug under me any day. All eyes were now on Padma. What? It's only Europe that bans flying carpets, and the riddle of why that's the case is easily solved. It was only because the broom manufacturers pushed for it, they didn't want the competition. Before we moved to Britain, we had a much-loved carpet that we traveled around the country on. We used to have family picnics while traveling, try doing that on a broom. This idea appealed to Hermione. I think I would like that much better than a broom, you could even fit seat belts. Neville didn't know exactly what a seat belt was but grasped the general concept. I like the sound of being strapped in. It's not so much the flying that bothers me, more the falling from a great height. Wait until you see your first Quidditch match. Yeah, Fred and I are the Gryffindor beaters. Both twins were very proud of this achievement, but Miss Granger wasn't too impressed. Harry and Hermione had been sharing Quidditch through the ages, so she at least knew what a beater was. So you two beat these bludger things at other players to try and knock them off their brooms. And this is the most popular sport. Harry cut her off before she could say any more. Cultural differences, Hermione, let's at least wait until we've seen a match before saying any more. You're right, Harry, the reasons behind why people play golf also escape me. The blank looks encouraged Hermione to explain. They use clubs to hit this little white ball into a small hole in the grass that can be a couple of 100 yards away. They waited for more before George asked the obvious. What happens after they get the ball in the hole? Oh, they pick it out and move on to the next hole. The twins' riotous laughter caught everyone's attention. Oh Fred, they're good. Yes, oh brother of mine, lesser wizards would have been beeped right into their ploy, whatever it was. But not the Weasley twins. Your delivery was perfect, Hermione, a beautiful mixture of annoyed innocence. Yeah, it was just your final part that let you down. You need to invent something a bit more believable than that goof game if you really want to hook people. Apart from that, your prank was excellent. We just stepped over here to say thanks for forgiving Ron and you try to catch us out. You guys are brilliant. The twins walked away laughing while the rest of their house studied these people who were brave enough to take on the Weasley twins. Harry had some words of advice. Cultural differences, Hermione, and shut it, Roger. K. Barchoke stood to welcome the Grangers to his office. I am Barchoke, Senior Accounts Manager at Gringotts, and Harry's father. I would like to thank you both for coming here today, especially since I know you are very busy. Oh, it was no trouble. In fact, I really enjoyed the method of transport your young Mr. Weasley used to get us here, a portkey I believe he called it. He's using something similar to take him all the way to Scotland now, to give the kids their extra defense lessons. Dan smiled and offered his hand. Hi, I'm Dan Granger, and this is my better half, Emma. Please excuse my wife, she gets rather excited by all this magic. We got a letter from Hermione this morning telling us that the kids flew on brooms yesterday. I think that's enough to get any parent excited. Barchoke shook the offered hand, before doing the same with Emma. They'd barely been in his office a minute yet already showed more courtesy than wizards he'd been dealing with for years. Dan had a question that he wanted answered before they went any further. Can I ask if this meeting is with a senior banking official or the father of our Hermione's best friend? He was already liking these people and invited them to sit before answering. I've worked my entire life to get where I am inside Gringotts, something I'm proud of. Nothing gives me more pride and pleasure though than being known as Harry's father, that is who you are speaking with today. Emma was delighted with this news. I really want to thank your son for making Hermione's time at Hogwarts such a happy experience, especially his actions with those bullies. That had happened before at her primary school and it was left to Dan and I to go down there after the event. Ma'am, I feel it is I who must thank your daughter. I watched my son grow up in a world that was not his own and worried over how Harry would adapt to Hogwarts. He has led a very lonely childhood, throwing himself into his studies to compensate for the lack of close friends. Harry and your daughter met on the Express and were like two kindred spirits, they have been inseparable since. I have had the pleasure of taking lunch in their company. In my humble opinion, they bring out the best in each other. Hearing this had Emma beaming, but Dan had his practical hat on. This was a goblin-sent opportunity to get some answers. Barchoke, I hope you don't mind me asking, but some of the things in Hermione's letters are confusing to us. The Crow-Potter dual identity is hard enough to understand, never mind the goblin-wizard issue, but we don't know where to start with the whole Hogwarts champion thing. I find it hard to believe the school lets a first-year walk around with a sword, though I will be eternally grateful that they do. Barchoke offered tea, saying this could take some time. He was slowly becoming aware this couple would now play a part in Harry's life. With Harry and their daughter being practically joined at the hip, there simply was no other alternative. He told them the entire tale in chronological order, starting with a Dark Lord hearing a prophecy before trying to kill a baby. No matter how many times he told the story of Harry's relatives not wanting the boy, he was never able to fully hide his anger at the deed. The goblin was delighted to see that anger shared by these loving parents. He rounded the story off with a blow-by-blow account of the troll incident, including who had released the creature into the castle and why. The Grangers had heard most of the details from Hermione, it was just hearing how it all fitted together that knocked them back a bit. Dan was the first to recover, and showed he really understood the problem. "Can I assume you know why this guy won't stay dead?" "Yes, sorry, but the method he used must remain a secret for now. You have my word though that we are doing everything in our power to ensure this creature will soon stay permanently dead." This talk of death sent a shiver down Emma, so she pressed ahead with what she wanted to ask from the minute she'd stepped into Barchoki's office. "Please don't think me forward, you've actually met Hermione while we've only read about Harry. Do you have a picture we could see?" Asking any proud parent to see a picture of their child will always get a yes. Barchok moved behind his desk and removed a framed picture from a concealed drawer. This was taken the morning he left for Hogwarts. Emma was presented with Harry in his, "Mr. Darcy, Geisenen, oh my," escaped her lips before she had time to engage her brain. Emma had no difficulty in thinking of Harry and Hermione as kindred spirits. Barchoki's description of his son having no close friends and throwing himself into his studies was scarily familiar to both Grangers. Hermione had supplied some of the details of her journey to Scotland. With what she'd heard here today, Emma could now fill in the blanks. Two lonely children reaching out to each other as they shared a compartment for hours, arriving at Hogwarts as each other's first friend. Hermione had said she didn't know what made her ask Harry if he wanted to share that compartment. One glance at the picture was enough for her mother to know the answer. Her little girl was smitten. She'd passed the picture over to her husband. "Your son is a very handsome young man, I mean wizard, oh goblin. I'm sorry, perhaps you can see why this is so confusing for us." Barchok actually laughed. "Ma'am, I was happy with handsome." Hermione mentioned getting out of school for a day to accompany Harry on some family event. She said we needed to sign a permission form. Opening up a folder, Barchok handed the correct form to Emma. Dan though had caught a glimpse of a lot more paperwork with their name on it. "Can I ask what else you have in that folder?" Barchok handed the entire folder to Dan before beginning to explain exactly why he needed that folder. "My son has many people who seem determined to play a part in his life. Your daughter has already suffered because of this and I can only sincerely apologize. Can I assume that is why Hermione was given this bracelet she's been raving about? We thought Harry was getting her a kitten for her birthday, not both. I'll be honest with you Barchok, while I really like the protection angle, the father in me isn't sure how to handle my 12-year-old daughter receiving jewelry even she classed as ridiculously expensive, especially from a young lad we've never met." The Kneazle kitten was indeed earmarked as Hermione's present, but seeing his best friend attacked affected Harry deeply. He wanted her protected, and knew he possessed the means to do so. Dan and Emma both expressed their agreement and gratitude at that while Barchok explained the ridiculously expensive part. "There is a phenomenon that we goblins neither understand nor can control, why wizards and even muggles will pay ludicrous amounts to own something no one else has. Take a piece of canvas, slap some paint on it and you may end up with a nice picture. Depending who slapped that paint on, the picture might be worth hundreds, thousands or millions. Our goldsmiths have a reputation for being the very best at what they do. Since we rarely allow our jewelry to pass out of goblin hands, the wizards will pay ludicrous amounts for it. I think I see what you are saying, something is only worth whatever value people are prepared to pay for it." Exactly Emma. James and Lily Potter set up a trust fund for their son attending Hogwarts. Buying that bracelet as a goblin barely put a dent in that fund. There wouldn't have been enough gold in that trust vault for a wizard to buy the same item. It was a confused Dan who asked what seemed a glaringly obvious question. With such a lucrative market, why is there not more jewelry being sold? That would never work, due to the way we goblins are possessive about the items we make. Special permission from the director is needed before an item can pass to someone who is not a goblin. That signed permission is contained in the folder in front of you. This permission comes with some pretty restrictive conditions. The worst one being, should the person gifted the item ever decide to sell it, the giver is duty-bound to repurchase the item, almost certainly at the far higher prices those outside Gringotts would pay. Since the giver must have these funds available before permission is granted, it is perhaps understandable that this is a very rare occurrence. Dan thought he'd picked up on an inconsistency. I thought you said Harry wouldn't be able to afford that bracelet at wizard prices. He was answered by a smiling Barchoke. I said his trust fund didn't hold enough, that is a mere drop in the ocean of the Potter wealth. Oh dear, I hope all this talk of money doesn't make what we wanted to ask seem mercenary now. Hermione wrote that Harry didn't celebrate Christmas, we wanted to invite him to spend Christmas with us this year. Emma was fretting until she saw the wide grin now being displayed by the goblin. I'm sure Harry would love to spend the time with Hermione, and it fits perfectly with what I was moving on to next. One of the things I would like to see accomplished this Halloween is the warding of your home. That's what most of the parchment in that folder is concerned with. As you know, your daughter currently wears a bracelet that offers her some protection against attack. These wards will perform the same function for your house and its occupants. This had both Grangers more than a little concerned. Dan was first to voice his. Do you really think that is necessary? Are we really in danger? No one ever thinks their home will be robbed, flooded or engulfed by flames. That doesn't mean a homeowner shouldn't take sensible precautions to prevent all of these from happening. That is all we are doing here, and you inviting Harry for Christmas allows the Potter account to pay for it. We're more than willing to pay any financial cost involved in protecting our home. The goblin politely interrupted. Sorry Dan, for you as a non-magical to be able to afford this warding scheme, you would probably need to sell your house. By inviting Harry to stay, we can now ward your home as a goblin dwelling, drastically cutting the cost and circumventing any ministerial interference in the process. James and Lily Potter gave their lives to protect their son. They would gladly spend a bit of gold to ensure his continued safety, and that of his best friend's family. Emma had noticed something and couldn't help but raise the matter. You seem to switch Harry from goblin to wizard as the situation suits, rather like having dual nationality. My son had mentioned that Hermione was very smart. It's now easy to see where that comes from. We hope Harry can benefit from this dual nationality at least until he turns 17, then he must choose. The magical community are desperate for Harry to choose them, for the boy who lived to do otherwise would be unthinkable. We intend to exploit this desperation to see some wrongs righted. Barchoke knew he had reached a crossroads. This was where he must decide just how much to tell these people. Desperate people can sometimes do foolish things to get what they want. As they look around for ways to influence my son's decision, sooner or later their gaze will rest upon your daughter. They may have known each other less than a month, but it is already clear to me that Miss Hermione Granger will be part of my son's life for many years to come. Having met your daughter, I can't tell you how delighted I am by that. I am assuming you will have gathered somewhat the same information from her letters home. Emma was enthusiastically adding her agreement. We had to read her first letter home several times. The handwriting was the same, but the letter appeared to have been written by a different girl. I've never known her to be so happy. It's Harry this and Harry that. She does mention other friends, Padma and Neville. I had the pleasure of lunching with all of them. The four are becoming close friends. The witches at Hogwarts have already recognized how close Harry and Hermione are, hence the bullying of your daughter. The purebloods are bound to have picked up on this already, this being the reason I want your home protected. The Grangers' blank looks led to them learning about blood status from a goblin. So Hermione was attacked because they thought my daughter wasn't good enough for your son. Dan was understandably enraged at that. Barchoke did his best to pacify the father's justifiable ire. Not by either my son or I, of that I can assure you. Hermione is the same blood status as Harry's mother, and those very same purebloods class goblins as beasts. Useful beasts to be sure, but nevertheless still mere creatures. You will find no support for this blood purity nonsense inside Gringotts. I find it a little convenient that none of this was mentioned before we signed Hermione up for Hogwarts. This comment from Dan drew an answering wry smile from Barchoke, though on a goblin it could be mistaken for a grimace. The last person I heard express sentiments like those was Lily Evans, just after she had become engaged to James Potter. I think the phrase being bandied about at the time was that Lily was nothing more than an uppity mudblood trying to better herself. It saddens me to think of how much was sacrificed yet so little actually changed. We intend to use the ministry's desperation to implement some changes, another reason I want you and your daughter protected. He tried to pass on the gravity of the situation to the parents. Please don't mention any of this to Hermione in your letters. You will see her and Harry on Halloween where a fuller explanation can be given to both. Harry will shortly begin using the press in an attempt to achieve our aims. Since your daughter never leaves his side, this will probably drag her into the spotlight too. The wards we wish to erect will ban entry to all wizards and witches except those specifically allowed. At the moment, that would be Hermione, Harry and Cursebreaker Weasley. Anyone else attempting unauthorized entry will be rebuffed, and set of alarms that will see us rushing to your aid. The last thing Barchoke wanted to do here was scare these people, and this was a lot for a pair of muggles to absorb in one morning. We don't need a decision on this today, and I must emphasize this is purely a precautionary measure. Wards and such are common practice around magical buildings. Gringotts is positively bristling with them. I don't expect any attack on your home, but it would seem sensible to take some precautions. We goblins spend our lives protecting precious items, but nothing is more precious to us than our children. Both Grangers shared a moment of thought before Dan answered. I really don't see how we can refuse such a generous offer, and can't wait to see the kids at Halloween. We knew it was going to be difficult being separated from Hermione, but had sorely underestimated just how much we would miss her. Only her letters practically glowing with happiness convinced us we have made the right decision. Emma agreed with every word her husband had just said, although she had a few questions of her own that she wanted answered. You said you think that our children would be part of each other's lives for years to come. Since they will be spending the next 7 years together at Hogwarts, I think this view is perfectly understandable. I would like to know what happens when Harry turns 17. Will his choices affect their friendship? Harry will have a massive decision to make, and to be honest, I have no idea what he will choose. All I can do as a father is give my son a good view of all sides to help him reach whatever decision is best for him. That is one of the reasons I was delighted you invited him into your home for the holidays. I want Harry to know there is a world out there beyond Gringotts and even beyond magic. Barchoke then answered Emma's main concern as honestly as he could. Young as they are, already I can't see Harry making any decision that permanently parts him from your daughter. Abandoning his best friend is something my son would never do, that's just not in his makeup. Charging through the school with his sword drawn in an attempt to keep her safe is far more in keeping with Harry's nature. Both Granger parents were pleased to hear this. Hermione's letters home had shocked them with how attached she'd become to this boy in such a short space of time. They were delighted with the opportunity to see their daughter at Halloween, but even more so for the early opportunity to run their eye over this best friend. This all sounds fine, I just wish there was something more we could do. We seem to be reaping all the benefits here without contributing much at all. Barchoke couldn't turn down such an opening. Funny you should say that, Dan, something that Hermione said interested us greatly. Irgit delivered a letter to Hermione on Sunday morning that had her squealing with joy. He said yes. She then practically had Harry in a headlock as her excitement saw her bouncing up and down next to him. Guys, making a spectacle of yourselves, again. Oh Padma, he said yes, this is wonderful. We got that bit, Hermione, now we need to know who said yes to what, and why it's so bloody wonderful. When Harry said he didn't celebrate Christmas, I wrote to Mum and Dad about it. They asked his father if Harry could spend Christmas with us, and Barchoke said yes. Do you want to spend Christmas with me, Harry? It was only now that Hermione noticed Harry had went as stiff as a board. Her best friend then pushed away and shot out his seat. Hermione was momentarily devastated, thinking she had done something wrong. That was until she saw where he was headed. Professor Weasley had just entered with a tall battle-scarred goblin that Harry was now bowing deeply to. Hermione thought this was more like a goblin from Tolkien, as different from Barchoke or Master Pitsley to be almost another species of goblin. Master Sharpshard, you honor me by coming here. That was not my intention, Crow. I am hearing disturbing reports that you are going soft. I came here today to see for myself what has become of all the training I lavished on you. Get changed. Harry bowed and raced out the door. Phileas had almost choked on his breakfast when he saw who had entered with Bill Weasley. Albus, Minerva, whatever happens we mustn't intervene. Master Sharpshard is the greatest practitioner with a blade I have ever seen. No student will be in any danger and certainly not harmed. Minerva was immediately alarmed. What do you mean, Phileas? Think Alistair Moody teaching defense. Master Sharpshard's methods are probably something Matt I would heartily endorse and quickly adopt. They may seem severe to those watching, but Harry will be used to it. Excuse me, I'm going to tell his friends the same, though I fear I may need to place Miss Granger in a body bind. Bill hadn't a clue what was going on here. Master Sharpshard had just informed him earlier that he would be accompanying the curse breaker to Hogwarts today. Watching as Flitwick headed for his students, Bill decided to follow his example. Professor Weasley, is that who taught Harry how to fight with a sword? It was Phileas who answered. Yes, Miss Granger, and I must ask you not to attempt to interfere. Master Sharpshard's methods may appear to the uninitiated, but he really is the greatest blade in the country. He was interrupted by Hermione's scream. Harry had just ran back into the hall wearing his dragon hide tunic when the large goblin exploded into action, attacking with a huge battle-axe that seemed to appear from nowhere. Harry was a blur as he dodged blow after blow, being backed into the entrance hall. That Master Sharpshard was shouting at him in English gave Harry a fair idea just what was happening here. You had a Death Eater under your blade and let him go free. Then faced 9 enemies and, not only did you not kill any of them, you left them able to attack again. Have I been wasting my time teaching you, Crow? Harry now had his shield on his arm, and used it to deflect the attacking axe. He dodged inside to get into knife range, only to be kicked in the chest and sent flying through the doors. He landed in the entrance hall and rolled, knowing the master would be coming after him. While rolling, he abandoned his shield and sheathed his knife. He sprang to his feet with Hermione's screams ringing in his ears but Gryffindor's sword in his hands. Loud clangs reverberated around the entrance hall as Gryffindor's sword skillfully deflected the repeated attacks from the battle-axe away from Harry. Hermione was trembling, screaming and shouting at the same time, and only Professor Weasley holding her arm stopped the young witch foolishly rushing in regardless. Seeing Harry apparently now holding his own settled Hermione somewhat, though those around watched this deadly battle in awe. Phileas had given up the blade for a wand but could honestly admit to himself Harry had more raw talent than he had ever possessed. Harry's dragon skin tunic allowed everyone to see his fluid body movements as he wielded Gryffindor's sword like a seamless extension of his body. The lad's developed physique was now easily explained, swinging a blade hour after hour would certainly account for it. Harry was now engrossed in the fight, the clash of his blade deflecting the axe familiar to him from years of training. He'd never wielded a blade quite like this one though, which gave Harry an idea. It was a risk that could cost him dear, then again it wasn't like he'd ever won a match against the master before. As the next opportunity presented itself, Harry didn't parry and deflect the axe blade but let the sword made for Godric Gryffindor meet the weapon's shaft. Normally this would send a jarring force right up his arms, but this was no ordinary sword. It cleaved clean through the shaft. Harry's follow-on attack was then blocked by a short sword that again just seemed to appear in the master's hand. I was partial to that axe, Crow, that is going to cost you. If anything, the speed of the fight increased, with Harry now swapping to a one-handed grip on the sword and drawing his knife in the other. Harry was soon covered in sweat as Master Sharpshard relentlessly probed and attacked his defenses. He could hear Hermione shouting above everyone else, which triggered something in his mind: there are no rules in a fight. As he blocked the next attack on his sword, Harry used his knife to cast a curse they'd learned out the book Padma gave Hermione for her birthday. The cutting curse was so unexpected, it glanced Master Sharpshard's cheek as he dodged a fraction too late. First blood was normally the end of the duel, but with Master Sharpshard you just didn't know what he would do next. The large goblin actually stopped attacking. You cut me with a spell, Crow. Harry was panting for breath but still kept his guard up. You taught me to use whatever was available in a fight, that's what I had. The loud roar of laughter was completely unexpected. The short sword disappeared as quickly as it came while the now jovial goblin punched Harry's shoulder in a very rare show of affection. It would seem I have taught you well, though I will still be charging your father for my axe you destroyed. Phileas, good to see you again. Can I impose on you to cross swords with Crow occasionally? I would hate to see all that skill become rusty from lack of use. This change from rabid attacker to jovial loser threw everyone. Padma though had something to say, or should that be scream? Yeah, Harry, you did it. Everyone in the hall had spilled out to watch this fight, one of their own unbelievably winning resulted in loud cheering, and Hermione escaping from Bill's grasp. She hit Harry almost as hard as Sharpshard had earlier, though both her arms were wrapped tightly around him. Harry was holding her while whispering in her ear. Cultural differences, Hermione. I was in danger of getting my ass kicked, nothing else. The large goblin of course noticed the young witch. Can I assume you are Crow's friend? Harry gave Hermione a reassuring squeeze as she turned to face one of his most important tutors. He was delighted to see her bow. Well met, Master Sharpshard. I am Hermione Granger, Harry's best friend. She then held out her hand for the goblin to shake, her bracelet shining on her wrist. The large goblin bowed back before accepting her offered hand. Well met, Miss Granger. His deep laugh once more rolled around the entrance hall. Barchoke told me you were quite the one, now I've seen it for myself. Moments ago, you were ready to attack me with your bare hands to protect your friend, but now you greet me with honor. Wear that bracelet with pride, Miss Granger, you have the heart of a goblin. Hermione was left wondering about that last comment as the headmaster chose this moment to make his presence known. I really don't appreciate my school being disrupted by these shenanigans. And I don't appreciate my star student being attacked by trolls and pureblood bigots in your school. His father has a standing arrangement that this time is scheduled for extra defense lessons, you just got to witness a variation on that theme. Hogwarts students weren't used to seeing the great Albus Dumbledore spoken to like this. The scary goblin though wasn't finished yet. Defense should always be varied, you never know where or when the next attack will come from. Surely this is something you teach your students, or do you assume this variety will come from the myriad of people you seem to go through teaching the subject? The sarcasm in Sharpshard's last remark really drove a battering ram into what passed for defense tuition in Hogwarts, then Hermione battered down what was left of the shoddy doors. That's exactly what Professor Weasley has been teaching us in our extra defense lessons, to be alert for the unexpected. Sharpshard's voice boomed around the entrance hall. Good, then I will leave you in Curse Breaker Weasley's capable hands. Crow, you know the director is going to be insufferable now your fancy blade he had commissioned drew my blood. Until next time, student. Harry bowed deeply. Until next time, Master Sharpshard. As the goblin left, Neville approached with Harry's shield. You actually beat him, Harry. He took the shield and reduced its size, clipping the disc onto his sword scabbard. I didn't beat him, Neville, no one beats Master Sharpshard. I got lucky and surprised him, he could have taken me at least a dozen times before then. It's called training for a reason, I wouldn't learn anything if he continually beat me in under a minute. It looked, Harry, I was terrified for you. Harry could still see the fear in Hermione's eyes. The first few times we fought I was terrified too, Hermione. Now it's just like our defense lessons, Curse Breaker Weasley attacks us so we can practice our dodging and shields. Padma was half carrying, half dragging the battleaxe by its drastically shortened shaft over to the group. If Professor Weasley ever attacks us with something like this, I'm quitting, guys. Thanks, Padma, I'll be hanging that on my wall. Thanks also for that book you gave Hermione, it was really helpful. Padma was tempted to tease which of the books he was talking about, but Hermione already had a tough morning, and that was her not noticing the number of witches who were eyeing up Harry. That she was still shaking inside just confirmed to Hermione she hadn't fully recovered from the shock of watching Harry fight. She actually thought her best friend was going to be killed this morning. That was obviously some goblin thing, Harry, but I fail to see the point. Harry smiled at his best friend, this time knowing exactly how to cheer her up. Master Sharpshard was just reminding me, and everyone else, that I am a goblin warrior. Padma had already resisted one teasing opportunity, this couldn't be passed up. She butted in before he could finish. Next time we could do without the theatrics, and that outfit. Let's get to class, the sight of my sister and Lavender drooling over Harry is making me queasy. Anyone would think they'd never seen a gorgeous guy in a dragon skin tunic before. Harry was blushing while Hermione appeared outraged before Padma began laughing. Oh, you guys are just too easy to tease. Seriously though, some of these witches are beginning to creep me out. If a wizard ever stared at me like that, I'd want Harry and Neville to kick their ass for me. No problem, Padma. Harry wanted to get out of there and offered Hermione his arm. He then proceeded to make up for this morning by saying what he'd originally intended to, before Padma had interrupted. Hermione, I would love to spend Christmas with you. Oh Harry, it will be wonderful. Padma, Neville, you are both invited as well. Neville was delighted to be included but had family things that needed doing then. He told Hermione that before politely declining. Padma would need to write home before she could answer. She loved her sister dearly, but the thought of 2 weeks listening to her prattle on about boys, fashion, boys and more boys was not appealing. That Harry was going to be one of the boys repeatedly mentioned was a certainty. She knew what the agenda was for most pureblood witches who attended Hogwarts. Meet their future husband, be at least engaged by the time they left school with marriage and their first child born preferably before turning 20. To wait any longer ran the risk of your family arranging a husband for you. Padma thought that agenda was fine, provided you met someone you wanted to spend the rest of your life with. She wanted more from her Hogwarts experience, and spending a holiday in a Muggle house would certainly be an experience. She would need to have a girls' talk with Hermione and explain why all the jealous looks were being focused in her direction. She may be Muggle-born, but Hermione was already in a position most of the pureblood witches would sell their soul for. Having gotten to know Harry, Padma already knew he would be considered a prize for any young witch. Add in all the other stuff and then pile his wealth on top. Well, she didn't think the other witches were going to be discouraged for long. She suspected their methods would be different though, unless they were really stupid. Bill watched his students heading off to class but wanted a quick word with his youngest brother first. Well, Ronnie, still think he's nothing special. Ron had his eyes well and truly opened, they had almost popped out watching that fight. The Pottle girl could hardly lift that axe, it would have cut him in half if it had connected. That goblin wasn't holding anything back either. That's right, Ronnie, yet he beat the goblin warrior that attacked him. What chance do you think you would have had in a fight like that? Perhaps now you'll stop being such a little prick and leave well enough alone. At that, Percy appeared at his elbow. I've got this time set aside for Ron to do his homework, I'll take it from here, Bill. The curse breaker left Percy in charge while he went to deal with his own students. Like everyone else, he'd been impressed with the fight. His brother Charlie had the quickest reflexes of anyone Bill had ever seen, until today. The look of concentration on the lad's face as he fought was also something to behold. Anyone letting Harry close enough to use a blade was going to lose, even Voldemort. Dumbledore was also astonished at Harry's reactions and speed of thought. Likewise, he thought Phileas was strikingly accurate in equating the goblin fencing tutor to his old friend Alistair. Their teaching methods were remarkably similar. Like the rest of Hogwarts, he also didn't miss the "going soft" reference. After that display, Harry's enemies would not be meeting him head-on for the foreseeable future. Albus expected a few months of quiet now while the plotters evaluated the situation before making their next move. This situation presented Albus with something of a dilemma. He wanted to wrestle control of the boy away from the goblins, but he also knew Voldemort had to be defeated. He needed a way to accomplish his first aim without in any way endangering Harry's chances of successfully completing the second. He was tempted to leave things as they were but knew he couldn't. Master Sharpshard had berated his student for showing a modicum of forgiveness and there lay Albus' problem. A victorious Harry would have the wizarding community worshipping at his feet and rushing to fulfill his every wish. Without forgiveness in the boy's heart, their society could be changed beyond all recognition. He needed information on exactly what the goblins were up to, and had just watched his unknowing source walk away to teach young Harry and his 3 friends. William Weasley would need to understand the harm that could be done here, and pressured into recognizing where his loyalties really lay. With a delicate situation like this, it was all about using the right lever, and there was no bigger lever to use against someone than his or her own family. He was sure it wouldn't take long for a conversation with William's mother to gravitate to Molly telling Albus how pleased she was to have her eldest son back home. That would be his opening to express his regret that William refused to cooperate with him, and that how his time working for the goblins had really changed the former Hogwarts head boy. Molly hated the very thought of any of her children changing, especially if that influence of change wasn't exactly human. She would be on her son's case the entire time he was at the Burrow, and Albus would intensify his efforts while William's duties brought him to Hogwarts. This twin attack should soon expose a crack in his armor. That was all Albus needed to exploit the situation. One bit of information would soon lead to another and then he would have the young man. He would become his spy inside Gringotts, providing information that would help Albus plot the course of magical Britain's future, for the greater good of course. Lucius was trying to plot his future and having very limited success. He was not looking forward to his master's eventual return. The head of the Malfoy family understood that his usefulness as a Death Eater lay in his fortune and influence. With neither, he would be severely limited in how he could assist his master's plans. Lucius had witnessed firsthand what happened to Death Eaters in that position, and it was anything but pretty. Lucius was contemplating his next move as he sat staring at a little black diary. With the goblins blocking Narcissa from accessing the Lestrange or Black Vaults, this diary was the only card he had left to play. As with any triumph card, it was all about how and when it was played. His craving for revenge on Crow was tempered by the fact that the Hogwarts champion would be helpless against this. Like a fine wine, Lucius' revenge just got better the longer he left it to age. If this was played right, it had the power to see Crow's dead body carried from Hogwarts, with Dumbledore sacked and Fudge forced out of office as the public demanded scapegoats. Lucius was a patient man and his need for revenge now wouldn't settle for anything less than a triple takedown. He could afford to be patient. Patience was about all he could now afford, and it wasn't like he had anything else to do. Hogwarts did indeed settle down to its new normal over the following weeks. Thanks to the warning from Padma, Hermione was more aware of what was happening around her, or should that be Harry, regarding the behavior of the Hogwarts witches. Ravenclaw House were adapting well to what was happening within its own blue and bronze walls. Morag, Mandy and Lisa were all friendly with the trio, sharing Harry's defense and now potions classes too certainly helped. Cho was continually making eyes at Harry, and finding any excuse to talk to him. In these situations, Harry was polite but nothing more. The older Ravenclaw girls, apart from Penny, were staying clear, Chambers' example perhaps playing on their mind. The other first-year witches were all on good terms with the friends too, with only the two Gryffindors continually pushing the boundaries. Parvati and Lavender had approached as they walked to class, chatting to Harry a mile a minute. It was when Lavender decided to move things along by latching onto Harry's other arm that she was politely but instantly and firmly rebuffed. Miss Brown, never take a sword wielder's right arm unless it is specifically offered to you. In my culture this can be considered an attack, as you are hampering my ability to draw my weapon. Lavender released Harry's arm as if it was red hot and had just burned her fingers. No one wanted Harry to even think they were attacking him, they had now all seen what he could do with a blade. He nodded before continuing. You were not aware of the situation so nothing further needs to be said. Both Gryffindor girls had given him a wide berth after that. When some of the older girls from the other houses approached, Hermione hoped it wasn't wishful thinking on her part but Harry appeared to use her as a shield. This was a function she was more than happy to provide. These witches may have had a specific agenda at Hogwarts but so did Harry. His agenda though had far more reaching consequences than simply finding someone to marry. Hermione was reminded of this as they were leaving their normal Monday defense class. Professor Weasley had a short message for him. Harry, your father says, it's time, he assured me you would know what that means. His grin was feral, setting Hermione's danger alarm off. Harry, please tell me you are not going to go all, goblin warrior, on us. Hermione, I am a goblin warrior. Okay, bad choice of words. What I really meant to ask was if you were going to be rushing into danger with a blade in each hand. He could see she was merely worried for his safety so attempted to put her mind at rest. Hermione, I have been tasked with ending a great wrong, and that's all I can say about the matter until it happens. What I will say is that I shouldn't need either of my blades to defend myself, there will be no danger at all. After the Lucius Malfoy incident, Hermione had accepted that Harry was at Hogwarts for a purpose other than just receiving a magical education. Here was obviously the next phase of that purpose. That he couldn't tell her any more was fine, that he wouldn't be in any danger was all she really needed to know. At least this time she had 6 weeks of magical training under her belt, and a few curses up her sleeve. Hermione believed Harry when he said it wouldn't be dangerous but it was always better to be prepared. She had also been preparing by reading the book Neville gave her from cover to cover. Hermione thought a lot of the behavior and customs could at best be described as quaint, but it at least explained Harry's old-world behavior. He'd obviously read something similar before attending Hogwarts and thought things like offering a young lady your arm or keying the backs of their hands was the way wizards behaved normally. Purely by observation, Hermione could tell that this behavior was no longer commonplace amongst the magical fraternity. Perhaps it was now only used at the most formal of occasions or functions, but the young witch wasn't too bothered about that. Since she was currently on Harry's arm, and it was her hand being keyed, it would be a cold day in hell before Hermione as much as raised the subject with her best friend. Hermione could only hope Harry had reached the same conclusion, but enjoyed having her on his arm too much to stop. Her latest mini faux pas against goblin culture set her mind racing. She didn't rush to the library because Hermione was sure the best source of the information she required was currently walking right beside her. "Harry, I've read that book Neville gave me on ancient and noble houses. It was very insightful, a brilliant source of information for someone like me with no magical background. I was wondering if there was a book like that on goblin culture. I could see if it was in the library or order it from the bookstore." Harry had actually stopped walking as Hermione's question set him thinking. The short answer is no, there are no books. I think the reason for that is probably because no one has ever been interested before. Okay, confused again. How could no one be interested? The goblins store and control the magical community's wealth, yet no one knows anything about them. That's just nuts. It was a chuckling Harry that started them off down the corridor again as he answered his best friend. "You'll get no objection from me on that. I think the reason there may be no books is that they really need to be written by an outsider observing a culture that's different to their own. Goblins tend not to let strangers get too close." He could see Hermione struggling with that concept, so tried to give her an example. "We could ask Padma to tell us about her years in India, and she could talk for hours. That doesn't mean she would mention riding a flying carpet, because to her that would just be normal behavior and not worth talking about." "I see what you mean now. You need someone from another culture to observe what is different, and also what is the same." "Exactly. Goblins always hold their beheading muggle parties on the last Friday of every month. Who knows when wizards have theirs?" "Harry Crow, don't you dare. I get more than enough teasing from Padma without you starting too." "Why, Miss Granger, is that any way to talk to your only source on all things goblin?" Hermione let out a groan. "I was going to say I could check with Master Pitsley, but I can just see you both setting me up for a fall. Just remember, Crow, you're staying with me for the Christmas holidays. I'm your only source for all things muggle, and payback can be a buy.ch." She tried to be stern but couldn't quite manage it. Both of them ended up laughing as they made their way back to the Ravenclaw common room. In the Gryffindor common room, Neville was trying to prepare for this week's potions lesson. Ron was bored though, and kept pestering him to play wizard chess. "Go and ask Seamus, I'm busy, Ron. Dean's telling him all about that football game again. Did you know they played it on the ground? 22 players and only one ball. Bloody mental if you ask me." "Ron, I didn't ask you. I am actually trying to get some work done here." When he took the time to actually look at what Neville was doing, Ron got the distinct impression he was being conned. "That's potions. You said this goblin creature never gave out homework." It wasn't a question, more like an accusation. "Master Pitsley doesn't have us writing essays. He does expect us to know everything about the potion we will be brewing before we step into his class." Ron still thought this was merely a manufactured excuse to dump him. "It's only Monday, you don't have potions until Friday. You'll have forgotten it all by then." "No, I won't, because I'll be going over my notes every night until Friday." "Bloody hell, I tried to warn you. See what happens when you hang out with Ravenclaws. Us Gryffindors have got to stick together. If sticking together means taking potion lessons from Snape, then you can forget it. Where is your house loyalty? Abandoning your housemates and siding with Ravenclaws, you're a disgrace to Gryffindor Longbottom." Neville was on his feet at that. "You're a fine one to call me a disgrace. You fired a curse at a girl. Real brave Gryffindor, didn't even have the courage to apologize." "I bloody did, you were there. Anyone can say the words, Ron, we all knew you didn't mean any of it. Harry just didn't want to get into an argument with you and spoil Hermione's birthday. You call me a disgrace to Gryffindor, yet I'm in a class with 9 Ravenclaws. I'm ahead of 6 and keeping up with another 2. I would say I was doing my house proud. What have you got to show for your time at Hogwarts? Detentions, lost points, a suspension and now on probation. Way to go, Ronnie boy. Ron's complexion was turning deeper and deeper shades of red, but Neville just faced him down. You've tried to curse two of my friends, and actually managed to hit the other one by accident. Draw your wand on me, Ron, and you'll get to see just what your eldest brother teaches us every weekend. Their confrontation had gotten louder and louder, gathering a rather large crowd. Two of the crowd suddenly had an arm each as Ron's feet left the floor. The twins whisked him away up the stairs. Neville sat back down and continued his work, until Parvati spoke to him. Neville, 6 and 2 only make 8. You said there were 9 Ravenclaws in that class. Ah, but when it comes to potions, Harry is in a class of his own. Even the twins couldn't brew a potion that would be undetectable by Snape. As he worked studiously, Neville was unaware of the changes taking place around him. Most of the house just had their opinion of the shy, quiet boy drastically altered. Especially 2 first-year witches who were having no success with their repeated attempts to get near Harry Crow. Neville Longbottom might just turn out to be a rather fine replacement. Bill also had a Weasley harping on at him while he attempted to accomplish a task he should have known better. A quiet meal at the Burrow was as good a definition of a misnomer that Bill could think of. But he's Albus Dumbledore, surely there must be some way to bypass those secrecy terms to help. He put down his knife and fork. Bill had had more than enough, both of dinner and his mother's nagging. It was time for a few home truths. Would you be so insistent if it was Lucius Malfoy who wanted information? Don't be ridiculous, he's a Death Eater who used his money to avoid Azkaban. Yet to a goblin, both are classed the same. Dumbledore has been barred from Gringotts for a decade. That was over a misunderstanding. Bill finally lost it at his mother. If that's the story he's putting about, then it makes him a liar too. I'll tell you about your great Albus Dumbledore. He left an orphan child on a Muggle doorstep, a child who had been hit with the killing curse by Voldemort. He didn't know if the yelp from his mother was because the dreaded name was spoken aloud, or that it was one of her children saying it. Bill pressed on regardless. That child was sporting a scar on his head, no healer, no treatment, just dumped on a doorstep with a letter attached. Now here is where his stupid scheme started to fall apart. The Muggles didn't want a magical child in their home, so took Harry to Gringotts and deposited the toddler who saved us all there. Molly had tears in her eyes as she shook her head. It can't be true. Harry's father still has the letter in Dumbledore's handwriting. McGonagall and Hagrid were present that night too. Hagrid keeps attempting to talk to Harry at Hogwarts, but the boy wants nothing to do with him. He knows Hagrid is Dumbledore's man, and anything he said would make its way straight back to the old fool. This was still a step too far for Molly. Albus Dumbledore is no fool. I will not have that said in this house. Do you know how that troll got into Hogwarts? Dumbledore is desperately trying to keep it secret, but Madame Bones wants him up on charges for his part in the fiasco. Voldemort is not dead. This time he was sure what had caused his mother to scream. You're lying. Harry Potter killed him. Everyone knows that. Yes, but what everyone doesn't know is that he's trying to come back. Why do you think I returned from Egypt and took this job? Voldemort is not dead, and we know he's going after Harry. Dumbledore knew this and didn't tell anyone, especially Harry. Instead, Dumbledore set a trap inside a bloody school. I have 4 younger brothers currently in that castle, and that old bastard is playing with their lives. Voldemort possessed a teacher and was actually inside Hogwarts. That's who let the troll in. Bill hadn't realized he'd been shouting, but it looked as if he'd finally gotten through to his mother. Unfortunately, it also looked like he'd terrified Ginny. She was curled on his father's lap and crying. The goblins are doing everything in their power to help that young man. I have no idea what Dumbledore is up to. As a Weasley, my position on this matter should be crystal clear: against the dark and for the light. My champion though is not some old wizard who likes to play games, but a young man who defeated Voldemort once before. I am on the side of the goblins because they are backing Harry to the hilt, as am I. Arthur was trying to soothe his daughter but really needed to know something. How much of this is known within the Ministry? Fudge and Bones were there the day Harry laid most of the Voldemort stuff out. That was also the day he took down Lucius Malfoy. The details of what Dumbledore did to Harry, I got from his father. Dumbledore is the head of the Wizengamot, yet it took one of my students to do what should have been done years ago. With Gringotts backing Harry's actions, Malfoy has legally been stripped of his wealth, and with it most of his power too. Events at the ministry began to fall into place for Arthur. I wondered why there was a sudden recruitment drive in the Auror department. We were left wondering if Amelia had finally gotten something on Fudge. That was probably her payoff for Malfoy not standing public trial. The minister would be too afraid of just what Lucius might reveal under Veritaserum. Molly's mind though was stuck on one single fact, a single fact that would change her outlook forever. You know who was near 4 of my babies, and Albus bloody Dumbledore never even mentioned it. Bill knew what his mother's next action would be, and tried to head it off. Mum, don't mention we had an argument over this. By all means say you've heard a certain rumor, just not where you heard it. It might be fun to hear what excuse he comes up with. I trust Dumbledore about as far as I could throw Hagrid. Arthur was busy trying to comfort his daughter. It's okay Ginny, your brothers will be safe inside Hogwarts. What about my Harry? Bill said the bad wizard was coming back for him. Bill couldn't let that go. I thought we talked about this Ginny. He's not your Harry, you've never even met him. Bill, it's just a harmless infatuation. No Dad, it's not healthy and should have been discouraged years ago. The last thing I want to see is Ginny getting hurt, but that's exactly what's going to happen if she doesn't stop this now. How do you think Ginny's going to react when she discovers this whole boy who lived fantasy she's constructed is just that, a fantasy? He absolutely hated to see his sister cry, but this needed to be said. Ginny's fantasy will inevitably come crashing down around her ears. Harry doesn't even know she exists and already has his own set of close friends. At this point she will be heartbroken, and 600 miles from home. The twins and Percy are barely coping with Ron's problems. Do you honestly think they will be able to handle something like this? How do you know Harry won't like me? You can't possibly know that. He tried to phrase his answer in a way that would be as gentle as possible for his sister to take, yet at the same time get his point across. Harry Crow is a very serious young lad, only the fact that he's in first year gives his age away. If you didn't know that, you would swear he was older. His friends are also really serious about their studies and being his friend. Every weekend I think I've pushed them too hard, yet the following week they're back and eager for more. They are rattling through the defense course, doing the same with potions and near the top of all their other classes. I have no idea what level they'll be at by the time they're ready to start second year. Bill could see this was not well received, and knew the next bit would be even less so. We already have one Weasley at Hogwarts disgracing himself due mainly to his immaturity. We really don't need a Weasley fangirl following Harry around like a little lost puppy. The fantasy needs to stop here before Ginny gets really hurt. I'm not saying she'll never be friends with Harry, I'll even introduce her, but this fantasizing over a boy she's never seen, never mind met, is not going to end well. Ginny focused only on one part of what her brother said. You would introduce me to Harry. Bill was torn. He wanted his sister to put this behind her, but Ginny clearly hadn't. Introducing her to Harry might just be the shock Ginny needed to get over this infatuation, especially if Harry had a certain young witch on his arm. I'll introduce you to Harry when he gets off the express for the holidays. He could see her eyes practically sparkling at that, but had to give a warning. Harry's going to be spending Christmas with his best friend. Hermione asked both him and Padma to spend the holidays at her house. It looked as if Ginny had been told she'd won the Prophet Grand Draw, only then to be informed there was a mistake. His best friend. Isn't that the girl Ron mentioned as his girlfriend? Hermione Granger currently wears a goblin-made gold bracelet that's inscribed Harry, Hermione, best friends forever. Harry gave it to Hermione for her 12th birthday. Bill felt as though he was having to be cruel to be kind with Ginny. He'd watched as witches older and far more developed, both emotionally and physically, than Ginny had been rebuffed by his student. They were mostly mature enough to accept the knockback. Ginny wasn't. He watched as his sister made an excuse before heading up to her room. Arthur waited until she had left before confronting his eldest. Was that really necessary? Yes, Dad, it was. You've been filling Ginny's head with this boy who lived nonsense for years. It's only a children's story book. To us, yes, but Ginny believes every word of it. Why shouldn't she? Her father read it to her. The difference between this and Babbity Rabbity is that little girls don't grow up thinking they're destined to marry the hero and live happily ever after, and then have to go to school with the hero. She's only 10. Ginny isn't thinking anything of the sort. Bill knew Ginny was his father's favorite, the entire family knew it, but he still saw his daughter as much younger than she actually was. It would be a big wrench when Ginny left for Hogwarts next September. "Dad, I found Ginny on her bed crying her eyes out, clutching that bloody book. Do you know why?" Ron told her Harry already had a girlfriend. It's one thing to daydream on what you would like to happen in life, Ginny is struggling to tell her fantasy from real life. "I've been trying to convince her he's nothing like the book, but now she seems ready to fixate on Harry Crow. Maybe seeing him in real life will shock her out of this. If not, we've still got the next 8 months to think of something." Molly was shaking her head. "I always thought the twins were our biggest problem, now I'm not so sure. Ron's in far more serious trouble than they've ever been, and Ginny seems set to bring us a whole new set of problems. Where did we go wrong with those two?" Bill had some words of comfort for his parents. "Neither Ron nor Ginny are bad kids, both just need time to grow up. It will be keeping them in Hogwarts while they do their growing that might be the problem." As the first years were leaving Charms class next day, Parvati thought she would make her move, before Lavender got in there first. Harry and Hermione were in front, with Neville and her sister just behind them. There wouldn't be a better opportunity. "Why, Mr. Longbottom, I thought you were a gentleman. Your friend there Mr. Crow is showing the way, so why don't you have a young lady on your arm?" Neville noticed rather a lot of people were now looking at him. This Neville though had good friends, friends who gave him the confidence to do what he needed to. "You are correct, I apologize for my oversight. Miss Pottle, would you do me the honor?" Parvati was overjoyed her ploy had worked, that was until she saw Neville offering his arm to her sister. "Why, Mr. Longbottom, I would be delighted." Padma was walking away on Neville's arm, but she still took time to turn her head round and wink at her twin. "Thanks for that, Padma, your sister and her friend are a little too clingy for me." "Oh, no problem, Neville, I'll guard your body anytime you like. This is wonderful material for teasing, do you think it would be too cruel to thank Parvati? I was working along the lines of her remark bringing us together. If she hadn't said anything, who knows how long it would have taken for you to ask me out." She couldn't hold her laughter as Neville's jaw dropped lower and lower. "This is just too good, the same lines should work just as well on Pav too. I'll take your arm anytime you want, Neville, as your friend." After the panic had passed, Neville found it was quite nice to be teased by a friend. "Do you want to sit with me at the Gryffindor table? I think we could have your sister in lavender green with envy by the end of lunch." "Neville, that's a brilliant idea, providing I don't need to sit where I can see Ron eat." Padma rested her head on his shoulder as they walked arm in arm to the Great Hall. Both were struggling to contain their giggles at the reaction this got from other students. Hermione noticed exactly what was happening with her friends, she barely managed a smile though. All her concentration was on her best friend. "It's going to be soon, isn't it? Goblins are masters of hiding their emotions, impossible to read. Sometimes it scares me just how well you can tell practically what I'm thinking. Remember, no one will be in any danger. Now let's both go and attempt to eat some lunch." Hermione didn't have too long to wait, the hammer fell their very next class. Professor Binns was droning on as usual, and as usual half the class were struggling to stay awake. That all changed when Harry Crow stood. This could be history in the making. Harry waited until the professor noticed him standing there. "As Hogwarts champion, I can no longer permit you to continue inflicting this torture and lies onto students. As a goblin, you disgust me almost as much as that butcher you called grandfather. How dare you sully my grandfather's good name? He died a hero, fighting in the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. Bloody Binns and his band of cutthroats were responsible for starting what you refer to as the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. They didn't die heroes, they were tried, convicted of their many crimes and sentenced to goblin justice." Binns was putting more emotion into this argument than anyone had ever seen him use during teaching. No one would be falling asleep in this class. By what rights do goblins try wizards? They should have handed them over to the ministry, where they could have received a fair trial. Where they could have been released by wizards who thought the same as them, that murdering goblins was not a crime. They expected to be released and boasted of their atrocities, all thought the purity of their blood protected them. Guess what, Professor? Dragons don't give a shit how pure someone's blood is, they just chew you up. If a ghost could appear shocked, Binns managed it. Their bodies were fed to dragons. No, they were thrown still alive into the dragon pens. They screamed for mercy but received the same they had shown us, none whatsoever. You lying goblin bastard. Binns literally flew at Harry, but not having a body rendered his attack harmless. The rest of the class were shocked, both at Binns' actions and Harry's description of what the goblins did to their prisoners. Only Hermione was brave enough to ask a question. Harry, do goblins really throw people in with dragons? Only for the very worst atrocities, Hermione, and only after a fair trial has found them guilty. Just about every culture has or had some form of death penalty, none were ever pleasant. From being burned at the stake to beheading, hanging to having your soul beeped out your body by one of the foulest creatures on the planet. That last one is currently Wizarding Britain's answer to the problem. What did they do, Harry? This was something Binns had never experienced in all his years of teaching. He wasn't sure how to handle the situation but tried to reassert his classroom authority. They didn't do anything but were killed by vicious goblin raiders. My father told me the story since I was a little boy. I grew up with this. You think I don't know what happened? Harry remained very calm as he answered Binns. There was no point in losing your temper to a ghost. If that is your only source of information, then yes. We live in a community where no one ever checks information. It said so in the prophet, so it must be true, is not an acceptable method to prove the truth. I'll tell you what really happened. Binns was incensed at this. You will sit back down and shut up, boy. There will be no goblin propaganda spouted in this class. You are right about one thing, Professor, there should be no propaganda here. This is a history class, yet you have used your position to preach anti-goblin propaganda for almost 3 centuries, installing fear, mistrust and even hatred against us into children placed in your care. That all stops today. I intend to tell everyone the goblin version of events and let them make up their own minds to who's telling the truth. 50 points from Ravenclaw, and it will soon be 100 if you don't sit down at once. The truth is far more important than any number of house points. It's time for some real history to be told in this class. You see, goblins didn't always live only under Gringotts. They were forced to live there by treaty. It's all covered in owls. It may be covered, but it's all lies, lies that have slowly become what is now regarded as fact. This happened because a certain professor has deliberately fed the same lies to everyone who has passed through Hogwarts for the last 280 years, man and ghost. Do you know British owl and newt passes in history aren't recognized outside this country? The rest of the world realizes what he teaches is wrong, biased and disproportionate. It's one supposed goblin rebellion after another supposed goblin rebellion. The entire course has become a joke, but still nothing is done about it. It was a shocked Terry Boot who asked the question that they were all struggling with. Why would they teach us something they know is wrong? You're forgetting, Terry, the people in power were all taught the same shit we are being fed, by the same professor. Even the author of our textbook, Bathilda Bagshot, was taught her history classes by Binns. She apprenticed under him. Is it any wonder her writings match Binns' accounts of things? In this country she's hailed as a great historian, outside Britain she's ignored and even thought a touch mad. Is that what you are trying to do here, boy? Tear down reputations people have spent decades building. It's better than tearing down dwellings, just because the occupants are goblins. That's what bloody Binns did, male, female, child, it didn't matter to them as they slaughtered every goblin they could find. They didn't want goblins living amongst what they called good wizards, so they systematically set about slaughtering those who dared pollute what the purebloods considered theirs by birth. Harry was trying to keep himself calm and let the facts speak for themselves as he'd been taught. It was proving difficult though. The Ministry was turning a blind eye to what was happening. After all, it was only goblins who were being slaughtered and they didn't count. When the goblins caught the wizards in the act, they demanded to be handed over to the Ministry. They were standing there splattered with goblin blood and expected to be released. They were tried like the crazed animals they were and executed. The class were hanging on Harry's every word, and ignoring the continual docking of points from Binns. The Ministry had to take action. There were now purebloods dead. As usual, the Ministry decided to pass laws to get what they wanted. The Ministry attempted to claim jurisdiction over the goblins, basically meaning we had to do what they said. No goblin was going to stand for that, and so we have the Goblin Rebellion of 1612. There were casualties on both sides as the Ministry attempted to impose their new laws before common sense prevailed. Your precious goblins were defeated and slunk back to their holes in the ground. That's where the filthy animals belong, not staying amongst decent magical people. Harry ignored the ghostly spittle that Binns was spraying him with as the professor screamed at him. Mere inches away from his face, Harry had to finish the task he'd trained for. The Ministry were forced to concede that the goblins were their own masters, and that Gringotts was sovereign territory. This didn't stop them passing anti-goblin laws that prevented us buying land or housing anywhere near a wizard dwelling. To some, this didn't go far enough. Of course it didn't go far enough. My grandfather was only one of many the bastards murdered. The entire species should have been wiped out. Harry had just about enough of this ghost. It had been pure torture having to sit in this class, knowing what he did. The reason Professor Binns here never took up his wand and avenged his beloved grandfather was that he didn't have one, a wand that is. You see, our professor here was a squib. Now I personally don't have a problem with that, but our ghostly professor did. He grew into a bitter and twisted man, much like a certain caretaker we all know. His only purpose left in life was revenge against the race of creatures he wanted to see exterminated. Typical goblin, honeyed words to your face while they stab you in the back. Not content with murder, you robbed the Binns family blind. We lost everything. Yes, the Binns family lost their home, land and gold, but not to the goblins. Your father was barred from Gringotts for an incident that he was lucky to escape with his life, leaving you to inherit the family fortune when you came of age. I never received a canute. You goblin bastards stole everything. We took only the agreed vault rental, until the vault was closed by the Ministry. It was the purebloods of the Wizengamot who passed the law that squibs couldn't inherit pureblood fortunes. They also sneaked a clause into the agreement of 1612 where, after a century, those unclaimable vaults passed to the Ministry. Since they were effectively robbing their own, we goblins took the view this was none of our business. This was information Draco had a vested interest in. Are you saying the Ministry claimed the Binns family vault? Vault, land, home and all family possessions. Everything was sold to swell the Ministry's coffers. When his father died, the professor here was forced to seek a job in Hogwarts as he couldn't even access the home he'd been raised in. He died just before the century was up, so at least didn't see the Ministry take everything, but he refused to cross over because he had unfinished business. Yes, I have unfinished business, to ensure wizards are never taken in by you thieving, lying, murdering goblin bastards ever again. Phileas had been alerted that something was wrong when the Ravenclaw points counter began spiraling downwards. He could only think of one person capable of wiping out the entire total of accumulated points in a single period. The Ravenclaw head of house entered the history classroom and witnessed a ghostly professor screaming in a most unprofessional manner at one of his students. Seeing Harry was unfazed, and in no danger, Phileas decided to just observe for now. Even in death, he wouldn't give up his life's work. Ensuring relationships between goblins and wizards never progressed beyond where they are today, strained at best. By teaching lies to generations of children, wizards and witches are taught that goblins are to be feared and detested, never trusted. I'll bet every witch and wizard in this room, apart from the Muggle-born, have been taught only one thing about us from their parents. Never mess with a goblin. Binns was still shouting, though had given up all pretense of justifying his behavior as anything but revenge. You ruined my life and I won't rest until I have my vengeance. I'll cross over when every last goblin in the country has been slain. Knowing I played a small part in that will be enough for me. When you cross over is nothing to do with me, I cannot allow you to remain in the castle. The ghostly professor actually laughed at this. What are you going to do, goblin lover? Hold an exorcism. You don't have the power to force me out the castle. I was here long before you were born, and still be here after the Dark Lord kills you. He has also promised to wipe your kind out. That was why I helped him so much when he was a student here. This revelation drew gasps of astonishment from the entire class. That revelation was unexpected, but Harry knew he had Binns now, condemned by his own words. I can't, but others can. Have you heard enough? The four house ghosts passed into the room, all appeared grave. Helena spoke for all of them. Yes, young champion, we have. There was then a loud clang last heard at the sorting. The bloody Baron took over. Hogwarts has spoken. She provided shelter and allowed you to continue with your passion to teach, only for you to betray her in the worst possible way. The Fat Friar was next. Systematically lying to her children to further your own aims is despicable. You are no longer welcome within these walls. Sir Nicholas then demonstrated the heads were united in this. You can cross over or be banished from the castle. Those are your only choices. The ghostly professor wasn't given any time to make a decision. Hogwarts had already made her mind up. Another loud clang, and it seemed as if invisible hands were dragging a screaming Binns through the castle walls. The headmaster came rushing into the class, having heard Hogwarts speak, and instantly come to the same conclusion as Phileas as to who would most likely be responsible. He burst through the classroom door, just in time to see a Hogwarts professor forcibly ejected from the castle. His gaze also focused on the only student who was standing. Mr. Crow, I want some answers, and I want them right now. Mr. Crow, I want some answers, and I want them right now. Harry didn't get time to answer the headmaster as, in a manner scarily reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, Ravenclaw's Morag McDougal displayed her fiery Scottish temper for all to see. The angry Ravenclaw jumped in with both feet and asked Dumbledore a couple of questions she thought should be answered first. Headmaster, as well as being Chief Warlock of Britain, you are also Supreme Mugwump of the ICW. How could you not know the history qualifications at Hogwarts were laughed at in the rest of the world? I think you should tell us why you let this continue. Dumbledore was so shocked that a first year would actually question him, he didn't know what to say. Where was the reverence that students would normally show him, the reverence Albus was certain he deserved? Harry actually supplied the answer before Dumbledore could speak. Oldest reason in the world: Morag, economics. Hogwarts has 7 core subjects, and for the last 200 years one of them has been taught for free. Binns is widely acknowledged as a crap teacher, but he was cheap. You don't have to pay a ghost. Binns used this fact to his advantage while continuing to spread his own brand of poison. Albus eventually got his question answered. It was supplied by Helena. Hogwarts requires a new history professor. Binns was using his position to spread misinformation and further his own personal vendetta against the Goblin Nation. While we are willing to admit this was a problem you inherited, your inactions on this matter since becoming headmaster do not please us. We have lived in this castle for many centuries and have become detached from the outside world. We rely on each headmaster to keep Hogwarts on the correct path. A path that sees her graduating students sought after the world over, not laughed at. Harry bowed deeply to Helena. My lady, with Hogwarts' permission, we goblins have the solution in hand. Albus didn't like the sound of this so-called solution one bit. And what will this solution consist of, Mr. Crow? Are there going to be lessons on how to hug a goblin? I don't think so, headmaster. Though Hermione and Padma could probably teach that course if you really think it's necessary. Neville's uncontrollable laughter set the rest of the class off as Harry turned and winked at his 2 mortified friends. Phileas managed to hide his amusement and ask Harry the question he was certain the lad wanted to answer. I'm sure it's just a particular goblin Miss Granger and Miss Pottle want to hug, just as I'm sure Mr. Crow's plans are a lot more advanced than that. Why don't you tell us about them, Harry? Thank you, Master Flitwick. My father didn't want his son leaving Hogwarts with an OWL or newt that wasn't worth the parchment it was written on. As I am fluent in several languages, it would be easy for me to study and sit the accredited French or German history exam, but what about everyone else? That just wasn't good enough, and a solution had to be found. As Harry was spending more time with his housemates, they were getting to know him better. It was this that gave Lisa Turpin the confidence to ask Harry a question. Is that why you waited until today, Harry, so the problem could be fixed? Yes, Lisa, a course that meets the European standard had to be thrashed out, textbooks sourced and translated into English before a professor could be found to teach the new course. It took a while. Albus was shocked. And just who will pay for all this, Mr. Crow? Harry had a knowing smirk on his face. Headmaster, if there is one thing we goblins understand, it's economics. We are also well aware what would happen if Hogwarts was forced to put its prices up. The professor and all the textbooks will be funded by the newly formed Lily Potter Foundation. Unfortunately, this will only apply to the first 4 years at the moment. This is purely because anyone in their all year or over wouldn't have time to learn the new materials. The 4th years are going to have to work their socks off for a shot at the new exam. You will have to provide a teacher for the upper years until the new course rolls out to everyone. This was more than Albus could possibly have hoped for, but he wanted to clarify one thing before graciously accepting. The course parameters have been set by the European Education Board. Yes sir, they approved everything, otherwise Hogwarts would be no better off, and we goblins would be doing the exact same as Bins. The materials will be in the library for any older students wanting to attempt the new exams, but our education experts felt it might pull their other marks down if they concentrated on a new history course. I shall pass this news, and your experts' advice on to the heads of house. I feel they are in the best position to judge their students' capabilities. I will abide by their recommendations. I am delighted we can work together on this matter, Mr. Crow. The entire class watched in disbelief as the headmaster stood there claiming credit for something he had nothing to do with, and didn't know anything about until moments ago. The daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw wasn't for letting Dumbledore get away with that though. Our champion approached us on this matter, and asked for our assistance. We took care of the problem and our champion provided the solution. Your help was neither asked for nor required. Hogwarts accepts her champion's solution, and we will inform the heads of our houses exactly what happened here today. Professor Flitwick saw most of it, and I would value his opinion at this point. Hearing a Hogwarts professor boast he helped the Dark Lord all he could so Voldemort would wipe out the Goblin Nation has left me feeling dirty that I even knew Bins. The loud, "What?" from Dumbledore rivaled the clang of Hogwarts for sheer number of decibels achieved. We all heard him say it. Albus, his hatred for the Goblin Nation was barely below the surface but surprised even me with its intensity. As to the new history course, I think my opinion matches Mr. Crow's experts. I can think of no more than a handful of older Ravenclaws who could possibly manage that amount of extra work alongside their existing exams, and think the other three houses would struggle to come up with that many between them. I fail to see the point though in continuing with a course where the pass isn't worth the parchment it's printed on. I shall be recommending to my Ravenclaws that they drop history and use the time to study for other subjects. It was then they noticed Draco had his hand up. Can I ask a question, sir? Mr. Crow claims to have found us a new professor. Is this Professor Goblin or Wizard? All eyes moved to Harry, who quickly decided to use this opportunity to his advantage. This was something he had been mulling over for a few weeks, and he'd just been handed a golden invitation to say what was on his mind. In all honesty, I don't know, and also don't really care. I just know anyone my father employs will be extremely good at their job, or they won't have that job very long. Isn't that what really matters? Harry knew he would take his own house with him on this one. After their first potions lesson with a goblin tutor, they would be fools to think otherwise, and fools didn't get sorted into Ravenclaw. If you go through life limiting your choices of who you will associate with by little things like blood purity, Hogwarts house, or even what Quidditch team they support, then you have my sympathies. If I did that, who would I have as a friend? There aren't exactly too many people in my position. He glanced toward Hermione, Neville and Padma before continuing. Take a look at my three closest friends and I. By any rights our friendship shouldn't work. An ancient British pureblood, an Indian pureblood whose ancestry is probably even older, a girl who didn't know she was a witch until her 11th birthday, and me, a child raised by goblins. We have massive cultural differences between us, differences that raise issues practically every single day. When those issues are raised, we talk about them. Padma said she preferred her flying carpet in India to a broom. I enjoyed my first broom flight, but who wouldn't want a shot on a flying carpet? Some of the stuff Hermione tells us you would swear she was making up, except she promised to show us for real. He glanced over at his friends again to see them smiling at him, so Harry knew he wasn't in trouble. We have differences of opinion, but that's all they are. Friends don't need to be the exact same to get along, just agree to differ on some things. Why should it matter if our new tutor is a wizard, goblin or even a centaur, just as long as they can teach us what we need to know? Albus could see the lad was impressing his peers with this line of reasoning and wanted to put a stop to it at once. He well remembered another young wizard whose personality had the power to charm the birds from the trees. This is all very well, Mr. Crow, but I am down a professor. When will this new history professor be available to start? Oh, I would imagine within a few days, headmaster, and the house ghosts have already agreed to cover classes until they get here. Albus was left standing there like some spare prick at a wedding. This was supposed to be his school, but more and more of the decisions were being taken without any input from him. He would need to corner William Weasley the next time he paid a visit. Albus desperately needed to know just what the goblins' final objective was here, preferably before Albus too found himself ejected from the castle. Carry on then. As he made to leave, Phileas stopped him. What about the house points bins deducted from Ravenclaw before he was thrown out? You know I have a non-interference policy on those matters, Professor. I dare say they were deserved deductions. Albus thought he was claiming at least a slight victory. He hadn't reckoned on the house ghosts. Helena was first. Mr. Crow, 50 points for bringing this matter to our attention, and another 50 for resolving Hogwarts history professor problem. Sir Nicholas then got in on the act. Miss McDougal, 50 points for having the courage to ask the headmaster that searching question, a question we all noticed he didn't answer. The Bloody Baron wasn't going to be left out. Mr. Boot, 50 points for asking a question that got right to the heart of the matter. That left the fat friar adding numbers in his ghostly head. Miss Granger, 34 points for being a good and loyal friend. If I'm not mistaken, that takes Ravenclaw back to where they were at the start of the period. After just publicly stating he had a non-interference policy on house points, Albus was powerless to do anything. He left the class as the Hufflepuff ghost made the final proclamation, skulking back to his office. As they left a class none of them would ever forget, Hermione had one final question for the wizard whose arm she was on. Harry, what did you mean by knowing what would happen if Hogwarts put its prices up? Harry tried to think of an easy way to say this but eventually just told it straight. Magical Britain is a very male-dominated culture. Most pureblood witches are destined to raise children and adorn their husband's arm at social functions. They are sent to Hogwarts in the hope of meeting that husband. If the prices were to be pushed up too far, some fathers would question the expense of a formal education. They could decide not send them to Hogwarts, just choosing a likely husband for their daughter instead. Hermione was so shocked she dropped Harry's arm. But that's just. As Hermione struggled for words, Harry tried to come to her aid. A different culture, Hermione. I stood in front of the entire first year and said we can talk out any differences, please don't make a liar out of me. She had only one thought on her mind. Harry, please tell me Goblin society isn't the same. The pleading in her voice touched something deep within Harry. He led his best friend over to a small, windowed alcove and both of them sat on the bench seat recessed there. Goblins are a warrior race, Hermione, you need to remember that with what I'm about to tell you. There are certain restrictions that Goblin culture places on its females with regard to careers. He could see Hermione ready to comment on that, so quickly continued with his explanation. Females attend all the same classes as males do, though are more likely to be tutored in the use of lighter weapons in combat class. While they are certainly taught how to fight, it's more so they can defend themselves and their families. No Goblin female can become a warrior or would ever be expected to fight in a war. This was something Hermione could grasp. There was currently a great debate in the British Army as to whether women could fight as frontline troops. It was a debate in which there were no quick or easy answers, so she could understand the Goblin position on this. Harry took Hermione nodding her head as a good sign, so continued. Goblin females are also barred from working at any of the counters in Gringotts, but not for the reason you might think. Goblins are trained in how to deal with surly and sometimes downright rude wizards and witches who use Gringotts. No Goblin warrior could ever stand by while a Goblin female received the same abuse. There would be heads rolling along the bank floor on a daily basis. Hermione had now witnessed Harry's protectiveness on more than one occasion. It was a trait that made her go weak at the knees. Again, she had no problem imagining a Gringotts guard taking a blade to a wizard who happened to shout abuse at a female goblin. There are females whose greatest wish is to marry, raise children and be a full-time mother, just like there are ones who wish to choose a career too. You told me your mother and father are forms of healer who work together. A husband and wife who were both healers would not be an unusual occurrence in our society. In the magical community, this would be much more of a rarity. Harry, all I really wanted to know was that the female goblins got to make their own decisions. Barring a few positions that you've explained, it would appear so. We are still a male-dominated society, Hermione. No female could head a house. At the same time, no head of house would ever have anything to do with an arranged marriage, and Goblin betrothal contracts just don't exist. Hermione's voice became a squeak as she struggled to get the words out. Betrothal contracts. Oh, the purebloods just love their betrothal contracts. I think there's about a sack full of them somewhere in Gringotts with Harry Potter's name on them. The last of the Potters is apparently quite a prize. There certainly will be offers in that sack from fathers of witches we both know in Hogwarts. Hermione's mouth was suddenly incredibly dry, but she had to know. What do you think of that? Harry shrugged. I'm a goblin warrior that has been given a mission I need to complete before I can live my life in peace. Until Voldemort is no longer a threat, I won't even consider anything like that. When he's gone, I know exactly what I want though. Hermione had stopped breathing as she desperately waited for Harry to continue. He appeared to be staring at something that wasn't there while she just wanted him to end this agony. My father told me my dad and mum were, as well as being a powerful and formidable couple, very much in love. That's what I want. He looked to his best friend for her opinion, to see Hermione wearing the biggest smile he'd ever witnessed. Do you think that's silly, Hermione? She slowly and deliberately wrapped her arms around him, her head was beside his as she whispered in Harry's ear. That's what everyone wants, Harry, but I can't think of anyone who deserves to find it more than you. So, we okay. Of course we are silly, cultural differences that we talked through. I would never make a liar out of my best friend. Was getting rid of Bins the end of it, Harry? Harry couldn't shake his head because it was currently nestled very comfortably next to Hermione's. He still had to give a negative answer though. Both my father and the director see this as nothing more than a few steps on a long road. She then asked the question that had been eating away at her for a while. Here was Hermione's opening to have it answered. But why you, Harry? Why do you have to be the one risking yourself to do these things? Harry still had her wrapped in his arms. He kept Hermione there as he answered. That's simple, Hermione, because I'm the only one who can. We goblins have been complaining about Bins for generations, that we had to make those complaints to the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures should tell you how successful we were. The boy who lived was able to see Bins driven from the castle in a single afternoon. We may not see goblin-wizard relations where we would want them in our lifetime, but our children and their children should benefit from these changes. Hermione was in Harry's arms, now her favorite place in the entire world. Hearing him say, "our children," just turned her entire insides to mush. She knew he didn't mean it that way, but a girl could dream. A certain girl also needed a long talk with her mother first chance she could get. Harry enjoyed Hermione snuggling into him, so continued talking to prolong this condition. He had no idea his best friend would quite happily stay there for the rest of the day. I can only work on the wizarding attitudes. My father and the director have probably the more difficult task of convincing the rest of our nation better relations with the magical community is something we goblins should want. Of those 7 goblin rebellions Bins had built his history course around, 2 of them were actually started by goblins. What he didn't teach though was that this pair of rebellions were actually put down by the goblin nation, with the guilty being punished. We still have a few goblins who hold on to their hatred every bit as bitterly as Bins, though not after death. They sat quietly, content just to be holding each other for a few minutes. You know Padma is going to tease us mercilessly for this. Her question drew a chuckle from Harry. Don't forget Neville, he's getting just as bad. The 2 of them have Parvati and Lavender almost sick with jealousy by acting like a couple. I wonder if Padma's name is on one of those betrothal contracts. I don't know, but it's something I'll have to deal with when I become head of the Potter family. No pureblood would ever accept a rejection of their daughter from a goblin, so that is something I'm going to have to do myself. Oh my, I think I would be mortified if you had to reject me. A moment of silence followed that remark before Harry managed to answer. I don't think I could do that to you. Hermione was once more having trouble breathing with a mouth that would match the Sahara for moisture content. Did Harry really just say that? Do I need to talk to my father about a contract? She had made the quip only partly in jest. Harry held her closer as he whispered his answer. Only if you want to be the same as all the rest. Both had a rough last few hours and neither wanted to be the one to break their hold. This was how Padma and Neville found them almost half an hour later. Their friends didn't tease, just handed over the food they had brought wrapped in napkins. Eating in the Great Hall with everyone staring at you was overrated anyway. Barchoke marched down the corridor to the director's office. He didn't have an appointment but also didn't think that would matter today. The letter in his hand was all the appointment he needed. Once in the director's presence, Barchok wasted no time in passing on the news, or the letter. "Director, my son has done it." The pride in his son's achievement practically radiated off Barchok. If it was possible for a goblin to glow, then he managed it. Ragnarok read the letter and his delight matched that of Barchok. "Bloody Bins, grandson finally ejected from the castle. This is a great day, my friend." Even at this early hour, Ragnarok shouted for Goblin Grog to celebrate this famous victory. When both of them had a tankard, Ragnarok offered a toast. "Almost 10 years ago I named your son Old Crow because I found it amusing. Like a true goblin, by his achievements he has turned the joke back on me. I find myself having to rename your son. From this day forth he shall be known as Centurion Crow." Ragnarok took a deep swig of the potent brew to seal the deal before noticing his drinking companion wasn't reciprocating the toast. Barchok was actually down on one knee with his head bowed. "Director, I beg of you, please don't do this. My son faces enough resentment amongst the nation without adding to his burden. Do you not think the goblin who rid us of Bloody Bin's spawn should be rewarded?" "Yes, Director, but nothing, Barchok. You have raised a fine son, a proud goblin warrior." His tutors and trainers returned glowing reports. "You yourself marched proudly into this room to boast of his achievements. His work inside Hogwarts has been exemplary, and raised our profile to heights we never thought possible. I know as a father you want your son to make his own decision and I promise to honor that, but I for one would be happy if he chose to stay with Gringotts." Barchok was never so glad to have a tankard of grog in his hand, after hearing that he certainly needed it. He couldn't drink it now though until the director was finished presenting his argument. "I know your original intention was to have your son taking his place in wizarding society, giving the nation a voice at the very top of their culture. That is still a worthwhile aim. Don't you see though, your son rejecting that life to live amongst us could have just as profound an effect on our community." The head of the Goblin Nation began listing his reasons for a statement that was every bit as shocking as when Barchok first proposed Harry Potter being raised as one of them. Both goblins in the room were also aware that one of them had very nearly lost his head that day. "He has already killed with his blade in combat and righted a historic wrong. He could be every bit as great a hero to our nation as the boy who lived as to the wizards. Master Sharpshard thinks that when your son masters his magic, no goblin will be able to stand against him in combat. That in itself is an achievement which deserves to be rewarded. Now will you stand and toast your son's success with me? We have a ceremony to arrange. Let's invite his young friend along and nail our intentions to the wall for all to see." Barchok knew one tankard wasn't going to be enough. He would need to write to Harry though before he drank any more. "Director, you do me and my family great honor. Awarding my son this rank, and inviting his friend to the ceremony will certainly start the cart rolling. Here's to smooth track and a safe arrival at the destination we both want." The shocked goblin then drank deeply of the now much needed brew. Irgit delivered her letter to Harry before popping onto the table beside Hermione. The witch had moonlight in her lap and the wise bird knew this would mean more scraps. She wasn't disappointed as the first piece of bacon came her way. The young Kneazle wasn't in the slightest bit jealous, appearing to know there was plenty available for both familiars. A snowy white owl and a jet black cat, they couldn't be more different yet get along fine together. "Do you think we can add their example to us for Harry?" Harry hadn't heard a word, his entire attention riveted to the parchment in his hands. He'd now read the relevant section 3 times and it still didn't make sense. "What the? Harry, is everything all right? I honestly don't know." "How can you not know? I mean I need a few minutes to figure this out. This is life-changing, Hermione, and not something you expect with your breakfast on a Thursday morning." Nothing in Hogwarts could be kept secret and Harry's voice had been loud enough to attract attention. Soon the entire hall knew Harry had received disturbing news from home. Dumbledore sensed an opening so headed over to the Ravenclaw table. If the boy was upset, he might let something slip. The head of Harry's house followed on right behind the headmaster though. Albus started with an obvious question to get the boy talking. "Any news of when the new history professor will be arriving at Hogwarts, Mr. Crow?" "Tomorrow, and actually it's Centurion Crow." Phileas immediately had his right hand in a clenched fist and placed on his chest above his heart. He then bowed his head to complete the salute. "Well met, Centurion Crow, and may I be the first to congratulate you." With Professor Flitwick congratulating Harry, Hermione's worry meter slipped down about 4 notches, she was now more confused than concerned. Centurion, like in the Roman army. Do you now have 100 goblins under you? Harry was still struggling to come to terms with this news, so it was left to their head of house to explain. A centurion is a warrior who, by his actions, has done the goblin nation a great service. He doesn't have warriors under his command as such, though a warrior would obey if a centurion gave a direct order. The nearest thing I can think of to compare it with would be an Order of Merlin, or something like a knighthood in the Muggle world. I think Harry will be the youngest ever recipient of this great honor. Have they arranged the date of the ceremony yet? My father says it's all in hand. Master Flitwick, can you spare the time to have a meeting before classes start? Hermione should be included too, since she's going to be receiving an invitation from the director to attend the ceremony. Flitwick's, what? Rivaled that of the headmasters in their history class for sheer volume of noise. The difference this time was that the entire hall heard and fell silent. Irgit shot into the air and circled above while Hermione comforted Moonlight. Both familiars had reacted badly to the loud shout. So, me attending this ceremony is not what normally happens. I should be getting used to it by now, hanging around with Harry. Phileas was delighted to see how well the girl was taking this. He needed to let her know just how momentous this was though. Miss Granger, I think you will be the first witch or wizard ever to attend one of these ceremonies. I myself have never seen one. Albus was quick to react. He really didn't need more positive attention for the goblins. If Miss Granger is going to be in any danger, then I'm afraid I can't allow her to attend. Dumbledore may have been quick, but Harry was lightning. He was on his feet and facing down the headmaster. Since Hermione has already been attacked twice in your school, I hardly think we need to take safety advice from Albus Dumbledore. When her parents signed the permission form, you have no further say in the matter, headmaster. This does not concern you. Albus knew he had made a terrible mistake. He was currently standing toe-to-toe with a first year, but unbelievably was in deep trouble. While still quick, he was a wizard with well over a century of years under his belt. Young Harry on the other hand had speed to burn with reflexes to match, and Albus had foolishly placed himself in easy range of that deadly knife. Visions of wands lying sliced clean through on that toilet floor sent shivers down the headmaster. The Elder Wand may be the most powerful of wands, but it was still made of wood and wouldn't survive an encounter with a goblin blade. It was actually Phileas who saved the situation escalating to that point, and Albus having to back down from a first year in front of the entire school. Miss Granger will be treated with the utmost respect while inside Gringotts. To do otherwise would see the offender pay a very high price. She will be attending as the guest of the director. To even insult her reflects badly on Ragnarok, certainly not good for any goblin doing the insulting's health. Add to that, the bracelet she wears tells everyone she is under the protection of a very powerful family. This last fact was news to everyone bar Harry, even Hermione. Phileas explained the bracelet's significance in goblin culture to the entire hall, all of whom were now listening intently. Professor McGonagall is known for wearing a piece of her clan tartan as part of her robes. The filigree design on the bracelet provides the same function. To a goblin, it's as easy to read as tartan is to a Scot. To treat Miss Granger with anything less than the respect she deserves would see that goblin incur the wrath of not only the director, but one of the goblin nation's most powerful families too. I agree with Centurion Crow, she will be far safer inside Gringotts than her time at Hogwarts has been. Albus was forced to accept this. He had no means of refuting any of these claims. The headmaster attempted to at least save some face. Please arrange for the appropriate paperwork to be in Hogwarts well before this ceremony takes place. Harry wasn't prepared to let the headmaster off with even that much. My father will be contacting Professor McGonagall shortly with all the details and the completed paperwork. Master Flitwick, my father also wishes to invite you to the ceremony. It was a delighted head of Ravenclaw who once more gave the centurion salute before leading both of them to his office. Hermione was on Harry's arm, but with Moonlight cradled in her other. They had barely left the hall when she asked the first question. What just happened in there, Harry? Remember I said I had to do this because only I could. I think the director has just changed the rules and now wants me to help change goblin minds too. I want to talk it over with Master Flitwick, but I think I'm right. The director inviting you along is the biggest clue. He's deliberately showing me choosing Gringotts doesn't mean I would lose my friends, and publicly throwing his backing behind that. This ceremony also very publicly places the director behind me being considered a goblin. A centurion is something every goblin warrior dreams of becoming. I just can't believe it's happening to me. Hermione wasn't too troubled by this news. I've already told you, Harry, if you leave then I'm coming too. I haven't seen anything since our first night in Hogwarts that would make me want to change my mind. Considering you didn't even get house points for saving us from that troll, I would say you deserve this, except I'm beginning to think this centurion thing is even bigger than I first thought. Phileas was also running the facts through his mind, and coming to the same conclusion as Harry. If this came down to a tug-o-war between the two cultures, the poor boy's eventual decision had just become an impossible one. Bill could tell the gloves were now off. Harry's news had inserted a touch of panic into the headmaster's manipulations. Albus, you have to understand I was not the only person considered for this job. This is a fantastic opportunity for me. What you're asking would finish my career if word ever got back. My boy, what you fail to see are the wider implications we're dealing with here. Transfiguration is changing as Minerva becomes more and more enchanted with the goblin method of performing this task. Your defense classes are coveted nearly as much as those private potions lessons that are taught by a goblin. Tomorrow, we have a new history professor who will introduce a new course. Both course and professor are bought and paid for by the goblins. Albus followed this up with an impassioned plea. They are using Harry's influence, and the Potter gold, to undermine our society in a way that's just as dangerous as any Dark Lord. Their influence has now spread over 4 of our 7 core subjects. 5 if you count Phileas teaching charms, and I need to know what their intentions are. Surely there is something you can tell me. I can tell you they want Voldemort gone, something I know we both agree with. Albus only nodded and let the silence draw out, wanting more information than that. His patience was finally rewarded. They also have a plan concerning the school that I think you should be part of. I was told no. They suspect that there may be a Horcrux hidden inside Hogwarts. Harry's hoping his status as her champion will help him find it. If he discovers one, my job is to safely transport it to Gringotts. If you discover one, I want to examine it. Sorry Albus, my instructions are explicit. Protect Harry at all costs, and get any Horcrux to Gringotts immediately. The goblins have a procedure to deal with these things so you can rely on them to do it safely. Do you know if they have destroyed any more? I was told about the one that had been inside Harry, nothing specific out with that. I do know they have a small team dedicated to researching and then running down any leads on these abominations. At the moment, that team's best guess at a Horcrux location is Hogwarts. It wasn't much, but at least he would be told if a Horcrux was removed from Hogwarts. Now that he had breached the wall of William's defenses, the next piece of information should come easier. Soon, he would know everything that the goblins trusted their curse breaker with. If it became necessary to expose that information to others, William would make a fine defense professor when the goblins threw him out. He would even have accommodation in the castle, and away from his mother. After receiving a howler from Molly when she found out Voldemort was in the castle, Albus thought getting out of the burrow would surely be a plus point for the young man taking the job. The new history professor wasn't a wizard, but Harry didn't think Draco would be complaining. Professor Hobson wasn't a goblin, or even a centaur. She was a 5'6" Swedish in her mid-late 20s. Her face and figure were such that the 7th-year males were considering if dropping grades on their other subjects might be worth it to be in a classroom with the hottest witch in Hogwarts. No, Draco would certainly not be complaining about the latest goblin import to the castle. With Halloween being on a Thursday, the ceremony where Harry would officially become Centurion Crow was scheduled for the following day. Knowing how much pressure his son had actually been under in his 2 months at Hogwarts, Barchoke made arrangements for Harry and Hermione to be out of the castle that weekend too. The educator in McGonagall had originally balked at the idea of a pair of first-years missing so many classes, forcing Harry to tell her the reason behind needing Halloween away from Hogwarts too. After that, it was a teary-eyed deputy headmistress who immediately signed the paperwork. They stayed for astronomy class on the Wednesday evening, so didn't leave until after breakfast on Thursday morning. Padma was hugging both of them goodbye before Professor Flitwick escorted them to the edge of Hogwarts wards. Harry's portkey then took the pair, plus Moonlight riding in her carrying basket, to Gringotts. Harry so wanted to hug his father, Hermione had gotten him addicted to this most ungoblin-like of behavior. "Well met, father, I'm delighted to see you again. Well met, my son, and of course you too, Miss Granger. It does these old eyes good to see you both looking so well." "Oh sir, I think I'm more excited over this than Harry is, it's really great to see you again too." The sincerity in her words shone through and had the goblin smiling with delight. "It was time to get down to business though. We have quite a lot to accomplish today, so I need to get started by letting you know our itinerary. First, we all have an appointments with the tailors for something appropriate to wear tomorrow. Then our trip to Godric's Hollow, followed by a journey to Crawley." Hermione's excitement was reaching hyperventilating proportions. "We're going to see my mum and dad. Yes, Harry and I have something we need to take care of, but you also have a task to do at home." Hermione had developed and refined her method of dealing with what she called the goblin need-to-know principle. They never told you anything if they could help it. She only had to look at Harry and raise an eyebrow for him to offer an explanation. "Best guess, my father has arranged protection wards on your home. You will need to be there as the warders require someone magical to tie the protection to. I'll tell you about the other trip when I get back. I don't know what I'm going to find and have no intention of letting it spoil our day. My father and I will be perfectly safe, so you don't have to worry. I thought it was supposed to be me who knew you well." Their interplay had Barchoke smiling, but still ushering them out his office. They really did have a lot to do, and he was certainly not looking forward to this afternoon. Since the 1st of September, Hermione had felt as if she'd dropped straight into one of her favorite books, though this was her own personal version, Through the Looking Glass, and what Hermione found there. This morning had been pure Cinderella. She had felt like a princess as the seamstresses fussed over her, and the young witch was amazed by the choices they helped her with, material, color, style, etc. Now Hermione was being smacked in the face with the harsh reality of the life she had chosen. Standing there as Harry introduced her to his parents at their graveside was in one way uplifting and yet utterly heartbreaking at the same time. Both his parents had been only 21 when they were murdered, and Hermione didn't know what to make of the inscription on their headstone, "The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death." She stood there trying to be a good friend while Harry talked of meeting her on the Express and all their adventures to date. He was always modest when describing his actions in these events, and when saying the Goblin Nation was honoring him by awarding the rank of Centurion. He told his mum about their classes, while saying to his father he'd enjoyed his first flight on a broom but had yet to see a Quidditch match. Hermione's heart was breaking for her best friend. She so couldn't wait to hug her parents and tell her mum and dad she loved them both. The Portkey had barely set the group down in her enclosed back garden and Hermione was already running, racing through the French doors while shouting for her parents. It was a smiling Harry who picked up Moonlight's basket and followed his father in the direction his best friend had shot off. They soon came across all three Grangers sharing a needy and tearful hug. Harry felt as if they were intruding until Hermione broke away from her parents and was quickly dragging him over to meet them. "Mum, Dad, this is Harry." Hermione was in her usual position of being on Harry's left arm, so he had to sit Moonlight's carrier down to offer her father his hand. "Pleased to meet you, sir." While Dan was noticing how firm this young lad's handshake was, and just how comfortable his daughter appeared on his arm, Harry was getting his first close look at Hermione's parents. He would place both about late 30s, with her father easily qualifying for the tall, dark and handsome tag that he'd heard some of the witches bandying about in Hogwarts. That those remarks were aimed at him went right over his head. Harry also thought Emma Granger was a stunningly beautiful woman, politely and sincerely saying so as he keyed the back of her hand. Emma Granger couldn't believe her first look at Hermione's best friend. His dark suit appeared as it had been handmade by the best that Savile Row had to offer, though its cut could hardly be considered traditional. His snow-white shirt was impeccably matched by a pearl gray waistcoat and cravat, crossed by a sash that held a bejeweled but obviously deadly sword. The long jet black hair framing those unbelievable green eyes made for quite the ensemble. She could now understand Hermione's claims that other witches were throwing themselves at him. Gazing into those mesmerizing eyes almost took her breath away as Harry keyed the back of her hand, claiming it was now easy to see from where Hermione inherited her beauty. Her daughter giggling was a wonderful sound that both Granger parents wanted to hear a lot more of, and broke the spell Emma was falling under. "Oh my, he's quite the charmer, Hermione." This produced a full-blown laugh from her daughter. "The thing is, Mum, Harry doesn't even know he's doing it. Harry's just being sincere." Hermione was bending down to get the newest member of the Granger family out her basket when her parents caught sight of her bracelet. "Jesus. Hermione, you weren't kidding about your present being beautiful." "Oh, I know, Mum, isn't Moonlight just gorgeous?" Dan and Emma were both delighted their daughter valued her kitten over the golden bracelet, and were looking forward to hearing their stories over a lunch that was already prepared. Watching the two kids interact at the table, they found themselves agreeing with Barchoke. Harry certainly brought the best out of Hermione. Their daughter was sitting with Moonlight on her lap. Scraps of food would find their way to the kitten, as Hermione's constant chatter and wide smile lit up the room. They had thought her letters were written by a different girl, but here was the daughter both parents had always known was inside. All it had needed was some friends to bring this happy and contented version of Hermione to the fore. Soon Barchoke had to offer their apologies. He and Harry had an appointment that couldn't be broken. All three parents watched as their children hugged each other, Barchoke promising that they would be back later. The warders were also due within the hour to begin their work securing the Granger home. Hermione watched Harry and his father disappear, and both her parents heard her sigh. Dan went to clear up after lunch, knowing Emma wanted a chance to talk to their not-so-little girl. It was a long time since Sirius Black had enjoyed lunch. It was now a decade since Sirius had enjoyed anything. Today was the 10th anniversary of the worst day of his life, the day his entire world turned to shit. It was therefore a great shock when he heard the guard approaching, and then his cell door creaked open. "Move it, Black, some goblins here to see you on family business." "I thought you were the last of your evil tribe." Sirius wondered if Lucius was trying to get his hands on the Black fortune again. He must be getting desperate, sending goblins to Azkaban now. His only happy thought was his ironclad will that left everything to his godson. Neither the Malfoys nor the Ministry would get a canute of that money. He was led into the visitor room and sat in the chair. Chains soon had him secured before the guard left. A pair of goblins then entered from another door and sat in front of him. One of the goblins had his hood raised and face hidden while the other did the talking. "Good afternoon, sir. We were wondering if you could answer some questions for us." "Well, it's not like I had anything else planned for today. You've came all this way to see me, so I'll do my best." Sirius then felt as if all the oxygen had been beaked out of the room. The other goblin had lowered his hood, and the marauder found himself pierced by a familiar pair of angry green eyes. The last time Sirius had looked into a pair of angry green eyes exactly like those was after he had bought his godson a broom for his first birthday. Lily threatened to castrate Padfoot if Harry hurt himself. "You can start, Mr. Black, by telling us why you betrayed my parents to that bastard Voldemort." Hermione was pacing up and down the kitchen, with her gaze fixed on the back garden. Their house was now warded, but Harry still hadn't returned as evening was falling, and Hermione's anxiety was mounting with every minute that passed. Her mum and dad were trying to get her to sit, but the feeling that something had happened just wouldn't go away. Moonlight was currently positioned on Emma's lap, having taken to both her owner's parents instantly. Her mother was stroking the purring kitten while trying to get Hermione to calm down. "Harry will arrive when he gets here. You walking up and down won't make it happen any faster. He's with his father and said they wouldn't be in any danger." "Mum, danger just has a way of sneaking up on Harry. He never goes looking for trouble, it usually finds him." "Oh shit, Harry." The pair had portkeyed into the back garden, and it appeared as if his father was holding Harry up. Dan moved swiftly to help Barchoke get his son into the house. Hermione stood there almost frozen in shock until Harry spotted her and managed to say, "Hermione." She sprang right to him and both were soon a tangle of arms. The two fathers got Harry into a chair and Hermione parked herself on his lap. Her best friend was sobbing his heart out and she had no intention of moving anywhere else until he was okay. The three parents were left to stand there as Hermione comforted a Harry who'd clearly had some kind of emotional breakdown. Barchoke was looking on in anguish, feeling as if he'd failed his son. "I had no idea how to deal with Harry's reaction, but your daughter seemed to know exactly what to do. I can't thank you or Hermione enough for this." Emma watched as their daughter sat on a boy's lap and whispered in his ear, that the same boy was holding on to her as if his life depended on it gave some idea of just how much these two had come to depend on each other. She was so glad of having the chance to talk with Hermione, and relieved she had time to pass that information on to her husband while their daughter was assisting with the wards. Hermione's revelation that Harry wouldn't even consider a girlfriend until this nutter was no longer after him had eased Dan's worries. All three parents already had a fair idea who Harry would be turning to when that time came. Emma's advice to her daughter was to be Harry's best friend, and anything more that she wanted would perhaps follow later. Emma hoped it would be years later, but children seemed to grow up faster with every passing generation. She asked Barchok the obvious question. What happened? It's a very long story, Emma, and one you will hear in great detail, but let's wait until Harry feels up to telling his part of it. My son has just had the biggest shock of his life. I have seen him physically battered and bruised, yet not a tear was shed. This just reminded me he still has a bit of growing to do. I have gotten used to treating him like an adult, but he is only 11, and today that showed. Having Hermione in his arms was allowing Harry to regain control of his emotions. Harry had built his drive to excel on a foundation of 3 life goals, 3 reasons he must train, study and be at his best so he could achieve his aims. These trio of absolutes were the force that gave Harry the strength to get back up in a fight when his body was screaming enough, what gave him the drive and determination to succeed on his mission at Hogwarts. He was determined to prove his family wrong for discarding him out of hand. His greatest wish was to one day confront them. In his book, a child being magical was not a good enough reason to throw that child away. His father was a different species and, in his own way, loved him very much. Goblins worshipped their children and Harry had been raised as a goblin, so his abandonment at his relatives' hands was a scar that went really deep. Secondly, he needed to see Voldemort gone forever. Even without the prophecy, this would have been one of his main goals. Revenge was a concept that spanned many cultures, but Harry considered it more a case of delayed justice. Voldemort had killed his parents, and would be coming back to try for him again. Seeing this monster gone forever was something that had to be done, and, according to the prophecy, only he could do it. Thirdly, Harry desperately wanted to look the wizard in the eye that had betrayed his parents and ask him why, before spitting in the bastard's face. Today he thought he would accomplish one of those aims, only to discover it was the wrong man held in Azkaban. This had badly shaken those painstakingly constructed foundations, and Harry didn't know how to deal with the situation he now found himself in. When Harry began to speak, it was to Hermione he addressed himself. The 3 parents just sat and listened, almost forgotten about by their children. Hermione, I have hated someone for as long as I can remember. I took delight and comfort from the fact he was locked away in the toughest prison on the planet. No punishment was too harsh for this person, no suffering too great. Today, my father and I went to Azkaban to confront this criminal. Hermione's gasp of shock saw Harry falter for a moment. It also allowed Barchok to quietly explain to her parents just what Azkaban was. Hermione, now holding Harry even tighter at the mention of that foul place, gave him the strength to continue. I found an innocent man, Hermione. I found family I didn't know I had. I found a godfather who even after 10 years in Azkaban still loves me. How could I be so wrong? What else in my life am I totally wrong about? I don't know what to do next, Hermione. His best friend instinctively understood what the problem was here. Harry's very beliefs had just taken a massive hit. There was also the fact that another person said they loved him, apparently not something goblins were noted for saying to each other. Hermione had come to understand Harry very well, and thought she knew what to say to help her best friend. Love him back, Harry, that's all you can do. If he really loves you, then that's all he would want. Let the adults work on how to get him out of there, you can't do any more at the moment. Harry was crying again, but this time it seemed different. Gone were the distraught, heart-wrenching sobs. This was more like a welcome release. As they watched Hermione once more work her soothing magic on her best friend, Dan needed to know something from Barchok. Is this man really innocent? We have searched for years, attempting to unearth information on Sirius Black, the man who betrayed Harry's parents. That we couldn't find any surprised us. The Ministry aren't usually that efficient at keeping secrets, and left us with no option but to approach the source. Sirius claims that he never had a trial or was even questioned, answers our lack of records problem. With his permission, we were able to access the Black Vaults. Harry is indeed his godson, and sole heir to the Black title and fortune. Emma couldn't get her head around this development. How could an innocent man end up in prison, without even a trial? Powerful figures wanted him there, Emma, that was all it took. The man was in tears, claiming he had let down his godson. He was at Harry's parents' home that night after the attack, and wanted to take baby Harry with him. Dumbledore already had plans in place and Sirius was denied his legal right. Instead, he went after the real betrayer but was caught before he could kill the traitor. Sirius was again denied his legal rights. He awoke in Azkaban and has been there for the last 10 years. Harry then tried to comfort Sirius by giving him a quick overview of his own life, before becoming distraught with himself that we hadn't taken any action earlier. Harry, you had to stay hidden. I completely understand and agree with that. I see a wonderful young man before me, and that makes me feel better than I have in many years. Your father has done a fantastic job raising you. Sirius, I'm now head of the Potter family, I can use that to get you out. Sirius saw the Potter ring appear on his godson's finger. Not without ending the escrow agreement that keeps you protected. I don't want that. How did you slip that one past the ministry anyway? We placed the documents in a bundle of goblin complaints against the ministry, and filed them with the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. We have a signed receipt, and the 90 days the ministry, or anyone else, had to object has now passed. That is so sneaky, I love it. Please listen to me, you couldn't have registered those papers before your 11th birthday, so the 90 days must have just passed this week. You couldn't have come here any quicker even if you wanted to. Harry started sobbing then, knowing what he had come here to do. Confront his parents' betrayer and spit in Sirius Black's face. Listen to me, Harry, knowing you are safe and well will allow me to survive in here. Yes, I want out, but not at any cost to the only person in the world who means anything to me. They heard the guard returning and Harry flew to hug his chained godfather. His father was left to pull his son's hood up and stop Harry attacking the guard as the idiot berated and manhandled Sirius out the room. Dan had a query. Are you saying all Harry had to do was pull his hood up and he could waltz right through a maximum security prison? I was clearly a goblin, and chatting with my companion in our own language. I told you, to them goblins are only a small step up from moonlight there. Yes, there was certainly a chance we may have been discovered, that's why we couldn't make the trip any sooner. Until Harry went to Hogwarts, no one but Dumbledore knew where he was. I got Harry back to Gringotts. We were already sure Sirius was telling the truth, but confirmation saw me having to bring Harry here in that state. Emma was focusing on another issue. You said Harry was now head of the Potter family, does that mean he's made his decision? What I want for my son is that he, and he alone, has the power to make that decision. This was crucial in that our greatest fear was the ministry or Dumbledore would find, or even invent, some legal loophole to tear Harry away from me. The escrow agreement means he's considered property until he reaches the age of 17, or the head of the Potter family decrees otherwise. Since that is now Harry, he has the power to end it at any point he so chooses. At the moment though, this would have the effect of throwing him to the wolves. He has trained hard and studied even harder for what he knew was awaiting him at Hogwarts. Harry has neither the knowledge nor experience to handle being an adult wizard. He needs time to grow, physically and emotionally, before that decision really becomes a viable one. So this was more about stopping anyone else forcing that decision on him. Exactly, Emma, we want to keep this information secret for as long as possible. I don't want Harry jumping into anything and getting some short-term gain, but losing in the long run. Sirius picked up on that aspect at once, which was why he didn't want Harry rushing out and declaring himself head of the Potter family to help. Will he have to deal with this sack load of betrothal contracts now? Barchoki's eyebrows shot up at that. He told Hermione about them. Emma was confused at the surprise, you could almost say shock, her question had been greeted with. Yes, is there something wrong with that? Oh no, it's just the level of trust between them that shocked me. On seeing Emma visibly confused, Barchok attempted to explain. That a parent would offer their daughter in marriage to someone they had never even met, for financial gain, is as disgusting to goblins as I can see it is to you. Goblins could never treat their children like property. He then continued quickly, knowing the irregularity in that statement and noticing Dan had clearly picked up on. Had Harry been born a goblin, an escrow agreement would never have been possible. I only suggested it to protect Harry from an orphanage. My intention was always to adopt and raise him as my son. When Harry publicly declares himself as head of House Potter, one of his first tasks will be to reject each and every one of those contracts. They are something that he is deeply embarrassed by, which was why I was so surprised he mentioned them to Hermione. The parents had been chatting in voices that were barely above a whisper because Harry and Hermione had become very quiet. A closer inspection showed that they had fallen asleep in each other's arms. Emma couldn't help herself. "Ah, don't they look cute?" This led to her husband shaking his head but making an offer to Barchoke anyway. "I really don't want to disturb them and Harry is welcome to stay here tonight. You could pick them both up in the morning. Tomorrow is a very big day for Harry, he really needs to be rested. I think staying here would certainly help with that." Barchoke then had a question of his own. "Would you mind if I made them more comfortable?" Emma quickly agreed and then both Grangers watched in amazement as the chair slowly transformed into a very comfortable-looking sofa. The transformation was so slow and gentle, neither of the kids woke as their sleeping position changed. Both were now lying on the sofa though they never released their grip on each other throughout. A cushion became a blanket that tucked both of them in before Barchoke wished everyone a good night. Emma came from the kitchen with 2 cups of tea to see Dan watching over the sleeping pair. She handed him his cup while expressing her surprise. "You're taking this much better than I thought. I half expected you getting the guns out to chase Harry off, not sitting there watching some boy sleeping with your daughter." He knew his wife was teasing but Dan still decided to answer. "First of all, this is not some boy, this is Hermione's best friend. Furthermore, they are sleeping and did I mention he was 11? This earned Dan a key from his wife, who was still teasing. "Why don't you just admit you like the boy? Oh, he had you eating out of his hand within minutes. Handsome and charming was just 2 descriptions I heard as I cleared the lunch dishes away. I will admit the boy is polite, courteous and has impeccable taste in females. He had you swooning and clearly adores Hermione. Let's not forget he placed himself between 9 bullies and our little girl. I'm trying my hardest to forget all about trolls." Emma held the silence and Dan finally cracked. "Okay, I like the boy, satisfied. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page. I think they're adorable together." I wondered about Barchoke's comment that these two would be part of each other's lives for years. Having seen them today I agree 100%, and approve more than I can say. "When have you ever seen our daughter happier, and one of her other friends will be coming for Christmas too. I really can't wait and want to spend as much time with them as possible." This had Dan thinking. Neither Harry nor Padma celebrate Christmas. I think we should go all out to make their first Christmas as memorable as possible. Christmas was Emma's favorite time of the year, so that got a big yes from her. They watched as the kids moved to get more comfortable on the conjured sofa. At no point did they release their hold on each other. This actually drew a smile from Dan. Hermione has always been a girl who loved her hugs. It would appear she's found a best friend who thinks the same way. Emma had more to add to that observation. Harry had his first hug on the train to Hogwarts. Hermione said this was a cultural difference Harry was happy to adopt. Apparently goblins don't do hugs. That's probably why his father brought him here. Barchoke possibly knew what Harry needed but didn't know how to go about it. This confused Dan. How is that possible? Emma cut right in. Hermione says the 4 friends come across differences like that every day. They've learned it doesn't make someone right or wrong, just different. She really is growing into a young lady. His wife cut in again. A beautiful young lady who's already well into her first crush. That the subject of this crush is lying on our new sofa snuggling into our daughter means the next few years will be interesting. There is one thing I'm already sure of, that young man there will never break her heart. This time it was Dan's turn to butt in. Here though was the protective father Emma had been expecting. He bloody better not, or he'll need to deal with me. Hogwarts was recovering from its Halloween celebrations and normal service was slowly being resumed at breakfast. The conversations were swaying between the upcoming Quidditch match and the beautiful new history professor. The new course was only mentioned at the Ravenclaw table. All that stopped when the prophet was delivered. The headline alone was enough to account for that. They did indeed have a picture of Harry, with Hermione of course on his arm. The flowers in his hand were assumed to be for her. There then followed a list of questions and answers that most in the castle recognized the truth of. That was until Padma grabbed a copy and made for the staff table. "Professor Flitwick, this is a load of rubbish. Harry would never talk to that rag, he won't even read it." "I am inclined to agree with you, Miss Pottle, but that picture is undoubtedly Mr. Crow and Miss Granger, and most of us recognize some truth in the article." She was joined by an angry Neville who defended his friends just as stoutly. "Padma and I know what Harry and Hermione had planned yesterday. It's just not possible for this interview to have taken place. All this supposed interview goes on about is how happy Harry is at Hogwarts. Where does it say he had to fight a troll and provide 3 of his own tutors?" Neville totally agreed with Padma on this point. It also never mentions the fact that Harry is out of school to become Centurion Crow, something he would be sure to talk about in any interview. Severus had been keeping his head low, observing rather than objecting. The boys' takedown of Bins had been pure Slytherin in the way it was handled. The foundation named after his mother supporting a new history course had also grudgingly won the potion master's respect. This interview in today's Prophet was more like the behavior he had expected from James Potter's spawn. Severus was head of Slytherin though, so decided to act like one. "How can you be so sure of that, Mr. Longbottom?" Neville and Padma shared a long look. They may be breaking a confidence of Harry's, but this interview made their friend seem like an arrogant arsehole. Their decision was made. His father was taking him to visit his mum and dad's grave. This is something they do regularly, and Harry spends his time telling his parents what's been happening with him since his last visit. He invited Hermione along, and those flowers will be laid on his mum and dad's graves. This is something Harry would never allow the Prophet anywhere near. I don't know how they got this information and picture, but I'm certain Harry knew nothing about it. Professor McGonagall then stood and confirmed what her young lion had just said. "I was aware of where Mr. Crow and Miss Granger were yesterday, and totally agree with Mr. Longbottom. Harry's father would never allow the Prophet anywhere near his son, and especially not with yesterday being the anniversary of his parents' murder. Knowing that family as I do, I expect their retaliation to be swift, and I would hate to be the one who leaked Mr. Crow's whereabouts to the press." Padma didn't see McGonagall's gaze settle on Dumbledore. She was too busy staring at the newspaper in her hands. "I think it's time this newspaper was treated as the rubbish it is." She began to physically rip the Prophet to shreds. Severus got in before anyone else could. "Miss Pottle, I will not sit here and watch you throw rubbish all over the floor." 1 point from Ravenclaw. The head of Slytherin then banished his own copy before returning to eat his breakfast. Severus Snape had made his decision. Harry Crow was the son of the best friend he ever, or would ever have. That the boy's father was James Potter could be conveniently ignored. Phileas thought he was going to have to argue with Severus again. His 1-point deduction and then banishing his own copy of this rubbish saw the diminutive charms master smile. He banished the copy of the Prophet that was sitting in front of him, noticing staff along the table were following suit. Albus watched while copies of today's Prophet began disappearing from all 4 house tables as students took the view that the story was wrong, or at least not an interview freely given. He had hoped that this would alienate the boy amongst his peers, but the actions of his friends put paid to that. Thankfully the rest of Wizarding Britain would eat it up and believe every word of it. Albus was forced to respond to the quite blatant attempt to have Harry choose a goblin way of life. That just couldn't be allowed to happen. Dan was first down in the morning, and couldn't find either Hermione or Harry. He had raced upstairs and just woken Emma when both of them heard the front door open. As laughter flowed up the stairs, they quickly headed back down and weren't sure how to react with what they found. Both kids were dressed in exercise clothes and were flushed as if they had been for a run. Hermione was currently swinging a wooden practice sword about while Harry had a wicked-looking knife in his hand. That knife was passing up and down their sweeping brush, a brush that morphed into a sword to match Hermione's. "Morning, Mum, Dad, I didn't think you would be up this early. We've just done our morning run and now going to practice with swords in the back garden. Harry's been teaching me." This surprised Dan as much as anything he'd seen since discovering their daughter was a witch. The fact that she was magical seemed easier to believe than Hermione exercising. "Do you do this every morning?" "We run every morning to warm up, but Harry has us doing different training every day. At the weekend we just run. Professor Weasley works us hard at our extra defense lessons." Emma was every bit as shocked as her husband. Barchok said you could perform magic at home because the wards would mask it. Can you show us what you're learning? Quick as a flash, Hermione's wand was in her hand and Dan was hit with a leg locker hex. This was followed by a tickling jinx had both parents laughing. Dan because of the jinx and Emma who thought it was hilarious to watch him laugh and try to maintain his balance at the same time. Hermione soon ended both curses and her wand disappeared back up her sleeve. Professor Weasley provided the three of us with wrist holders for our wands. Harry already had one for his knife. It only takes a flick of my wrist and my wand is ready for action. Those were two of the mildest curses we're learning. Her father couldn't disguise his pride. That Hermione was not only exercising but learning to defend herself were massive pluses to Dan. That her best friend was responsible for these changes also weighed heavily in Harry's favor, and would see the lad receive a warm welcome whenever he appeared at the Grangers. Emma switched her attention to the young man who was in such distress last night. How are you feeling today, Harry? A lot better, Emma. Hermione has a way of getting me to look at things from a different angle. I now have a godfather. That he's in prison is just about what I've come to expect from my life. I also know my father will be looking for a way to get Sirius out of there, and my father is one very smart goblin. If he's not out of Azkaban by Christmas, I'm sure he'll be able to get us back in to see Sirius again over the holidays. Talking about his father almost seemed to summon him as Barchok portkeyed into the back garden a couple of hours earlier than they were expecting. He marched right up to Harry and handed over a copy of today's prophet. There followed an immediate stream of words in the goblin language. English please son. Sorry father, but if I repeated that in English, Hermione would brain me with that practice sword. He may actually have gotten away with it as Hermione's full attention was taken up by the paper in front of her. How did they get this? We never posed for any picture, and Harry certainly never gave an interview. This makes him out to be as arrogant as Malfoy. As soon as we arrived, I erected wards around that part of the graveyard so we wouldn't be disturbed. No one could have gotten through them without the wards alerting me. We thought some kind of recording quill, but that doesn't explain the photograph. I was never more than 10 yards away from you two, so it has me stumped. Harry though was coming at the problem from a different direction. Someone must have told this Skeeter woman we would be there yesterday. I hardly think they just staked out the cemetery on the off chance we may appear. It was a delighted and proud goblin who answered his son. Of course you are right, we suspect Dumbledore set the entire thing up. He squeezed where you would be on Halloween out of Curse Breaker Weasley, who of course reported this to us at once. We certainly didn't think it would lead to anything like today's prophet. The director is treating this article as a deliberate attack against Gringotts. It can be no coincidence that this comes out the day you are to become the youngest centurion in history, and your supposed interview makes no mention of it. Our legal team are meeting with the prophet right now. Dan was extremely unhappy at seeing his daughter plastered all over the front page of what was effectively a national newspaper. What are you hoping to achieve? They will print a full retraction and reveal how they got this information. That sounded fine in principle, but newspapers were very reluctant to call themselves liars, and even more so to reveal sources. Do you think they will? Barchok answered with a question of his own. What would happen if your bank suddenly decided they wouldn't support your business, and wanted all the money back they had lent you? Add to that you wouldn't be able to use the bank to pay your staff salaries, or pay for supplies to keep your business running. Oh, and you can't take your account to another bank, since there isn't one. There really was only one answer Dan could give. We would be ruined, but why would you do that? The director looks on this as a political attack on Gringotts, a deliberate attempt to discredit one of our subjects. Centurion Crow here extolling the virtues of Hogwarts, and the wizarding world in general, will do massive damage to Harry's standing in our nation. This whole thing has Dumbledore's stamp all over it. Our reaction must be swift and severe. Emma was stunned at how much power the goblins actually wielded in the magical world. Why don't wizards have their own bank? No offense intended, Barchok, but how can it make sense to have all their eggs in the one basket, or all their gold in your bank? You are right, Emma, but pureblood wizards are inherently lazy. For generations, a flick or swish from their wand has gotten them whatever they wanted. They always take the easy option. Even their favorite sport is played sitting on a broom, hardly physically taxing. Harry and Hermione exercise every day, but both their pureblood friends think they are crazy for doing so, because that's the way they have been raised to think. While Gringotts certainly employs a few witches and wizards, they never get to work on the financial side of the bank. Why should we train people who could one day replace us? This left the mother shaking her head. Hermione told us there were cultural differences between all four friends, but it takes some getting used to. Do you really think this newspaper will print an apology and the truth? Hermione had something to add to that conversation. Well, if there's going to be another picture, I want to be in it. I look like some gormless village idiot in this one. Harry though is very handsome. Hermione did indeed have a different way of looking at things, and it generated a smile amongst those gathered there that morning. It was time for breakfast, preparations for the ceremony, and then crushing a newspaper, unless they printed the truth. Just a normal day for Harry Crow. Hermione's views on the picture were shared by a young redhead at the Burrow. Ginny couldn't wait to get the newspaper up to her bedroom and take a pair of scissors to that picture. She intended to cut so that only her handsome Harry would be left, with flowers in his hand for her, of course. Ginny was also counting the days to Christmas and knew she would be getting her present early this year. What gift could possibly compare to her meeting Harry Crow? Hermione was back through the looking glass again, at least that's what it felt like. She was clothed in pure white silk and the material flowed over her form like layers of liquid. Her robe was high at the neck and down to her ankles, with a violet sash around her waist providing the only color. That wasn't quite true though. Apart from her gold bracelet, Barchoke had loaned her jewelry that belonged to his late wife. A golden necklace that had the same filigree design was almost like chainmail armor as it spread over her chest, and the diamond tiara she wore was so beautiful, it wouldn't look out of place in the Tower of London beside the British crown jewels. She was walking beside Barchoke down an aisle that had seating for about 500 on either side. They were the main guests of honor and had to make their way to the very front. She could hear the murmurings as they walked to their assigned seats and, thanks to Professor Flitwick, Hermione could actually understand them. Rowena Ravenclaw had invented a spell that allowed a witch or wizard to communicate with goblins. Helena had taught this now forgotten spell to the head of Ravenclaw so Hermione could understand what was happening here today. It would have been considered the height of bad manners to be translating while another goblin was speaking. This solved the problem of Hermione not having a clue about what was being said. Hermione thought the part of the bank that did business with the public was rather grand, while those areas unseen, behind the scenes so to speak, were fairly Spartan. There was no decoration, no paintings, tapestries or even pictures, just plain stone walls. The place where the Centurion ceremony would be held blew all her goblins being a utilitarian race theories out the window. The room was oval in shape with a domed ceiling, and Hermione couldn't spot a square inch of this massive cathedral-like hall that wasn't covered in at least one form of artwork. Some of this artwork appeared to be exquisitely carved directly into and out of the stone, with sculpture blending seamlessly into paintings. Add to that the effects created by flickering lighting being beautifully and creatively incorporated into each tableaus, carved goblins holding smokeless flaming torches and even a fire-breathing dragon painting sculpture, and it created the impression you could walk directly into some of the scenes. In any culture, art of this diversity and quality would have been considered beautiful. Given the starkness of its surrounding rooms and corridors, it was breathtaking. That most of these scenes depicted goblins battling foes or fierce creatures Hermione thought was to be expected from a race of warriors. From her seat beside Barchoke in the front row, she had an uninterrupted view of the raised stage that filled this end of the Oval Hall Cathedral. There was a throne-like carved granite seat in the center of the marble stage, with about another 40 seats, in two banks of 20, facing not into the audience but the lone seat in the middle. Hermione found herself sitting between Harry's father and Master Pitsley. She could hardly miss that Master Sharpshard was also sitting in the front row. She pitied the poor goblin who ended up sitting behind the massive Master of the Blade. Hermione didn't think they would be asking him to move though. The sound of drumming reverberated through the now packed hall cathedral, and that was the signal for everyone to stand. The drumming was caused by goblin warriors banging their swords and axes off their shields and was in time to them marching down the aisle. They came to a halt as the lead goblins reached the front before performing a complex marching maneuver. This saw the warriors aligned either side of the aisle, but now with each line facing the other. The drumming stopped as, with a loud cheer, all the warriors raised their weapons in salute. An imposing goblin that Hermione took to be Director Ragnarok walked down the center of this salute. He was clad in body armor that was decorative and ceremonial but certainly still appeared sturdy enough to fulfill its primary function, and carrying the wickedest-looking battle-axe she'd ever seen. Considering there were at least 100 on display here today, Hermione now felt she had a basis for making such a judgment. Marching behind the director were the existing centurions, and two things immediately struck the young witch. Harry could have his age trebled and he would still be the youngest centurion. The other thing was more in the form of a question she would ask Barchoke later. Hermione wanted to know if the goblins had copied the Roman armies, or if the most successful troops the world had ever known had based themselves on the goblins. The centurions wore tunics much like the one Harry did for exercising, but these had strips of dragon hide that acted almost like a kilt. All tunics were festooned with goblin steel, and she supposed the epaulets signified their rank. They all had golden bands around their upper arms that, as she had come to expect, were intricately carved. Though able to understand and speak the language, Hermione again was left longing for The Idiot's Guide to Goblins. There was just so much going on in this culture, and the young witch felt that she was missing out on a lot. It was the helmets the centurions wore that had her comparing them to Roman soldiers, with the crest running up the middle. They appeared identical to ones she had seen in museums. That their tunics were an array of colors led Hermione to believe that this was based purely on the species of dragon they chose to make the tunic from. As Ragnarok stepped onto the stage and sat in the center seat, the other centurions filled the chairs either side of the director. It was then Hermione's breath caught in her throat. Harry had just walked forward and knelt in front of Ragnarok. His tunic was ivory in color, and his kilt, that had swayed as he walked, was hardly longer than his exercise tunic. She had noticed that Harry, although a lot younger than the other centurions, appeared physically taller and broader at the shoulder than a good percentage of them. The director stood and began addressing the assembled crowd. My fellow goblins and invited guest, for millennia the position of centurion has been coveted by each goblin warrior who has ever picked up a weapon. The young candidate that kneels before me now is no different in that respect. He may not have been born a goblin, but has certainly been raised as one, embracing our beliefs and values to become a warrior of some renown. He attends Hogwarts but not as a wizard. Crow here is the first goblin warrior ever to attend that ancient seat of learning. There he still receives tutoring from some of our most illustrious masters, and extols the virtues of goblin learning to his classmates. Some of those classmates have actually joined Crow in these lessons, forsaking the offered wizard classes in the process. Hermione was really glad of the translation charm now, otherwise she would have no idea what Ragnarok was saying. She thought the goblin leader was laying it on a bit thick, but wondered how much of that was influenced by today's issue of the Prophet. Ragnarok was certainly giving Harry the big build-up. Our young warrior had hardly set foot in the castle before accomplishing the first of his achievements. The lost goblin-forged blade of Godric Gryffindor is back in our hands. It sits proudly on Crow's hip as the castle herself acknowledged a goblin warrior as her champion. This was no honorary position though. That sword he proudly wears has already tasted blood. The security of Hogwarts was breached and a mountain troll was running rampage through the castle. It had 3 young witches and a female healer trapped in their infirmary. Ragnarok was an experienced orator and paused here to let the tension build. He also directed his gaze to Hermione. The young witch who is our guest of honor here today is only able to attend because Crow saved all of their lives. He cut that troll down to size before jumping onto its back and administering the killing blow, almost decapitating the beast in the process. This resulted in loud cheering, with all the warriors banging their weapons off their shields in appreciation of their brother warrior's victory. Hermione was blushing profusely at being singled out for attention. She couldn't imagine how Harry felt. He was still kneeling in front of Ragnarok with his head bowed, but Hermione didn't need to see his face to know it would be red from embarrassment. Harry was such a modest person that this must be torture for him. Unfortunately, the director wasn't quite finished heaping on the praise. If those achievements weren't enough to earn this young warrior the rank of centurion, his next deed certainly merited the award. Every warrior is taught that a sharp mind is their greatest weapon, and Crow's is every bit as sharp as that fabled blade he carries. With the help of his father, he engineered a coup that saw that disgusting ghostly spawn of bloody bins expelled from Hogwarts Castle. The cheering this time was tumultuous, and every single goblin was on their feet in celebration. Hermione hadn't understood the depth of feeling held against the ghostly professor. Here was a very vocal and visual representation of just how much Harry's victory meant to the Goblin nation. Hermione couldn't help but compare her meeting with the Minister of Magic to that of the Goblin director she was watching here. She equated the bumbling Fudge with his green bowler hat to Dr. Watson, while Ragnarok was clearly the Sherlock Holmes of the two. Fudge couldn't impress a class of 11 and 12-year-olds while Ragnarok had over 1,000 goblins hanging on his every word, and the director still wasn't finished. Ragnarok waited until everyone had returned to their seats before continuing. Now for everyone else, getting the butcher's last remaining kin thrown out of the castle would have been enough, not for Crow. He didn't want one goblin-hating professor simply replaced by another of the same ilk. A teacher not tainted by bins was brought to Hogwarts from Europe to teach proper history, and not the bigoted filth that Ghost peddled. How did Crow get Hogwarts to accept this professor? He paid for it with his own gold. This seemed to impress the crowd nearly as much as the killing of the troll. Ragnarok let this sink in before proceeding. You have heard of this young goblin's deeds and achievements. It was I who, being so impressed with his actions, bestowed this honor upon him. As tradition demands, it is now time to ask if anyone here objects to this appointment. As I missed the fight where Crow drew first blood against Master Sharpshard, I'm rather hoping someone will come forward. There were sharp intakes of breath as that news permeated the hall. Anyone thinking Harry unworthy of this honor were now going to keep those thoughts to themselves. There were a few members of Barchoki's family waiting on him passing away in the hope they would inherit. His adopted son becoming the youngest ever centurion killed that notion stone dead. A centurion as a son would satisfy goblin law, and that son would stand to inherit everything. These family members also reckoned their fate would be the same as their chances of inheriting if they stood and objected, dead as stone. Objections were settled by a duel, and anyone who could draw first blood against the greatest blade in the nation was not someone you wanted to challenge. Ragnarok had known about the hyenas circling around Barchoki's wealth, but, like the cowards they were, these hyenas would never attempt a frontal attack on a stronger opponent. Crow's award was unopposed. Arise, warrior, do you accept this position our nation bestows upon you? Harry stood, performed the centurion salute before answering the question loud enough for everyone to hear. Yes, director, I do. Hermione had been warned about the blood involved in the next part of the ceremony. She rose with everyone else and tried to stand tall and proud. Watching as Harry held his hand out and that deadly battle-axe of the director's sliced his hand open was very difficult. Harry didn't flinch as his palm was cut deeply. He clenched his hand into a fist as he made his way to his chosen tableaus. The scene displayed bloody Binns and his band of wizards being captured and held at swords' points by goblin warriors, but it was the murdered victims depicted there that Harry focused on. There was a dead goblin child carved out of the stone. The realistic wounds were colored bloody, and here was where Harry focused his attention. He rubbed his injured hand over the part that was depicted as bleeding, adding his blood to the tableaus. The rock actually began glowing, spreading to illuminate the entire scene as the stone accepted his blood sacrifice. This was also the signal for the loudest cheer of the day. Harry marched back to the director who held out his hand. Harry placed his there and the cut was already healed. The centurion has offered his blood to the nation, and the nation clearly accepted. Step forward those chosen. Barchoke, Master Pitsley and Master Sharpshard stepped forward as 3 caskets were carried in and placed on the stage. Master Pitsley opened the first casket and removed the 2 gold armlets that it contained. He handed them both to Ragnarok. The symbol of our wealth and status is contained in these bands of power. May they bring strength to your arms in times of strife. The director placed one on each of Harry's upper arms. Master Sharpshard then stepped forward and passed the epaulets the second casket had contained to the director. The badge of office that signifies to the world you are a centurion, wear them with pride. These golden accoutrements were fastened onto each of Harry's shoulders. It was a proud father who opened the last casket and removed a beautifully crafted golden helmet. The plume running down the middle was the same ivory white as Harry's tunic. Harry once more knelt before their leader as his father passed over the last piece to complete the ceremony. A warrior's mind is their greatest weapon. May this protect you in your defense of our nation. When the helmet was on, and the chin strap in place, Harry stood tall and performed the centurion salute 3 times. Once to the director, then his fellow centurions on his right before performing it lastly to those centurions on his left. Harry then turned to face the crowd, drew his famous sword and raised it high into the air. For Gringotts and the nation. The chant was returned by everyone present before the cheering once more broke out. The first time Hermione laid eyes on Harry wearing his exercise tunic, she had mentally compared him to a young Ares. Harry standing there with his sword raised high increased the intensity of that comparison by a factor of at least 10. She didn't know if the color of Harry's tunic and helmet plume was deliberate or not, but Centurion Crow epitomized every historical image or representation of a warrior of the light Hermione had ever seen or even read about. The director's next statement heavily influenced her, leaning toward the deliberate option. Ragnarok held his hands up for silence before making an announcement. Some of you may have read the lies printed in today's Wizarding Press. We have sent our representatives to this newspaper to register our displeasure in the strongest terms possible. This fixed everyone's attention. To a goblin, that statement was only one step away from blades being drawn. We announced to the press, the ministry, the WWN, and posted notices in Diagon Alley that Centurion Crow would make a statement on the steps of Gringotts after this ceremony. This will mean a slight delay to the feast, but should be entertaining for anyone who wishes to accompany us. That was an invitation most of them would love to take up. That Gringotts steps wouldn't hold anywhere near 1,000 goblins meant there would be a mad scramble for places after the director's party left the hall. Ragnarok was in the lead. Harry, with Hermione once more on his arm, was right behind him. His father and their guests of honor followed on behind, flanked by the 40 centurions and at least 60 warriors. The massed audience were behind the troops and all edging for a place where they could at least hear what would be getting said. With the Wizarding Wireless Network announcing they would be broadcasting a live statement from the boy who lived later today, anyone who couldn't make Diagon Alley had their ears glued to their sets. In a castle in Scotland, an old wizard with a long white beard beaked on his drop but found little solace from his favorite tart sweet. Harry's words broadcast live to the nation could do untold damage, and would be hard to refute. He had immediately contacted Cornelius to see if this could be stopped, even although he knew it was virtually impossible. The minister had quickly pointed out what Albus already knew: Gringotts was sovereign soil to the goblins. Ministerial interference could start a war. There was no point in banning the WWN from broadcasting since the entire thing would soon appear in print anyway. With hundreds, if not thousands, expected in the alley, there was just no way to contain any damaging information the boy saw fit to disperse. Albus thought it was a bad day when his only point of comfort was that the students would all be in class. He had no way of knowing that Professor Hobson would have a recording crystal containing the full incident for her classes by Monday morning. His new professor was a great believer in making history lessons relevant to what was happening today, and this could be history in the making. In Devon, a young redhead sat beside the wireless with her mother. Ginny had gotten over the disappointment of not being able to go to the alley today, once she had looked at the problem from a practical point of view. As small as she was, Ginny wouldn't see much in the crush that was sure to form. The fact that she was counting the days until she would be introduced to her hero helped quell that disappointment too. Hearing his voice would do, for now. Amelia was in Diagon Alley with every aura she could throw a uniform on. Even with the cadets supplementing her force, she was still shorthanded for maintaining control over a crowd the size of this one. The crowd kept building as the wizards and witches of Britain turned out in their thousands for their first glimpse of the boy who lived. The oars were stretched thin, not helped by those spectators arriving late and attempting to push their way to the front for a better look. This created surges within the crowd, and Amelia thought it was only a matter of time before fights broke out. That everything suddenly went quiet and the crowd actually took a step back surprised Amelia. That was until she turned around. Heavily armed goblin after heavily armed goblin just poured out the bank. Their very numbers made the head of the DMLE's heart sink. Here was a force trained and ready for battle, that they outnumbered her oars by at least 2 to 1 had Amelia worried. Like everyone else, she was expecting a verbal statement from Harry today. It would appear the goblins were making a bold visual statement too. Then her eyes settled on the couple in the center and she was left not knowing what to think. Mr. Crow with Miss Granger on his arm appeared like a young prince and princess, standing there with their conquering army behind them. She could already see the press cameras snapping the pictures that would be front page tomorrow, and for most of next week too. Ragnarok's deep baritone voice rang out over the entire length of the alley, his voice obviously charmed to carry so everyone could clearly hear his words. The WWN reporter had the microphone tight to his mouth as he described the scene for those who couldn't make it to Diagon Alley. When Ragnarok began speaking, he had the good sense to shut up, hold out the microphone and let the radio listeners actually hear what was going on. Witches and wizards of Britain, you are being lied to. I know this for a fact, but, relations between us being what they are, my words are easily dismissed. Instead, I'll hand you over to someone I trust you will believe. Ragnarok applied the same charm to Harry as his voice rang true around the alley, and, thanks to the wireless, the entire country. I hope you will forgive me if I make a few mistakes here. This is my first ever attempt at public speaking, and we seem to have drawn quite the crowd. Some laughter rang out at that as the crowd settled to hear what the boy who lived had to say. Harry had worked on this speech with his father, so knew exactly what he wanted to achieve here. Yesterday, my father took myself and my best friend Hermione to visit my parents' grave. As you can hopefully understand, this was an intensely private occasion. Someone managed to sneak into the cemetery, eavesdrop on our private conversations and take that photograph without our knowledge or permission. To make matters worse, it all appears as an exclusive interview with me on the front page of today's Prophet. I have never given an interview and certainly never met this Daily Prophet reporter. For this Skeeter woman to claim I have makes one of us a liar. I'm standing right here and prepared to face her. Publicly calling a goblin's honesty into question is a very serious issue. In the silence that followed that remark, Amelia took it upon herself to officially ask a question. Mr. Crow, are you willing to make a complaint to the ministry? This was unexpected, but again Harry let his training take over. Well met, Madam Bones, and it's Centurion Crow now. We've just come from the ceremony where this great honor was bestowed upon me. All goblin complaints to the ministry have to be routed through the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. I am unaware if they have staffing issues, but it's been years since we got a positive result from them. I would rather stand here as a goblin and call her a liar to her face, an action I am prepared to defend with my blade if necessary. My father had that area warded, yet she still managed to sneak through and spy on us. I would have, though that would have been worrying to the ministry too, unless she is on the ministry payroll. Amelia attempted to quash that notion at once. To my knowledge she is not, and it does concern me she was able to get so close to you. I also notice she is conspicuous by her absence today. Rita Skeeter is not one to miss such things. If she has the ability to spy on us in a graveyard, my guess is she would be here and using that same technique to remain hidden today. This time though all these good people have heard every word I've said, including that Skeeter is a liar. To me, that she does not stand and refute those claims confirms her guilt. Miss Granger, can you corroborate Centurion Crow's claims? She looked toward the director who cast the same spell on Hermione before she answered. Yes, Madam Bones. As you can tell from the picture printed today, I was at Harry's side the entire time. Neither of us spoke to anyone other than our parents. We are also concerned with who passed on the information that we would be at that cemetery yesterday. That information was known to very few. I can also confirm Harry is Centurion Crow. The charm Professor Flitwick cast now came into play as Hermione turned and bowed to Director Ragnarok. When she spoke, it was in the director's own language. I would sincerely like to thank Director Ragnarok for inviting me here today. It was very moving to watch my best friend receive such a great honor. I felt honored myself just by being there. This had an effect on all present, not least the goblin leader. He had gambled somewhat in awarding Crow Centurion status, and even more so by inviting his young friend to the ceremony. Ragnarok thought that gamble had backfired after reading today's Prophet, a piece of astute manipulation by Dumbledore. The only response the nation could give such an attack was to come out fighting, so that's why they were all standing here on the steps of Gringotts. He'd heard from Barchoke and their tutors that these two complemented each other. Ragnarok had just witnessed this for himself. Crow stood there a proud centurion for everyone to see, and the witch on his arm had just done more to instigate better relations between wizards and goblins than had been achieved in decades. Her display of respect and use of their language couldn't fail but have an effect on the hundreds of goblins currently watching and listening. Ragnarok paid her the deserved compliment of returning her bow before addressing everyone once more, in English. For those of you who don't speak our language, Miss Granger was just thanking me for inviting her to the ceremony where her best friend became a centurion. I would like to say she bestowed our nation great honor in attending, and by her words here today. I would also like to say she will be an honored friend of our nation anytime she chooses to visit Gringotts. A quick glance at Harry was all that was needed to know this was something special. She bowed respectfully to the director once more, knowing it would be explained later. The director returned his attention back to the gathered crowd of witches and wizards. As you have now heard, the supposed exclusive interview in The Prophet is nothing but fabrication and lies. We have asked the newspaper to print a retraction, they naturally asked us for proof. This proof is now standing before you, though I fail to see Miss Skeeter in attendance. As well as a retraction, we demand to know how this was achieved. It's in everyone's interests that we discover if someone has stumbled upon a method of bypassing wards. Amelia stepped forward and officially introduced herself to the goblin leader, before confirming her department would be investigating this phenomenon thoroughly. A warrant would be issued so Miss Skeeter could be brought in for questioning. Ragnarok thanked her before offering a closing comment. We must now take your leave and return to the feast arranged to celebrate our newest centurion. I wish you all a good day. The director had hardly finished speaking before his troops were shepherding the goblin spectators out of the way to clear a path back into the bank. Amelia couldn't fail to be impressed with their efficiency. The crowd had come to see and hear the boy who lived, they had gotten far more than they bargained for. The Prophet interview had portrayed Harry as a typical young wizard enjoying his first year at Hogwarts. Today had told an entirely different story. Since they had stood and watched the entire episode unfold before their eyes, even the gullible witches and wizards of Britain could see the Prophet's version was a pack of lies. As the commentator described the young couple following the goblin leader back into Gringotts, an old wizard in a Scottish castle knew his manipulation had spectacularly backfired. I came here today like most of the crowd to get my first look at our savior, the boy who lived. Instead of seeing Harry Potter, we were introduced to Centurion Crow. Here is a young man who has been raised by the goblins, and may I just say witches, he's clearly thriving in that environment. The beautiful young witch on his arm compliments him perfectly. I suspect hearts will be breaking the length and breadth of the country when today's pictures are printed. That Centurion Crow bears no resemblance to the picture the Prophet painted of this young man leaves only one conclusion: we are being lied to. This was the point at which Albus turned the radio off. If the mindless cretin that WWN employed to ask inane and downright idiotic questions could figure that out for himself, the rest of the country would too. He expected a visit from William Weasley soon. That young wizard was far too smart not to figure out who had pointed the Prophet at the cemetery. Albus would have to reel him in. That sounded so much better than blackmail. William would now have to play the game Albus way, otherwise Gringotts would discover just who leaked that information. He didn't feel the least bit of sympathy for William. More than ever Albus now needed information. The worst that would happen to the eldest Weasley was that he ended up teaching defense at Hogwarts. That wasn't much of a sacrifice to make for the greater good. He also expected to be hearing from Skeeter within the hour. Rita was about to discover Albus Dumbledore was a recognized expert at this game decades before she was born. When you played with the big boys, sometimes you got burned. Should Rita attempt to pass any of the blame onto Albus, the legs would soon be cut from under her. He mentally prepared his statement for the press DMLE, just in case it became necessary to give one. He had heard Harry would be visiting the Potter graves on Halloween, and passed that information on to Miss Skeeter. All he asked in return was that any article she wrote would show Hogwarts in a favorable light. He expected the reporter to ask Mr. Crow a few questions before or after his visit, not spy on the entire thing and then report it as an interview. He was certain Rita wouldn't disclose how she was able to spy on the boy, meaning Albus wouldn't need to mention that he knew Skeeter was an unregistered animagus. The plan was always for Hermione to stay the night at Harry's, but, with her new friend status, a different world opened up for the young witch. She was in her training clothes and running beside Harry as he followed his usual underground route when at home. He was in his normal training gear with the sword strapped to his back. Hermione learned the gold armbands never came off, and the epaulets were worn on everything except pajamas. Thankfully the helmet was reserved for ceremonial duties and wars. As expected, they were drawing a fair bit of attention from everyone they saw or passed. Harry knew the next part of their routine would receive a lot more attention, and had planned accordingly. While Hermione was a quick learner with the wooden sword, she was nowhere near ready to practice those fledgling skills in front of an audience of goblins. She was improving with her goblin shield though, and it was those skills they would practice this morning. Normally, this would be the only time Hermione removed her bracelet, but not today. The certainty that their practice was bound to draw an audience, and that audience would probably make Hermione nervous, Harry wanted to have that extra security of knowing any curses getting past her guard would still be nullified. Harry led them into a large cavern that was occupied by goblins practicing fighting, though there appeared to be just as many simply here to watch. In some strange way it reminded Hermione of a seedy boxing gym, and now it would take her hours to get the Rocky-themed tune out her head. Harry had small portable ward stones that would stop any low-level magic escaping, placing them on the ground to define a safe area. They started firing stinging hexes at each other and escalated from there, blocking with their physical shields when they couldn't dodge and erecting magical shields when they had to. The had escalated to stunners, and had worked quite a sweat up, when the cry of, "Stop!" issued. Both stopped and turned to see who had issued such a command. They were faced by a wizened old goblin who was storming in their direction. Hermione was again in Rocky mode as here was Mickey, coming to chew them out, even his gruff voice was in character. "Put those devil toys away at once, this is a place for real fighting." Hermione was about to comply when Harry's voice stopped her. "Watch our backs." Those 3 words just dumped a shedload of adrenaline into the young witch's body as she took up position guarding Harry's back. Harry almost casually reduced and clipped his shield onto his scabbard. Their attracted audience could see he was deadly serious the instant he reached back for his sword. "Who are you to decide what real fighting is? Are you so old or just blind stupid that you can't see my rank? How dare you interrupt my training? You snot-nosed whelp, get a bit of rank and forget who trained you. You sir will address me properly, or there will be blood spilled here today." The old goblin's face split into a grin that had many gaps before he gave the proper centurion salute. "Just remember Centurion Crow, never give the bastards an inch. Or they'll walk all over you. I remember Whitefang, you've shouted that at me since I was 5, how could I bloody forget? Are we done here, or are you planning another one of your surprises?" Whitefang let out a rich laugh at that. "Well Centurion, I can see that rank was earned. I had intended a couple of my boys would attack from behind but your little witch there seems ready for them." Harry knew what Whitefang was trying to do, deliberately unsettle him while seeing just how far he could be pushed, but there was still more than a trace of anger in his reply. "That, little witch, is Miss Hermione Granger, she is under my protection and named friend by the director himself. Insult her and I will introduce you to my blade." The writing was on the wall. He'd pushed too far, and it was his understanding of such things that Whitefang eked his meager living from. A bow and apology were quickly offered. "Sorry if I insulted you Miss Granger, that was not my intention." Hermione returned the bow. "Apology accepted Master Whitefang." This led to a loud burst of sarcastic laughter from Harry. "The only thing Whitefang is master of is the most disgusting mouth in the nation, and I don't mean dentally." None of the small crowd knew what Harry meant by his last remark but it made Hermione smile, and reduced her apprehension. If Harry was cracking jokes, the situation was well in hand. "Since Whitefang has disrupted our exercise session, I suggest we head home for breakfast. My father has taken the morning off to spend some time with us before we visit your parents later." They picked up the ward stones and Harry had a few words with goblins he obviously knew. Hermione also noticed Whitefang watching everything closely. As they left, Harry began supplying the answers he knew his best friend was dying to ask. "Whitefang is Whitefang. I know that doesn't help but I don't have any words you would understand to describe him. Harry, Rowena's charm is still working, just tell me in your own language." His answer had her blushing. "Okay, I get the picture, part scoundrel, part lovable crook. How do you know him, and what does your father think of this? When I was a good bit younger I used to get my ass kicked, a lot. Whitefang watched this happening one day, didn't stop it mind you, and had words with me afterwards. Said I had guts, but was stupid. You know me well enough now to guess how I would react to that." Hermione actually smiled. "Not well I'll bet. Well Whitefang said I needed to learn to fight, not just stand up and get knocked back down again. He took me to the training place we were today, and gradually taught me every dirty way to fight there is." This confused Hermione. "Then why were you so hostile to him if he helped you?" Oh, he certainly helped me a great deal, but it's complicated. Had I shown him the respect I offer, say Master Sharpshard, Whitefang would have spat in my face and insisted I had insulted him. By treating him the way I did today, as a dangerous character I shouldn't be around, that to him is a form of respect he can accept. My father pays him for information occasionally, he's very good at blending into the background and missing nothing. Whitefang would accept gold for that, but never for helping me. A sigh of exasperation came from his best friend. Every time I think I'm beginning to understand goblins, something else comes along and changes it. Harry just laughed. We're a very simple race, Hermione, let's run back and you can have some more of that ale you like so much. I must admit, I really miss it when we're at Hogwarts. Pumpkin juice is far too sweet for me, and the wizard's attempts to copy our ale, butterbeer I think it's called, is supposed to be disgusting. At the feast I noticed everyone was drinking ale, that or wine. Hermione, we only have 4 drinks and one of them is water. Grog is never drank in public, it knocks you on your back after only a couple of tankards. This was hard for Hermione to believe, her mother drank more types of coffee than that. This prompted another question. Surely there must be more than 4 drinks, don't you have any hot beverages? Sure we do. Hot water, hot ale and hot wine. Master Sharpshard is the only person I know who can drink hot grog, a good indication of how toxic that brew is when heated. I told you, Hermione, simple. Hermione was shaking her head. Simple, right. This was going to take her years to figure out. That thought brought a smile to her face as she ran beside Harry, heading for his home. Padma found her twin waiting on her as she left Ravenclaw Tower. They hugged in greeting before Parvati told her why she was there. I said to Neville I would walk you to breakfast this morning, we never get to spend as much time together as we used to. I don't think I like being in separate houses, and we won't even be together over the holidays. Unlike her sister, Padma was enjoying being in a different house from Parvati. They really were 2 very different witches, with her more gregarious twin attracting all the attention while quiet little Padma faded into the background. Padma didn't resent her twin for this. You might as well blame the rain for being wet, it was just who Parvati was. It was only now though, being in a different house and having her own group of friends, that Padma felt she could let out the witch that, until recently, only she knew was in there. Pav, you seemed happy with Gryffindor, you and Lavender had a fight. What? No. It's just that I thought it was going to be so different. I mean, look what we have to put up with, Ron Weasley, please. Seamus and Dean aren't much better, neither are the second years. One decent wizard and my twin sister has to snaffle him. Neville and I are good friends, Pav, but I'm not expecting a marriage proposal soon. We hope to see him during the holidays, but he won't be staying at Hermione's. No, you'll just have to make do spending the holiday with Harry. I still can't believe you marched down to the front of the Great Hall yesterday, that boy is a bad influence on you. Padma had trouble believing it herself, but she thought Harry and Hermione were great influences on her. Without their friendship, she would never have had the confidence to stand up for them yesterday. Have breakfast with me this morning. I do miss spending time with you, Pav, we can still be together more than we have been lately. Parvati quickly agreed, before coming to the main reason for wanting to speak with her twin. I heard Hermione mention shopping, presents and parties, can you swing an invite for me too? Padma was well aware Parvati would drive both her friends nuts with her constant chattering, so tried to nip this idea in the bud. Did you also hear her mention running every morning, lots of studying and living without magic for 2 weeks? Running, and no magic. How are you supposed to live without magic? I have no idea, Pav, but that's the whole point. I want to learn new things, and living with muggles for 2 weeks will certainly do that. Suddenly the idea wasn't so appealing to Parvati. When Padma said she would try and include her when they met up with Neville, she was delighted. Both sisters entered the Great Hall and sat at the Ravenclaw table, being quickly joined by Neville. Padma was sitting between her sister and friend and thought the morning was just about perfect, until the prophet was delivered and it got so much better. The imposing figure in our picture, wearing the golden helmet and carrying the sword of Godric Gryffindor, is Centurion Crow. That this is also the boy who lived immediately indicates there was an error made with the story concerning him previously printed in this newspaper. The beautiful young witch on his arm, though, is once again Miss Hermione Granger. They're all similarities with yesterday's issue of this newspaper, and Both Centurion Crow and Miss Granger vehemently denied having met Miss Skeeter, far less participated in an exclusive interview before posing for a picture. It now appears as if Miss Skeeter has spied on the young couple as they visited the Potter graves on Halloween, the 10th anniversary of James and Lily Potter's murder. The Daily Prophet was in no way complicit with this reporter's actions and doesn't want to comment further at the moment, as Miss Skeeter is currently at the center of an investigation initiated by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. This newspaper will of course comply fully with that investigation. Dan Granger let out a low whistle as he read over the front page article from the newspaper Barchoke had just handed him. His wife was reading it over his shoulder and had her own comment to make. Was that whistle in appreciation of the apology or the picture? Emma had to look at the picture twice to assure herself it actually was Hermione and Harry. Her daughter stood there looking every inch a princess. The jewelry she wore must be worth a king's ransom, while Harry appeared ready to do battle. Their poise and clothing reminded her of a famous historical couple, Mark Antony and Cleopatra. Showing this picture to anyone who didn't know Hermione or Harry, you could never convince them these two were 11 and 12. The royal theme just wouldn't leave her alone as she looked at the wide shot the newspaper had also printed. Hermione and Harry were in the center but surrounded by goblins dressed in their finest. The only thing Emma had to compare this with was a royal wedding photograph, the ones the press were so fond of printing as the royal family gathered on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. That there were thousands of people watching this picture being taken, and the newspaper dedicated a further 9 pages to the event, reinforced the royal wedding image in her mind. She just hoped her husband was following a different mental route. Dan was indeed following a different mental route. This route was currently stuck on a giant roundabout that he couldn't find an exit from. The father was struggling to accept that this beautiful and confident young woman in the picture was actually his little girl. She was standing there facing thousands of strangers yet drawing the confidence to deal with it from the young man whose arm she was on. The newspaper went to great lengths to extol her beauty and poise. That she spoke gobbledygook and the goblin leader bestowed a great honor on her was certainly something he would need to ask Barchoke about when he got his mind back into gear. Well, there's one thing for certain, Hermione, you absolutely destroyed any notion of you being a gormless village idiot. Your father's opinion may be biased, but I think my daughter is truly beautiful. Then again, I've thought that since the day you were born. His daughter's playful giggles at that was music to his ears. Thanks, Dad. I almost wish I had been in Hogwarts this morning to see certain witches' reactions when that was delivered. I'll need to ask Padma if Cho choked on her porridge or cried. I'm hoping for both. Hermione, isn't that rather unkind? No, Harry, it's not. I'm usually standing there on your arm while Cho tries to flirt with you. I know you do nothing to encourage her, and I can't really blame her either. How did the prophet put it? Dashingly handsome young man, standing shoulder to shoulder with a nation's leader as if he belonged there. I understand why all the girls hit on you, it's the way they pretend I'm not standing there that annoys the hell out of me. Harry decided to quote the prophet straight back at her. Well, I don't know how they could possibly ignore the beautiful young witch who sparkles by my side, and I don't think they were talking about that tiara you were wearing. The 3 parents were laughing at the antics of their children. They may be front-page news for the second day in succession, but they seemed far more concerned with what they thought of each other than letting fame go to their heads. I'm just glad we managed to ward your house before this whole thing started. It also has an L redirect which will allow Irgit and official Gringotts L's only. Anything else will end up at Gringotts where it can be examined before forwarding. This concerned the Grangers, but they recognized that, even in their world, getting press coverage like this could attract its own special breed of weirdos and crazies. They were delighted any potential problems would be dealt with before they could get anywhere near Hermione. Barchoke had even more good news for them though. Hermione's status as a goblin friend allows you to do your banking through Gringotts, and get our best rates. This could save you thousands on your mortgage and business account. Get your figures and I would be more than happy to go over them with you. The savings will be substantial. Dan thought he should be getting used to the shocks by now. Your daughter is a witch and she needs to go away to Scotland for almost 10 months of the year. Well, it looks as if our summer holiday next year could be a good one. It was a nervous Harry who interrupted. Excuse me, sir. Since you were kind enough to invite me into your home over the Christmas holidays, I was hoping to return the favor at summer. This piqued Emma's interest. What did you have in mind, Harry? Well, because I had to remain hidden, I haven't really left Gringotts much. There are a lot of Potter properties dotted around the world I've never seen, but that I now have access to. I was hoping you would be my guests as we explored some of them. They really do span the globe, from the south of France to the Seychelles and onto the South Pacific. Dan was struggling to believe the wealth of this young lad, and yet how level-headed he appeared. That sounds unbelievable actually. Wouldn't we spend most of the holiday in airports though? This drew a puzzled look from Harry. I don't think so, Dan, since I don't know what an airport is. He looked to Hermione for help. Airports are where you go to board planes that fly you to your destination. Can I assume we would be traveling using portkeys? A nod from her best friend saw Hermione offering an explanation to her parents, only for her mother to excitedly jump right in. Oh, that young Weasley chap used one of them to take us to London in seconds. Are you saying that these can be used to travel the world? Barchoke thought Emma's excitement at such a simple thing was a delight to watch. A portkey will take you from one Potter property, directly to the next one. Both Granger parents were overwhelmed at this. No waiting in airports for delayed flights. No being bored out your head by sitting for hours on a plane. No arriving to find your luggage is in Timbuktu. No tedious transfers to and from the airports. We're in. This was greeted by an eardrum-bursting squeal of delight before Hermione actually jumped on Harry, wrapping her arms and legs around him and almost having both of them over. I get to spend Christmas and summer with you. Oh Harry, that's wonderful. Dan was watching his little girl wrap herself around a boy and his only reaction was to laugh. How could he possibly get upset when Hermione was so happy? It was left to Barchoke to discuss practicalities. I'll organize a folder of those properties that you can all look through when Harry stays here at the holidays. I plan on taking some time away myself over summer, so we could either organize it to be together or split it and give these two a longer holiday. This drew another squeal from Hermione as a delighted Harry twirled her around the room. All three parents were smiling at the antics of their two very happy children. It was also nice to see them acting their age for once, just a couple of kids very excited about spending their Christmas and summer holidays together. I think those two like the idea of a longer holiday, but I also think we should build a bit of overlap in there too, where we can all be together. Barchoke was quite overwhelmed at Emma's suggestion. That these people would actually arrange their schedule purely to spend time with a goblin wasn't just unbelievable, it was historically unprecedented. I think I would like that very much. We may even have some company. If we can get Sirius Black out of Azkaban, I can't think of anyone who would be in more need of a holiday. It would also give Harry a chance to get to know his godfather. This was something Dan was very interested in. The thought of an innocent man rotting in prison appalled him. What do you think the chances are of getting him out? To be honest, two very powerful men colluded to put Sirius in there. That these two are still as powerful is going to make this a very difficult task. At the moment, it's beyond us. That these two did this one unlawful deal would suggest there may be other skeletons in their cupboards. If we can discredit them, people would be more inclined to believe claims Sirius is in fact innocent. This wasn't nearly quick enough for Emma. Surely the mere fact the man never had a trial should see the entire case reopened. A goblin explaining to a pair of muggles how the magical world worked didn't even qualify for a raised eyebrow amongst this group now. Azkaban is an exceedingly dangerous place. Deaths amongst inmates is not uncommon. I fear that is the fate Sirius might face if we were to go public with this. Dumbledore may preach forgiveness, but only when it suits his aims. Barty Crouch is the ultimate hardliner. The man sentenced his only son to life in Azkaban, and his life is exactly what it cost the young wizard named after his father. Dan looked over to the two children, still in each other's arms and chatting excitedly about their future plans. We have to thank you for your honesty, Barchoke, almost as much as the lengths you have undertaken to protect our daughter. The more I hear of this world, the more I worry about the decision we made to let Hermione join it. Then I look over there and see what I always wanted, my daughter happy. No thanks are needed, Dan. I am also looking over there at my son being very happy. I will take every measure I can to ensure their safety. Gringotts now have an employee we can trust inside Hogwarts 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Master Pitsley and Cursebreaker Weasley also make frequent visits to the castle. I'm sure we can trust their head of house and believe McGonagall is also on our side. Apart from getting Dumbledore thrown out on his ear, I don't think we can make that situation much safer. Both Grangers were keen to know if that was a possibility. Barchoke did his best to explain the situation. Dumbledore, for all his faults, is a very powerful and clever wizard. He's become so used to everyone around him doing exactly what he wants, we kind of caught him on the hop a bit. I'm willing to bet he instigated that entire incident with Skeeter, just as I'm willing to bet he'll have covered his tracks. Some of his earlier moves were stupid, born out of overconfidence. He won't make the same mistake again. I just don't understand how one person could end up holding so much power. I think it comes down to laziness again, Emma. They've gotten so used to asking someone else what to do. We are reaching the stage where senior ministerial officials can barely think for themselves. Dumbledore has been repeatedly offered the job as Minister of Magic but continually turns it down. The minister can be held accountable when things go wrong. Those manipulating the minister will escape any unpleasantness like that, and usually have a hand in choosing the sacked minister's replacement. There is no shortage of people every bit as stupid and just as easily manipulated as Fudge, all willing to do anything to take his place as Minister of Magic. It's a rotten and corrupt system, but those pulling the strings certainly don't want changes being made. I want some changes made. This makes us look like incompetent assholes. Albus then inquired just what changes the minister wanted made. The lad kills a troll, saves 3 students and the Hogwarts healer, yet doesn't even earn a house point. The goblins give him a golden helmet for chasing a ghost out the bloody castle. The boy who lived, standing on the steps of Gringotts and talking about how honored he is to receive an award from the goblins, has seen the ministry inundated with owls. They all want to know why the person who rid us of Voldemort hasn't received as much as a ministerial thank you. He's the Hogwarts champion for Merlin's sake, yet neither the school or ministry receive one positive mention in 10 pages of the prophet dedicated to the boy. This state of affairs can't be allowed to continue. Albus had allowed Cornelius to get it all off his chest as the minister ranted and raved in the headmaster's office. He actually agreed with most of it. I am at a loss to see how we can turn this around. If Hogwarts or the ministry start showering the boy with trinkets and awards, it's going to stand out for exactly what it is, as attempting to curry favor with Harry. He will see right through that and may even refuse to accept. Imagine how embarrassing that would be. The goblins have won this battle hands down. I think we have to just acknowledge that and continue the fight from another angle. You really can't be serious. Won't officially acknowledging this make the situation worse for us? I think you have to add your congratulations to Centurion Crow. It might not be a bad idea to let slip the ministry were considering something similar but don't want to be seen to be competing for the boy's affections, so have put it off to a later date. I shall approach Minerva about the possibility of a special award to the school for his actions that day, presented at the leaving feast before Christmas. She has a better understanding of Crow and can determine whether the lad will accept before we let any announcements slip to the press. Cornelius was beginning to understand the angle this crafty old wizard was suggesting. So we play it as if the ministry were in the process of recognizing the boy who lives achievements, but the goblins stole a march on us. We congratulate the lad because the award is well deserved and will revisit our options to add our further congratulations in the future. Exactly, sometimes the only option left is to doff your hat to an opponent in appreciation of the skill they displayed, also showing your determination to win the next encounter. I think this is one of those situations. As to how we win the next one, all I can say is I'm working on it. Cornelius drew comfort from this, not knowing Dumbledore hadn't a clue what to do next. Another coup like that for the goblins and I fear the battle could be lost. I've already had to publicly thank the goblins for doing such a good job in raising the lad. The boy who lived standing there dressed as a goblin, with a witch beside him dripping in priceless goblin jewelry, is a very powerful image. Especially since the goblin hierarchy were all lined up behind him, showing support for his award. It's going to appear to the magical population of Britain as if Harry Potter has deserted us. That is a state of affairs neither of us could politically survive. One more article like this and we might not have a hat to doff. Albus once again found himself agreeing with the minister. It shouldn't be too much of a surprise though. The one thing Fudge excelled at was judging public opinion, and shifting his own position to keep Cornelius Fudge on the right side of it. Hogwarts was buzzing when Harry and Hermione returned. Padma immediately began teasing about having epaulets on a Hogwarts robe. Hermione shot that down before it could go any further. Well, I think they are handsome, and a lot more practical than some badge-saying prefect or Quidditch captain. Logic like that ended the teasing, though Padma just switched to what else they were up to in their time out of Hogwarts. It was almost a relief. When they all needed to head to herbology. By lunchtime, it was as if they had never been away. Bill watched his students leave the classroom, and couldn't fail to notice Dumbledore waiting to enter. He had no intention of listening to the old wizard today. The supposed interview with Harry printed in the Prophet had sent chills up his spine. Had he not reported to Barchok that Dumbledore managed to get that information out of him, Bill would currently be unemployed, homeless, and a promising career destroyed. He wouldn't have to fake anger in this confrontation. Albus entered and shut the door, only to be met with hostility. "I'll save you the trouble of spouting whatever words you had prepared. I have nothing whatsoever to say to you and refuse to play these games anymore." "Games? You think this is a game?" Bill didn't back down an inch. "I know it's not a game. These are real people's lives that are being affected here. To you though, we're all just pieces in a game where you have elected yourself the main player. All this greater good pish, and sacrifices have to be made shit. You can go and drown in your own stinking manipulations, headmaster. I have no intention of making any sacrifices for the greater good of Albus Bloody Dumbledore." Bill was pushing past the headmaster when Albus grabbed his arm. "This has nothing to do with what I want. I'm trying to save our world from changes that would destroy it." The curse breaker jerked his arm out of the headmaster's grip. "Before I took this assignment, I spent my days working in tombs of people who couldn't adapt to change. They were the gods of their day, with the power of life and death over millions. Now all that is left are some piles of stone, impressive piles of stone to be sure, but their way of life is gone forever." Dumbledore seized on this analogy. "If we allow things to continue, Hogwarts could be nothing more than rubble in a few generations. Our way of life is under attack from all sides. It's now more important than ever that we all stick together." My problem with that statement is we're all supposed to stick together, and do whatever Albus Dumbledore wants. What gives the headmaster of a school the right to determine the direction our way of life has to proceed? I have no intention of blindly following someone whose motives are at best questionable, and whose actions are borderline criminal. This was not going the way Albus had planned. If he thought about it, very little had gone to plan recently. "So you would rather align yourself with the goblins than your fellow wizards?" "I'm aligning myself with Harry. That just happens to be the side the Goblin Nation are supporting too. I would rather put my trust in that young man than be a mindless follower of the self-proclaimed leader of the light." Bill had his hand on the door before Albus dropped any and all pretense. "You claim to support Harry, yet were involved in a major breach of security against the lad's safety. I wonder what your goblin masters would make of that information, should it find its way to them. It was you who passed the information on to Skeeter." Dumbledore thought he had his man now. "Ah, but I wouldn't have been able to, if you hadn't told me about the proposed visit beforehand. I truly am sorry to do this, William, but you leave me no choice. I desperately need information. If you won't cooperate, then perhaps your replacement will be a bit more accommodating." Bill's eyes were boring into the old wizard. It was a confident Dumbledore who was standing in front of him. The curse breaker could see that Albus thought he was in a win-win position. Time to end his delusions. It was also time to admit to himself he was shite at this spy crap. There was just too much of the Weasley temper in him to be able to play nice with people like Dumbledore. "You're a learned wizard, headmaster, so I will leave you with a simple puzzle. Rearrange these words into a well-known phrase, off, F." With that, Bill left the classroom, slamming the door behind him, leaving behind a surprised and confused Dumbledore. Harry was sitting at dinner talking with his friends, attempting to explain some of the muggle things he'd seen at the Grangers to Padma and Neville while Hermione smilingly looked on. It was such a pleasant scene, Bill was loath to interrupt. A few whispers in Harry's ear drew a nod of understanding, and his friends could see playful Harry slip away, being replaced by the persona that was Centurion Crow. Bill patted Harry on the back before taking his leave. No one in the hall thought anything of him approaching and talking with his students. It was naturally Hermione who asked Harry what was going on. "Oh, just as we suspected, Dumbledore has been playing games again. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to use this." The headmaster entering the hall from a side door and taking his place at the staff table appeared to make Harry's mind up. Before he could rise though, Hermione's hand clamped on his leg. Are you sure about this, Harry? He smiled at her. No, but I shouldn't be in any danger. I'm far better confronting him in the hall, with McGonagall and Master Flitwick here. Couldn't we send for Master Sharpshard too? He lifted her hand off his leg and keyed her knuckles. Hermione Granger, you're actually developing a goblin sense of humor. Harry stood and strode to the front of the hall. He attracted attention most of his time in Hogwarts, but almost every pair of eyes must have been watching him by the time he reached the staff table. Harry didn't bother with any preliminaries. Dumbledore, you told that Skeeter reporter I would visit my parents' graves on Halloween. The silence that followed those words drew out until Snape actually broke it. Mr. Crow, that is a pretty serious allegation to make. Do you have any proof? It's Centurion Crow, sir, and yes I do. Cursebreaker Weasley let slip to the headmaster where I would be going, and then this despicable old bastard just tried to blackmail my tutor into passing over more information. He admitted telling Skeeter where I would be, before threatening to report how he learned the information to my father, if Cursebreaker Weasley didn't do what Dumbledore told him to. Minerva practically had steam coming out her ears at that revelation. Do you know what Mr. Weasley's answer was? Yes, Professor, I believe he told the headmaster to F off. This drew some laughter, and had a pair of red-headed twins up on the Gryffindor table doing a jig of delight. Harry wasn't finished yet though. For 10 years I was safe within Gringotts walls. I haven't been here 10 weeks yet, but it has been one attack after another. First evening, you attempted to have me renounce my goblin upbringing, while at the same time having Voldemort sitting at the staff table. Add in trolls, bullies and Death Eaters, getting the picture, headmaster. Then when I step outside Hogwarts, you tell someone exactly where we'll be. You endangered not only me, but Miss Granger too. Dumbledore finally spoke. Am I to take it that Mr. Weasley's attempts to save his job by slandering me are being believed? Cursebreaker Weasley is a wizard with honor and integrity, two qualities you are sadly lacking in. He also reported the incident to my father on the day it happened. We just didn't think you would stoop so low. We already knew you were behind the supposed interview. Attempting blackmail just confirmed it. I am very happy with the defense tutor my father found me. Cursebreaker Weasley will not be going anywhere. Minerva felt she had to intervene before this escalated any further. Centurion Crow, I'm sorry, but calling the headmaster a despicable old bastard is against school rules, and will earn you another detention with me. Rest assured though, I agree with your assessment, that whoever released this information endangered two Hogwarts students. I shall be reporting the matter to the DMLE and the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Harry nodded respectfully to McGonagall, fully aware that the detention would be nothing more than another tutoring session. I understand, Professor, and like any other student will obey Hogwarts rules. Please inform both of those bodies. I would be quite happy to speak with them on this matter. May I ask that you make this sooner rather than later? My father's patience with Albus Dumbledore is pretty much exhausted, and both Hermione and I understand French well enough that attending Beauxbatons would not be a problem. As Harry was heading back to his seat, McGonagall called out to him. Centurion Crow, nice to have you back. It would be a sad day for Hogwarts if you and Miss Granger left. A slight nod of his head was all the indication he gave that he had heard, though the students he passed to reach his seat could all see he was smiling. Both Harry and his father knew it was more likely to be a series of body blows that would lead to Dumbledore's eventual downfall, rather than one knockout punch. The headmaster was sitting at the table reeling as another scheme had not only failed, but spectacularly blown up in his face. Dropping in the line about Beauxbatons would hopefully muzzle him for a while, and give the goblin plans time to bear some fruit. Hermione was just glad to see Harry make it back to her without any weapons being drawn, though Percy had to restrain his twin brothers when Dumbledore attempted to push the blame onto their eldest sibling. The name Dumbledore had taken a bashing amongst the Weasleys, and one glance around the hall was enough to see it was Harry's version of events that was being believed. Severus certainly believed Albus would attempt to blackmail Bill Weasley to basically become his spy. The potions master only wished that he had been in a strong enough position to deliver the same answer to Dumbledore all those years ago. He had studied the Centurion Crow edition of the Prophet from cover to cover. All he could think of though was that Lily would be so proud of her son. Looking at that army behind him kindled hope in Severus that this boy might actually be capable of finishing the Dark Lord. It was now clear to anyone paying attention that Dumbledore was also firmly in Crow's sights, and set to fall if the potion's master was any judge. Being the Slytherin that he was, he needed to do something so that Severus Snape wasn't dragged down with either of the two wizards who had dictated his life since he was a teenager. The more he thought of Harry as Lily's boy, the more Severus found himself appreciating just what this boy could do. He had no idea Harry was about to make his life even better. They had hardly left the Great Hall when the Weasley twins approached the group of friends. "Harry, we would like to thank you for defending our brother in there." Harry held up his hands to stop them saying any more. "Guys, not only do we all like your brother, he's a brilliant teacher. Working for Gringotts comes with some pretty tight restrictions, but we also look after and reward our employees. Now I have a question to ask you, can you two be serious?" "Of course we can. What do you think we are? A couple of jokers? Something tells me I could regret this, but what class do you two have on?" "A Friday morning. Divination, why?" It suddenly hit George and he was down on his knees pleading, his twin only seconds behind. Hermione had also sussed just what was going on, and questioned Harry's choice. "Are you sure about this, Harry?" "Of course I'm not, but I think I should give them a chance." Master Pitsley offered another couple of places, who else could I choose? I couldn't pick a pair of Hufflepuffs or Slytherins without upsetting the rest. Same with Gryffindor, though I honestly don't think any of their first years are up to all the work involved, sorry Padma. "No problem Harry, Parvati would be the first to admit she doesn't enjoy studying." Harry once more turned his attention to the twins. "Okay guys, but you need to get McGonagall to agree to this, and Snape." Harry was suddenly up in the air and being twirled around as both twins had him in a hug Hermione would have been proud of. The whoops of joy soon drew an audience, and a fair bit of laughter. Both twins gently lowered Harry back to his feet before shaking his hand. "We won't let you down Harry. Most of our pranks are potions-based, we understand this is a life-changing opportunity for us. Reserve an extra 2 places at your study table Neville, we're off to see McGonagall." As they skipped along the corridor, it was a worried Hermione who expressed a thought most of them shared. "Oh dear, I wonder if Master Pitsley will know what hit him." "Hermione, where do you think I learned to brew the potion I used on Snape?" "Master Pitsley knows more prank potions than anyone else in the country, they are just more subtle than donkey ears and the like that the twins seem so fond of." With goblin humor, sitting at a formal dinner and having your victim loudly letting one rip is considered the height of hilarity. "Okay, I need to write home and make sure we have a good selection of comedy tapes for Christmas. You need to learn a different definition of funny." Harry's eyes almost glowed at this. "You mean there are more videotapes than the ones you already have?" "Thousands Harry, with new ones released almost weekly." This had a wide smile on Harry's face, and caused laughter amongst the friends. Bill didn't find any laughter when he entered his sister's room. Instead he found a young girl staring into a mirror with eyes red and swollen from crying. "Mum said you've been upset Ginny, do you want to talk about it?" As her brother's arm went around her, Ginny leaned into him as the tears once more began falling. "You tried to warn me, didn't you?" Ginny indicated the prophet pictures lying scattered on her bed. "How can I compete with that? How can any girl compete? She's like a princess on his arm, and he's already madly in love with her." Bill hated to see his sister like this but thought Ginny might finally be coming to her senses. He wanted to discover how she arrived at this conclusion though. She reached over for a picture that was showing definite signs of wear. Ginny had obviously studied it quite a bit. "Just watch and you'll see him glance at her, making sure she's okay." Her smile back practically has his eyes sparkling. "You told me they were close friends but you don't look at a friend like that. She's beautiful, so smart and already speaks gobbledygook." Little Ginny Weasley never stood a chance. She cried some more before asking Bill a question. "You didn't go to Hogwarts this weekend, wasn't Harry there?" They stayed with Hermione's parents a few nights but both stayed at Harry's too. "She stayed at Gringotts, is that even possible?" Hermione is a friend to the Goblin Nation, that gives her all different kinds of privileges. Bill could feel Ginny's tears soaking into his shirt as his sister clung to him, realizing that her dreams would never be more than that. He held her close and let Ginny cry it out. It was a while before she actually spoke. "Will you still introduce me to him? Are you sure that's something you want to do?" He could feel Ginny nodding her head as it was still buried in his chest. I think I need to see it for myself. At least now I know what to expect. I'm going to be at Hogwarts with him for 6 years, perhaps we could be friends. Bill agreed to that, delighted that his favorite sister appeared to be coming to her senses. Just remember what I said, no boyfriends until you're at least 26. He'd hoped for a smile but had to settle for her holding him tighter. It was her first steps on the right road. Padma had gone to bed, leaving Harry and Hermione sitting together on a sofa in their study area. So, are you glad to be back? It was quite the few days. Now, that's an understatement, Harry. I loved my time at Gringotts with you, but getting to spend some time with my mum and dad was just wonderful. Knowing we'll all be together at Christmas has already got me so excited, and I told you my parents would love my best friend. Your parents were great, sorry for springing that summer thing on you. It was something I had been thinking about and had barely gotten a chance to talk it over with my father. When your dad mentioned it, I didn't want him making arrangements before we meet again at Christmas. He found himself enveloped in a hug. Only you, Harry, could apologize for arranging someone's summer holidays. I didn't think my mum could get any more excited at Christmas, but this year looks like topping all the others. I'm now gonna have 2 friends staying, and planning our summer holiday too. Hermione kissed him on the cheek. Thanks, Harry, for everything. I'll see you in the morning for our run. Hermione headed up to her room, leaving a grinning Harry behind. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.